Chapter 378. The Tranquil Sect. The divine power of the dragon whale physique. He could distinctly perceive that, compared to 3 months ago, Xu Taiping's internal essence had significantly deepened and purified, suggesting that he was nearing the intermediate stage of the profound realm, just a thread away. Xu Taiping nodded thoughtfully. Unlike the initial stage, the transition from the minor to the intermediate stage of the profound realm represented nearly 2 distinct realms, necessitating a substantial enhancement of the essence within the Danshin. According to the words of the Spirit Moon Fairy, only when the essence, transformed into snowflakes, completely enveloped the peak of the Danshin mountain could one be deemed to have reached the intermediate stage. After a brief introspection, he realized he was still a thread away. Brother Huangke, I feel quite well. Accompanying you should not hinder your progress, Xu Taiping stated earnestly, gazing at Huangke. How is that not hindrance? You are clearly a cumbersome leg. Huangke mused silently. The two then agreed that Xu Taiping would address the accumulated issues from the past few months that evening, and they would set off for the Tiandao sect early the next morning. Sister Lingyue, are you there? After Huangchue's departure, Xu Taiping immediately reached out to the Spirit Moon Fairy with his mind. Although the Spirit Moon Fairy had remained silent, Xu Taiping sensed her constant presence. I am here. The ethereal form of the Spirit Moon Fairy materialized in the room, seated across from him. Xu Taiping could distinctly feel that, compared to their first meeting, her ethereal form had become increasingly vivid and tangible. Congratulations, the dilemma concerning Qingxian has finally been resolved. The Spirit Moon Fairy rested her chin on her hand, smiling elegantly at Xu Taiping. She understood better than anyone that if Qingshuan's issues had not been adequately addressed, it would undoubtedly become a source of inner turmoil for Xu Taiping. This was a collective effort by the Brothers of the Seven Peaks. Xu Taiping shook his head with a smile. By the way, Sister Lingyue, is what happened during my unconsciousness as Huangke described? After years of experience, he had come to realize the importance of being vigilant against others. The events during your unconsciousness are quite similar to what Huangke recounted, the Spirit Moon Fairy replied. Then what is the state of my body? Xu Taiping asked, somewhat perplexed. After your unconsciousness, your python dragon physique automatically transformed into a sleeping dragon physique. As long as you remain in this state for no more than 6 months, your corporeal essence will not only avoid degeneration, but will continue to advance. The Spirit Moon Fairy elucidated. Thus, the sleep in the sleeping dragon physique carries an additional profound meaning? Xu Taiping suddenly grasped the concept. Indeed, the Spirit Moon Fairy affirmed with a nod. Does the wake in anger imply that cultivating while in a state of wakefulness or anger would similarly accelerate my progress? Xu Taiping recalled the names of the other 2 realms of the python dragon physique. I was just about to explain this matter to you. The Celestial Maiden Lingyue nodded and subsequently explained to Xu Taiping. Your current practice of the Flame Emperor's body forging technique has reached a bottleneck. To advance further, you can no longer rely solely on the mere refinement of your physique. You must cultivate the 3 realms of sleep, awakening, and fury to their utmost limits in order to elevate your serpent physique to that of the dragon whale. By a stroke of serendipity, you have inadvertently entered a deep slumber for 3 months, barely attaining the pinnacle of the Sleep Serpent Physique. Thus, all that remains is for you to elevate the Awakening Serpent and the Fury Serpent to their extremes, and you shall acquire the dragon whale form. Upon achieving the dragon whale physique, not only will your physical strength be greatly enhanced, but you will also gain the divine powers of transforming into a whale upon entering the sea and soaring as a dragon amidst the clouds. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping was taken aback. The Flame Emperor's body forging technique that Lingyue had previously imparted focused primarily on the methods of body forging and pressure points, without elucidating the specific capabilities of each physique. He had assumed that the dragon whale form, like the wild lion and serpent physiques, was merely a breakthrough in vitality and strength. He never anticipated that mastering the dragon whale physique would bestow him with such miraculous abilities. Thus, Sister Lingyue, does this imply that to elevate both the awakening and fury serpents to their extremes, I must maintain a state of constant awareness or anger? Xu Taiping conveyed his conjecture to the Celestial Maiden. Lingyue nodded in affirmation. For how long? Xu Taiping continued to inquire. After a moment of contemplation, Lingyue responded. The Flame Emperor's body forging technique does not specify an exact duration, but based on records I have encountered in certain texts from the Shumi realm, the fastest practitioner to reach the pinnacle of the Awakening Serpent took 6 months. while the longest required 3 years of unwavering vigilance without sleep to break through to the extreme state. As for the Fury Serpent realm, there is no definitive time frame. Some have achieved it in a fit of rage, while others, in their quest for breakthrough, have wrought havoc across multiple cities in their fury, yet gained nothing in the end. I once inquired of my master regarding this matter. He informed me that the essence of reaching the extreme state in the Fury Serpent realm lies in the reason for the anger. The Flame Emperor is compassionate, and as this technique is of his creation, one cannot attain the pinnacle of the Fury Serpent through selfish anger. It must be righteous indignation, anger for injustice, anger for inequity, and anger for a greater cause. Lingyue elucidated this segment with remarkable detail. Xu Taiping pondered over her words and nodded in agreement. Sister Lingyue, your master speaks with great wisdom. If one were to be driven by selfish anger, how would that differ from a demon? The Flame Emperor would never permit such a person to attain the dragon whale form. Hearing this, Lingyue smiled with palpable satisfaction. This journey to the cloudy abyss is an excellent opportunity. The spiritual energy of that realm, even in its ordinary regions, is several times denser than that of your Yunlu mountain. There, you could maintain the state of the Awakening Serpent without fear of depleting your spirit energy and becoming weakened. Therefore, you can seize this chance to elevate the Awakening Serpent realm to its extreme. While you may not be able to evolve into the dragon whale physique with both conditions at their extremes, your vitality and strength will at least multiply tenfold. As for reaching the pinnacle of the Fury Serpent realm, one should simply go with the flow, without forcing it. After all, you are still a swordsman, and possessing a body honed to perfection akin to that of a serpent is more than sufficient. The fairy Lingyue then reminded Xu Taiping, you are correct, Sister Lingyue. If I could enhance the vitality and blood power of this corporeal form tenfold, it would be more than adequate for someone like me, who practices both sword and fist. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Although the dragon whale physique is commendable, it cannot be pursued with undue fervor. In fact, I wholeheartedly support your journey to the Yuyun heaven for another reason. The fairy Lingyue spoke again. What reason is that? Xu Taiping inquired, curiosity piqued. In the western Liang kingdom of Yuyun heaven lies a perilous mountain known as the Blood Rain Forest. Within this forest, there exists a location particularly suitable for planting earth fruits. As she spoke, a slight smile graced her lips, and a rare spark of excitement flickered in her beautiful eyes. Could it be that this place was once the site of a divine beast's fall? Xu Taiping speculated, based on his current understanding of earth fruits. If this land had once been the burial site of any spiritual beast or weapon, it could facilitate their rebirth within the fruit. You are correct, Taiping. However, for the sake of caution, it is best that you keep this information to yourself. If my deductions are accurate, the name of that divine beast is also inscribed in the Yi book. The fairy Lingyue's expression turned solemn as she nodded. Upon hearing the term Yi book, Xu Taiping's heart suddenly enlightened, and he nodded in acknowledgement. He recalled that long ago, the fairy Lingyue had informed him that the owner of the Yi book bore a grudge against her and possessed the ability to sense others' locations through mere whispers. Just as Xu Taiping contemplated inquiring about the substantial increase of true essence within him before he could voice his thoughts, a searing heat surged through his left eye, akin to a branding iron scorching his eye socket. Quickly, take out the golden essence. The fairy Lingyue immediately urged Xu Taiping. Without hesitation, Xu Taiping retrieved a small bag containing the golden essence and poured its contents onto the table. With a cascade, thousands of golden essences spread across the surface. In that instant, an invisible force, like a tempest sweeping through, devoured a significant portion of the golden essence in one breath. Had Xu Taiping not promptly closed his lotus eye after the pain subsided, the remaining few hundred golden essences would have likely been consumed as well. Sister Lingyue, how could this lotus eye consume so much golden essence at once? According to our previous observations, it should not require golden essence while I was unconscious. Xu Taiping questioned. Puzzled. It is my fault. I should have reminded you sooner, the fairy Lingyue replied with a hint of self-reproach. She then elaborated to Xu Taiping. After you fainted from excessive consumption of spiritual essence, you would have only needed a few sips of dragon gall wine to recover. However, there were too many people present at the time, making it impossible for me to administer the wine to you. When they delivered you to the blissful sect, I had intended to administer the dragon's gall liquor to you. However, to my surprise, the 9 houses presented an abundance of precious herbs and elixirs to nourish your spirit and true essence. Thinking it a waste not to partake, I allowed you to continue your slumber, planning to rouse you in a few days. Yet, unexpectedly, during your sleep, the lotus pupil of your left eye autonomously began to refine the potency of these pills. This explains why, despite your 3 months of unconsciousness, your true essence not only remained intact, but increased. Upon hearing the explanation from the Celestial Maiden Lingyue, Xu Taiping expressed his astonishment. Are you saying that the lotus pupil remained awake during my unconsciousness and took control of my body? Lingyue's eyes flickered with surprise, for she had not anticipated Xu Taiping would swiftly grasp the gravity of the situation. Indeed, she affirmed with a grave nod. While it appeared to be aiding your cultivation during this period, the fact remains that it has commandeered the flow of your true essence. Xu Taiping fell silent for a moment before murmuring, "This is not a good omen. If it were to completely escape my control one day, it could potentially dominate my very body, rendering me a mere puppet." Lingyue nodded solemnly, her expression grave. "This eye of yours has merged the powers of the Yin spirit and the demon lotus. Such a peculiar entity is unprecedented, even to me." At that moment, she lightly tapped the table with her finger, as if having made a resolute decision. "There is but one course of action now." "What is it?" Xu Taiping asked, raising his gaze to meet hers. "When you break through to the spirit refinement realm, let your soul exit your body, and I shall take over your vessel to confront this Yin spirit," Lingyue declared, her eyes filled with determination. "Lingyue, isn't this exceedingly perilous? After all, it is a Yin spirit." Xu Taiping voiced his concerns. "Do not fret for me," she replied with a reassuring smile. "By the time you achieve your breakthrough, the earth fruit will likely be ripe once more. At that point, my spirit shall be fully restored. Even if we cannot defeat it, we will at least ascertain the true nature of this entity." Hearing her words, Xu Taiping felt a measure of relief. However, he realized that he must strive to enhance his strength, cultivate the earth fruit in the Blood Rain Forest, and attend the Golden Scales Conference. This journey to the realm of cloud and mist would indeed keep him occupied. Lingyue smiled at him. "This is my duty, even without attending the Golden Scales Conference. I must first sow the earth fruit to aid you in restoring your power." Xu Taiping shook his head earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lingyue furrowed her brow and spoke seriously to Xu Taiping. "Taiping, if possible, not only must you participate in the Golden Scales Conference, but you should aim to secure the top position." "Why?" Xu Taiping asked, bewildered. "Because this pertains to your ability to transcend your mortal vessel and achieve transformation," Lingyue stated with unwavering seriousness. On the same day, at Fury Valley, at the entrance of the Blade Tomb, belonging to the Heavenly Blade sect, I shall reiterate my demand. Surrender the demon-slaying blade manual of Duan Tianya, or step forth to face me in combat. Otherwise, I shall sever a head and place it here every day." A robust young man, his gaze fierce and menacing, clutched the hair of an elderly woman, dragging her forcefully to the entrance of the Blade Tomb. Through the faint golden barrier at the entrance, the youthful disciples of the Heavenly Blade sect glared at the young man with eyes full of fury. "Release my senior sister. I will challenge you." At that moment, a girl in a pink dress rushed out from within the Blade Tomb, poised to break through the barrier. "Little fish, do not come out." However, before she could step beyond the threshold, the elderly woman, held by the young man by her hair, suddenly shouted loudly to halt the girl. "Senior sister, The woman seemed to wish to explain, but before she could finish her words, the young man swiftly severed her throat with a blade. "I shall return in an hour." As he placed the woman's head on the ground, he cast a cold glance at the girl in pink. The girl stood frozen, paralyzed in place. Chapter 380, Saving Little Fish, the Abyss of Mortal Bones. The following day, beneath the expansive blue sky, under the watchful gaze of 2 elders from the Celestial Wanderer sect, Huang Ke and Xu Taiping, along with a hastily summoned group of over a dozen envoys from the 9 prefectures, soared through the clouds in 3 carriages drawn by ethereal cranes. The dawn had barely broken, and the morning glow bathed the vast sea of clouds in crimson hues, resembling a magnificent ocean of red. Sister Lingyue, does this mean that for mortals, the greatest threshold is not the refining spirit stage, but rather the transformation stage? Xu Taiping, seated in the carriage, feigned deep concentration in his practice while engaging in conversation with the Celestial Maiden Lingyue. Their discussion on this topic had been interrupted yesterday afternoon by Huang Ke, who returned midway to deliver something to Xu Taiping. Indeed, Lingyue's voice resonated within Xu Taiping's mind. She then proceeded to explain earnestly, in truth, The inscription on the spirit bone monument stating that mortals are incapable of cultivation fundamentally refers to their inability to transcend the transformation stage. In ancient times, only those who surpassed the refining spirit stage were considered to have truly embarked on the path of cultivation. In the present day, although the transformation stage poses a significant challenge to all cultivators, for mortals, this threshold resembles an insurmountable chasm, difficult to overcome and perilous, as failure often leads to demise. Given that Xu Taiping remained far from the transformation stage, Lingyue refrained from delving into excessive detail, merely highlighting the formidable nature of this breakthrough. Therefore, if I wish to transcend the transformation stage in the future, I will urgently require the fortune of Emperor Yuyun, correct, Sister Lingyue? Xu Taiping speculated. While fortune alone cannot facilitate your direct breakthrough, we may leverage this fortune to discover elements that can assist you in achieving that breakthrough. Lingyue nodded in agreement. Perceiving the ambiguity in her words, Xu Taiping realized they had likely brushed against some taboo and thus acquiesced in silence, choosing not to press further. At long last, everything has been arranged perfectly. At this moment, Huang Ke, who had been clutching a communication jade slip and corresponding with the elders of the 9 halls, suddenly smacked his thigh and exclaimed, I refuse to believe that 2 semi-divine refinement cultivators and 13 fully realized transcendence experts cannot handle a mere disciple of the Ghost Cloud sect. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he turned to Xu Taiping, who had just opened his eyes. Huang Ke, do you think we are making too much fuss? Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat astonished upon hearing that Huang Ke had summoned so many formidable experts to accompany him to the Heavenly Blade sect. If you think this is excessive, the Hall Master believes it's still insufficient. If it weren't for the constraints at Nanning Mountain, he would have intended to come along with Senior A Meng. Huang Ke replied with a hint of helplessness. That truly seems unnecessary. Xu Taiping chuckled awkwardly. He was acutely aware that the 9 halls' grand display of strength was not solely for the sake of the Heavenly Blade sect, but also to ensure his smooth entrance into the Ghost Cloud realm. Here, take this sum of 30,000 gold essence. Huang Ke suddenly placed a heavy pouch of coins into Xu Taiping's hands. 30,000. Xu Taiping was taken aback by the generosity of the 9 halls. Once you reach the Ghost Cloud realm, there will be at least 7 years before the Golden Scales assembly commences. During this period, you can cultivate in the Ghost Cloud realm while using this 30,000 gold essence to acquire some magical artifacts, elixirs, and intelligence on the disciples participating in the competition, thereby preparing adequately for the Golden Scales assembly in 7 years. Huang Ke earnestly advised Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a sudden clarity. The mere thought of spending 7 years in the Ghost Cloud realm made him feel that 30,000 gold essence was somewhat lacking. Not to mention purchasing magical artifacts and elixirs. Just his own eye alone could consume a significant portion of that amount. The Golden Scales assembly pertains to the fortunes of various factions. Thus, the competition involves not only the disciples' cultivation levels, but also the financial resources and connections of the various powers. Regrettably, this is all we can do for now. Huang Ke sighed. However, Brother Huang Ke, if I am to stay in the Ghost Cloud realm for 7 years, 30,000 gold essence seems a bit scant. Xu Taiping hesitated before finally voicing his concern. Do not underestimate the gold essence of our true martial heaven, Huang Ke replied, as though he had anticipated Xu Taiping's objection. With a mysterious smile, he flicked a piece of gold essence from his fingertip and continued. The gold essence of true martial heaven is unparalleled throughout the entire Upper Clear realm. Just this one piece can purchase a high-grade magical artifact in the Ghost Cloud realm. Is it truly that valuable? Xu Taiping was astonished at his words. At that moment, the voice of Fairy Lingyue echoed in Xu Taiping's mind. Gold essence primarily originates from true martial heaven and is an indispensable material for crafting celestial weapons. Since true martial heaven severed connections with other realms, it has long been in high demand, yet low supply. Upon hearing Fairy Lingyue's explanation, Xu Taiping felt a sense of relief. However, the issue remained that even if he possessed 30,000 pieces, a substantial portion would be needed for his eye, leaving him with little to spare. Brother Huang Ke, if you could arrange an additional 10,000 gold essence for me, I assure you that I can advance to the first round of the Golden Scales assembly. Xu Taiping gazed at Huang Ke with unwavering determination. Are you truly that confident? Upon hearing this, Huang Ke's eyes brightened. Indeed, Xu Taiping nodded earnestly. Regardless of whether he could secure the top position, He still had confidence in defeating at least one opponent and advancing past the first round. If you can truly guarantee that, it would not be difficult for the governor to persuade the elders to provide you with the funds, even if it amounts to 10,000, or even 20 or 30,000. However, the issue lies in the fact that time is exceedingly tight. It would take at least half a month to allocate this sum of precious gold from the treasury. Huang Ke furrowed his brow. He was not being stingy. It was simply that, at this moment, he genuinely could not procure such a substantial amount of precious gold. Hearing this, Xu Taiping also appeared disheartened. He lamented that had it not been for his 3 months of slumber, he could have likely gathered up to 10,000 precious gold by selling the artifacts and weapons he had acquired. I do have 16,000 precious gold on hand, but that is earmarked for activating the teleportation array, and I cannot part with it, Huang Ke said, his brow knitted. Does activating the teleportation array really require precious gold? Isn't a teleportation token sufficient? Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat perplexed. Chapter 381, Rescuing Little Fish. Teleportation token and precious gold. The method for crafting teleportation tokens has been lost for a millennium, and the 9 houses possess only a handful, which are reserved for research into restoring the tokens, Huang Ke replied with a sense of helplessness. As the chosen successor of the governor, Huang Ke was privy to significantly more information than an ordinary traveler from the 9 houses. Brother Huang Ke, have you ever seen a teleportation token? Xu Taiping suddenly asked. I have seen one before, but the old codgers from the 9 houses crafting institute are exceedingly stingy. I was only allowed to gaze at it briefly before it was reclaimed. Huang Ke nodded. What about this one? Xu Taiping presented a token engraved with the characters Yuyun before Huang Quebec. This is the teleportation token of Yuyun Heaven? Huang Ke stood there, utterly incredulous. Brother Huang Ke, if this token is functional, could you provide me the entirety of the 16,000 precious gold? Xu Taiping inquired, as he tucked the token away. Amidst Huang Ke's reluctant gaze, isn't that a bit too extravagant? Huang Ke frowned, then explained, currently, the teleportation tokens that can be found are nearly all ancient relics. Some even harbor the profound abilities left behind by ancient powers. The token in the possession of the 9 houses was discovered by the head of the Crafting Institute, who found a true saying left by an ancient master upon it. Clearly, this token is also an ancient artifact. It would be a great pity to use it merely for the teleportation array. Brother Huang Ke, for me at this moment, possessing an additional 10,000 precious gold would bolster my confidence greatly in Yuyun Heaven, Xu Taiping countered dismissively. In truth, he was left with no choice. The 30,000 precious gold barely sufficed for his left eye's daily consumption, leaving him with no surplus for other endeavors. Very well then, since this teleportation token is yours, you have the right to decide how to utilize it. Huang Ke conceded with a nod, ceasing his persuasion. Additionally, this map, along with several books, was procured at great expense by our 9 houses from the travelers dispatched by Yuyun Heaven. The significance of the map is self-evident. Upon exiting the teleportation array, your location should be in the Western Liang Kingdom of Yuyun Tian. The Golden Scale Society, however, is situated in the Southern Chu Kingdom, the foremost among the 7 kingdoms of the Yuyun Celestial Dynasty. Thus, you must navigate according to the directions indicated on the map. As for these books, they chronicle the customs and traditions of the various nations within Yuyun, alongside the historical shifts in royal power over the past centuries, as well as the struggles of the Yuyun nations against the 9 Abyss Demon Domain. He then handed a map and several jade slips to Xu Taiping. Upon receiving the map, Xu Taiping pressed the jade slips against his forehead, and in an instant, the contents of the books were imprinted in his mind. Thank you, Brother Huang Ke. These items have been immensely helpful. After assimilating the knowledge from the books, Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude to Huang Ke. With these tomes and the map, he had attained a considerable understanding of Yuyun Tian. Even without Sister Lingyue's assistance, navigating life in Yuyun Tian should pose no significant challenges. These matters are of little consequence. You represent the hope of our 9 mansions for the next century. Once the barrier is lifted, the ability of the true martial heavenly 9 mansions to preserve their former glory will depend on the fortune you can amass, Huang Ke stated with an unusual gravity. Feeling the weight of Huang Chue's earnest gaze, Xu Taiping suddenly sensed a modicum of pressure and promptly assured, rest assured, Brother Huang Ke, for the sake of Qingxian alone, I will exert my utmost effort. Upon hearing Xu Taiping's declaration, Huang Chue's previously taut nerves relaxed somewhat. In truth, He had withheld many matters from Xu Taiping out of concern for the pressure he might experience. For instance, once the barrier is opened, the Nine Abyss will return to the Upper Clear Realm, and the Yuxian Cave, guarded by the Qingxian sect, will undoubtedly become a target for their assault. Huang Ke, my patrol mirror has already soared above the Tian Dao sect. You can use your spirit mirror to observe the current situation within. An aged voice emanated from a carriage racing at the forefront. Thank you, Elder Song. I shall take a look now, Huang Ke replied with gratitude. Elder Song, whom he had invited from the carefree sect in the name of the Nine Mansions, was named Songhua. Taiping, Elder Song's patrol mirror has already reached Fury Wind Valley. Let us go see it together for an advance understanding, Huang Ke suggested, placing a silver mirror upon the table. Xu Taiping nodded, crossing his arms and leaning forward to gaze into the mirror. Upon making contact with the spirit mirror, the first sight to greet him was a valley enveloped by lush green mountains. It was unmistakably the Fury Wind Valley, home to the Tian Dao sect. Under Huang Que's control, the image within the silver mirror gradually sharpened, revealing the structures of the Tian Dao sect within the valley, ultimately focusing on an altar adorned with numerous blades. This is the blade tomb of the Tian Dao sect, where the younger generation of disciples is concealing themselves, Huang Ke remarked, his brow furrowed as he pointed at the massive altar. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement, noting the gathering of dozens of disciples at the base of the altar. Brother Huang Ke, could you please enhance the clarity of the disciples' positions? I am searching for someone. Xu Taiping raised his gaze towards Huang Ke. Huang Ke nodded, subsequently manipulating his spiritual mirror with his mind, rendering the location of the group of disciples increasingly distinct. Ultimately, at the rear of the crowd, Xu Taiping spotted Duan Xiaoyu, who was crouched by the altar, hugging her legs. Fortunately, she appeared to be relatively unscathed, which offered Xu Taiping a modicum of relief. Although he harbored sympathy for the Heavenly Blade sect, his primary concern was indeed Duan Xiaoyu. What should I do? Yesterday, I killed my senior sister. And today it seems I may have to kill my master. Do not speak nonsense. The 9 prefectures have already dispatched personnel. At this moment, as the image grew ever clearer, the whispers of the disciples within the silver mirror intertwined with the howling winds of the angry wind valley, resonating inside the carriage. Could it be that the practitioner from the cloudy abyss is threatening the disciples inside with those captured from outside? Xu Taiping speculated with a furrowed brow. It appears so, Huang Ke replied, his brow knitted in concern. As he magnified the view at the entrance of the sword mound, Xu Taiping beheld a heap of severed heads piled high, resembling a small mountain. How ruthless can this individual be? A flicker of anger flashed in Xu Taiping's eyes. When he received the intelligence yesterday, it was only reported that the disciples of the Heavenly Blade sect had been trapped. He had no inkling of the sheer brutality of the methods employed. We did not anticipate this either, Huang Ke remarked, his expression grave. In previous years, no practitioners from other realms had breached the true martial heaven, even when they did come. It was mostly to covertly transport some precious materials back, never daring to brazenly slaughter the practitioners of true martial heaven. Brother Huang Ke, I noticed in the description you provided from that book that practitioners from the cloudy abyss have little difficulty breaking through to the spirit refinement realm. Even an ordinary elder from a sect would at least be at that level, correct? Xu Taiping inquired, his gaze fixed on the silver mirror. From our interactions with those practitioners from the cloudy abyss, it is indeed true that their overall capabilities surpass ours in true martial heaven by a tier. The most notable aspect is that any reasonably sized sect from the cloudy abyss has a practitioner at the transformation realm presiding over it. Among the 7 great dynasties, the 3 major sects, and the 5 prominent families, there may even exist high-level practitioners within the transformation realm, Huang Ke explained with a solemn countenance. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping finally comprehended why the 9 prefectures were so eager to acquire the fortune of the cloudy abyss. Throughout the entirety of true martial heaven, there was not a single practitioner at the transformation realm. Once the barriers were lifted, it was likely that even a moderately sized sect from the cloudy abyss could easily annihilate the 9 prefectures. Xu Taiping murmured to himself. Bang! Just then, a resounding crash erupted from within the silver mirror. Xu Taiping focused intently and saw an exceptionally tall man wielding a long knife, ferociously striking the barrier of the sword mound. Although his strike did not breach the barrier, the disciples within the sword mound were startled into exclamations of fear. Most concerning to Xu Taiping and Huang Ke, however, was the bundle held in the man's hand, from which a wailing infant could be heard. The same issue from yesterday persisted. At this moment, the man lifted the infant from the swaddling cloth, his expression devoid of emotion as he displayed the child before his disciples. He continued, "Surrender the sword manual of Duan Tianya's demon-slaying blade, or send forth a challenger to test my blade. Otherwise, I shall take another life." Witnessing his intention to harm the defenseless infant, the disciples' expressions transformed from shock to fury. "Beast, how can you not spare even a child? His mother has already perished at your hands." One of them proclaimed, "Come, let me test your blade." Not only were the disciples within the silver mirror seething with indignation, but even those outside, like Huang Ke, were ablaze with anger, slamming his fist onto the table with a resounding thud. Xu Taiping too wore a face of rage. Yet his attention was drawn to the mention of the demon-slaying blades manual. Could this truly be aimed at Master Duan's weapon? He was filled with astonishment. "Elder Song, let the spirit birds hasten their pace," Huang Ke urged. "I will employ my swift movement technique to scout ahead and see if I can obstruct him." Just as Huang Ke was about to implore Elder Song to command the pulling spirit birds to fly faster, he was interrupted by Elder Su, who was at the half-step refinement stage. "Elder Su, will you be all right on your own?" Huang Ke inquired with concern. "Not to worry, that fellow is but one man. I am hardly without the means to defend myself," Elder Su assured them before swiftly taking to the skies. The sound of his sword ringing out followed by a rush of air. It was evident that Elder Su had taken flight on his sword. Our Elder Su possesses many admirable qualities, yet he is often too hasty and harbors a fierce disdain for evil. It is no wonder he cannot bear to see harm come to that infant, prompting him to rush ahead alone. Huang Ke sighed. "What is Elder Su's level of cultivation?" Xu Taiping asked, lifting his gaze to Huang Quebec. Due to the severe damage to his spirit, Xu Taiping, even without his sword, was incapable of flight, falling short of speed compared to Elder Su and even the spirit birds. Thus, despite his intent to rescue, he was powerless. Elder Su is the youngest amongst our Xiaoyao sect to reach the half-step refinement stage, and like you, he began as a martial artist. From the outset, he was already at the level of a martial arts master, and now he is likely at the martial arts sovereign level. Thus, with him heading forth, he should be able to hold off that practitioner from Yuyintian for a time, Huang Ke thoughtfully replied. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a wave of gasps echoed from within the silver mirror. Both men lowered their heads. Within the silver mirror, a young girl in a pink dress dashed out from the Blade Mound's barrier before her senior brothers. "I will challenge you to a duel," she declared, her voice trembling as she brandished her sword. Upon recognizing the girl's features, Xu Taiping let out a heavy sigh. Xiaoyu has indeed emerged. He had been concerned that Duan Xiaoyu would rush out upon hearing the provocations from the practitioner of Yuyintian, and his fears were confirmed. "Brother Huang Ke, how long until we reach Ragewind Valley?" Xu Taiping inquired. "At the fastest, we need at least half a stick of incense. Elder Su should be able to manage within a cup of tea's time," Huang Ke replied with a furrowed brow. "Too slow," Xu Taiping murmured to himself, then turned his gaze back to the silver mirror on the table. There was no alternative. We had gathered our forces and set off. Yet none anticipated the ruthlessness of the cultivators from the cloudy sky. Huang Ke shook his head in resignation, hoping that the young girl could endure for a while longer. Xu Taiping, while expressing this sentiment, remained fixated on the silver mirror upon the table. Within its depths, Duan Xiaoyu stood face to face with a cultivator from the cloudy sky, both poised before the knife mound. "I, Mohai, do not strike down the nameless. State your name," the cultivator declared with a scornful expression, his blade in hand. "You even kill infants swaddled in their cradles, yet you speak of not slaying the nameless. Who are you trying to deceive?" Duan Xiaoyu shot a disdainful glance at the cultivator, exclaiming, "How noisy." Mohai huffed, his long knife, along with its sheath, crashing towards Duan Xiaoyu with a resounding thud. The force of the strike sent her reeling back several steps before she could even draw her weapon. "This person possesses an astonishingly profound, true essence," Huang Ke observed, taken aback. Xu Taiping remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the silver mirror. With her stance regained, Duan Xiaoyu, undeterred by her injuries, drew her sword without hesitation. In an instant, as the blade was unsheathed, her figure melded seamlessly with the gleaming arc of the weapon, transforming into a crescent-shaped blade of light that surged towards Mohai. Huang Ke marveled at the remarkable finesse of her technique. She had indeed mastered her blade with remarkable skill. Yet, as Mohai swiftly drew his sword, Huang Ke's admiration morphed into alarm. With a thunderous roar, Mo Hai's blade unleashed a torrent of energy that crashed towards Duan Xiaoyu. The collision echoed with a deafening boom, shattering her offensive momentum and leaving a long, deep gash from her shoulder to her abdomen. Chapter 383. Battling Mo Hai. Xiaoyu's desperate swordplay. Mo Hai's strike had fully utilized his true essence to suppress Duan Xiaoyu. Upon witnessing this, Huang Ke paused momentarily before solemnly remarking on the gravity of the situation. Despite their apparent disparity in cultivation levels, they seemed evenly matched. Xu Taiping murmured, observing that Mo Hai's prowess did not seem to exceed the boundaries of the profound realm, appearing merely to have reached great mastery within it. Indeed, Huang Ke nodded. But his true cultivation is undoubtedly beyond the profound realm. He is merely constrained by the barrier of the true martial heaven. At that moment, Duan Xiaoyu, disregarding her injuries, once again swung her blade at Mo Hai. The clash of steel rang out, bang, bang, bang. Although Mo Hai could not immediately break through Duan Xiaoyu's onslaught, he effortlessly parried each of her strikes. Nevertheless, Duan Xiaoyu pressed on, relentlessly assaulting Mo Hai despite the impact of his profound true essence battering her body. Though her technique was indeed one of the Heavenly Blade sect's ultimate arts, the Heavenly Inquiry Blade, its momentum differed greatly from any I had previously encountered, evoking a sense of uncanny familiarity. Huang Ke observed Duan Xiaoyu's relentless barrage upon Mo Hai, stroking his chin in deep contemplation. It must be derived from my own martial style. Although Xu Taiping was reluctant to admit it, the momentum of Duan Xiaoyu's blade at this moment bore a striking resemblance to his own Qingyou fist charge. Now that you mention it, it truly is. Upon Xu Taiping's reminder, Huang Ke finally grasped the situation, exclaiming, Duan Xiaoyu's blade technique, initially unremarkable, has evidently intensified after she has executed several strikes. Bang! In the midst of their conversation, Duan Xiaoyu harnessed the accumulated force from her previous strikes and delivered a blow that sent Mo Hai staggering backward several steps. The ability to apply the principles of the charging bull formation to her swordsmanship revealed Duan Xiaoyu's remarkable talent for blade work. Huang Ke mused. This is not merely talent. She is fighting with all her might, Xu Taiping countered, shaking his head. As Huang Ke looked on in confusion, Xu Taiping remained fixated on the reflection in the mirror while elucidating. The execution of punches and blades is profoundly different. While fist techniques can build momentum and unleash it explosively, this is contingent upon the speed of one's fists, making it difficult for opponents to find openings. However, with a blade, regardless of how many years one practices, it remains an external object, and it is impossible to strike without leaving vulnerabilities. Once an opponent detects these weaknesses, it becomes a matter of life and death for the wielder. Upon hearing this, Huang Ke fell silent. He scrutinized Duan Xiaoyu in the spirit mirror and noted that, in a brief span, she had sustained no fewer than 6 wounds. You are right, Taiping. This is indeed a life-for-life combat style, Huang Ke sighed. Swish. Just as he finished speaking, Mo Hai's blade found an opening in Duan Xiaoyu's technique and struck towards her right leg. Bang. Fortunately, Duan Xiaoyu reacted swiftly, redirecting her blade to block Mo Hai's strike. Nonetheless, the blade's energy sliced through her protective aura, tearing flesh from her thigh and causing her to grimace in pain. Yet, to maintain her momentum, she disregarded her injuries and continued to unleash her strikes upon Mo Hai. With a flurry of over 60 strikes, Duan Xiaoyu's blade energy reached an astonishing peak, channeling all her force and essence into her long blade. A blade that transcends, she cried, her face a mask of fury and determination as she aimed her strike at the celestial cultivator Mo Hai. Boom! The instant she unleashed her strike, the violent blade energy stirred the very essence of the world, causing the silver mirror's image to tremble. Simultaneously, a brilliant arc of blade light soared forth like a colossal crescent moon, hurtling towards Mo Hai. To Huang Ke's eyes, Duan Xiaoyu's strike exhibited the aura of someone on the brink of transcending realms. Furthermore, the fervor in her movements and the relentless momentum of her blade strikingly mirrored that of Xu Taiping beside her. However, Xu Taiping held a different perspective, believing that Duan Xiaoyu was genuinely fighting for her life, while he often operated with restraint. Swish! As Huang Ke believed that Duan Xiaoyu's strike, even if it did not slay Mo Hai, would at least inflict grievous injury, a sudden sound of a blade reverberated through the haze, startling him awake. Immediately, he beheld the blade's radiance, akin to the glow of a moon, shatter like fragile glass. Boom. A colossal explosion followed, as a blade, crackling with lightning, surged toward Duan Xiaoyu like a tempest. Bang! The diminutive figure of Duan Xiaoyu, along with her weapon, was sent hurtling from the cloud of dust, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this scene, both Xu Taiping and Huang Ke were rendered speechless. If Duan Xiaoyu had merely grazed the threshold of ultimate mastery with her previous strikes, Emohai had fully perfected his technique to its zenith. With a casual flick of his blade, he demonstrated a mastery far beyond Duan Xiaoyu's, revealing the vast chasm between them. Possessing profound, true essence comparable to an ordinary spirit refinement practitioner and a technique cultivated to its pinnacle. It was no wonder he dared to challenge the Heavenly Blade sect alone. Huang Ke murmured gravely under his breath. Chapter 384, Battle with Emohai. Elder Su's 7-star sword in a contest of equals. The disparity in strength between two cultivators is determined by the depth of their true essence and their mastery of techniques. Emohai possessed both, making him a formidable opponent under the same circumstances. As Huang Ke contemplated this, he hastily adjusted the image in the spiritual mirror. When he finally located Duan Xiaoyu again, he found her sprawled on the ground, resembling a figure drenched in blood, trembling uncontrollably from pain. Yet, even in such a state, she persevered, clutching her blade, striving to rise, while muttering curses. "You little beast, you vile mongrel, you've sent my senior sister and brother to the underworld. What do you want?" Bang. Before she could finish her words, a foot came crashing down upon her head. Already wounded, she nearly cried out in agony, but ultimately stifled her tears. Continuing to curse incessantly, even with her head pressed into the earth, she persisted in her vitriol. "Curse you again, and I shall tear your mouth apart." At that moment, Emohai, who had his foot firmly planted on Duan Xiaoyu's head, slowly crouched down, pressing his long blade against her cheek. Bah! Duan Xiaoyu glared at him and spat a mixture of blood and saliva in his direction. However, before it could reach Emohai's face, it was thwarted by his protective aura. You have actually ingested Juyu grass." Just as Emohai was about to unleash his wrath, he suddenly inhaled sharply, and his fury transformed into delight. "The potency of Juyu grass can linger for a millennium. If I take you back and brew it into a blood elixir, I can harness its full power. With such an elixir, I would surely secure a place in the top 30 at the Golden Scales Conference." Emohai gazed at Duan Xiaoyu with insatiable greed. Duan Xiaoyu felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze and immediately began to curse once more. Emohai, irritated by her incessant tirade, struck her across the face, shattering her jawbone and silencing her words. Bang! As Emohai retrieved a small bag to prepare for enclosing Duan Xiaoyu, a sudden thunderous sound erupted from the heavens above. Looking up, he beheld a middle-aged man with a square face and a countenance brimming with valor, wielding a sword to slash through the barrier. Outside the spiritual mirror, Huang Ke, having adjusted the image within, finally discerned the identity of the individual dismantling the formation. Elder Su has finally arrived, he exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, Xu Taiping also breathed a sigh of relief. From Emohai's previous words, it was evident that he would not harm Duan Xiaoyu before departing from Jinwu Heaven. With Elder Su's presence, Duan Xiaoyu's life would be secure, at least for the time being. Do not exert yourself. Even if you are a half-step into the realm of refining spirit, breaching my silver sand formation will require at least the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Emohai opened the bag and stowed Duan Xiaoyu within, then cast a cold smile towards Elder Su above. Youngster, intruding upon Jinwu Heaven and daring to harm the innocent. Should you refuse to release them, you shall not leave Jinwu Heaven alive. Elder Su bellowed in rage. Simultaneously, he brought his sword down heavily upon the barrier beneath him. This barrier, composed of a thin layer of silver sand, remained loose when undisturbed, yet solidified into a shield-like form upon receiving an attack. Boom! Elder Su's strike was thwarted by the barrier, but it was evident that the fusion of the silver grains was slowing. Just as Elder Su prepared to strike again, Emohai suddenly gestured, causing the barrier to split open a crack, and provocatively addressed Elder Su, to speak frankly, as long as I, Emohai, am within this barrier, I fear no cultivator from Jinwu Heaven. If you seek death, I can accommodate you. Clang. Without a moment's hesitation, Elder Su launched himself and his sword directly at Emohai. Whoosh. Emohai, seemingly forewarned, swiftly evaded the strike. Bang. Elder Su's dark iron sword plunged into the ground, causing the bluestone surface to sink beneath the impact. "I do not slay nameless individuals. State your name," Emohai declared, standing firm. His hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his gaze filled with contempt directed at Elder Xu. "The one who seeks your life is Xu Chang'ong of the Carefree Sect," Elder Xu proclaimed as he soared forth, his sword, swift as lightning, aimed at Emohai's chest. As before, Emohai vanished in a flash, successfully predicting Elder Xu's thrust. However, to Huang Ke and Xu Taiping's astonishment, after Elder Xu's sword missed, the momentum of his strike did not falter. Clang! With a resounding cry of the sword, the thrust transformed into a beam of sword light, curving towards Emohai. Emohai dodged, and the sword light adjusted its trajectory. After evading the sixth strike, a minute flaw in Emohai's form finally caught Elder Xu's keen eye. Bang! Elder Xu's sword light pierced straight toward Emohai's chest, yet at the critical moment, the surging blade energy surrounding Emohai shielded him from Elder Xu's strike. Nevertheless, he was still propelled backward by the force of the blow, ultimately having to drive his blade into the ground to steady himself. "Good," exclaimed Huang Ke, slamming the table in satisfaction at this spectacle. Chapter 385, Battle with Emohai, the Suppression Array of Realms. This is our Elder Xu's ultimate technique, the 7-star sword. If the first strike misses, it will automatically pursue the opponent's aura for a subsequent attack. Few can evade all 7 strikes in succession. He continued to explain to Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping nodded. To him, Elder Xu's strike not only served as a means of venting frustration, but also demonstrated a significant truth. Emohai indeed could not wield the powers of the divine refinement realm. Yet, even so, what audacity did he possess to boldly assert that he feared no cultivator of the true martial heaven? Xu Taiping fell into contemplation once more. For even with a profound essence comparable to that of the divine refinement realm and mastery of several techniques, including his blade techniques, to claim invulnerability against cultivators of the divine refinement realm was audacious indeed. He must have some hidden reliance. At that moment, as if responding to Xu Taiping's thoughts, the previously passive Emohai suddenly drew his blade and struck at Elder Xu. Boom! Like the earlier strike aimed at the small fish, Emohai's blow surged forth like a torrential river, the blade energy manifesting as a torrential rain, seemingly capable of shredding everything in its path. Clang! In response to Emohai's strike, Elder Xu did not falter. He stepped forward 7 times, his sword descending with the force of a falling star, accompanied by a roar that split the air and blinding sword light, meeting Emohai's blow head-on. Boom! Amidst the violent clash, Emohai's blade energy collapsed upon impact, once again succumbing to Elder Xu's relentless sword. Though Emohai had cultivated this technique to its utmost pinnacle, it remained within the confines of the profound realm. While Elder Xu's 7-star sword was a manifestation of the half-step divine refinement realm. Witnessing Elder Xu's astonishing strike, Huang Ke remarked with pride. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. However, despite agreeing with Huang Ke's assessment, his anxiety remained unabated, his gaze fixated unblinkingly on the silver mirror upon the table. Bang! At that moment, Elder Xu's sword cleaved through Emohai's protective aura. Had he not been clad in a precious armor, that strike would surely have left him mortally wounded. Clang! Yet, the momentum of Elder Xu's 7-star sword remained unbroken, its light piercing directly toward Emohai. Even with his armor, Emohai could not withstand this blow. As Xu Taiping and Huang Ke had anticipated, driven to desperation, Emohai ultimately chose to engage Elder Xu in a direct confrontation. Despite his vast reserves of essence, in the presence of Elder Xu, a half-step divine refinement realm cultivator, it amounted to little. Bang! With the thunderous clash of blade and sword, Emohai was jolted backward, while Elder Xu remained steadfast, not yielding an inch. However, just as Elder Xu was poised to deliver another strike and ultimately extinguish Emohai's life, a rune pattern composed of silver fine sand suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Immediately, the fluctuations of energy surrounding Elder Xu abruptly dissipated. It was evident to the naked eye that the aura emanating from Elder Xu was rapidly diminishing. In that instant, Emohai swung his blade. The initially flustered Elder Xu forced himself to steady his mind and met the attack with his sword. The result was a resounding crash. Elder Xu's sword momentum was shattered by Emohai, sending him hurtling backward, struggling to regain his balance. Upon inspection, several wounds had inexplicably appeared on his body. The Elder's cultivation had been suppressed by the grand formation. Witnessing this scene, Huang Ke momentarily stood in disbelief before suddenly exclaiming in astonishment. Indeed, his trump card was this formation. Xu Taiping nodded in understanding. Having mentally prepared himself, he was not particularly surprised by the unfolding events. Taiping, I recall that during your time in the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas, you also possessed the ability to suppress others' cultivation. Do you have any means of counteracting this? Huang Ke anxiously inquired, observing Elder Xu being gradually overwhelmed by Mo Hai's blade force within the mirror. What I wield is the power of equality under the Buddhist axiom. While Mo Hai is evidently drawing upon the strength of the formation, the two are fundamentally different, Xu Taiping replied, his brow furrowed. At the very least, he could not find a method to counter it himself. Just then, within the spiritual mirror, Mo Hai delivered another strike upon Elder Xu, who, with his cultivation significantly suppressed, was forced to retreat repeatedly in evasion. Don't dodge, Elder Xu. Weren't you here to kill me? I'm right here, come at me. Mo Hai provocatively taunted as he planted his blade into the ground. Although Elder Xu's face was flushed with anger, he understood that rashly attacking at this moment would undoubtedly expose a flaw for Mo Hai to exploit. Your cultivation and true essence seem to have been suppressed as well. Why has your blade force not weakened? Elder Xu asked in a deep voice after narrowly avoiding Mo Hai's strike. Because I am not like those frail, true martial cultivators. My physical form has long attained the level of a martial saint. Mo Hai replied with a smug grin. As he spoke, the bones throughout his body began to crack. His muscles bulged, and he even grew 3 feet taller. From a distance, he resembled a humanoid beast. Witnessing this transformation, Huang Ke looked at Xu Taiping in astonishment and remarked, this individual is actually following your path, Taiping. Chapter 386, Battling Mo Hai. A blade descends from the heavens. Xu Taiping was equally astonished. However, upon recalling that the opponent was a blade practitioner, he felt a sense of relief. According to Shang Jiu's teachings from years past, true blade practitioners seldom possess weak physiques, for when it comes to life and death struggles, their vitality and physical strength become their ultimate trump card. Brother Huang Ke, how long until we reach Fury Wind Valley? Xu Taiping asked with a serious expression. Due to the similarity of their cultivation paths, he was acutely aware of Mo Hai's intentions. If Elder Xu continued to engage with him, he would undoubtedly be slain. There was still the time it took to brew a cup of tea before they arrived. Huang Ke calculated briefly, a hint of tension flickering in his eyes as he spoke. I hope Elder Xu can hold on for a while longer. Xu Taiping exhaled deeply. Then his gaze returned to the spiritual mirror. Wait, do not intervene. This person is mine to deal with. He suddenly looked up and declared to Huang Quebec. However, under the constraints of that formation, this adversary can only be confronted by me. Otherwise, even if you manage to win, the losses will be substantial. Huang Ke hesitated for a moment, but was abruptly interrupted by Xu Taiping. Very well. Ultimately, Huang Ke acquiesced, setting aside the danger. The information currently at hand suggested that Xu Taiping was indeed the only one capable of countering this ominous Mo Hai. At that moment, Elder Xu was once again sent flying by Mo Hai's blade. Yet, despite being suppressed in his realm, his swordsmanship and years of accumulated experience allowed him to adeptly evade Mo Hai's assaults. With his realm constrained and facing a formidable warrior at the martial saint level, victory was impossible. Now it was merely a matter of how much time he could buy for Elder Song and the others. As Elder Xu dodged Mo Hai's strikes without engaging him directly, he pondered silently. While the average person only recognized his fiery temperament, those who truly understood him knew that he possessed a meticulous mind in the face of peril. Just as his thoughts flickered, Mo Hai struck again with his blade. This time, there was no escape. He could only raise his sword to block. With a resounding clash of metal, Elder Xu was once more jolted back several steps, his sword hand suffering grievous injuries. He could even feel the damage to his bones. To his astonishment, there truly existed a martial artist capable of honing their physique to the martial saint realm. Even when Elder Song and the others arrived, it would likely be a fierce battle. Steadying himself, Elder Xu murmured gravely. Suddenly, it seemed Mo Hai sensed Elder Xu's intentions. He plunged his long knife into the ground and coldly regarded Elder Xu, uttering, "How utterly dull." As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve, causing Duan Xiaoyu, who had been confined in the Qinkuan bag, to tumble out. Gasping for air, Duan Xiaoyu, pale from her confinement, paid no heed to her pain and drew in great breaths. Although a practitioner at the Tongxian realm would not perish within the Qinkuan bag, The experience was akin to living hell. However, before she could catch her breath, her head was once again pressed beneath Emohai's foot. Upon witnessing this scene, Xu Taiping's expression turned icy. The spirit crane pulling the cart seemed to sense Xu Taiping's murderous intent, emitting a sharp cry, its wings beating faster. They would arrive shortly. Taiping, do not alarm the spirit creature, Huang Ke quickly cautioned. Understood. Xu Taiping nodded, his gaze once again fixed on the spiritual mirror. Within the mystical mirror, Emohai stood triumphantly upon Duan Xiaoyu's head, addressing Elder Xu with a mocking smile. Be honest, and let me test my blade on you, or I shall sever her head this instant. Very well, Elder Xu replied, nodding, but you must not take her with you. No problem, Emohai said with a grin, then kicked Duan Xiaoyu behind him. Elder Xu had fallen for his ruse. Emohai had no intention of harming her. Upon witnessing Elder Xu's consent to engage Emohai directly, Huang Ke furrowed his brow. It's all right. Elder Xu surely calculated that we would arrive shortly, which is why he agreed to Emohai's challenge, Xu Taiping remarked, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the ethereal mirror. Suddenly, the clash of swords echoed as Emohai and Elder Xu commenced their duel. Once more, the mirror was filled with dazzling sword lights and slicing blade energies. With a resounding crash, after only a few exchanges, Elder Xu's sword momentum was shattered by Emohai's ferocious blade strike, nearly severing one of Elder Xu's arms with a blow fueled by the vitality of a martial saint. Again, yet, Elder Xu showed no sign of fear. After taking 7 decisive steps, he unleashed a fierce sword strike aimed at Emohai. In response to Elder Xu's attack, Emohai did not employ any intricate sword techniques, but merely wielded his blade with an arm that resembled that of a mythical beast, meeting the oncoming sword wind with a brutal slash. The shockwave reverberated as Elder Xu's sword was knocked from his grasp, exposing his already injured arm to the perilous blade energy. Under normal circumstances, Elder Xu could have evaded the attack by employing his agility. However, for reasons unknown, he chose to endure the slicing force, allowing it to tear at his arm before vanishing and reappearing beside Duan Xiaoyu, positioned behind Emohai. Realizing Elder Xu's intentions, Emohai's face contorted with rage as he swiftly turned to strike. In that instant, Elder Xu shattered a jade talisman, enveloping himself and Duan Xiaoyu in a protective azure barrier, deflecting Emohai's blow. Let us see how many strikes you can withstand. Emohai sneered as he raised his blade once more to attack. However, before his sword could descend, a formidable and enigmatic blade force appeared, akin to an invisible giant hand that immobilized Emohai in place. He looked up to see a figure descending from above, wielding a blade surrounded by a myriad of shimmering blade shadows. Suddenly, a cacophony of cicada sounds erupted in his ears, with the cicada's cry resonating. Hundreds of blade energies materialized as continuous slashes directed towards Emohai. After enduring 5 or 6 strikes, Emohai suddenly broke free from the constraining blade force, thrusting his sword into the ground, with the essence of blade intent guiding him. He converged his sword momentum and energies into a colossal blade shadow that shielded him from the remaining onslaught of blade strikes. Yet, even in a defensive stance, his blade was ultimately shattered by the relentless onslaught of hundreds of slashing shadows, sending him hurtling backward with a resounding crash. Thud! It was only after he struck the ground with both sword and fist that he managed to stabilize himself. Simultaneously, a figure descended gracefully from the air, positioning itself before Elder Xu and Duan Xiaoyu. Xu Taiping, what brings you here? Elder Xu inquired in astonishment upon recognizing the visitor. He had anticipated the arrival of Elder Song, or, at the very least, Huang Ke, never expecting Xu Taiping to appear. Elder Xu. Elder Song used the wind howl technique to send me ahead, hence my earlier arrival. However, they should arrive shortly as well, Xu Taiping replied. It is far too perilous. Your injuries have only just healed. You must refrain from acting recklessly. Elder Xu expressed his deep concern for Xu Taiping. Part of his mission was to protect Xu Taiping, fully aware of the significance he held for the 9 houses and Jinwu heaven. Thus he could not allow him to fall into danger. Elder Xu, I am well suited to confront Emohai, Xu Taiping stated, offering no further explanation as he knelt to assess Duan Xiaoyu's injuries. Just as he was about to place a qi-gathering pill into her mouth, she unexpectedly coughed up a mouthful of foul blood, reeking horrendously. Is she actually healing herself? Xu Taiping wondered, using his true energy to disperse the bloodstains on his body. then observing Duan Xiaoyu's fluctuating aura with some astonishment. It seemed the girl practiced the Qiankuan technique of the Heavenly Blade sect, as long as she was not struck down in one blow. Even the gravest of wounds could be mended. Elder Xu, after consuming a medicinal pill, explained to Xu Taiping, "I had already assessed her injuries when I saved her. Thank you for the information, Elder Xu." Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude before placing the qi-gathering pill into Duan Xiaoyu's mouth. To his surprise, the moment the unconscious Duan Xiaoyu swallowed the pill, she regained some awareness. The qi-gathering pill possesses such effects? Xu Taiping mused, astonished. The qi-gathering pill was merely meant to assist cultivators in condensing true energy, serving only a supplementary role in healing. I have tasted this before. It is quite delicious. Duan Xiaoyu, now somewhat aware, smacked her lips while commenting on the flavor of the qi-gathering pill. Taiping, big brother? Just as Xu Taiping marveled at Duan Xiaoyu's recognition of the pill's taste, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. However, as she did, her internal injuries were agitated, and she coughed up another mouthful of foul blood. Do not disturb your breath. Xu Taiping quickly placed another qi-gathering pill into her mouth. It now appeared that as long as Duan Xiaoyu could replenish sufficient true energy, her injuries would heal autonomously. Duan Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly after taking the qi-gathering pill. Her face, smeared with blood, evoked a sense of pity while also eliciting a chuckle. Boom. At that moment, a powerful wave of aura surged from the distance. Then, the voice of the Yu Yun Tian cultivator, Mo Hai, echoed, "Another one comes to seek death." No sooner had the words left his lips than runes suddenly illuminated beneath Xu Taiping, transforming the transparent silver sand barrier above them into a honeycomb structure. Bang! The Huang Ke and Elder Song, who had ascended from above and were poised to break the formation, found themselves thwarted, unable to penetrate the barrier despite employing every means at their disposal. I was well aware that someone from the Zhenwu Tian would come to your aid. Thus, I intentionally left the barrier partially open, luring you all into a trap. Mo Hai's voice resonated once more. Xu Taiping handed the remaining qi-gathering pills from his bottle to Elder Xu, then rose to confront Mo Hai. "May I inquire which sect you belong to in Yu Yun Tian?" Xu Taiping asked, his gaze steady as he met Mo Hai's eyes. "Do you believe you are worthy of knowing?" Mo Hai replied coldly, regarding Xu Taiping with disdain. In his view, the only reason Xu Taiping had managed to wound him was due to a sneak attack. "I, Mo Hai, have always held a deep contempt for those who strike from the shadows," he added. "Could it be possible that you were simply too slow to react?" Xu Taiping retorted calmly. He would not reveal that it was his left eye that had concealed the aura preceding his strike. Upon hearing this, Mo Hai's expression turned frosty, his eyes brimming with fury. However, he did not hasten to draw his weapon. Instead, he paced, searching for an opportune moment while popping a pill into his mouth. Although he had emerged unscathed from his encounter with Su Changgang, his true essence had been considerably depleted. This individual, despite his outward arrogance, was exceedingly cautious. He would either refrain from striking or, once he did, he would strike with lethal intent. Xu Taiping rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, forming an assessment of Mo Hai in his mind. This was his first encounter with a cultivator from Yu Yun Tian. Amidst a slight tension, he felt a greater surge of excitement and anticipation. "I am the eldest son of the Mo family, one of the three great clans of the Western Liang Kingdom in Yu Yun Tian." At that moment, Xiaoyu struggled to speak. Chapter 388, Confronting Mo Hai, the physique of a martial sage. Though unaware of how Xiaoyu had acquired such intelligence, the earlier text provided by Huang Ke triggered a cascade of information regarding the Mo family in Xu Taiping's mind. The factions within Yu Yun Tian were far more intricate than those in Zhenwu Tian. The latter was solely centered around the 9 great immortal mansions, while Yu Yun Tian openly displayed a tripartite force of sects, celestial dynasties, and clans, in addition to the innumerable clandestine evil cultivators and organizations lurking in the shadows. The Mo family of the Western Liang Kingdom was once a first-rate clan, but due to a tumultuous upheaval 7 to 8 centuries ago, a vast number of elite descendants, including the clan leader, perished, resulting in the destruction of countless collected techniques. Consequently, the Mo family had fallen from a first-rate clan to one of the third-rate. Could it be that your Mo family was reduced from a first-rate clan to a third-rate clan by the hands of the venerable Duan Tianya? Upon swiftly deducing this, Xu Taiping boldly voiced his conjecture to Mo Hai. "You seek death. His words seemed to strike a nerve within Mo Hai. With a sudden whoosh, Mo Hai's figure transformed into a cross of glimmering blade light, swiftly cleaving towards Xu Taiping. Perceiving the imminent danger, Xu Taiping balanced on one leg, grasping his sword with both hands, and executed a technique known as Cicada's Call to counter the oncoming blade light. However, at the very moment of his strike, an unusual force enveloped him, causing his aura to diminish to the level of minor mastery. As his presence waned, the momentum of Xu Taiping's sword also faltered, resulting in a myriad of blade shadows collapsing into mere dozens. Be cautious, Taiping. This formation has the power to suppress others' cultivation. Su Changjin immediately cautioned upon witnessing the unfolding events. Yet, with his sword already in motion, Xu Taiping could not retract his attack. The clash of blade energy against sword energy rang out, and due to the sudden suppression of his cultivation, Xu Taiping's strike failed to unleash its full potential, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Meanwhile, Mo Hai, having shattered Xu Taiping's sword momentum, swiftly altered his technique. Empowered by his formidable martial saint physique, he unleashed a sweeping strike aimed directly at Xu Taiping's midsection. Unexpectedly, after retreating several steps, Xu Taiping propelled himself forward with a powerful stomp. In an instant, with a cacophony of cracking joints, he surged upward by 3 feet, his muscles straining against his attire. Awakened by the Cobra physique, Xu Taiping seized the hilt of his sword and struck downward at Mo Hai's incoming blade light. A resounding clash echoed as Xu Taiping's strike cleanly severed Mo Hai's long blade. For a moment, both Mo Hai and Su Changjin stood in stunned silence. The blow Xu Taiping had just executed was not the Demon Slayer blade, but rather a technique from the 7-kill blade he had initially learned at the foot of the mountain. Is it truly possible for someone in this realm to cultivate a martial saint's physique? Mo Hai regarded Xu Taiping with incredulity. Just then, another cicada's call resonated. Following this, Mo Hai found himself once more ensnared by a blade momentum. Having acclimatized to his suppressed cultivation, Xu Taiping unleashed the full force of Cicada's chorus once again. Though its might had diminished considerably, it remained a pinnacle technique within this realm. However, having learned from the previous encounter, Mo Hai preemptively cast a golden body talisman, summoning a colossal golden figure to shield him. As the myriad blade shadows rained down, the golden body talisman shattered in their wake. This formation, akin to the principle of equality among all beings, equally restrained the potency of talismans and magical artifacts. Otherwise, it remained uncertain whether Xu Taiping's strike could breach the barrier of his golden body talisman. Yet, as the talisman crumbled, Mo Hai managed to free himself from Xu Taiping's blade momentum. After switching to another weapon, he successfully parried the remaining blade shadows of Cicada's chorus. However, once again misjudging the power of Xu Taiping's strike, he was sent reeling backwards, tumbling and rolling, until he finally regained his stance. Are you truly a cultivator of the Yiyun realm? Xu Taiping glanced at the knife in his hand, then turned his gaze to Mo Hai, who was awkwardly rising from the ground. Confusion engulfed him. According to his understanding from the texts, even among practitioners of the same realm, those from the Yiyun heaven possess strength that surpassed their counterparts from the Jinwu heaven by at least 1 tier. With unsteady breath and erratic blood flow, Mo Hai, upon hearing this statement, failed to regulate his energy and spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only him, but even Su Changjin, standing behind, furrowed his brow at those words. He wanted to inform Xu Taiping that the one with the problem was not Mo Hai, but rather Xu himself. It was evident that Xu Taiping's combat prowess far exceeded that of practitioners of the same rank, even those hailing from Yiyun heaven. I will tear that mouth of yours apart. Enraged, Mo Hai suddenly radiated a golden light, and his blood energy surged once more. The searing vitality, mingled with fluctuations of energy, unleashed waves of heat, sweeping towards Xu Taiping. Indeed, he had hidden strength. Sensing Mo Hai's escalating vitality, Xu Taiping nodded subtly, gripping his knife and preparing for the impending confrontation. In an instant, as Xu Taiping's thoughts shifted, Mo Hai abruptly drew another knife, armed with dual blades. He transformed into a flaming tempest, akin to a firebird taking flight, hurtling towards Xu Taiping with fierce intent. With a roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry, the dual blades of Mo Hai, engulfed in a torrent of fiery energy, surged towards Xu Taiping like a violent storm. In the blink of an eye, Xu Taiping found himself engulfed in this onslaught. Observing the strike, cold sweat broke out on Xu Changjin's forehead, for had Mo Hai unleashed this attack earlier, he would have been utterly powerless to resist, just as Xu Changjin worried that Xu Taiping might falter under this blow. A resounding sound akin to a dragon's roar emanated from Xu Taiping's knife. A blade shadow, stretching dozens of yards, erupted from the fiery energy, cleaving towards Mo Hai's fiery form. With a thunderous crash, Mo Hai, wielding his dual blades, was once again sent flying. This time, however, Xu Taiping did not grant him the opportunity to regain his footing. With a sound reminiscent of cicadas, countless blade shadows, as delicate as cicada wings, slashed toward Mo Hai. Yet, the moment Xu Taiping executed this technique, the grand formation above and below him underwent yet another transformation. With a thunderous boom, the blade shadows shattered, and in the blink of an eye, his aura dissipated entirely. To any observer, he appeared as an ordinary man. Did you not expect this? Rising from the ground, Mo Hai smirked, his expression one of smug satisfaction as he addressed Xu Taiping. My formation not only suppresses cultivation levels, but can also directly seal a practitioner's spiritual power. As he spoke, he consumed a pill, causing his vitality to surge once more, his hair lengthening instantly to waist length. Even more astonishingly, with each fluctuation of his vital energy, a melodious cry akin to that of a phoenix reverberated, creating an atmosphere of profound mystery. Could it be that you have ingested the legendary Phoenix Cry pill? Upon witnessing the surge of vitality in Mo Hai following his consumption of the pill, Xu Changjin's face suddenly manifested a hint of astonishment. The old man possesses a keen eye. This Phoenix Cry pill was originally intended for that formidable general. Mo Hai let out a cold chuckle, discarding the knife he held, and instead donning a pair of gauntlets. However, if I can seize the heir of the Demon Slayer blade, then this Phoenix Cry pill shall not be considered a waste. His gaze turned with palpable excitement towards Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping was taken aback, realizing that Mo Hai had discerned the knife technique he employed was indeed the Demon Slayer blade, created by Duan Tianya. How did you figure it out? Xu Taiping did not attempt to mask his surprise. You admit it? Mo Hai's lips curled into a sly smile. There is no need to conceal anything from the dead. At this moment, Xu Taiping also sheathed his knife. Upon hearing this, Mo Hai burst into a boisterous laugh, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. While laughing, his physique surged from its original height of 8 feet to over 10. Concurrently, the vital energy within him ignited into a searing flame, rising around him. Taiping, this Phoenix Cry pill is an exceedingly rare heavenly-grade elixir. It can not only swiftly mend physical injuries, but also elevate one's physical prowess by an entire tier. Under the suppression of this formation, you cannot utilize your true energy. Relying solely on the power of your vital energy will not suffice to restrain him. We must find a way to break this formation and escape before devising a longer-term plan. At this moment, Elder Xu quickly urged Xu Taiping. Elder Xu, escaping this formation is far more challenging than entering. We cannot breach it in the short term. Xu Taiping shook his head. At least you possess some self-awareness. In the distance, Mo Hai reigned in the fluctuations of his vital energy. Yet the patterns formed by the coagulated blood energy on his body still exuded a terrifying aura from time to time. You have yet to inform me how you recognized my Demon Slayer blade. As Xu Taiping spoke, he removed his outer robe, revealing an inner armor forged from ship iron. Initially, I did not recognize it, but I have seen your second knife technique countless times in the Moonshadow Stone left by my father. It was with this very move that Duan Tianya killed my grandfather. Mo Hai replied coldly as he paced. I see now. Xu Taiping nodded to himself. Elder Duan mentioned in his blade manual that each of his techniques was derived from battles against both men and demons, so it is only natural for an enemy to recognize it. Your physical prowess is indeed formidable. Just as Mo Hai intended to feign a compliment towards Xu Taiping, he was interrupted by the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground. It was only at this moment that Mo Hai realized that the inner armor worn by Xu Taiping was forged from ship iron, and its weight was at least 30,000 pounds. Instantly, Mo Hai's expression shifted from disdain to solemnity. Elder Xu, who had originally intended to persuade Xu Taiping against impulsiveness, found himself momentarily speechless. He had indeed heard of Xu Taiping utilizing heavy ship iron to temper his physique, but he never anticipated that Xu Taiping would be so relentless, bearing the burden of 2 to 3 tons of ship iron upon his body. Upon removing the iron, Xu Taiping's physique, forged as if from steel, was clearly revealed to all. In contrast to Mo Hai's tumultuous waves of vital energy, Xu Taiping's aura was far more restrained, lying dormant within his muscles and bones, patiently awaiting his command. Tempering one's body with ship iron was the most rudimentary of methods. Even upon witnessing this scene, Mo Hai's gaze towards Xu Taiping remained rife with defiance. Chapter 390. Confronting Mo Hai. You fool, you seek death. Boom. At the very moment the words escaped his lips, Mo Hai suddenly tensed. Then with a resounding crash, he lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed directly at Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping did not evade nor retaliate. Instead, he crossed his arms before his chest to block the blow. With a thunderous impact, Xu Taiping was sent sliding back several feet, appearing rather disheveled. However, the expression on his face was surprisingly relaxed, even somewhat astonished. Given the effort required to temper your physique, I shall grant you an opportunity. Surrender the demon-slaying blade, and pledge your allegiance to me, and I may consider sparing your life, Mo Hai declared, brimming with confidence after his punch had propelled Xu Taiping. What stage does your physique represent in the realm of Yuyan? Xu Taiping wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, steadying himself as he inquired of Mo Hai. I shall divulge this information. After consuming the Phoenix Song pill, my physique reaches the pinnacle of martial saint. While it may not rival that of a martial emperor, it is formidable enough for a blade practitioner, Mo Hai replied, waving his fist and smiling casually at Xu Taiping. Thank you, Xu Taiping nodded, having gleaned sufficient intelligence. Have you made your decision? My patience is limited. Mo Hai's demeanor darkened upon receiving no response from Xu Taiping. As his vital energy surged once more, Xu Taiping interjected. No need. Your patience is better reserved for others. As he spoke, he released the stagnant energy confined within several acupoints in his body. A powerful wave of blood energy erupted from Xu Taiping, and simultaneously, his stature began to elevate, the sound of cracking joints reverberating around him. This was the first time Xu Taiping transitioned from the awakened serpent form to the enraged serpent form, liberating all restraints. Your physique has also reached the pinnacle of martial saint. For the first time, fear flickered in Mo Hai's eyes upon sensing Xu Taiping's aura. Boom. Just as he contemplated fleeing, Xu Taiping swiftly approached him with the windstorm step and delivered a formidable horn strike aimed directly at him. After such prolonged training, it was the first time someone had actively challenged him in a contest of vitality and strength. Such a splendid opportunity for refinement was simply too precious to be overlooked. Even if you two are at the martial saint realm, what of it? I possess the phoenix blood physique. Following a brief moment of astonishment, Mo Hai regained his composure, channeling his vitality to strike fiercely at Xu Taiping. Bang! With a resounding clash, Mo Hai's punch was instantly shattered. In the moment of collision, his arm, clenched into a fist, was violently crushed by Xu Taiping's overwhelming force, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of his entire arm. This was merely the beginning. After gaining the upper hand with a single punch, Xu Taiping unleashed a flurry of strikes, employing the blue ox fist's charging technique, delivering blow after blow upon Mo Hai's phoenix blood physique. One must admit, this physique was remarkably resilient. Despite lacking protective energies and treasures, Mo Hai astonishingly withstood over 100 punches from Xu Taiping, still possessing some strength to retaliate. Bang! However, with the final punch of the charging technique, Xu Taiping completely shattered Mo Hai's vitality, causing his body to erupt into a mist of blood. At that moment, Mo Hai profoundly regretted his decision to compete with Xu Taiping in terms of vitality, for had he not activated this grand formation, he would have had at least 10 treasures to safeguard him. Ahai! I have undone the grand formation. Use the great sage's golden body talisman. Just as Xu Taiping prepared to obliterate Mo Hai's head with a punch, a voice suddenly resonated from above. Hearing this, Mo Hai's heart soared with joy, and without a moment's hesitation, he produced a jade talisman and crushed it. Boom! As the talisman shattered, a colossal figure enveloped Mo Hai entirely, absorbing Xu Taiping's punch with a thunderous impact. It was at this moment that Xu Taiping realized the grand formation had been unexpectedly undone. With the sudden voice echoing in his mind, he surmised that yet another cultivator had traversed from the cloudy abyss to the true martial heaven. With his mind racing, Xu Taiping resolved to seize Mo Hai, intending to leverage him as a threat against the other cultivator from the cloudy abyss. He promptly turned to Lingyue and implored, Sister Lingyue, assist me in sealing Mo Hai's primordial spirit. As he uttered these words, he swiftly raised a hand adorned with a prayer bead bracelet and bellowed, All beings are equal. Bang! Almost instantaneously as his palm was raised, the divine form shielding High dimmed significantly. Since they were no longer within the realm of the 1,000 Buddhas, the effect of the all beings are equal power was considerably weakened. Yet, for Xu Taiping, this was still sufficient. As the power of equality took effect, he unleashed a formidable blue ox great sage fist, striking fiercely towards High, positioned behind the divine form. Boom! Amidst the tremendous reverberation, Xu Taiping's strike shattered the divine form, crashing down upon High's head. With a resounding explosion, High's skull was obliterated, and his body disintegrated. Simultaneously, the lid of the blue gourd at Xu Taiping's waist opened, unleashing a powerful suction that ensnared High's fleeing primordial spirit. "You foolish child! You seek death!" A roar filled with fury reverberated through the air, accompanied by an overwhelming and formidable pressure that descended upon Xu Taiping with great force. The sheer terror of this oppressive force caused Xu Taiping to taste blood in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of crimson liquid. At that moment, the voice of Lingyue's sister resonated in his ears. "I shall take over." Chapter 391. Pursuing Mou. Duan Xiaoyu has been kidnapped. The instant Lingyue's voice echoed, Xu Taiping promptly relinquished control of his body, as their cooperation had reached a remarkable level of synergy. Furthermore, when his corporeal form was in the state of the angry flood dragon, Lingyue was able to exercise her powers without inflicting substantial harm upon Xu Taiping. Boom! Almost simultaneously as Lingyue seized control of Xu Taiping's body, a brilliant blade aura descended like a cascading waterfall from the heavens, striking directly upon Xu Taiping. Crash! At the moment this blade aura made contact, a wall of wind, an ice barrier, and a soaring blade aura erupted around Xu Taiping. These manifestations were, of course, the result of Lingyue controlling Xu Taiping's body. The wind wall originated from the Zhongwan Ring, the ice wall from the Danxiaju, and the blade aura was the dragon-slaying style of the demon-slaying blade. It must be said that Lingyue's precision was exemplary. Firstly, these three techniques were among Xu Taiping's own mastered skills, ensuring they would not raise suspicion. Secondly, employing these techniques minimized the potential harm to Xu Taiping's body. However, despite being the same three techniques and artifacts, under the manipulation of Lingyue, a top-tier cultivator, even the slightest adjustment amplified their potency far beyond Xu Taiping's own execution. Bang! The collision between the two blade auras unleashed a shockwave that tore through the clouds above. Yet, thanks to the dual protection of the wind and ice walls, Xu Taiping sustained minimal damage. Nevertheless, even the residual blade aura ultimately shattered both the wind wall and ice wall, demonstrating the formidable strength of that single strike. As Lingyue lifted her head, Xu Taiping finally caught sight of High's accomplice, the very assailant who had just attacked him. She was a striking woman clad in a gown of jade moonlight, with long black hair cascading to her waist and wielding a long knife. Her beauty exuding an icy allure. Boom! At that moment, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the woman like a whip. However, this formidable lightning was repelled by a layer of azure radiance that enveloped her, leaving her unscathed. How could she withstand the true martial celestial barrier? "Who on earth are you?" Witnessing this scene, Huang Ke and the others, who had rushed to Xu Taiping's side to shield him, voiced their inquiries towards the woman. "I am Mou, an enforcer of the Yuyun Heavenly Profound Blade Sect. Surrender thee of my brother High at once, or do not blame me for unleashing a massacre." The woman descended before Xu Taiping and his companions, her voice sharp and commanding. Upon hearing the name of the Profound Blade Sect, both Elder Song and Elder Su furrowed their brows, clearly having heard of it before. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Taiping finally recalled the passages regarding the Xiandao sect from the several volumes authored by Huang Quebec. The Xiandao sect, a prominent faction within the Yuyun Tian, boasts a multitude of disciples, primarily skilled in the art of swordsmanship. Though ranked last among the three great sects, its murderous aura is unparalleled. Any faction that offends the Xiandao sect may face the destruction of their mountain gate at best, or total annihilation at worst. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Elder Su Changgang cast a scornful glance at the woman and remarked, "Do not feign superiority here. This is Jinwu Tian, not a place where your Xiandao sect can act recklessly." As if in agreement with his words, a formidable bolt of lightning struck down upon Mou from the Xiandao sect. Though the azure halo surrounding her absorbed the blow, it visibly dimmed. indicating a significant weakening of its power. With a hissing sound, the ethereal moon fairy, adhering to the principle of seizing the opportunity in times of weakness, took control of Xu Taiping's body and drew forth the divine bow, Shintu, knocking a thunderbolt arrow. As the bowstring was drawn, an overwhelming aura of destruction spread throughout the surroundings. Standing before Xu Taiping, Elders Song and Su were initially startled. But upon realizing the source of the menacing aura was the arrow in Xu Taiping's hand, their expressions transformed into delight. Conversely, Mo's countenance shifted from disdain to caution as she sensed the dreadful energy emanating from the thunderbolt arrow. However, upon discerning that the Shinto bow was merely a spiritual artifact, a ruthless glint returned to her eyes. "Do you think a mere spiritual bow can intimidate me?" she scoffed. In an instant, her figure merged with her long blade, transforming into a blinding beam of sword light that sliced toward the gathered crowd, including Xu Taiping. Just as everyone prepared to summon their weapons and treasures to counter Mo's strike, the sword light abruptly vanished. "Brother Taiping," before anyone could grasp what had transpired, a piercing scream echoed. Following the sound, they beheld Mo from the Yuntian, gripping Duan Xiaoyu, soaring westward. With a thunderous crack, Mo's figure vanished before their eyes in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, a voice filled with menace resounded from the horizon. "On the day the Jinwu Tian barrier opens, I shall come to exchange this girl for my brother's soul. Should he suffer even the slightest harm, I will flay her alive and seal her soul within a cauldron, subjecting her to the eternal agony of the alchemical flames." Upon hearing this, the crowd finally comprehended her intention. She aimed to abduct Duan Xiaoyu. "Sister Lingyue, pursue her." Xu Taiping silently urged the moon fairy. With a roar, Xu Taiping transformed into a whirlwind, launching himself towards the direction in which Mou and Duan Xiaoyu had vanished. "Taiping, do not chase after her," Huang Ke exclaimed, her heart racing with anxiety, fearing Xu Taiping might follow Mou back to Yuntian. Immediately, amidst the sounds of slicing air, Huang Ke and a multitude of elders, along with the members of the 9 houses, hastened towards the direction of the teleportation platform. Chapter 392. Entering the Cloudy Abyss. Avoid the Pilu Zen Temple a moment later. When the crowd reached the teleportation platform, the runes upon it had just extinguished. At that instant, Xu Taiping stood at the center of the platform, arriving a step too late. He cast a glance at Huang Ke and sighed deeply. "Taiping, you have done your utmost. Come quickly, even if you chase after now. You would be no match for him," Huang Ke urged anxiously. "Fear not, brother Huang Ke. I would not commit such a foolish act," Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. As he picked up a piece of bamboo from the ground, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the inscription on the bamboo was the address he had once left for Duan Xiaoyu. "This girl, she still keeps this trinket." Holding the bamboo slip, Xu Taiping felt an increasing sense of guilt. In his view, had he paid more attention to Duan Xiaoyu earlier, he would never have allowed that woman the opportunity to strike. "Do not fret, Taiping, as you heard from Mou, as long as Mo High's primordial spirit remains. That woman will not harm Xiaoyu," Huang Ke reassured, approaching Xu Taiping. He was concerned that Xu Taiping, in a moment of impulse, might seize the teleportation order and pursue. It was crucial to understand that if 2 individuals teleported simultaneously, they were likely to arrive at the same location. Should that occur, Xu Taiping would have to confront Mou, who was unbound by the true martial heaven's protective barrier, and given Xu Taiping's current cultivation, he would stand no chance against her. "Yes, I understand," Xu Taiping nodded. "Even to rescue Xiaoyu, I must first establish my footing in the cloudy abyss." Seeing that Xu Taiping was not swayed into rashness, Huang Ke finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoyu. At that moment, a middle-aged couple, hand in hand, tore through the air and alighted upon the teleportation platform like a gust of wind. "Ah, we have arrived a step too late." The middle-aged man struck the platform with a heavy fist, producing a resounding thud. The middle-aged woman, her face etched with despair, collapsed onto the ground. This couple was none other than Duan Xiaoyu's parents. Upon receiving the news, they had rushed over without pause, only to find they had ultimately arrived too late. Observing the anguished expressions of the couple, Xu Taiping sighed once more. That night, Xu Taiping took up residence in the guest quarters prepared for him by the Tiandao sect. Huang Ke was meticulously detailing the various matters to be mindful of during their journey. The teleportation array from true martial heaven to cloudy abyss, without a specialized teleportation order, could deliver 1 to 5 potential locations, 1 in the Western Liang Kingdom, 3 in the Southern Shu Kingdom, and 1 in the Outcloud Kingdom. Among these 5 locations, the Pilu Zen Temple in the Outcloud Kingdom was deemed the most perilous, according to those who traversed from true martial heaven to the cloudy abyss. The region surrounding Pilu Zen Temple had been overrun by demons due to years of warfare. If one were to be teleported there, they could reactivate the teleportation array to return to this place. Do not fret about the transmission decree. I have already conferred with the Heavenly Blade sect, and they are willing to lend us 16,000 gold essence. At that time, we can utilize the gold essence to set up the formation for our transfer to the Yuyun realm. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping nodded slightly. Brother Huangke, not only have we failed to rescue Xiaoyu, but we must also trouble the Heavenly Blade sect in this manner. If possible, I kindly request that the 9 houses extend their support to them in the future. Xu Taiping entrusted to Huangke. You need not worry. The 9 houses are currently in need of talent, and the Lord of the House has intentions to support the Heavenly Blade sect. By the time you return, the Heavenly Blade sect is likely to undergo significant changes, Huangke assured Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Additionally, while the primary purpose of arriving at the Yuyun realm 7 years ahead of time is for you to enhance your strength, prioritizing your safety is of utmost importance. After all, as long as you can participate in the Golden Scale Assembly, the true martial heaven will acquire a portion of the fortune belonging to the Yuyun Emperor. Huangke reiterated his concerns to Xu Taiping. For true martial heaven, having a disciple participate in the Golden Scale Assembly is already a triumph. I am fully aware of that. I have numerous senior brothers and sisters in the Qingxian sect awaiting my return, Xu Taiping responded with a smile towards Huangke. Although he eagerly anticipated the journey to the Yuyun realm, Qingxian would always be his home. With your reassurance, I am at ease. Huangke sighed in relief upon hearing Xu Taiping's words. By the way, Brother Huangke, as Huangke appeared ready to depart, Xu Taiping suddenly called out to him. What is it? Huangke promptly reseated himself at the table. This piece of chaos stone, I kindly ask you to deliver it to our sect leader. Xu Taiping said as he retrieved the chaos stone obtained from the Thousand Buddha Kingdom. Upon returning from the Thousand Buddha Kingdom, he immediately participated in the 7 Peaks Grand Competition and had not had the opportunity to present these items to the Qingxian sect. Of course, had the Qingxian sect remained under the governance of Zhou Tong, he would have had no intention of relinquishing this chaos stone. Could it be that you discovered this in the Thousand Buddha Kingdom? Huang Chue's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the chaos stone, which seemed poised to collapse the table. Brother Huangke, as you know, I encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities in the Thousand Buddha Kingdom, Xu Taiping replied with a calm smile. Upon hearing Xu Taiping's words, Huangke felt a wave of relief wash over him. Setting aside other matters, the power of universal equality alone was sufficient for Xu Taiping to navigate the Thousand Buddha Kingdom with ease. Moreover, prior to your arrival, I penned letters for several of my senior brothers. I would appreciate it if you could kindly deliver them as well. Xu Taiping handed Huangke a bundle of letters he had prepared. This Lin Buyu, is he not from your 7 Peaks? Huangke inquired, his smile taking on a hint of intrigue as he saw the name Lin Buyu among the letters. Buyu is my closest friend in Qingxian. Aside from our senior brothers and sisters from 7 Peaks, Xu Taiping responded candidly. He understood Huang Chue's thoughts, yet he perceived nothing shameful or secretive about it. Rest assured, I will ensure these letters are delivered. Huangke nodded, securing the letters before rising to take his leave. Bang, bang, bang. Not long after the Yellow Sparrow departed, Xu Taiping, who was engaged in a conversation with Fairy Lingyue about the ethereal realm of Yuyun, was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. Who is it? Xu Taiping hesitated to rise and open the door, instead inquiring from his seat. It's me, the mother of little fish, came the voice of a woman from outside. Upon recognizing the voice, Xu Taiping hastily approached to open the door. The mother of little fish, known as Jiang Ru, had previously insisted that Xu Taiping refer to her as Aunt Jiang. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest, Jiang Ru said somewhat sheepishly. Not at all. The day is still young, Xu Taiping replied with a gentle smile. He noticed that Jiang Ru's eyes were red, clearly indicating she had been in tears. I heard from the Yellow Sparrow that you will be heading to Yuyun tomorrow. I noticed you seemed unprepared, so I took the liberty to gather some essentials for you. Jiang Ru stated, placing a bundle on the table. Thank you, Aunt Jiang, Xu Taiping replied, somewhat taken aback. Additionally, Jiang Ru added, These snacks are what little fish used to ask me to prepare for you, intending to send them your way. However, each time I completed them, we learned you were not in Qingxian, so they remained undelivered. With a bittersweet smile, she placed a food box on the table. Xu Taiping opened the box and discovered not only some delicacies, but also a note describing them, unmistakably written by little fish. After placing the items down, Jiang Ru seemed poised to say something further, but ultimately sighed deeply, rising to bid Xu Taiping farewell. Taiping, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. She turned and began to leave. Aunt Jiang, Xu Taiping suddenly called out just as she was nearing the door. Is there something else you require? Jiang Ru looked back at him, slightly surprised. During my time in the secret realm of Xinhu, little fish risked her life to assist me. Rest assured, I shall certainly bring her back upon my return, Xu Taiping assured Jiang Ru. Hearing this, Jiang Ru was momentarily taken aback. She had originally come to implore Xu Taiping to look for little fish when he ventured to Yuyun, yet her modesty made it difficult for her to voice her request. Thank you so much. After a brief pause, Jiang Ru rose and performed a deep bow to Xu Taiping. The following day, at the transmission platform, Xu Taiping bid farewell to everyone one by one before infusing a strand of true essence into the transmission talisman. In an instant, the entire platform lit up, and simultaneously, a sound akin to a whale's song resonated in Xu Taiping's ears. Taiping, should you arrive at the Pilu Zen Temple, please ensure you return. Just as Xu Taiping felt enveloped by an invisible current, the voice of the yellow sparrow echoed from below the transmission platform. I will. Xu Taiping managed to respond before being engulfed by a sensation of suffocation. In the next moment, it felt as though he had plunged into the depths of the ocean. The light above dimmed, the surrounding sounds faded away, leaving only the hauntingly long echoes of the whale's song. As Xu Taiping found himself engulfed in a labyrinth of confusion, the voice of the Celestial Maiden Lingyue resonated within his mind. The teleportation array connected to the void's wormhole, akin to the depths of the ocean. Lingyue's voice soothed Xu Taiping's anxious heart, instilling a sense of calm within him. As the surrounding light and shadows vanished entirely, he succumbed to the darkness, with only the teleportation token in his hand emanating a gentle glow. Sister Lingyue, how long will it take to reach the Yuyun realm? Xu Taiping inquired with a sudden curiosity. Though it may feel protracted to you, in reality, the journey from Xinwu heaven to Yuyun heaven takes merely a fleeting moment. The Celestial Maiden elucidated. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping nodded, dismissing further thoughts as he settled his spirit to await the conclusion of the transport. Amidst. Just as Xu Taiping felt on the brink of slumber, a resonant Buddhist chant jolted him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a majestic golden Buddha statue materializing in the void above him. You are. After scrutinizing it closely, Xu Taiping was taken aback to discover that this statue bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had repaired in the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas. Are you Master Kasayapa? Xu Taiping tentatively asked. Simultaneously, he attempted to sense Lingyue, only to find that his connection to her seemed severed by some unseen force. Well done. Well done. The benefactor remembers this old monk. The golden figure of Kasayapa replied with a sudden smile. Master Kasayapa, why are you not in the Buddhist temple of the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas? How is it that you appear in this void's wormhole? Xu Taiping questioned in bewilderment. At that moment, the absence of Lingyue's presence stirred an ominous premonition within him, suggesting that the monk's appearance heralded ill tidings. This void connects with the wilderness. It is only here that I can meet the benefactor, Master Kasayapa explained. Xu Taiping's understanding dawned. He recalled Lingyue's explanation that the wilderness consisted of ancient fragments of land adrift in the void, which occasionally manifested as wormholes. Young benefactor Taiping, I have come with a humble request. The golden figure of Kasayapa once again wore a benevolent smile. Master Kasayapa, forgive my candor, but I truly cannot take on your matter. Xu Taiping interjected before Kasayapa could articulate his request. The situation that could summon Kasayapa's presence surely could not be trivial. If it were in the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas, it might be manageable, but now he was venturing into the unfamiliar Yuyun realm, and he dared not acquiesce. Just as Xu Taiping resolved firmly not to accept this task, the golden figure of Kasayapa suddenly spoke with utmost sincerity. Young benefactor Taiping, I am willing to increase the remuneration. Taken aback by this proposition, Xu Taiping was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that this benevolent and wise figure would resort to such commercial tactics. First, please elucidate what you require me to do. if it is overly perilous. No amount of money will suffice. After all, life holds greater value than wealth. Xu Taiping would naturally not yield so easily. Master Taiping, the serene Cassiopeia said, you must have heard of your destination in the realm of Yuyun, a place known as the Pilu Zen Temple. Chapter 394, Entering Yuyun. You are attempting to coerce me. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping immediately discerned Cassiopeia's intentions and resolutely declined. Master Cassiopeia, if you intend to send me to the Pilu Zen Temple in the kingdom of Chushuan, I must respectfully decline. It is currently overrun by demons, and I value my life too much to venture there. Before his departure, Huang Ke had repeatedly cautioned him that if the destination was indeed the Pilu Zen Temple, he should return immediately and not linger. Fear not, young benefactor Taiping, Cassiopeia reassured him. If you agree to journey to the Pilu Zen Temple, I will grant you 5 lives through the power of our Buddha's creation. The golden statue of Cassiopeia slowly raised its arm, spreading its 5 fingers. 5 lives. Does that mean I can die 5 times? Xu Taiping gazed at the golden effigy of Cassiopeia in disbelief. Indeed, young benefactor Taiping, Cassiopeia affirmed with certainty. Master Cassiopeia, I wish to understand what is so significant about the Pilu Zen Temple that would compel you to offer such a high price for my assistance. Xu Taiping's expression turned serious. During his 3 years in the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas, he had encountered this divine consciousness left by Cassiopeia numerous times and understood better than anyone how frugal Cassiopeia was. The fact that he would expend such resources signified the gravity of the situation. You are destined to be connected with our Buddha, so it is only fitting that I share this with you, Cassiopeia continued. In just one day, amidst the villagers seeking refuge at the Pilu Zen Temple, a child of Buddha will be born. This child is a reincarnation of an ancient Buddha, destined to be the hope for the revival of the Zen sect in Yuyun, as well as the key to withstanding the impending onslaught of the 9 abyss demon cultivators over the coming centuries. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping furrowed his brows. If this child truly was a reincarnation of a Buddha, Cassiopeia's willingness to invest such effort became understandable. Master Cassiopeia, do you wish for me to protect this child? After a moment of silence, Xu Taiping raised his head to inquire. Precisely, Cassiopeia replied with solemnity. Master Cassiopeia, you overestimate my capabilities. My cultivation is merely at the small completion stage of the transcendence realm. Even if I wish to save your child, my abilities may not suffice. Xu Taiping expressed his reluctance. He lacked confidence in rescuing the child from the clutches of demons, and even with 5 lives, he feared they would be lost there. In 3 days, the Grand Masters of several Zen temples within Yuyun will converge upon the Pilu Zen Temple to eradicate the demons and welcome the child of Buddha. Therefore, all you need to do, young benefactor, is to endure within the temple for 3 days, safeguarding the child during that time, Cassiopeia explained. If it is merely a matter of protection for 3 days, then that is manageable. After listening to Cassiopeia's account, Xu Taiping's resolve wavered slightly. Although Cassiopeia was indeed somewhat miserly, he had assisted him significantly during his time in the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas. His perception of the Zen sect was not entirely negative. If possible, he would be inclined to lend his aid. Nevertheless, this matter pertains to his very existence, and the admonition from the yellow sparrow still resonates vividly in his mind, leaving him unable to make an immediate decision. Just as he hesitated, Master Cassiopeia spoke again. Dear benefactor, the Buddha can grant you rebirth 5 times, and upon the successful completion of your task, will bestow upon you 3 powerful seals, the seal of meditation, which will enhance your comprehension and cultivation speed tenfold, the demon-subduing seal, which will cause all malevolent spirits to retreat in fear, and the great sun Tathagata's Vajra fist seal, which will endow you with the might of a Vajra for the duration of a single incense stick. Initially wavering, Xu Taiping found himself increasingly intrigued upon hearing the formidable powers associated with these seals. Furthermore, should you, dear benefactor, ensure the safety of the Buddha's child, the major Zen temples of the Yuyun realm shall revere you as the great protector of the Buddha's child, elevating your status above even the heads of the prominent temples. Master Cassiopeia added with a solemn tone. These words truly stirred Xu Taiping's heart. According to the information gleaned from various texts, the influence of the Yuyun Zen sect was on par with that of the Taoist sects, and the powers wielded by the heads of the major temples were no less formidable than those of the top-tier forces in Yuyun. Wait, Master Cassiopeia, why not grant me those 3 seals right now? It would provide me with additional means of self-protection, Xu Taiping suddenly inquired, a thought crossing his mind. Ah, dear benefactor, you jest. I lack the sufficient power to bestow these seals at present, and may still owe a debt, Master Cassiopeia replied somewhat sheepishly. So what you just told me was merely a grand illusion? Xu Taiping responded incredulously. Rest assured, dear benefactor, we monks do not speak falsehoods. I believe you as much as a ghost. Xu Taiping rolled his eyes, thinking to himself how Master Cassiopeia had seemed quite pleased when deceiving Yun Zhong and the others. How about this? If I am indeed transported to the Pilu Zen Temple in the Outyun Kingdom, I will accept your commission, Xu Taiping replied after careful contemplation. After all, this was not a specialized teleportation order, and no one knew where he might end up. He cast a sly smile at Master Cassiopeia. To his surprise, after he spoke, Master Cassiopeia returned his smile with one of mischief, saying, You need not worry, dear benefactor. This minor task is well within my capabilities. Before Xu Taiping could react, the teleportation order, which had been in his hand, appeared before the golden statue of the Buddha. Hey, Master Cassiopeia, didn't you just say you lack the power? Upon witnessing this, Xu Taiping felt a surge of anxiety. Ignoring Xu Taiping's words, Master Cassiopeia directly commanded the golden statue to open its mouth and, with a forceful breath, blew towards the teleportation order. Boom. As the golden breath was expelled, the teleportation order shattered explosively, transforming into a swirling black vortex radiating golden light. Immediately, Xu Taiping's body began to be uncontrollably drawn towards the swirling vortex. Old monk, you are not negotiating with me at all. This is sheer coercion. Xu Taiping exclaimed in dissatisfaction. The only response from Master Cassiopeia was a simple ba. Good, good. Chapter 395. Entering the Cloudy Abyss, Perilous Perils at PL Temple. After that utterance, Xu Taiping's consciousness was completely engulfed in chaos, until the melodious chants of Buddhist mantras roused him from his stupor. Om Shurili Shurili Mahasurili Shurishurili SVH. Om SV Bhavashundara SV Bhavadharmas Dam. Namo Sam Andamataro Namo D Lud Ludwasvach. Om Jina Samaba, RJL Lu. With each recitation of these sacred sounds, Xu Taiping's awareness gradually returned. This old monk didn't he even give me a warning, he murmured, rubbing his forehead as he opened his eyes. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a majestic Buddha statue, gazing down upon him with a solemn presence. So, the revered figure enshrined in this PL temple is indeed the old monk. No wonder you possess such knowledge, he thought, a sense of clarity washing over him as he recognized the familiar statue. He then turned to survey his surroundings, realizing he stood in an empty Buddhist hall. Beneath his feet, the luminous runes were gradually fading away. It was evident that he was at one of the 5 exits of the teleportation array, specifically at the PL Temple of the Outcloud Nation. The mantras he had just heard emanated from the rows of monks seated at the entrance, engrossed in their chanting. Having been transported here, and with the teleportation token destroyed, I suppose I must proceed one step at a time, Xu Taiping mused with a hint of resignation. As he spoke, he raised his left wrist and noticed a new bracelet had appeared, adorned with 5 beads, each inscribed with the character for Xu. Could this be the old monk granting me 5 lives? He pondered skeptically. Taiping, what just transpired? Why did our connection suddenly sever? Just as Xu Taiping was heading towards the temple doors, the voice of the fairy Lingyue resonated in his mind. Hearing her voice eased his apprehensions considerably, and as he walked towards the entrance, he began to explain his situation to her. If what Cassiopeia said holds true, this indeed presents a splendid opportunity. Provided I can survive to enter this PL temple, Lingyue replied, her tone solemn. Indeed, I shared your thoughts, Sister Lingyue. The opportunity is promising. But one must have the life to seize it. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement, affirming her words inwardly. At that moment, he stepped out of the grand hall into the open air. Just then, the monks who had been chanting suddenly lifted their heads and opened their eyes in unison. Following this, Xu Taiping heard several young monks exclaim with excitement, Quick, summon the abbot. The Buddha has manifested. The Buddha has manifested. Divine protectors have truly descended from the heavens. Upon encountering a group of monks who, instead of displaying panic, revealed expressions of excitement and astonishment, Xu Taiping surmised internally. It seems that Cassiopeia has similarly employed some means to inform these monks of my presence. Just as Xu Taiping attempted to identify a monk among the assembly with whom he could converse and convey the current situation at Pilu Zen Temple, the slightly anxious voice of the fairy Lingyue suddenly echoed in his ears. Taiping, evade. There is murderous intent. Yet, despite Lingyue's prompt warning, Xu Taiping's reaction lagged by a heartbeat. With a flash of blinding blade light slicing before him, his gaze descended until it met the ground. He then beheld, from an upward angle, that his body had been cleaved in two. As he sought the assailant responsible for his bisected form, another strike aimed at his neck ensued, plunging his vision into darkness and rendering him unconscious. After what felt like an eternity, Xu Taiping found himself standing once more before the statue of the Buddha within the grand hall, his heart pounding vigorously as he gasped for breath. Had I just perished once? Sweating profusely, he raised his left wrist, discovering that the string of prayer beads inscribed with the character Xu had lost one bead. Taiping, what just transpired? Why was our connection abruptly severed? Lingyue's voice resonated in his ears as his breath gradually steadied, repeating the same inquiry. Xu Taiping's heart quivered, and he tentatively asked the fairy Lingyue, Sister Lingyue, do you not recall our earlier conversation regarding the matter entrusted to us by Master Cassiopeia? Upon hearing this, the fairy Lingyue immediately became alert. After the teleportation array activated, the last question you posed was how long it would take to reach Yi in heaven. There was no mention of Master Cassiopeia. Xu Taiping was struck with astonishment, realizing the rebirth that Cassiopeia spoke of did not signify immediate resurrection, but rather the reversal of time back to the moment I was transported to this Pilu Zen temple. Recognizing this, Xu Taiping's gaze towards the statue was imbued with a newfound reverence. What formidable power is this? After listening to Xu Taiping's account, the fairy Lingyue expressed her astonishment, but did not believe that Cassiopeia possessed the power to reverse time. This must be the residual influence of Cassiopeia, the ancient Buddha, which restores all things to their original state within a certain space, rather than a true reversal of time, she elucidated. Xu Taiping nodded, finding her explanation quite reasonable. Setting aside this matter for the moment, the urgent priority was to identify the individual who had just attempted to take his life. That person was likely a spy planted by demonic entities within the temple. Xu Taiping directed his gaze towards the entrance of the grand hall. Although he still possessed 4 opportunities for revival granted by Master Cassiopeia, who could ascertain how many dangers lay hidden within this Pilu Zen temple. Moreover, countless demonic creatures lurked beyond its confines, watching with predatory intent. If possible, he wished to rely on his own strength rather than the power bestowed by Master K. With a soft explosion of air, Xu Taiping conjured a doppelganger. Remaining within the hall, he drew forth the divine bow, deftly guiding the apparition towards the door. Come forth, let me discern whether you are man or demon. After tautening the bowstring, Xu Taiping murmured softly. Chapter 396. The arrival of the celestial guardian at the Pilu temple. The sound of footsteps, previously drowned out by the chanting of the monks, now pierced Xu Taiping's ears with a jarring clarity, likely due to his heightened focus. His tension was palpable, the visceral despair and pain from the earlier encounter, where he had witnessed someone cleaved in two, lingered painfully in his memory. If he could help it, he wished never to experience such anguish again. At that moment, the doppelganger stepped through the grand hall's entrance. Xu Taiping's gaze remained fixed upon the doorway, where a dozen monks sat cross-legged, reciting scriptures. Thanks to the divine bow's powers, even from a distance of over 100 paces, he could perceive the expressions on the monks' faces with striking clarity. As the doppelganger materialized at the entrance, the chanting monks abruptly fell silent, their faces registering shock. Simultaneously, a young monk began to shout, echoing the earlier outcry, "Summon the abbot! The Buddha has manifested! The Buddha has truly descended from the heavens to protect us!" In an instant, the previously orderly assembly of monks descended into chaos. This scene caused Xu Taiping to furrow his brow as he cast a sidelong glance at the first monk who had cried out. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of a blade illuminated the somber square. The sword strike was so remarkable that even Xu Taiping felt a wave of astonishment. Had he not been forewarned, he doubted he would have perceived it in time. However, prepared as he was, he had locked onto the monk the moment he rose to draw his weapon. This monk, slight of stature with delicate features, bore no outward signs of malevolence, but the instant he drew his blade, an unearthly green glimmer flickered in his eyes, an indication of demonic essence. Xu Taiping swiftly made his judgment and released the bowstring. With a piercing sound that sliced through the air, the electrifying thunderbolt arrow grazed the neck of his doppelganger as it zipped past. In a resounding explosion, the monk who had wielded the sword struck at Xu Taiping's doppelganger, resulting in a catastrophic shattering of his head. Yet, as the monk's cranium disintegrated. Another monk leapt from the throng, drawing a dagger from his sleeve, and aimed a deadly strike at Xu Taiping's apparition. This monk was none other than the first to raise the alarm after Xu Taiping exited the hall. With a resounding crash, Xu Taiping's doppelganger was obliterated by the force of the blade. At the very moment when Xu Taiping's doppelganger shattered into fragments, an incredibly powerful blow, akin to a thunderous strike, landed heavily upon the head of a monk. The monk's skull burst open with a sound reminiscent of a watermelon exploding. It was only at this juncture that the group of monks at the entrance of the grand hall finally reacted, retreating swiftly while crying out in alarm. "Heavenly Protector, why have you harmed a disciple of our temple?" one monk bravely inquired. The speed of both the two demon cultivators disguised as monks and Xu Taiping was such that many present failed to discern who had struck first. "Look closely. They are demons," Xu Taiping declared, kicking aside the two corpses on the ground. The monks then beheld the ghastly forms within the monk robes, two creatures with wolf heads and human bodies, enveloped in dark mist. "Werewolves? How could such creatures infiltrate our temple?" The monks gasped in astonishment. Werewolves are the most prevalent type of demon within the borders of the state of Xu, and they served as the primary force behind the assault on the Pulu temple. "You must be the heavenly protector seen in my dreams," an older monk exclaimed with fervor as he approached Xu Taiping. "May I ask for your esteemed title?" Sensing that this monk appeared to be their leader, Xu Taiping decided to have him act as a guide. In response to the heavenly protector, "This humble monk is known as Miaoxin," the monk replied, somewhat apprehensively. "Miaoxin, the situation is urgent. Please lead me to your temple's abbot," Xu Taiping stated candidly. "The abbot has been awaiting you in the Hall of Heavenly Kings. Please follow me." Miaoxin hastily stepped forward to guide Xu Taiping. However, at that moment, three monks who had inexplicably positioned themselves beside Xu Taiping and Miaoxin suddenly began to swell in size, transforming into three ferocious, humanoid wolf demons, lunging towards Xu Taiping and Miaoxin simultaneously. With a clap of his hands, Miaoxin, who had been rendered utterly terrified, watched as the three werewolves were ensnared by a sharp, cutting wind and were instantly reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Upon witnessing the three werewolves disintegrate into a bloody heap, Xu Taiping, who had been cloaked in concealment, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew that if one could infiltrate, then surely two could as well." He lifted his cloak and, amidst the astonished gaze of Miaoxin, merged back with his doppelganger. After a series of cautious tests, Xu Taiping was convinced that no werewolves remained in the vicinity. "Shall we go, Master Miaoxin?" Xu Taiping urged the elderly monk. "Yes, yes." The elder monk, initially taken aback, nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with joy. "With the heavenly protector's assistance, we shall undoubtedly transform this peril into safety." "Wait, the abbot." Upon arriving at the Hall of Heavenly Kings, Miaoxin suddenly stood frozen in shock at the entrance. "What is it?" Xu Taiping leaped up the final step, standing beside Miaoxin. "Protector, look." Miaoxin pointed toward the interior of the Hall of Heavenly Kings. Xu Taiping raised his eyes and beheld the grand hall in utter disarray, with 7 or 8 monks sprawled haphazardly across the central space. The eldest among them had been gruesomely pierced through the skull by a staff. Grotesquely affixed to a statue of Buddha at the hall's center, his eyes wide open in eternal repose. "That must be your abbot, I presume?" Xu Taiping inquired with a furrowed brow. "Indeed, that is our abbot, Master Huiming," replied the monk Miaoxin, his face a mask of sorrow. Upon hearing this, a heavy weight settled in Xu Taiping's heart, as he thought, "With the abbot dead, where shall I seek the Buddha's child?" According to Miaoxin's earlier words, the woman destined to bear the Buddha's child had been concealed by the abbot over 10 days prior, and besides him, no one knew her whereabouts. Logically, our Pai Lu Zen Temple's barrier remains intact. No demon of the lordly caliber could breach it. The abbot's cultivation is on par with that of a demon lord. Anyone within the temple should not be a match for him. Miaoxin murmured in confusion. This individual must have seized the opportunity to strike when the abbot was unguarded, Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and as he rubbed his temples in contemplation, he muttered, "These demons did not act against the abbot before my arrival at Pai Lu Temple, nor did they wait until after. It is as if they were lying in wait, intending to seize the Buddha's child after its birth rather than eliminate it outright. They must have been lurking in the temple, and my presence disrupted their scheme, provoking them to act against the abbot prematurely." As he pondered this, Xu Taiping felt a tightening in his chest. So it was indeed my arrival that alerted the snakes in the grass, leading to the abbot's demise. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura enveloped him in Miaoxing. A voice, imbued with a sinister, effeminate timbre, echoed in Xu Taiping's ear. "You are the so-called heavenly guardian? Is that all?" No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than Xu Taiping felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he promptly lost consciousness once more. When he awoke again, it was as if no time had passed. He found himself gasping for breath, just as before. The celestial being Lingyue, much like the previous time, had no recollection of the events that transpired. Xu Taiping succinctly recounted his current predicament to her. In essence, there were two factions of demons coveting the Buddha's child, one group scheming in the shadows to seize the child, while the other sought to eliminate it outright. Lingyue, seasoned in worldly affairs, quickly grasped the general outline of the situation from Xu Taiping's brief account. Taiping, I previously mentioned that I cannot intervene in the realm of Yuyun unless absolutely necessary, so this time you must rely on yourself, Lingyue advised him. Rest assured, Sister Lingyue, I have already devised a strategy, Xu Taiping replied, smiling as he shook his head. Indeed, since this temple is likely shrouded beneath the domain of the ancient Buddha Kasayapa, your bracelet of equality among all beings should unleash its utmost power. At this moment, the celestial being Lingyue reminded Xu Taiping once again. Grateful for Lingyue's reminder, Xu Taiping silently expressed his thanks and glanced at the bracelet of equality, then at the other bracelet, which now bore only 3 beads, reflecting inwardly. Only 3 lives remain. I must exercise greater caution. He then divided his essence into 3 avatars. 2 remained within the Buddha hall, while 1 prepared to exit. This time, however, he did not allow his avatar to leave first. Instead, he donned a cloak of concealment, camouflaging his presence with the lotus eyes, and stepped out from the Kasayapa hall himself. Fortunately, the few demonic entities hidden among the monks did not detect his true form. Thus, Xu Taiping strode confidently past the gathered monks, making his way directly toward the Hall of Heavenly Kings. Upon arriving at the Hall of Heavenly Kings, he indeed beheld the living abbot and several other monks. However, the very demon that had slain him had evidently disguised itself among these monks, altering its voice entirely. Therefore, Xu Taiping could not discern who among them was the demon based solely on appearance. He remained patient, seeking a corner to conceal himself, and began to listen intently to their conversations, hoping to unveil the identity of the lurking demon. From their discourse, it became apparent that the abbot Huiming of Pilu Temple was in discussion with several senior monks regarding how to confront the impending demonic assault outside the temple that night. Abbot, the barrier outside the temple cannot withstand tonight. We must find a way to expedite the Buddha's departure, proposed a robust senior monk with prominent features. No, the ancient Buddha Kasayapa has conveyed a dream to me. The Buddha must not leave before his birth. We must await the arrival of the heavenly protector, for otherwise, the Buddha shall be in grave danger. The abbot Huiming resolutely shook his head. After listening for a while to their debate, although Xu Taiping gleaned a wealth of useful information, he still could not identify the concealed demon from their conversation. Thus, he resorted to his final strategy, commanding his avatar through his divine consciousness to exit the Kasayapa hall. If his deductions were correct, once the heavenly protector arrived and successfully evaded their ambush, the demons lurking within the grand hall would undoubtedly reveal themselves to attack the abbot, just as he had witnessed before his previous demise. Let me see who will first reveal their true colors. As the avatar stepped out of the Kasayapa hall, Xu Taiping's focus intensified, his gaze meticulously observing the changing expressions of each practitioner within the hall. Simultaneously, the bracelet of equality upon his wrist and the Tsangwan ring on his other hand began to emit a faint glow. Discovering the demon was merely the first step. Rescuing the abbot was paramount, for even if he vanquished the demon, his mission would still be deemed a failure. Indeed, almost at the moment when his avatar stepped out of the Kasa hall, Xu Taiping noticed a fleeting expression of surprise in the eyes of the monk Hueda, who sat to the left of the abbot Huiming. Esteemed readers, as we embark on a new chapter, may I humbly request a 5-star review? Chapter 2, The Pilla Temple and the Guardian of the Evil Azura Realm? Furthermore, the abbot Huiming's gaze also revealed a hint of joy. It was evident that both individuals had discerned something unusual. However, Xu Taiping chose not to act hastily. Instead, he opted to continue observing. preparing to witness the change in expressions on the faces of the monks after his 3 avatars vanquished the demonic creatures before the Casa Hall. In his perspective, this was the key to identifying the true nature of those fiends. As it turned out, Xu Taiping's caution was well-founded. After his avatars had successfully slain the demonic entities, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the eyes of Huikong, who sat to the right of the abbot Huiming. Huikong concealed his emotions adeptly. Had it not been for Xu Taiping's meticulous observation, this fleeting malicious intent would have gone unnoticed. Without a doubt, it must be you. Swiftly assessing the situation, Xu Taiping suddenly brought his hands together in a circular formation directed at Abbot Huiming, causing the brilliance of the Zhonghuan ring to illuminate. Almost simultaneously, both Huida and Huikong abruptly launched a palm strike toward Abbot Huiming. In an instant, their arms swelled with fur, and their hands transformed into wolf-like claws with razor-sharp talons. To be candid, given the proximity and the fact that these were 2 beings possessing strength at least at the demon sovereign level, it would have been entirely reasonable for Abbot Huiming to fall victim to a surprise attack. This was evident from the glimmer of despair in his eyes at that moment. Boom! Just as the claws of the 2 wolfmen were about to strike Abbot Huiming, a wall of wind materialized out of thin air, standing protectively before the abbot. Crash! Though the wind wall shattered with a resounding explosion, it afforded Abbot Huiming a fleeting opportunity to escape. At the same time, Xu Taiping called out with authority, "All beings are equal." In an instant, the aura surrounding the 2 wolfmen was suppressed to the level of demon kings. Before the 2 creatures could react, a piercing sound akin to cicadas filled the air as hundreds of sword shadows sliced through the 2 fiends in mere moments. This strike, of course, originated from Xu Taiping. Crash! With this strike, the gray-haired wolf demon had its head severed from its body. Meanwhile, the white-haired wolfman, who had previously inflicted harm upon Xu Taiping, managed to withstand the blow thanks to its formidable physique. Boom! However, just as it regained its footing, Xu Taiping's fist descended upon it with overwhelming force. The Qingyo Saint's punch, a thunderous strike. This immensely powerful punch crashed down upon the wolfman's head, sending its entire body flying backwards to collide heavily against the thick column of the hall. Yet, one must acknowledge the wolfman's true demonic form was extraordinarily resilient. Even with half of its head crushed by Xu Taiping's blow, it still managed to rise from the ground. Sister Lingyue's words proved to be true. The demonic entities of Jinwu Heaven and those of Yuyun Heaven are indeed 2 entirely distinct existences. Xu Taiping felt a slight astonishment within his heart. In that moment, the enraged wolf-like demon seized the opportunity while Xu Taiping was adjusting his tactics, launching a ferocious attack with its claws. With a swift whoosh, 6 blood-red claw marks slashed through the air like 6 razor-sharp blades, targeting Xu Taiping. Boom! Xu Taiping intended to withdraw his offensive stance to evade the onslaught, yet 2 golden hands unexpectedly intervened, shielding him from the demon's strike. Simultaneously, another pair of golden hands crashed down, pinning the white-haired wolf demon to the ground with 2 resounding thuds. Then, a gentle voice resonated behind Xu Taiping. "Heavenly Protector, please vanquish this demon." Clearly, it was the abbot, Huiming, who had intervened. Without hesitation, Xu Taiping infused his true essence into his fists, his arms moving in unison as he unleashed the Qingyo Great Sage Fist, complemented by the 1,000-fold force, delivering one powerful blow after another upon the white-haired wolf demon. Bang! 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 The thunderous sounds of impact echoed, reverberating through the ground, while Xu Taiping's arms left phantom traces in the air with each strike. The monks, including Abbot Huiming, were struck by a singular thought: thousand-armed demon slayer. It was the demon slayer of Kasayapa Buddha, the thousand-armed guardian of the demon slayer, come to aid them in their plight. The descent of the demon slayer signified that Kasayapa Buddha had returned to Yuyun Heaven. Suddenly, all the monks, save for Abbot Huiming, knelt before Xu Taiping, bowing their heads in profound reverence. Boom! Unaware of the reverence he inspired, Xu Taiping continued to unleash a relentless barrage of 300 punches, concentrating all his amassed power into a single, decisive strike aimed at the wolf demon's skull, guarded by its arms. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the white-haired wolf demon's form was utterly shattered. "How did you discover me?" the demon asked, its eyes filled with unwillingness as it faced its demise. "Naturally, it was only after having died once that I realized," Xu Taiping replied with a smile. Bang! In a moment of astonishment, the remaining portion of the demon's head disintegrated completely. After confirming the total disappearance of the wolf demon's presence, Xu Taiping shook the blood from his hands and exhaled a long breath. Abbot Huiming of Pilu Temple, I humbly welcome the demon slayer heavenly protector. As Xu Taiping turned to face Abbot Huiming, he unexpectedly found the abbot kneeling before him. Demon slayer? While Xu Taiping could comprehend being referred to as the heavenly protector, given that Kasayapa must have shared dreams with these individuals, being called the demon slayer left him somewhat perplexed. Never mind, let them call me as they wish. He decided to disregard these details and sought clarity on the current situation from Abbot Huiming. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Please inform me of the current state of Pilu Temple, he said, lifting the abbot and speaking in a semi-commanding tone. Time is of the essence, and he must swiftly ascertain the current condition of the Pilu Temple, reporting to the esteemed protector of the heavens, barring unforeseen circumstances. All lurking demons within the temple have been vanquished by your grace. Our next task is to confront the demons outside the temple with unwavering resolve. The abbot Huiming replied with utmost reverence to Xu Taiping. How can you be so certain that all demons within the temple have been eradicated? Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat puzzled. Before your arrival, venerable sir, I had been discreetly tracking the werewolves concealed within the temple. Today, I summoned all the head priests to the heavenly king's hall, intending to lure out those werewolves. However, to my dismay, my calculations were flawed, and I did not anticipate that 2 leaders of the demon lords would infiltrate our ranks. Abbot Huiming admitted, a hint of shame in his voice. Xu Taiping was taken aback by this revelation. He reflected, it seems the previous calamity you faced was entirely due to a miscalculation. Chapter 3. The Acts of the Celestial Wolf Beneath the Moon. Upon further contemplation, he realized that even the ethereal Yuesian had not detected the disguises of these werewolves. Had it not been for his second chance, he doubted he would have been able to unearth them. Is the Buddha's child safe? Xu Taiping nodded, then sought confirmation from Abbot Huiming. Rest assured, protector of the heavens. Apart from myself, no one else is aware of the Buddha child's whereabouts, Abbot Huiming assured Xu Taiping. Since the Buddha child is unharmed, please elaborate on the situation outside the Pilu Zen temple, Xu Taiping prompted. Since the news of the Buddha child's birth has spread, a significant portion of the demons from the Outyin Kingdom have converged upon our Pilu Zen temple. Were it not for the protective formation left by the ancient Kasayapa Buddha, the temple would likely have fallen to the demons by now. However, under the relentless assaults from these demons, the artifact sustaining the protective formation is nearing the depletion of its power. It is uncertain whether it can endure through the night, Abbot Huiming stated with a serious demeanor. Is it not possible to replace it with another artifact? Xu Taiping asked, perplexed. This formation was established by the ancient Kasayapa Buddha. Ordinary artifacts cannot activate it. Only an artifact imbued with the Buddha's power can suffice, Abbot Huiming replied with a bittersweet smile. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow in contemplation. He glanced at the equality bracelet adorning his left hand and suddenly realized, so that is why Master Kasayapa chose me, for I bear this artifact. Reflecting on it now, Master Kasayapa's earlier comments on how to save the Pilu Zen temple were rather vague, likely due to his concern that being too explicit would reveal to Xu Taiping that this mission would not only yield no immediate reward, but also require him to part with this bracelet, potentially leading to his withdrawal from the task. You old monk, you are not as honest as you appear, Xu Taiping shook his head. Yet, he was not so petty. If it truly meant saving the lives of hundreds within this Pilu temple, he would willingly part with not just the bracelet, but even his divine bow, Shinto. Abbot Huiming, do you think this bracelet could help sustain the protective formation outside the Pilu temple for a while longer? Xu Taiping removed the equality bracelet and presented it to Abbot Huiming. This is indeed a sacred relic bestowed by the ancient Kasayapa Buddha. The Abbot Huiming picked up the bracelet, symbolizing the equality of all beings, and cast a fleeting glance at it. Immediately, a profound look of trepidation crossed his face as he hastily returned it to Xu Taiping, clasping his hands together in reverence and repeatedly murmuring, my apologies, as if he believed his touch had sullied the sacred artifact. Lord Protector, if you are willing to utilize this holy relic to activate the array, it could sustain the formation for at least 2 more days. After reciting a series of Buddhist chants to himself, Huiming finally lifted his head and gazed at Xu Taiping with deep respect. Only 2 days. Xu Taiping expressed his surprise. Given Huiming's intense reaction, He had anticipated that the artifact would sustain the formation for at least 10 days. Lord Protector, you may not be aware that this grand array is already in a state of disrepair. To extend its function for even 2 days is quite remarkable. The abbot explained nervously to Xu Taiping. Very well, 2 days it shall be. On the 3rd day, we will seek alternative solutions. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. According to Master Kasayapa, he needed to assist the Pilu Zen temple for 3 days in order to await reinforcements from other temples. Do not worry, Lord Protector. In addition to this array, we actually possess another treasure hidden within the Pilu Zen temple. The abbot's face lit up with excitement. This treasure has been enshrined in the Sutra repository on the back mountain, as it is unusable by ordinary individuals. However, I am certain that you, Lord Protector, will be able to wield it. What treasure? Xu Taiping asked, intrigued. The armor worn by the great exterminator in his previous life. The abbot responded, clearly convinced that Xu Taiping was the reincarnation of the great exterminator. If you can don the armor from your past life, you will undoubtedly be able to confront any demon with unwavering confidence, Huiming declared, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Nothing could excite the monks devoted to the ancient Buddha Kasayapa more than the prospect of witnessing the great exterminator manifest his power. Though Xu Taiping initially intended to clarify matters, he recalled having summoned the great exterminator before and considered the possibility of donning that very armor. Thus, he set aside his explanations and resolved to try his luck. Let us first replace the array's artifact, and then we shall go in search of that armor. Xu Taiping affirmed. Please follow me. With Xu Taiping's agreement, Abbot Huiming was elated, his steps light as he led the way ahead. Boom. Just as the two approached the chamber housing the artifact, the sky above the Pilu temple suddenly darkened. At that moment, a colossal axe, measuring a full yard in length, came crashing down upon the temple's array. Crack! With a single blow, a fissure appeared in the formation of the Pilu temple. Xu Taiping, taken aback, looked up in astonishment to see that the wielder of the axe was a fearsome creature with 2 pairs of enormous wings, a wolf's head, and a body the size of a small mountain. It is the leader of the werewolf demon clan, the Celestial Wolf, Lone Moon. Abbot Huiming's voice trembled with disbelief. I cannot believe he has come as well. Boom. In the midst of the conversation, the solitary moon of the Celestial Wolf once again brought down its axe upon the magical formation above the PL temple. With a resounding crash, a fissure tore through the intricate array composed of countless scriptures. Quickly, Master Guardian of Heaven, follow me. We must replace the magical artifact before the formation is shattered. Suddenly, a golden radiance enveloped the Abbot Huiming, who then soared forward like the wind towards the meditation hall. Simultaneously, the urgency was not lost on Xu Taiping, who invoked the technique of close to heaven to match the abbot's speed as he rushed towards the small courtyard. Boom. Yet even with their haste, the two arrived too late. With another swing of the solitary moon's axe, the already precarious formation of the PL temple was utterly obliterated. At that moment, the Celestial Wolf howled furiously at Huiming and Xu Taiping. Insignificant ants, how dare you threaten the life of my son? Hardly had the words left his lips when he swung his axe once more. Boom. A colossal shadow of the axe, accompanied by a torrent of wind akin to a waterfall cascading from the heavens, cleaved directly towards Xu Taiping and the Abbot Huiming. In an instant, Xu Taiping lost consciousness. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself once again within the KS hall. Damn it! How was I to know that was your son? Upon realizing he had perished once more, Xu Taiping, who seldom uttered profanity, erupted with rare expletives. After enduring such hardships for so long, he was finally on the verge of completing his mission, only to be interrupted by a formidable madman. His frustration was palpable. Glancing at the bracelet on his wrist, he noted there were only 2 beads remaining. Old fool, just wait. If I truly manage to don the armor of the evil slayer, I shall certainly seek you out for a confrontation. With this thought, Xu Taiping once again divided himself into 3 avatars while making his true form invisible, hastening toward the exit of the hall. Chapter 4. The Birth of the Buddha's Child. The Guardian of Heaven is truly divine. Moments later, within the Heavenly King's Hall. How did you discover my presence? Xu Taiping, having once more bested the white-haired werewolf demon, heard the same inquiry from its lips. This time, he refrained from answering and instead retorted, Is the Celestial Wolf your father? The white-haired werewolf demon paused, then frowned and replied, The Celestial Wolf Demon Lord is the father of all of us werewolves. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping was taken aback, exclaiming, Such fertility? The abbot Huiming, standing behind him, quickly interjected, "In the werewolf demon clan, the demon lord and his kin refer to each other as father and son." Understanding now, Xu Taiping offered an awkward smile. Originally, he had intended to capture the son of the celestial wolf demon lord to leverage against the demon lord himself, but it now seemed utterly futile. Without hesitation, Xu Taiping delivered a punch that shattered the skull of the white-haired werewolf. "Abbot Huiming, I welcome the guardian of the evil slayer." At that moment, just as before, the abbot Huiming knelt before Xu Taiping as he stood. "Abbot Huiming, please guide me to the location of the magical artifacts array I." Xu Taiping stated plainly to the abbot. Previously, it was due to an extended conversation with Huiming that ultimately, when the wolf and lone moon arrived, I was unable to timely replace the focal artifact of the formation. In truth, were it not for the several checkpoints along the path to that temple requiring the abbot's personal clearance, I would have been disinclined to seek Huiming's guidance. "Guardian of the Dharma, are you perhaps planning to restore the formation?" The clever abbot Huiming, upon hearing Xu Taiping's request, immediately surmised much of his intent. As they walked and spoke, Xu Taiping was indeed reluctant to waste time. "Guardian of the Dharma, the artifacts of our Pilu temple are," before Huiming could finish his sentence. Xu Taiping had already removed the equalitarian artifact from his hand and directly tossed it into the abbot's grasp, never pausing his stride. Such profound Buddhist power. Could it possibly be a relic passed down from the ancient Buddha? Though his words were tinged with surprise, Huiming's expression mirrored that of their last encounter. However, "Guardian of the Dharma, even with this artifact, it can only sustain for 2 days, correct?" "No matter, that will suffice." Xu Taiping interrupted Huiming once more. Indeed, Huiming was taken aback, astonished that Xu Taiping had again anticipated his words. Although surprised, he refrained from asking further, instead offering an awkward smile. 2 days is indeed sufficient. But you may not be aware that our Pilu temple also," just as Huiming was about to introduce the armor worn by the evil Azura, he was interrupted again by Xu Taiping. "Abbot Huiming, please have someone bring the armor worn by the evil Azura. It may prove useful shortly." With hurried steps, Xu Taiping cast a glance back at Huiming. Upon hearing this, Huiming's mouth agape, his eyes wide with astonishment. Once could be considered a coincidence. But to have his words guessed correctly time and again, was this mere chance? Truly, he was worthy of being chosen as the protector by the ancient Buddha Kasayapa, a veritable divine being. As Huiming gazed at Xu Taiping's retreating figure, his heart brimmed with profound reverence. Previously harboring pessimism about the ability to withstand the onslaught of demonic creatures, his perspective had now completely transformed. Amitabha, with the guardian of the evil subduing Azura here. This calamity at Pilu Temple shall surely be resolved, Huiming found himself exclaiming involuntarily. Hearing this, Xu Taiping could not help but furrow his brow, sensing that his explanations were becoming increasingly convoluted. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, he could only leverage his esteemed identity to foster greater trust among the monks of Pilu Temple. With hardly a pause, they swiftly arrived at the heavily guarded courtyard in less than the span of a tea break. "Guardian of the Dharma. This is the location for placing the focal artifact of the formation." Upon entering the courtyard, Abbot Huiming pointed to the palm of a Buddha statue at the center. Xu Taiping looked up to find that it was, indeed, a statue of the ancient Buddha Kasayapa, with an old robe resting in its palm. The robe in question is the very one once donned by the ancient Buddha Kasayapa, discovered centuries ago by a disciple of our Pilu temple in the wilds of the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas, and has since sheltered our temple for over 400 years. Abbot Huiming, with a sense of nostalgia, introduced this to Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Upon closer inspection, he noted the robe was visibly worn and damaged, its complete deterioration merely a matter of time. "Master Tianxin, although this robe is indeed tattered, it can still endure until tonight," Huiming remarked. "Why the urgency to replace it?" In Huiming's perspective, waiting until midnight to swap the robe would grant the temple's formation an additional half-day of protection. Any delay would be too late. Xu Taiping gestured toward the sky. "Too late." Huiming, puzzled, raised his gaze, yet saw nothing. Just as he was about to lower his eyes, a dark silhouette loomed larger above, ultimately transforming into a colossal figure standing 23 zhang tall. This figure, with 2 pairs of wings and a wolf's head upon a human body, possessed an imposing physique. The wolf demon lord, Gloomy Moon. Abbot Huiming finally recognized the figure. Simultaneously, a surge of dread filled his heart, Master Tianxian had anticipated the arrival of the wolf demon lord. Master Tianxian, truly a divine being. Huiming couldn't help but reflect internally. Chapter 5. The Birth of the Buddha's Son, transmitting the edicts of Buddha Kasayapa Boom. At that moment, the wolf demon lord, Gloomy Moon, suddenly raised the massive axe in his hand, preparing to cleave through the great formation of Pilu Temple. Master Tianxian, please hasten to replace the artifact. Even among the multitude of demon lords, the wolf Gloomy Moon stands at the forefront. Our temple's formation may not withstand even a single blow. Huiming expressed his concerns. He believed he understood the limits of the temple's formation all too well. There's no rush. The formation can still withstand at least 2 strikes, Xu Taiping replied calmly. Gazing at the formation above with a smile, his fingers gently manipulating the string of equal sentience beads, each one pulsating slowly. Master Tianxian, this matter cannot be taken lightly. Upon hearing this, Abbot Huiming grew anxious. Just as his words were spoken, the wolf demon lord, Gloomy Moon, swung his axe down. Bang! With a resounding crash, a fissure suddenly appeared in the scripture-laden light curtain above Pilu Temple. Nevertheless, the formation itself remained intact. Could it be that Master Tianxian's predictions were indeed accurate? Abbot Huiming's emotions were a blend of tension and anticipation. Boom! At that instant, the wolf demon lord struck again. Bang! This time, the formation was breached, and the scriptures began to scatter. Yet, despite this, the formation held firm. Abbot Huiming's gaze towards Xu Taiping transformed entirely, now reflecting the reverence of a devoted believer. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, he might have knelt in homage to Xu Taiping. Next, should you not inquire, how could such insignificant ants dare to threaten the life of my child? At this moment, Xu Taiping muttered softly to himself. Previously, the celestial wolf demon lord had forced him to start anew, a memory that lingered in his heart. As anticipated, after Xu Taiping uttered these words, the abbot Huiming heard the celestial wolf demon lord roar from above. How could such insignificant ants dare to threaten the life of my child? Not a word was amiss. With an understanding of human sentiment and a foresight into the future, it was evident why he was revered as the protector of the demonic realm. The abbot Huiming trembled with excitement, his body quaking in anticipation. At this moment, should anyone dare to question Xu Taiping's identity as the protector of the demonic realm, he would be the first to step forward and challenge them. Xu Taiping remained blissfully unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Huiming's mind. His entire focus was on the celestial wolf demon lord, for he knew that after this proclamation, the demon would unleash its full power once more. And Xu Taiping awaited precisely this moment of unrestrained force. Boom! At that instant, the celestial wolf demon lord, having amassed tremendous energy, raised the colossal axe in its grasp, wielding it with the might to cleave mountains and part seas, directing it towards the Pilu Temple below. Simultaneously, seizing the opportune moment, Xu Taiping relaxed his grip and placed the string of the equal life Buddha beads in the palm of the nearby statue. Boom! With the augmentation of the equal life Buddha beads, the scriptures that had nearly dissipated from the dome suddenly re-emerged in their entirety, shining even brighter than before. In an instant, the luminous barrier composed of the densely packed scriptures enveloped the entire Pilu Temple once more. Just then, the massive axe wielded by the celestial wolf demon lord struck heavily against the reinforced and fortified array. Bang! With a resounding crash. The golden scripture's radiance on the formation initially rippled like water across the surface, but quickly coalesced into an unyielding barrier. The celestial wolf demon lord was jolted back by the recoil. Having believed this blow would surely breach the array, it had struck without leaving any room for mitigation, resulting in the backlash that tore its arms asunder. This force surged through its arms and into its body, impacting its internal organs. For one possessing the true demonic form of a demon lord, even a full-force strike from a peak practitioner of the divine refinement realm would pose no substantial harm. However, this recoil was akin to inflicting injury upon itself. The damage was thus considerable. Cursed be it. Upon realizing that it had fallen into a trap, the celestial wolf demon lord roared in fury, unleashing a howl that reverberated with wrath, as if sensing the demon lord's rage. The pack of werewolves besieging the Pilu Temple echoed in a chorus of furious howls. From the sheer sound of this wolf's wail, one could discern the dire situation of the Pilu Temple. The werewolf horde had completely surrounded the temple, and the monks stationed at the entrances feared for their lives. The abbot Huiming clasped his hands in prayer, shaking his head in resignation. Seeing Master Huiming in such sorrow, Xu Taiping gently patted his shoulder and offered words of comfort. Master Huiming, your disciples have perished for the sake of the Buddha's children. This is an unparalleled merit, and they will surely be guided by the ancient Buddha Kasayapa to the pure land of ultimate bliss. To Xu Taiping's astonishment, what he had merely uttered in passing ignited a fervent excitement in Master Huiming, causing him to tremble with emotion. Heavenly Protector, did I hear correctly? The pure land of ultimate bliss in the Western paradise truly exists? I shall convey the teachings of the ancient Buddha Kasayapa. Just as Xu Taiping was about to clarify, the exuberant Master Huiming had already taken to the air, standing upon a golden lotus, and with hands clasped in prayer. He proclaimed to the assembled monks of Pilu Temple in a resounding voice, by the decree of the Heavenly Protector, the malevolent asuras shall be transcended, and the teachings of the ancient Buddha Kasayapa shall be imparted. In this calamity faced by Pilu Temple, all monks who have sacrificed their lives for the Buddha's children shall be guided by the ancient Buddha Kasayapa to be reborn in the Pure Land. Upon hearing these words, the temple erupted in fervor, while Xu Taiping stood there, utterly dumbfounded. This misunderstanding seemed to be escalating. He felt a twinge of headache. However, upon reflection, he realized that these monks indeed perished for the sake of the Buddha's children. If the Pure Land truly existed, he thought it only fitting that the ancient Buddha Kasayapa should make arrangements for them. Let it be a benevolent lie, and besides, Master Kasayapa, you have tricked me numerous times. Is it not fair that I trick you this once? With this thought, Xu Taiping felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. Yet, what Xu Taiping did not anticipate was the unexpected impact of this decree. Upon hearing the possibility of rebirth in the Pure Land, the monks, who had been despondent from being besieged for months, suddenly revitalized. Some martial monks raised there, with fervor, proclaiming with fervent zeal, "We are willing to die for the Buddha's children." The atmosphere of Pilu Temple was entirely transformed. Truly, Zen Buddhism possesses the power to inspire such selflessness. Had it not been for a great calamity a millennium ago that led to the fall of many ancient Buddhas and the subsequent descent into the age of decline, the realms would likely have appeared vastly different. As the atmosphere within Pilu Temple shifted, even the Celestial Maiden Lingyue could not help but express her astonishment. What calamity? Xu Taiping inquired with curiosity. The specifics elude me, but it appears that the Buddhist realm suffered a backlash from the heavens while competing for a fragment of divine land, resulting in devastation wrought by a sword technique executed by a sword cultivator who harnessed a millennium of fortune, annihilating much of the Buddhist realm, Lingyue recalled. A single sword? Xu Taiping asked in bewilderment. Indeed, a single sword, Lingyue affirmed. Your Excellency, the Heavenly Protector. At that moment, Master Huiming hurriedly approached Xu Taiping once more. Within this armor capsule lies the very battle gear once worn by the Heavenly Protector of the malevolent asuras. When the first abbot acquired this armor in the wilderness, he warned us that only those fated to transcend the malevolent asuras could unlock it. Master Huiming held the armor capsule with both hands, gazing at Xu Taiping with eager anticipation, having already concluded that Xu Taiping was the embodiment of the transcendent force. I shall give it a try. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Unlike the abbot Huiming, who harbored a profound understanding of his own identity, knowing he was not the incarnation of a malevolent asura, Xu Taiping lacked confidence in his ability to unlock the mysterious orb. Upon receiving the orb, he infused it with a trace of his true essence. To his astonishment, with a resounding crack, the orb opened before him. Instantly, a suit of ebony armor enveloped Xu Taiping entirely, even shrouding his face with a dark iron mask that revealed only his eyes. Amidst, congratulations to the great protector for reclaiming the legendary armor of Yur. Upon witnessing Xu Taiping successfully unlock the orb and don the armor once worn by the malevolent asura, Abbot Huiming fervently clasped his hands in celebration. Sister Lingyue, could it be that Kasayapa Buddha had foreseen this a century ago? Xu Taiping inquired, casting a glance at the armor that now adorned him, while mentally seeking guidance from the Celestial Maiden Lingyue. It is not foresight, but rather the causality inherent in Zen. I have previously mentioned that even a stone picked up in front of a Zen temple can bind one to a fragment of karma, Lingyue replied with a smile. However, fret not. It appears that this Kasayapa Buddha harbors no ill intentions towards you, and you do not seek opportunities from them without merit. So adverse repercussions are unlikely to follow. She added reassuringly. Xu Taiping nodded, placing this matter aside for the moment. I just sense that although this armor is severely damaged, it is indeed a genuine artifact. If you can wear it, you might possess the strength to contend with entities of the Demon Lord caliber. However, there is another issue. Lingyue's voice resonated once more. What issue? He asked. The consumption of divine essence required to wield such an artifact is immense. To utilize this armor with ease, you must at least overcome the spirit refinement stage. Until then, I will need to control the armor for you using my divine spirit, Lingyue answered earnestly. But Sister Lingyue, will using divine essence in the Yuyun realm draw the attention of that leaf book? Xu Taiping expressed his concern. It is possible, but this is not the time to weigh such matters. If the Pilu temple falls, we too will be doomed, Lingyue responded with calm composure. I understand. Sister Lingyue, please take control of the armor. If we are discovered, we shall face it together, Xu Taiping replied decisively. Rest assured, I am no longer the mere remnant you encountered before. Being discovered does not necessarily mean being found, Lingyue stated with confidence, indicating she was well prepared. As soon as Lingyue finished speaking, Xu Taiping felt the ancient armor upon him awakening like a slumbering beast that had lain dormant for 1,000 years. An overwhelming aura began to radiate from him, enveloping the entirety of the Pilu temple. In that instant, the monks within the temple fell silent, as if under the gaze of a ferocious beast, fearing that any utterance would lead to their demise. Abbot Huiming was no exception. Where he had once felt only pure reverence for Xu Taiping, he now experienced a profound and unwavering dread. He even sensed that at this moment, the aura emanating from Xu Taiping was even more terrifying than that of the celestial wolf demon lord moments prior. Xu Taiping, on the other hand, felt an extraordinary sensation. After the fairy Lingyue helped him harness the power of this battle armor, he suddenly experienced an illusion that with the slightest gesture, he could split mountains and shatter seas. This battle armor allowed one to preemptively experience the perceptive powers of transformation. Yet the actual strength it could unleash was likely confined to the pinnacle of the refining spirit realm. The extent of combat prowess it could yield still depended upon one's own capabilities. At this moment, Fairy Lingyue's voice resonated in Xu Taiping's mind once more. Indeed, I understand. Xu Taiping responded internally. Upon witnessing the terror-stricken expression of Abbot Huiming beside him, he then addressed Fairy Lingyue. Sister Lingyue, please allow this battle armor to slumber. However, you must remember, even I can only maintain the full power of this armor for the duration of a single incense stick. Fairy Lingyue replied, simultaneously reminding Xu Taiping. Consequently, the dreadful aura surrounding Xu Taiping dissipated like a receding tide. The tense nerves of Huiming relaxed instantaneously. Chapter 7. The Birth of the Buddha's Child. Let us call him Prosperity Amitabha. With the heavenly protector present, we shall surely safeguard the Buddha's child. At this moment, Huiming felt immense gratitude that the person beside him stood united with them. This precious armor indeed granted him the strength to contend with the celestial wolf demon lord. Yet when the array faltered in 2 days and the demonic creatures surged forth, he feared it would be an insurmountable challenge. Xu Taiping expressed his concerns. Currently, the only strategy he could conceive was to retreat with the Buddha's child while fending off their pursuers. However, this approach bore significant risks if surrounded by demons. Escape would be exceedingly difficult. There is no need for you to worry about this, Heavenly Protector. Abbot Huiming chuckled upon hearing this, then retrieved a withered branch from his sleeve and presented it to Xu Taiping, continuing, once the array opens, you merely need to cast this Bodhi branch onto the small river at the temple's entrance, allowing it to transform into a single log bridge spanning both banks. What purpose does this serve? Xu Taiping inquired, puzzled. This single log bridge is a protective artifact left by the first abbot of the Pilu Zen temple. Once the bridge is erected, the monks within the temple will recite the Heart Sutra of Bodhi in unison. Anyone wishing to enter the temple must cross this single log bridge. At that time, you need only guard the bridge. Abbot Huiming explained with a smile. Such an artifact exists in this world. Xu Taiping expressed his astonishment. Upon hearing this, Abbot Huiming appeared deeply moved, exclaiming, Amitabha, Huiming thanks the Heavenly Protector for your praise. This remark sent shivers down Xu Taiping's spine. He felt that even a mere spit from him would be regarded as fragrant by the old monk. Suddenly, a baby's cry echoed within the temple. Amitabha, the Buddha's child has finally been born. Upon hearing the wail, Abbot Huiming clasped his hands in excitement, proclaiming loudly. That night, In a secluded meditation room in the rear courtyard of the Pilu Zen Temple, Master Huiming, my husband and I are illiterate. Could you please bestow a name upon our child? A plain-looking village woman cradling a wrinkled infant gazed expectantly at Master Huiming. Indeed, Master Huiming, we are but simple folk and cannot conjure a fitting name. A barefoot man beside the woman scratched his head awkwardly. His honest demeanor and calloused hands revealed a life of toil in the fields. Just as Master Huiming was about to speak, he suddenly fell silent, his expression brightening as he turned to Xu Taiping and said, Lord Guardian, might I request that you name the child? Xu Taiping scratched his head. He could manage other tasks, but naming was truly a challenge for him. Lord Guardian, do you perhaps face some difficulty? Or is it that the Bodhisattva Kasyapa has greater expectations for this child? Noticing Xu Taiping's hesitation, Master Huiming grew anxious, his voice trembling slightly. Recognizing the old monk's unfounded worries, Xu Taiping quickly raised his hand, saying, Do not fret. Allow me a moment to contemplate. Upon hearing this, Master Huiming breathed a sigh of relief, nodding vigorously. The name of the child is of great significance. Please, Lord Guardian, ponder it well. However, Xu Taiping found himself in a quandary, unable to devise a suitable name. Just then, as his gaze fell upon the night sky outside the window, inspiration struck him. How about nightfall? Upon hearing the name, both the village woman and the farmer frowned, clearly disliking it. Yet, Master Huiming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he whispered, Excellent, excellent. This name is splendid. He then eagerly explained to the couple. Legend has it that in the pitch-black depths of the 9 abysses, the only thing that shines is a flower called nightfall. The creatures of the abyss despise this flower. Yet no matter what they do, they cannot eradicate it entirely. Our child shall, like the nightfall flower, become the singular beacon of hope for humanity when darkness descends upon the world. As he spoke, Master Huiming was so moved that tears streamed down his face. Xu Taiping, however, was left bewildered, thinking to himself, I merely felt that since the child was born at night, nightfall was a fitting name. Why all this elaborate explanation? Hearing Xu Taiping's unvoiced thoughts, the fairy Lingyue could not help but chuckle. We still believe that prosperity is a better name. Yes, I too think prosperity is quite good. Despite Master Huiming's impassioned oration, the couple remained steadfast in their preference, unconvinced by the name Nightfall. Ultimately, swayed by the promise of free education for their child, the couple reluctantly accepted the name Nightfall, while also deciding to keep Prosperity as the child's nickname. Prosperity, my dear Prosperity, regardless of whether you are a bodhisattva, you are still my Prosperity. Well, that is uncertain. You, woman, there are so many people here. Do not speak nonsense. Why are you scolding me? Master Huiming, look. He is being fierce with me, yet I am the mother of your Buddhist disciple. Just as they were about to leave, the couple suddenly erupted into an argument, compelling the abbot Huiming to once again play the role of mediator, diligently trying to persuade them. Witnessing this scene, so rich with the essence of human life, Xu Taiping felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Sister Lingyue, I have suddenly come to appreciate the name Wankai as quite delightful. He stretched lazily and stepped out of the meditation room. Compared to becoming a disciple of Buddha, I believe that parents everywhere would prefer their children to be carefree Wankai. Immortal Lingyue nodded in agreement. 2 days later, the formation at Pilu Temple began to show signs of instability. The domed ceiling revealed numerous cracks, sprawling in various directions. It was evident that the demonic entities outside had sensed the birth of the Buddhist disciple. However, that afternoon, Pilu Temple undertook an action that left the demons outside utterly perplexed. They opened the temple gates and sent forth a youth clad in dark armor. This youth, of course, was Xu Taiping. Gazing at the gathering of demons across the river, Xu Taiping exhaled a long breath and then hurled a branch of Bodhi into the air. Boom! In an instant, the Bodhi branch transformed into a single log bridge spanning the small river. Subsequently, Xu Taiping forcefully slammed his dagger against the ground and boldly shouted to the assembly of demons. Those who wish to slay the Buddhist disciple must first inquire about the blade in my hand. Chapter 8. The Single Log Bridge, a Chorus of Crickets. The fury of the immortal's blade. This unexpected scene left the group of demons led by the werewolf momentarily stunned. Throughout their days of besieging Pilu Temple, the monks inside had behaved like turtles retreating into their shells, unresponsive even when their throats were hoarse from shouting. Thus, upon witnessing someone daring to challenge them so brazenly, they were momentarily at a loss for words. The werewolves guarding the opposite bank glanced at one another before bursting into uproarious laughter. Shaven monk, do not think that just because you donned a turtle shell, I, the wolf lord, cannot handle you. One particularly balding werewolf, brandishing a crude blade, pointed menacingly at Xu Taiping. If you dare step out, I shall cleave you in two with a single strike. The werewolf sneered at Xu Taiping, for the demons were unaware of the precise timing of the temple's formation being breached, nor did they know that Pillar Temple would send someone out at this moment. Thus, the leaders of the werewolves, including Awakening Lingyue, remained engaged in breaking the formation above Pillar Temple. The bald werewolf was merely a minor leader, commanding a mere 10 werewolves. Very well, Xu Taiping chuckled, leaping gracefully from the formation onto the single log bridge. Come, he beckoned to the bald werewolf. The werewolf, taken aback, did not expect Xu Taiping to actually step out. However, it quickly regained its composure, sneering, "What a fool. I can take on 10 of you alone. Why should I engage you in a one-on-one duel?" With that, it raised its hand to signal its 10 or so werewolf minions, exclaiming, "Boys, it's time to feast." Immediately, the werewolves leapt into action, bypassing the single log bridge altogether. These werewolf-like beings possessed a physical prowess comparable to that of martial arts masters. Particularly notable were their powerful legs, capable of propelling them across the river with a single leap. Thus, they intended to capitalize on their astonishing jumping ability to swiftly overpower Xu Taiping, who stood on a narrow wooden bridge. With a thud, the lead werewolf landed on the bridge, having no intention of engaging directly. It merely awaited the moment when its subordinates would tear Xu Taiping apart, allowing it to reap the benefits. "Hurry, you fools." However, just as the werewolf was about to urge its followers to hasten, it witnessed over a dozen werewolves gracefully leap into the air, only to be sent flying back by a series of golden, scripture-like hands that struck them down. The werewolf glanced back at its subordinates, now tumbling into the river with howls of despair, before turning its gaze back to Xu Taiping. "Surely you understand that only one can traverse this bridge at a time?" Xu Taiping remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. "You deceitful wretch." Realizing it had been outmaneuvered, the werewolf pivoted and leapt from the bridge, attempting to return to the shore. Yet, in the very instant it took to leap, a swift arc of blade light fell from above, cleaving the werewolf in two like a stroke of calligraphy. The Demon Slayer, designed specifically for vanquishing evil, combined with the unique energy of the demon-slaying blade technique, proved insurmountable for such a lowly creature. "Quick," informed the king. The werewolf bellowed in its final moments, driven by the instinctual urges of its kind. As its voice faded, its body was utterly obliterated by the blade's energy. Having faced the monks of Pillar Temple numerous times, the werewolves had never before witnessed such a gruesome demise among their own, prompting them to become wary and howl in unison. Despite their demonic nature, they retained some primal instincts, such as communicating through howls. Now, the critical moment approached. As Xu Taiping sheathed his sword and observed the scene, a grave expression settled upon his face. For him, even without the armor of Azura, a demon of the Lord level posed little threat. However, the real danger lay in the demon kings and the likes of the celestial wolf demon lord. Sister Lingyue, refrain from utilizing the power of the Azura armor for now. I shall take this opportunity to learn more about the demons in this region. Xu Taiping communicated inwardly as he consumed a chi-gathering pill. Understood, Lingyue replied promptly. However, after her response, the usually reticent sword ghost suddenly conveyed a message directly to Xu Taiping's mind. In a one-on-one confrontation, you might attempt to merge my fury slash with the cicada call of the Demon Slayer. The key lies in the principle of 100 cicadas returning to one. With that, the sword ghost fell silent. The concept of merging the fury slash with the cicada call, anchored in the principle of 100 cicadas returning to one. This revelation awakened Xu Taiping to new possibilities. Due to countless encounters with the blade demon, Xu Taiping had become exceedingly familiar with his swordsmanship. Thus, upon hearing the mention of the fusion of the Fury Immortal slash and the cicada style, he immediately grasped the blade demon's intentions. Elder Duan's cicada style emphasizes the transformation of one into many, ultimately achieving the realm where 100 cicadas sing in unison, or even 1,000. When perfected, a single strike can slay 1,000 demons or 10,000. In contrast, the Fury Immortal slash is singular. Regardless of the opponent's abilities or techniques, whether faced with 10 or 100 adversaries, it is executed with but one stroke. Therefore, whenever the blade demon unleashed the Fury Immortal slash, it essentially signified the conclusion of the testing phase. Let me give it a try, Xu Taiping mused to himself. Nodding subtly. Chapter 9. The Narrow Bridge. Battle against the crimson-haired werewolf king simultaneously. Insights regarding the nuances and significance of the Fury Immortal slash emerged in Xu Taiping's mind, evidently imparted by the blade demon. Thank you, he expressed with genuine surprise. Although this strike primarily relied on the principles of the cicada style, possessing the underlying swordsmanship tenets made its execution considerably more manageable for Xu Taiping. Do not bring shame upon me, the blade demon gravely intoned before his presence faded entirely from Xu Taiping's senses. Master Celestial Protector, do not depart so hastily. At that moment, the two foremost monks from the Pilu Zen temple, accompanied by 7 or 8 frail disciples, hurriedly approached Xu Taiping from behind. What brings you here? Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat perplexed. Master Celestial Protector, although my humble self, Huaining, and my senior brother, Huajuan, lack proficiency in demon-slaying techniques, we are well-versed in a method of restoring vitality and true essence through Buddhist teachings and can offer our assistance, one of the monks explained. Then I shall be grateful for your aid, Xu Taiping nodded. While he possessed a considerable stock of dragon gallbladder wine and qi-gathering pills, the impending battle promised to be exceedingly protracted. The support of these monks would help conserve his resources. Listen well. We are fighting alongside the celestial protector of the ancient Kasayapa Buddha's teachings against the malevolent Asura. This is a fortuitous opportunity that may never come again. From this moment forth, unless one's head is severed, the recitation of scriptures must not cease. Upon receiving Xu Taiping's consent, another foremost monk, Huajuan, proclaimed with fervor to the gathered disciples. Indeed, to fight alongside the celestial protector is a privilege. Even in death, you shall enter the Pure Land. Huaining, the monk who had made the initial suggestion, fervently echoed his companion's sentiment. Witnessing this, Xu Taiping felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, contemplating, so your fervor is driven by the allure of the Pure Land. Boom. At that instant, several powerful auras surged from the heavens, landing on the opposite bank of the river. Xu Taiping raised his gaze to scrutinize the scene, discovering 2 formidable beings on the other side. One at the Demon King level and the other at the Demon Lord level. The Celestial Wolf Demon Lord had yet to appear, and even the Demon Lords were few in number. Master Celestial Protector, upon my arrival, I chanced upon the Celestial Wolf Demon Lord accompanied by 7 or 8 Demon Lords, preparing a formation in the courtyard. They shall not approach unless the great formation is breached, one of the monks reported. Huaining perceived the confusion in Xu Taiping's eyes and promptly elucidated, surely. You suspect we are luring the tiger away from its mountain lair to prolong their time in breaking our formation. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. I initially thought reinforcements from other temples had arrived, but it turns out to be merely a reckless Taoist practitioner. Among the 2 wolf kings, the one with blood-red fur approached the riverbank, brandishing a knife. The bald monks have exhausted their skills. They seek to delay time in this manner. The other wolf king, with grayish-white fur, also arrived at the riverbank, casting a scornful gaze towards Xu Taiping on the opposite bank. It is no wonder they harbor such disdain. The monks of Pilu Temple are exceedingly feeble. Even those with comparable cultivation levels have been effortlessly slain by them over time, leading these arrogant demons to become increasingly haughty. Crimson-haired, go deal with him, commanded the towering wolf demon lord, who reclined in a chair brought by his subordinates, his impatience evident. Yes, Lord Haimu, replied the crimson-haired wolf demon, initially filled with excitement, and as he turned, he could not resist smirking at the gray-haired wolf demon. What a fortunate opportunity I've stumbled upon. The gray-haired wolf demon scoffed. What a lucky break for you. The crimson-haired demon, brimming with pride, grinned broadly and stepped forward, leaping into the air. In the blink of an eye, he landed upon the narrow bridge. You, a mere practitioner at the profound realm, dare meddle in the affairs of my wolf demon clan? He taunted, casually strolling across the bridge, showing no intent to halt even as he approached within a few yards of Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping merely cast a fleeting glance at the crimson-haired demon before turning his gaze back, furrowing his brow in contemplation, seemingly oblivious to the demon's words. The crimson-haired demon remained undeterred, continuing his leisurely walk, inching closer to Xu Taiping. Suddenly, when the distance between them shrank to less than a yard, The crimson-haired demon abruptly drew his long knife without warning, executing a swift downward slash towards Xu Taiping. With a thunderous roar, the moment the knife was unleashed, a crimson blade aura coalesced, resembling a massive bloodied claw, lunging towards Xu Taiping. At that precise instant, as the crimson blade shadow descended, Xu Taiping, who had been deep in thought, swiftly unsheathed his sword. With a piercing cicada-like sound, the unique momentum of his blade surged forth, startling the crimson-haired demon and halting the momentum of his descending knife. Although the pause lasted only a brief moment, it was ample time for Xu Taiping. In a heartbeat, hundreds of blade shadows erupted as if wings sprouted from his back, emerging as he raised his long knife. However, unlike before, these myriad blade shadows did not simply fly forth to strike. Instead, at the moment Xu Taiping brought down his water-slicing knife, they suddenly converged, overlapped, and fused together. With a resounding crash, the clash resonated through the air. Yet, even with only a few shadows of the blade merged, Xu Taiping had already executed a swift slash. The speed of fusion remained insufficiently rapid. Concurrently, the red-haired figure finally extricated himself from the constraints of the Ming Chan-style sword intent, wielding his long blade with formidable force. He struck down towards Xu Taiping. Bang! As the two blades collided, the immense force of the impact sent the red-haired warrior staggering back several paces. Xu Taiping, on the other hand, was forced to retreat to the riverbank. In truth, had Xu Taiping not been attempting to merge the Ming Chan and Rage immortal sword techniques with his previous strike, the mere execution of the 100 cicadas chirping would have sufficed to slay the red-haired adversary. Yet, he bore no regrets. Chapter 10, The Single Log Bridge. Gifted blade from the dark with Demon Lord. With my current cultivation, the 100 cicadas chirping can indeed fell a demon king. But what of a demon lord or a demon sovereign? While the demon sovereign remains unaware of the true capabilities of the single log bridge, it is prudent to practice on these few werewolves first. With this thought, Xu Taiping lifted his blade once more and leapt onto the single log bridge. Oh, I had thought you possessed some prowess. Yet even the strike I delivered with merely a third of my strength was beyond your capability to withstand. The red-haired werewolf smirked, his expression one of arrogant derision towards Xu Taiping. The Ming Chan-style sword intent, along with the blade aura that seemed to counter their demonic energy, had indeed startled him momentarily. However, upon sensing the true might of that strike, he quickly dismissed his concerns. Far too weak. Red-haired, stop dilly-dallying. Finish him with a single blow, urged the gray-haired werewolf demon from the riverbank with an impatient tone. Clearly, it too believed that Xu Taiping was no match for the red-haired adversary. Do not presume to instruct me. The red-haired warrior shot a disdainful glance at the gray-haired werewolf before turning back to Xu Taiping, his eyes narrowing as he declared, "This king has lost interest in toying with you." Suddenly, the red-haired figure gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, stepping forward with a powerful thrust, his long sword cleaving downwards with the force to split mountains and shatter stones, crashing towards Xu Taiping. The ferocity of this blade far surpassed the previous strike. The 3 slashes resembling bloodied claws stretched out over 10 feet in length. Even Xu Taiping's companions, Huaining and Huazhuan, felt a surge of concern, their chanting growing increasingly fervent. Swish! Almost mirroring the previous encounter, it was not until the red-haired warrior began his downward slash that Xu Taiping swiftly unsheathed his blade. No! The sound of cicadas once again filled the air. This time, however, as the red-haired werewolf had prepared for it, the Ming Chan-style sword intent merely caused a slight hesitation in his assault before he resumed, with renewed ferocity, against Xu Taiping. Boom! Yet this time, Xu Taiping's strike was executed with significantly greater swiftness. At the very moment his long blade met the oncoming strike of the red-haired werewolf, a total of 20 cicada-like blade shadows converged with his water-severing blade. Whoosh! With a piercing sound that sliced through the air, Xu Taiping's long blade left a brilliant streak of light, and from this luminous trace, a hint of the Rage Immortal's essence could already be discerned. Bang! At the moment the blade's scar manifested, a fierce surge of sword energy pierced through the body of the crimson-haired wolfman. With a cough, the crimson-haired wolfman, now bereft of its sword momentum, involuntarily spat forth a mouthful of black blood as its demonic aura erupted chaotically. In this instant, even in its arrogance, it finally comprehended that Xu Taiping had merely been honing his swordsmanship upon it. You seek your own demise. In a state of both shock and fury, It abruptly revealed its true demonic form, transforming into a colossal wolf with a crimson blade clamped between its jaws, and with this sword in its mouth. It swung down violently towards Xu Taiping. Boom! The moment the blade descended, a torrent of blood-red sword energy coalesced into a gaping maw filled with fangs, accompanied by a furious wolf howl as it lunged towards Xu Taiping. Even Xu Taiping was taken aback in the face of this strike. He had not anticipated that this demon from the Yuyun realm not only possessed a formidable true demonic form, but also exhibited such mastery of sword techniques, something he had not encountered among the demonic entities in the true martial heaven. However, when it came to the essence of this strike, Xu Taiping was not overly surprised, having engaged with the sword demon countless times. He had already discerned its greatest potential from the moment the crimson-haired wolfman executed its first slash. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword only when the crimson-haired wolfman's blade descended. Boom! Yet, unlike before, as he had begun to grasp the synergy between the Fury Immortal slash and the cicada technique, he did not approach the drawing of the sword with the same caution as previously. Thus, he could devote more of his concentration to consolidating his sword momentum. Consequently, at the instant he drew his sword, the cicada technique's sword energy erupted forth like a thunderous strike, crashing heavily into the crimson-haired wolfman. In an instant, the fearsome sword momentum of the crimson-haired wolfman was abruptly halted. The next moment, a piercing tremor echoed through the air. A barrage of over 100 sword shadows, akin to the wings of cicadas, erupted from behind Xu Taiping, and, at the moment he unleashed a powerful downward slash, swiftly converged into a singular force. Boom! Though this strike ultimately amalgamated only 30 of the cicada sword shadows, its potency was enhanced by more than double. Swish! Amidst the shrill sound of breaking air, the onlookers, including the gray-haired wolf demon king, stood in stunned silence as they beheld the crimson-haired wolfman, seemingly frozen in place, now marked by a straight, vertical scar from top to bottom. This scar gleamed with a blinding brilliance, resembling a canvas that had cracked open, revealing a radiant light from behind. Boom! Almost simultaneously with the emergence of this scar, a vast wave of sword energy surged through the colossal form of the crimson-haired wolfman. Bang! As the sword energy pierced through, the black blood within the crimson-haired wolfman erupted from its wounds, and its entire body was violently torn apart in midair by the unique sword energy of the demon-slaying blade. A torrential rain of blood fell, pattering upon the river's surface, instantly tainting the previously clear waters with a deep black hue. On the riverbank, the gray-haired wolfman wiped the black blood from its face, and upon confirming the crimson blood, its expression shifted from shock to sheer terror. The Blackwood Demon Lord. He turned to the demon lord behind him. The once closed eyes of the wolf demon lord now opened. "Use my blade," he uttered coldly. The Blackwood Demon Lord cast a fleeting glance at Xu Taiping, then, with a wave of his hand, threw a pitch-black long knife before the gray-haired wolf. Upon seeing the weapon, the wolf's eyes shifted from fear to exhilaration. "Thank you, Blackwood Demon Lord, for bestowing this blade," it exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Hurry and behead him. The Demon Lord and the others are about to break the formation. If, at that moment, you cannot even handle a mere minor practitioner of the Transcendence realm, I shall have no choice but to present both your head and that of the boy to the Demon Lord as an apology." The Blackwood Demon Lord spoke while closing his eyes once more, returning to his state of meditation. "Rest assured, with this Xianming blade, I shall sever his head within 3 strikes. The gray-eyed wolf proclaimed confidently, casting a self-assured glance towards Xu Taiping on the opposite side of the narrow bridge. Chapter 11. The Narrow Bridge, the Water-Cutting Blade versus the Xianming Blade, 3 strikes? At that moment, Xu Taiping, who had returned to the entrance of the Pillar Temple, gazed upward at the magical formation above, murmuring to himself. Under normal circumstances, the formation would withstand until deep into the night. However, following the relentless assaults from the Celestial Wolf Demon Lord and his fellow Demon Lords over the past 2 days, it might falter in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Once the formation collapses, the secrets of the narrow bridge would inevitably be revealed, and the Celestial Wolf Demon Lord might directly intervene, perhaps sending 1 or 2 more Demon Lords to test my strength. Xu Taiping pondered. The adversary occupying his thoughts was no longer the gray-haired wolf or the Blackwood Demon Lord, but rather the Celestial Wolf King. To endure until aid arrives from other temples. He must strive to merge the sound of the morning cicada with the wrath of the immortal into a single strike before the Celestial Wolf King arrives. Consider it sharpening his blade for the kill against the Celestial Wolf King. As he contemplated, Xu Taiping directed his gaze back towards the narrow bridge. He felt a strong sense of confidence regarding this battle. Although the Celestial Wolf King was formidable, he possessed the Azura armor, the assistance of Sister Lingyue, and the insights from the Blade Demon. Under unexpected circumstances, he could at least inflict severe injuries upon the Celestial Wolf King, if not slay him outright. Suddenly, as a melodious chant resonated, a refreshing breeze swept over Xu Taiping. Looking down, he saw golden scriptures floating around him. They entered his body like droplets of water, and after being refined by the automatically activated Danxia technique, transformed into pure essence, continuously replenishing his Dan heart. He did not need to ask. He surmised that the two heads of Pilu Temple, accompanied by several disciples, were aiding him in restoring his true essence. Thank you, Head Monk Huaning, Head Monk Huajuan, and the esteemed monks for your tremendous assistance, Xu Taiping expressed gratefully, joining his hands in prayer towards the chanting figures behind him. Amitba, there is no need for such courtesy, protector of the heavens. Upon hearing this, the excited head monks Huaning and Huajuan, along with their disciples, responded with a resounding chant of Buddhist verses and a bow. It was evident that the allure of the Pure Land was profoundly compelling to them. Boom. At that moment, a powerful wave of energy emanated from the opposite riverbank, stirring the air currents that even reached Xu Taiping and his companions on this side of the shore. Xu Taiping lifted his gaze and beheld the gray-haired werewolf demon lord, who descended onto the wooden bridge like a gust of wind, wielding a pitch-black long blade. More than the gray-haired beast, Xu Taiping's attention was captivated by the weapon in its grasp. A demon king's weapon? Xu Taiping murmured. The aura radiating from this blade reminded him of the demon king's weapon, Slaughtering Heaven, which he had encountered years ago in the secret realm of Yunming's. Unlike ordinary spiritual weapons, demon king weapons exude a lifelike essence, as if they breathe. I recall the water-cutting blade possesses the divine ability to sever with 7 strikes. I wonder if it would be effective against this demon king weapon. Xu Taiping glanced at the water-cutting blade in his hand. As if comprehending his thoughts, the blade emitted a chilling hum, seemingly expressing disdain for the demon king's weapon. It appears it can indeed cleave through. Xu Taiping smiled faintly and leaped onto the wooden bridge. With a sudden motion, unlike the verbose red-haired adversary, the gray-haired werewolf demon lord wasted no time. As soon as Xu Taiping stood on the bridge, it swiftly unsheathed the black long blade. Boom. The instant the blade was drawn, a fierce and frigid aura surged forth, enveloping the bridge in a wave of icy energy. The river beneath the wooden bridge froze instantaneously. Frost washes the sky. Simultaneously, after a roar, the gray-haired demon lord swung the dark blade towards Xu Taiping. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, a fierce blizzard surged forth, propelled by the sound of the gray-haired blade. Facing such a formidable strike, Xu Taiping opted for a counterattack, drawing his blade only upon witnessing the demon lord's downward arc. Striking back with precision, this is the true essence of the furious immortal slash. Boom. Just as with his previous encounter against the red-haired foe, the cicada cry technique locked the gray-haired blade's force. However, unlike before, the gray-haired demon seemed to anticipate Xu Taiping's maneuver and was prepared with a counter-strategy at the moment of his strike. With a resounding thud, countless ice shards shot forth like swords, aimed straight at Xu Taiping, compensating for the brief pause in the gray-haired blade's momentum. Boom. What the gray-haired demon did not foresee was that Xu Taiping's blade force surged, enhancing it by more than double, extending the lock duration by an additional breath. Since his initial confrontation with the bald wolf, Xu Taiping had deliberately concealed his techniques, including this blade force. Now, he was capable of harnessing the very essence of the entire temple and the surrounding environment, yet during his encounter with the red-haired opponent, he had only drawn upon the spatial force of the area within 100 yards before the temple. It appeared he had exerted his utmost, yet in truth, he had not yet approached his limits. As the fierce momentum of the blade contended for a fleeting moment, a cicada's cry resonated, and Xu Taiping struck through the swirling snowstorm with a decisive slash. In the instant the water-disrupting blade was unleashed, over 100 blade shadows first dispersed, only to converge once more toward the blade's edge. Boom. Ultimately, as it clashed with the tempestuous snow, 40 of those blade shadows successfully melded together. Whoosh! Just like before. With a piercing sound slicing through the air, a unique spectacle emerged from the furious celestial strike. A brilliant scar of light cleaved through the blizzard, rending the snowflakes and the gray-haired figure asunder. Chapter 12. The Narrow Bridge. The final blade must sever. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a fierce blade aura pierced through the snowstorm and the gray-haired werewolf's form. In that fleeting moment, the very air seemed to solidify until the gray-haired beast spat forth a mouthful of blood. However, perhaps due to the influence of the demonic weapon, Xu Taiping's strike did not deliver a fatal blow to the gray-haired adversary. Seeing that the creature still drew breath, Xu Taiping felt a measure of relief. Even with the techniques imparted by the blade ghost, his progress in merging the two forms remained excruciatingly slow. That recent strike, though intentionally restrained, would barely achieve the fusion of 45 or 6 blades at full strength. Therefore, he still required a partner to test his blade. Nevertheless, the power of this technique had indeed surpassed his expectations, nearly severing the gray-haired foe in one stroke. Looking around, aside from the fan-shaped area behind him, nearly everything else lay encased in ice from that strike. The monks, including Huizhuan and Huaning, gazed at him with reverence, as if witnessing a miraculous event. Whoosh! At that moment, the enraged gray-haired werewolf, stung by humiliation, silently raised the Xianming blade and once more struck towards Xu Taiping. Boom! As this blow descended, the gray-haired beast unleashed its true demonic form, its power evidently surpassing that of the previous strike. The long blade drew forth a tempest of ice and snow, its ferocity now even more terrifying. Swoosh! Xu Taiping, as before, responded with a counterattack. Knowing that, amidst a cacophony of cicada cries, he gathered over 40 blade shadows into one and struck once more against the raging tempest. Whoosh! With a sound that split the air, the blizzard was again cleaved apart. The gray-haired werewolf, struck by the blade's aura, was hurled backward with a resounding crash, landing on the opposite riverbank. However, under the cold gaze of the Blackwood Demon Sovereign, the gray-haired creature immediately slammed its hand against the ground, propelling itself upward once again, brandishing the Xianming blade as it charged at Xu Taiping. Bang! Moments later, even wielding its true demonic form, the gray-haired werewolf was still sent flying by Xu Taiping's strike. Driven by fury, resentment, and fear of the Blackwood Demon Sovereign behind it, the gray-haired beast quickly rose once more, launching another strike at Xu Taiping. Bang bang! 3 consecutive slashes later, its true demonic form had become a mangled wreck beneath the onslaught of Xu Taiping's blade aura. The once formidable figure now lay diminished, stripped of its previous grandeur. Though not fatal, the humiliation was profound. With a roar, perhaps fueled by shame or the fear of retribution from the demon lord behind him, the gray-haired werewolf demon king descended into madness, recklessly unleashing his demonic energy. Yet, just as he gathered his power, prepared to risk his very life for one final strike against Xu Taiping, a towering figure sent him sprawling with a single kick. In terror, he turned to see none other than the demon lord Haimu. "You worthless fool." Before the gray-haired one could finish his retort, Haimu kicked him again, lifting his entire form off the ground. Simultaneously, Haimu raised his hand, summoning the Xianming blade that was embedded in the earth. "Can you not see that he is merely toying with you?" With that, Haimu delivered a crushing blow to the gray-haired demon's chest, causing half of his body to explode. Xu Taiping observed this scene, his emotions tumultuous like a small boat tossed upon a raging sea. His earlier restraint was not an attempt to mock the gray-haired demon, but rather a strategic decision to shatter the Xianming blade with his water-severing technique, which guaranteed destruction with 7 strikes. He believed the gray-haired demon could not wield the true power of a demon king's weapon, but in the hands of Haimu, the situation was entirely different. Thus, he sought to eliminate this weapon first, ensuring his victory. To his astonishment, just as he was about to deliver the final blow, the demon lord Haimu intervened, killing the gray-haired demon and reclaiming the Xianming blade. Fortunately, Haimu did not employ the blade in this act, allowing Xu Taiping's water-severing technique to remain effective with just one more strike needed to sever it. Perhaps it was for the best that the Xianming blade was broken in Haimu's grasp. This next strike might provide the opportunity to slay him directly. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Xu Taiping's gaze remained fixed on the demon lord across the river, gripping the water-severing blade as he advanced once more towards the narrow bridge. Amidst the resonant chants, he felt his body enveloped by scriptures, his depleting true essence and vitality rapidly rejuvenating. Sister Lingyue, I can now harness a portion of the Shura armor's protective power, he conveyed telepathically as he ascended the bridge. Though Lingyue did not respond, Xu Taiping sensed the awakening of the Shura armor enveloping him. In the realm of Jinwu, a demon lord-level monster was roughly equivalent to the divine refinement stage. However, in the realm of Yuyun, Xu Taiping felt that even the most ordinary demon lord exuded a presence far more potent than those of the divine refinement stage in Jinwu. Thus, he approached the situation with caution. Are you not of the Pillar Temple? At that moment, Haimu flickered into existence on the narrow bridge, brandishing the Xinming blade as he approached Xu Taiping step by step. It seems I have no obligation to converse with you, Xu Taiping replied with a smile, placing his hand upon the hilt of his blade, adopting a stance to draw it. Indeed, the Blackwood demon lord, with an icy gaze, nodded slightly and spoke in an indifferent tone. The identity of a deceased person is of no consequence. Chapter 13, Battling the Pack of Wolves. Blackwood demon lord's Xinming blade crack. 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 As the Blackwood demon lord spoke, the surface of the lake beneath the narrow bridge began to freeze once more. A chilling aura surged, enveloping the entire expanse of the lake. This aura, emanating from the Blackwood demon lord, was unlike the powerful presence typically associated with ordinary energy fluctuations. It exuded an overwhelming coldness that seemed capable of freezing both bone and soul. Boom. Just as this chilling aura attempted to traverse the narrow bridge, it was intercepted by the demonic blade energy radiating from Xu Taiping. In that fleeting moment of confrontation between the two forces, an ice wall slowly ascended along the center line of the river, cleaving it into two. On one bank, a wintry landscape prevailed. On the other, lush greenery flourished. The stark contrast of these two scenes was striking. Huaining and Huazhuan, witnessing this spectacle, were once again filled with astonishment. Though they were not martial monks, their perception was keen enough to discern that this heavenly guardian before them was not inferior to the Blackwood demon lord in terms of aura strength. It was known that several formidable monks from their temple had met their end at the hands of this very Blackwood demon lord. However, at this moment, Xu Taiping was far from the ease they imagined. Even with the protection of the Azura armor, he could still feel the oppressive aura emanating from the Blackwood demon lord. It felt as though he stood on the precipice of a cliff, where one misstep could lead to his demise. The demon lord of Yuyun was undeniably stronger than that of Jinwu, at least more powerful than those who had been slain by his master's sword on that fateful day. Xu Taiping affirmed in his heart. Sister Lingyue, how much of the Azura armor's power have we utilized? Xu Taiping inquired, gripping his blade, his gaze unwavering as he focused on the indistinct figure beyond the ice wall. 50%, replied Lingyue. I suggest you increase it by another 10%. This will lessen the risk, she added. That's fine. The additional risk now will reduce the danger when we face the Celestial Wolf Demon Lord later. Xu Taiping responded inwardly, a smile gracing his lips. This smile bore a striking resemblance to those seasoned gamblers Lingyue had encountered, yet she refrained from further persuasion, softly replying, All right, I will heed your advice. At that moment, the howling cold winds, which had been clashing with Xu Taiping's blade energy, suddenly fell silent, leaving only the creaking sound of the demon lord's footsteps on the narrow bridge. Listening to this sound, Xu Taiping lowered his body further, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, while his eyes, akin to a hawk fixated on its prey, remained fixed forward. Crack! At that instant, the ice wall in the middle of the narrow bridge finally split open under the collision of the two auras. Sizzle! At the very moment the ice wall fractured, accompanied by the resonant sound of a blade, the Blackwood demon lord abruptly unsheathed his sword and struck. Although it was the same Xianin blade, the power unleashed by the Blackwood demon lord had multiplied manifold, far exceeding tenfold. In the instant of drawing the blade, a chilling breath, reminiscent of a ferocious beast's roar, surged forth like an army of thousands, propelling a devastating force capable of toppling cities and mountains towards Xu Taiping. Standing upon the precarious wooden bridge, Xu Taiping felt as though he were not confronting a mere man or a single sword, but rather a tempest capable of encasing an entire city in ice. More terrifying still, upon closer inspection, one could discern that this storm was not composed of delicate snowflakes, but rather an array of long, blade-shaped ice shards. Should this strike go unimpeded, it was not only Xu Taiping who would suffer. Even the gates of the Pilu Temple behind him would likely be obliterated by such a force. It was evident that Xu Taiping's prior slaying of 2 of Blackwood's subordinates had provoked his genuine wrath. Nevertheless, Xu Taiping maintained his composure, unwavering in his rhythm of attack. As the enemy's blade descended, Xu Taiping unsheathed his own sword, executing the cicada cry technique. With a resounding boom, as the water-cutting blade was drawn, the unique force of the cicada cry manifested like 2 colossal hands, firmly bracing against the tempestuous strike. This time, Xu Taiping held nothing back. He harnessed the very might of the Pilu Temple and the surrounding realm. Thus, even the formidable Blackwood Demon Lord found himself momentarily ensnared by the sudden and bizarre force of Xu Taiping's blade. In that fleeting instant, the piercing sound of cicadas reverberated once more before the Pilu Temple. Concurrently, hundreds of sword shadows cleaved through the air in an instant, seamlessly merging with the long blade in Xu Taiping's grasp. On this occasion, Xu Taiping also refrained from holding back, integrating a full 60 sword shadows as he brought his blade down. With a swift motion, the water-cutting blade cleaved through the air, leaving a brilliant scar that tore through the enveloping storm. In the next heartbeat, an overwhelming wave of sword chi surged through the Blackwood Demon Lord, sweeping away a thicket of trees behind him as if they were mere twigs. Initially, the Blackwood Demon Lord regarded Xu Taiping's strike with astonishment. It had been ages since a human cultivator had managed to wound his demonic form. However, as the sharp sound of shattering stone echoed, his surprise morphed into dread. Following the sound, he glanced down to discover a fissure had formed along the blade of his enchanted weapon, the Xianin blade, a crack that continued to spread until, with a resounding explosion, the long sword shattered. In that moment of destruction, the dark energy enveloping the Blackwood Demon Lord erupted violently, black blood gushing forth from a gruesome wound at his chest. The blade's aura from the demon's slaying sword has already penetrated his body, ruthlessly wreaking havoc upon his true demonic form. Even though this Blackwood still possessed some fighting strength, and despite his status as the demon's sovereign, the moment the sword's aura invaded his being, he lost all control over his true demonic body. This Blackwood was not lacking in caution. Rather, he had calculated countless variables. Yet he never anticipated that the demon soldier's Xianming sword would shatter. Boom. Almost simultaneously, the magical formation above the PL Temple, under the relentless assault of the Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord and his band of fiends, ultimately shattered into pieces. However, as they attempted to surge forward, preparing to invade the temple and seize the Bodhisattva, a myriad of golden Buddhist hands emerged from within the temple, propelled by the chanting of the abbot Huiming and the other monks. Bang, bang, bang. Layer upon layer, an infinite number of Buddhist hands descended upon the fiends, causing them to wail in agony. Even the Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord could not evade entirely, being forced to retreat repeatedly. My lord, I comprehend now. That narrow bridge is not merely a ruse to lure us away, but rather yet another layer of barriers set by these bald monks. One of the demon sovereigns, upon casting his gaze toward the distant narrow bridge, suddenly realized and loudly alerted the Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord. You bald monks, encased in shell upon shell. Once I shatter all of your defenses, I shall devour you whole, roared the furious Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord. At the same time, several demon sovereigns who had also focused on the narrow bridge noticed the unusual predicament of their comrade, Blackwood. This is bad. Blackwood has fallen into a trap, shouted a wolf demon sovereign clad in battle armor and wielding a spear. Indeed, before he could finish, a sound akin to a cicada's cry echoed from the narrow bridge below. Immediately after, they beheld a cultivator donned in dark armor, raising a long blade with both hands, accompanied by over 100 blade shadows, all cleaving toward Blackwood. Stop this at once. The armored wolf demon sovereign, seemingly close to Blackwood, disregarded whether the Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord approved, and thrust his spear toward the narrow bridge. Boom. At the moment the spear was unleashed, an enormous spear shadow, hundreds of feet long, surged forth with the might to breach cities, directly aimed at Xu Taiping on the narrow bridge below. Bang. Yet, the spear shadow was obliterated by an unexpected multitude of Buddhist hand shadows, just tens of feet away from Xu Taiping. Swish. Meanwhile, Xu Taiping had already severed Blackwood's neck with a single strike, and with a crisp sound, the head of the demon sovereign fell to the ground. Simultaneously, a force emanated from the ghost sealing talisman in Xu Taiping's palm, directly sealing the demon's soul within. At present, a delicate balance has formed among the ghost sealing talisman, the blade ghost, and the lotus eye, ensuring that the sealing of demonic entities no longer significantly impacts Xu Taiping. Boom! After Xu Taiping beheaded Blackwood, a surge of formidable energies cascaded from the heavens, crashing down onto the opposite riverbank. Leading them was none other than the heavenly wolf demon lord, Gloomy Moon. Behind the solitary moon stood at least 9 formidable figures, whose presence resonated with the essence of Haimu, some even surpassing the demon Lord Haimu himself. I previously remarked that before entering the temple, one must first inquire of the blade in my hand. Xu Taiping kicked aside the lifeless body of the demon Lord Haimu and tossed his severed head across the riverbank. This spectacle rendered the Tianling demon lord and his assembly of demon lords visibly pale. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from them, transforming into fierce gales that rushed towards Xu Taiping. At this moment, the only path into the Pilu Temple remained that rickety wooden bridge. Xu Taiping appeared oblivious to the encroaching malice, maintaining an air of casualness as he spoke, eventually resting one hand on the hilt of his blade and gesturing toward the ashen-faced Tianlang King, saying, "Tianlang King, your sons are but a pack of useless wretches. Should they wish to defeat me, it seems you must take action yourself." Upon hearing this, the Tianlang King's sons erupted in outrage. Some roared in fury, while others shouted defiantly, with a few even rushing onto the wooden bridge. "Get back here." Yet, at the Tianlang King's thunderous command, the group of werewolf demon lords fell silent, and those who had attempted to cross the bridge retreated obediently behind him. "Young man, do not presume I am unaware. You intend to provoke me, to make me feel reluctant to strike you down immediately." The Tianlang King coldly regarded Xu Taiping. Unlike the throng of demon lords behind him, his aura had receded, rendering him akin to an ordinary, aged werewolf. Nevertheless, this only heightened Xu Taiping's vigilance. According to Sister Lingyue, demons have less control over their presence than human cultivators. Only true powerhouses can master their aura with finesse. "You are correct. I indeed do not wish to engage you so soon, yet I stand by my words," Xu Taiping stated, casting his gaze once more upon the 9 demon lords behind the Tianlang King, before continuing with unwavering composure. "Your sons are indeed all worthless. I fear none of them." At this declaration, the demon lords behind the Tianlang King exhibited a collective flash of green fury in their eyes. The Tianlang King, however, merely scoffed, nodding before turning to his sons with a smile. "I shall grant each of you a single opportunity to confront him. Should you fail to vanquish him, I shall devour you one by one." Upon hearing this, terror flickered in the eyes of the assembled demon lords. For the werewolf clan, nothing could be more excruciating than the prospect of being consumed by the Tianlang King. For while the physical form may perish, the true agony lay in the soul being imprisoned within the Tianlang King, subjected to relentless torment. Upon hearing these words, Xu Taiping felt a slight sense of relief. Chapter 15. Battling the Pack of Wolves. The Tianlang King takes action. His Mingxian style and Rage Immortal Slash had yet to fully merge. He needed to find someone to further hone his blade, for without practice, he could not hope to injure the Tianlang King. Nonetheless, he regarded the Tianlang King's decision with newfound respect. Each individual contributes a singular move, capable of testing my prowess while simultaneously preventing any delays on my part. It appears that the king of the celestial wolves is somewhat different from his foolish sons. He possesses a modicum of intellect. Xu Taiping mused inwardly. "Father, I, Silver Copper, wish to be the first to engage in battle." At that moment, a towering werewolf clad in armor and wielding a crimson spear knelt before the king of the celestial wolves. Very well. The king of the celestial wolves did not even glance at the silver copper demon lord, reclining against a chair brought by his subordinates. His gaze fixed intently on Xu Taiping traversing the narrow bridge. With the king's approval, Silver Copper swiftly appeared on the narrow bridge, accompanied by a rush of wind. Had Blackwood not underestimated you, victory would have been beyond your reach. Silver Copper brandished his crimson spear, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Xu Taiping. "You speak true, yet have you considered?" In uttering those words, you, like Blackwood, have also fallen into complacency. Xu Taiping smiled amiably at Silver Copper. Upon hearing this, Silver Copper was momentarily taken aback, only to reveal a flicker of panic in his eyes, realizing, "Indeed, I am merely treading the same path as Brother Blackwood." "Thank you for the reminder." Silver Copper respectfully inclined his hand towards Xu Taiping. No need for gratitude, Xu Taiping replied with a slight smile. Witnessing this exchange, the king of the celestial wolves furrowed his brow and rebuked. He has slain your brother. Why be so courteous towards him? The werewolf clan ranks among the upper echelon of the 9 Abyss demon clan in terms of strength, yet their brutish breeding methods have historically compromised their intellect. Even if a clever werewolf emerges, they often possess numerous flaws in character, as exemplified by Blackwood's excessive arrogance. You are correct, father. The king's reprimand jolted Silver Copper back to reality, and he turned to Xu Taiping with renewed fury, declaring, You have murdered my brother. You must pay with your life. If you have any sense, surrender your head and meet your demise without causing further suffering. Except for your father. None among you are my match. Xu Taiping rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, adopting a posture to draw his blade, and proclaimed loudly. He aimed to incessantly provoke the king of the celestial wolves' offspring. Arrogant. Silver Copper roared in response, then suddenly shook his crimson spear. As his true demonic form erupted forth, it fused with his spear, transforming into a massive beam of crimson light that shot straight towards Xu Taiping. This strike was straightforward and brutal. A clash of sheer force. Either you perish, or I do. However, as the blade demon asserted, upon this narrow bridge, in a one-on-one scenario, no technique could withstand the chirping cicada style or the wrathful immortal slash. In an instant, as the beam of light surged toward him, Xu Taiping drew his sword. Gathering momentum, he unleashed a single, fluid strike. Just as in his earlier encounter with Blackwood, even though Silver Copper was prepared, he could not break through the momentum of the chirping cicada style, ultimately finding his body pierced by the blade's aura at the moment the spear's power was contained. Boom. In that blinding moment of the blade's mark, Silver Copper's towering figure was sent flying, crashing to the ground at the feet of the king of the celestial wolves with a resounding thud. The king of the celestial wolves, without uttering a word, crushed its head beneath his foot and then opened his massive jaws to swallow it whole. However, after consuming it, a new face emerged from the back of the king's head. Amidst a cacophony of anguished howls, this face swiftly detached from the king, ultimately revealing a werewolf with a visage somewhat reminiscent of the Silver Copper creature. Is this the peculiar method of reproduction for the werewolf clan? Although their appearances bore similarities, Xu Taiping could sense that the essence of the newly born werewolf was entirely distinct from that of the former Silver Copper entity. Ironbone, the king of the celestial wolves, his expression devoid of emotion, suddenly beckoned with a hand, calling forth a name. My child is here. A tall werewolf draped in a grand cloak emerged, wielding 2 massive hammers. He first bowed respectfully to the king and then, with fervent intensity, turned his gaze upon Xu Taiping, proclaiming, with a single strike, I can reduce this one to a mere pulp. In a mere moment, as a dazzling scar of blade light appeared, the werewolf demon lord, Ironbone, was abruptly pierced by the blade's aura and tumbled down the narrow bridge in a state of utter disarray. Although he still possessed the strength to fight, the king of the celestial wolves offered him no reprieve, swallowing him once more and producing yet another offspring on the spot. Soon, another werewolf demon lord stepped forth on the narrow bridge to challenge Xu Taiping, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Thus, amidst the resounding echoes of blades, the number of the king's elder sons dwindled while the count of his new progeny surged. Externally, the king appeared remarkably composed, yet his eyes betrayed an intermittent glint of ferocity. At last, when his final elder son prepared to cross the narrow bridge and confront Xu Taiping, the king abruptly rose, delivering a forceful palm strike that sent the son hurtling away. Useless. To go forth is merely to court death. Remain and oversee your younger brothers. The king of the celestial wolves emitted a frigid snort. Having spoken, he directly grasped the enormous axe beside him and, with heavy strides, advanced toward the narrow bridge. Clearly, the king intended to take matters into his own hands. Witnessing this scene, Xu Taiping, enveloped in swirling golden scriptures, furrowed his brow slightly. Although he had anticipated that the king would intervene directly, he still felt a pang of regret. If I had just one more strike, I could surely achieve the unification of 100 blades. He lamented inwardly. While he had previously managed to unify a maximum of 80 blades in his encounters with the king's sons, he was now capable of approximately 96. Despite being merely 4 or 5 blades short, the difference between that and a complete unification was insurmountable. Taiping, This time it would be best to unleash the full power of the Shura armor. The voice of the spirit moon fairy echoed within Xu Taiping's mind. All of it? Xu Taiping questioned, uncertainty creeping in. If he were to exert his full strength from the outset and failed to inflict harm upon the king, it would surely lead to his demise. You may not perceive it yet, but the aura emanating from the king of the celestial wolves is approaching the threshold of the first layer of transformation. Even if you were to merge the crying cicada technique with the wrathful immortal blade into 100 strikes, you may not stand a chance against him. Thus, I suggest that you, in this current battle, probe his full strength as much as possible and seek out his vulnerabilities. When the time comes for your next rebirth, you may engage him once more, advised the Celestial Maiden Lingyue. Upon hearing the grave tone of Lingyue's voice, Xu Taiping instantly recognized the seriousness of the situation. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded and replied, I still have 2 chances for rebirth. I can give it a try. Immediately, under Lingyue's guidance, the power of the Azura armor was fully unleashed. A formidable aura, potent enough to rival that of transformation, suddenly radiated outward, engulfing both banks of the river. The lower-tier werewolves, sensing this overwhelming presence, displayed expressions of fear, some even emitting terrified whimpers. Not just them, even the gaze of the celestial wolf king grew solemn. With such strength, why did you not employ it earlier? The celestial wolf king slammed his massive axe onto the rickety bridge and coldly addressed Xu Taiping. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Xu Taiping replied with a faint smile as he leapt onto the bridge once more. With the aid of the monks from Pilu Temple, his true essence and vitality remained in a most vigorous state. Since you hold me in such high regard, I shall not disappoint you, the celestial wolf demon lord scoffed. Then, with a thunderous roar, an aura brimming with brutality surged forth from the celestial wolf demon lord, instantly washing away Xu Taiping's own aura. Upon sensing the celestial wolf king's presence, the pack of wolves behind him glimmered with excitement, howling in unison. Indeed, this signifies the second level of transformation. Lingyue's voice resonated again, her tone now gravely serious. Simultaneously, the voice of the blade ghost echoed in Xu Taiping's mind. Xu Taiping, this time, unleash your blade with all your might, forcing him to reveal his strongest strike. My eyes will capture every detail of that strike, which I shall embed in your consciousness. When you face him again, you can retrieve that memory and return to my domain, where I will assist you in honing your blade. For reasons unknown, the blade ghost, who typically shunned worldly matters, now displayed a fervent desire for victory against the celestial wolf king. And me, Lingyue added after the blade ghost spoke. The blade ghost remained under her watchful surveillance. Excellent. Xu Taiping nodded vigorously, mentally affirming their words. When confronted with an unknown formidable opponent, one instinctively feels fear. He was no exception. Yet, the combined efforts of Lingyue and the blade ghost inexplicably alleviated his trepidation. With a swift motion, seeking to compel the celestial wolf king to unleash his most potent strike, Xu Taiping opted not to adopt a reactive stance this time, but instead drew his blade directly. In doing so, he harnessed the Azura armor to dramatically enhance his spiritual perception, enveloping the surrounding terrain within a radius of several dozen miles in his blade's momentum. Boom! In an instant, the eerie momentum of the Mingchan style transformed into colossal chains, binding the celestial wolf king as envisioned in Xu Taiping's mind. The piercing sound of the cicadas resonated, akin to a multitude of daggers, tormenting the demons with excruciating agony. Simultaneously, the cicada-winged blades, appearing almost tangible, surged forth from behind Xu Taiping, ultimately converging into a singular strike. Although the power of the Mingchan style had increased tenfold with the enhancement of the Azura armor, Xu Taiping still could not achieve the unification of 100 blades. Nevertheless, this strike, executed with the fury reminiscent of the angered immortal's slash, was undeniably formidable. With a swift motion, a formidable scar carved through the air, resembling a mighty bolt of lightning, appeared between Xu Taiping and the Celestial Wolf King. At that moment, the Celestial Wolf King, who had been poised with his axe, suddenly trembled as his form elevated by a full yard. Boom! In that instant of elevation, his arms swelled with immense power, wielding the massive axe as if to rend the very fabric of space, and struck down towards Xu Taiping. In a fleeting moment, Xu Taiping's blade force shattered, and his vision bifurcated as his body collapsed to the ground. As he lay on his back, gazing upward, He witnessed the Vimalakirti temple being cleaved in two by that singular axe strike. The sheer strength of that blow was evident. Concurrently, two thoughts reverberated in his mind, unmistakably left by the fairy Lingyue and the blade ghost. Moments later, gasping for breath, Xu Taiping reappeared at the center of the Jiaxia Hall. He raised his wrist to glance at the string of prayer beads inscribed with the character for Xu, now reduced to a solitary bead. Reflecting on the Celestial Wolf King's final strike, Xu Taiping murmured, "Though this blow is powerful, it is not devoid of flaws." The Azura armor not only augmented his strength, but also heightened his perceptive abilities. If he could discern the weakness, perhaps he could slay the Celestial Wolf King directly. A spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. He then roused the fairy Lingyue and the blade ghost, initiating a discussion about strategies to counter the Celestial Wolf King's onslaught while repeating their previous actions. Chapter 17. Battling the Celestial Wolf. One must not be so selfish as evening descended, this being the fourth iteration of their endeavor. Everything proceeded remarkably smoothly, from uncovering the demonic infiltrators within the temple to repairing the magical formation, culminating in witnessing the birth of the Buddha child. Indeed, Xu Taiping's actions appeared almost miraculous in the eyes of the abbot Huiming and the other monks. Each monk regarded him with fervent reverence and awe. "Great protector, I have prepared a vegetarian meal for you. If it pleases you, please accompany me to the dining hall," the abbot invited after naming the Buddha child. Exiting the small courtyard alongside Abbot Huiming, Xu Taiping prepared to indulge in the meal. Previously, Xu Taiping had accepted the abbot's invitation to gain insight into the situation of the demons outside. However, this evening, he must return to discuss with Sister Lingyue and the Blade Demon how to confront the Wolf King in 2 days. Thus, he had no intention of attending. "Master Huiming, tonight I, the Protector, invite you to join us for a meal if you have not yet dined." At that moment, the father of the Buddha child, a humble farmer, emerged from the courtyard, rubbing his hands together. "There's no need for the monk's bland fare. I have brewed a pot of chicken soup and stewed some meat, which is quite delectable." Before Xu Taiping could finish his words, the farmer pulled him aside and whispered in his ear, "Come, let us enter the house. The bowls and chopsticks are ready." Without allowing Xu Taiping a chance to refuse, the farmer dragged him inside. "Master Huiming, you may leave first," Xu Taiping said, casting a helpless glance back at Master Huiming. Seeing the heavenly protector being pulled into the house, Master Huiming initially intended to step forward and extend another invitation. But just as he moved, a thought struck him. Wait, although this couple is the parents of the Buddha child, if they were merely ordinary villagers, the heavenly protector would not be so courteous. Could it be that they are reincarnated high monks? The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became, increasingly convinced of this possibility. "Amit, fortunate it is that I did not neglect this couple." Wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, Master Huiming turned back with a lightened step. "Little protector, eat meat, quickly." In the Zen room where the Buddha child's parents resided, the farmer cheerfully placed a large, glistening piece of meat into Xu Taiping's bowl. "Little protector, I noticed you seem distracted. Have you encountered any difficulties?" The village woman, nursing the little Buddha child, looked at Xu Taiping with concern in her eyes. "No, nothing at all," Xu Taiping replied, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a smile. He had been contemplating the details of his upcoming battle against the Wolf King, and had momentarily drifted away in thought. "Ah, this meat is so fragrant," he remarked, taking a piece and savoring it. The long-stewed meat was tender and not greasy in the slightest. "Then eat more. After all, it's from the temple's pigs. And it costs nothing." The farmer chuckled, adding another piece to Xu Taiping's bowl. Unlike the monks of Jinwu Tian, those in Yuyin Tian, especially the martial monks, are permitted to consume meat, which is why PL Temple raises pigs, sheep, and chickens. "Little protector, you are still quite young. If you cannot handle those demons, do not force yourself. There are plenty of monks to assist." The village woman, perhaps due to her new role as a mother, displayed a greater sensitivity than her husband. As Xu Taiping continued to eat, her words caught him off guard, aside from his fellow disciples at Chifeng. This was the first time an outsider had shown such concern for his well-being. To be honest, before hearing her question, he hadn't felt fatigued. Yet, for some reason, her words seemed to unlock a dam within him, and the weariness of having faced death 4 times and traveled for days suddenly overwhelmed him. Xu Taiping took a sip from the gourd of Longdan wine. The searing pain that burned through his soul instantly banished his exhaustion, rendering him thoroughly awake. For reasons unknown, He felt a newfound lightness in his body following the release of that fatigue. "Sister, I did not force it," Xu Taiping remarked with a smile directed at the woman. This time, his smile bore no trace of weariness. Last night, he was the Buddha's child. When he matured, he would spare countless commoners from the horrors wrought by demons. He cast another glance at the child cradled in the woman's arms. "I certainly don't want him to become any Buddha's child," the woman retorted, pursing her lips. "You, woman, what do you understand? A Buddha's child is a reincarnation of the Buddha, destined to bring glory to his family." The man shot back, rolling his eyes at her. "And you think you know? I am merely concerned for our dear Wankai. Look how tirelessly the little protector has been running about all day." The woman glared back at him in response. As Xu Taiping enjoyed his meal, he chuckled at their quarrel, the matter of confronting the Wolf King entirely slipping from his mind. However, should Wankai indeed achieve such greatness in the future, willing to venture forth like the little protector to vanquish demons, he would not stand in his way. Eventually, the woman, cradling the now sleeping knight, sighed and remarked, "Sister, are you not worried about the dangers?" Having consumed 4 substantial bowls of rice, Xu Taiping, savoring the last morsel of meat with his meal, curiously inquired of the woman. "One cannot be so selfish," she replied, affectionately gazing at the slumbering knight before lifting her head to meet Xu Taiping's gaze with eyes filled with resentment. "We, the common folk, suffer greatly. My father, my brother, and my little sister who has just turned a month old have all fallen prey to demons. The wealthy officials in the city care not for our plight. To hunt demons, one must possess wealth. If our Wankai truly becomes capable of slaying demons as that old monk said, I would ensure he charges not a single coin." Chapter 18. Battle against the Wolf King. The source law from Ji Yuan. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping fell silent for a moment. He had not anticipated that the cultivation of practitioners would surpass that of the ethereal realm of Zhenwu Tian, allowing demons to wreak such havoc. "You, woman, if he takes no fee, will you not tire our Wankai to death?" The man, sipping chicken soup, cast a reproachful glance at the woman. "What are you so thick-headed about? That is merely a polite expression, do you not understand?" The woman immediately shot back at him. Thus, the couple fell into another round of argument. The little Buddha child, knight, who had briefly dozed off, suddenly opened his eyes, his round, glistening orbs fixating on the couple before shifting his gaze to Xu Taiping. Noticing the little Buddha's attention while he enjoyed his chicken soup and observed the couple's quarrel with interest, Xu Taiping smiled back at him. In that fleeting moment when their gazes met, the little Buddha child broke into a smile, bursting into delighted laughter. "Ah, our Wankai is smiling. He is smiling at me." The woman and the man immediately ceased their dispute, their faces lighting up with joy as they began to playfully engage the little Buddha. Meanwhile, Xu Taiping held a bowl of chicken soup, sipping contentedly while wearing a smile as he witnessed this harmonious scene unfold before him. In the realm of mortal existence, the warmth of humanity is most soothing to the heart. On this night, within the domain of the Blade Demon, Xu Taiping recounted the soul imprint left by Lingyue and himself prior to his demise, recalling that the acts of the Heavenly Wolf King should resemble this. As the Blade Demon spoke to Xu Taiping, he extended his hand into the void and retrieved a colossal axe. With a thunderous crash, a formidable aura, rivaling that of the Heavenly Wolf King, surged throughout the blade domain the moment he grasped the axe. Thanks to prior experiences, during his last demise, Lingyue and the Blade Demon had embedded their memories into Xu Taiping's consciousness through soul imprints. Upon awakening, they deciphered the intricacies of the situation, alleviating much of Xu Taiping's burden. "Though the aura is similar, I sense something is amiss," Xu Taiping remarked after a moment of contemplation. "It lacks a hint of true essence." Lingyue's ethereal form appeared in the blade domain. Upon hearing this, the Blade Demon exhibited a moment of realization, as if recalling something. "Sister Lingyue, what constitutes true essence?" Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat perplexed. Before reaching the transformation realm, cultivators primarily engage in 3 pursuits: refining the body, refining the qi, and refining the spirit. It is akin to constructing a house. Only with a solid foundation can the edifice rise higher. Thus, cultivators must seek the pinnacle of body refinement, qi refinement, and spirit refinement. Lingyue did not directly elucidate the notion of true essence, but meticulously described the significance of the various cultivation realms to Xu Taiping for the first time. The essence of the transformation realm lies in the pursuit of truth. The truth sought by cultivators can encompass the righteousness of the Tao, the veracity of Buddhist teachings, or the wisdom of Confucianism. For instance, within the Taoist tradition, it is said, 1 gives rise to 2, 2 gives rise to 3, and 3 gives rise to all things. The truth that transformation realm cultivators seek is this primal oneness. The closer their path aligns with this essence, the purer, more potent, and more likely they are to transcend the transformation realm and step into the ultimate realm of void law. The same applies to demonic cultivators. However, their pursuit of truth stems from the depths of the 9 abyss, the origin of myriad demonic entities. What these 9 sources of law entail remains a mystery even to many demonic cultivators, let alone to us, the human cultivators. Nonetheless, after countless years of conflict with demonic cultivators, the cultivation community has classified them into 9 categories based on their traits and methods. The Heavenly Wolf King, solitary as the moon, is likely one of the butchers among these 9 types. This category of demonic cultivators possesses a physical form at the martial sovereign level from birth, excelling in weaponry such as axes and swords. Upon ascending to the demonic sovereign realm, their physical prowess alone is sufficient to shatter stone and sever mountains. When they become demonic lords and enter the transformation realm, attaining a semblance of the true essence of their source law, they can achieve a state of cutting through all without leaving a trace behind. On the battlefield of the celestial demons, 100 butchers can breach the defensive formations established by over 1,000 of our cultivators. Only by deploying sword cultivators and blade cultivators can we withstand their ferocity. It is precisely for this reason that within our original cultivation community, butchers and sword or blade cultivators are sworn enemies, destined to fight to the death upon encountering one another. After listening to the tale of the moon spirit, Xu Taiping remained silent for at least the duration of a tea ceremony, allowing the information to settle within him. Sister Lingyue, may I conclude that the true essence pursued by the demonic cultivators, the butchers, bears similarities to that of the blade and sword cultivators, does it not? Xu Taiping raised his gaze toward the moon spirit. Indeed, the moon spirit nodded, then added, however, for them, the phrase to sever all without exception is merely a means, a method to revel in the delight derived from dismembering their adversaries. Wherever the demonic butcher treads, there lie countless corpses, and not a blade of grass survives. Thus, within the cultivation realm, they are referred to as human butchers and blood butchers. Hearing this, Xu Taiping silently nodded, then took a deep breath, stating, "It is no wonder, Sister Lingyue, that you have consistently asserted that demons and humans are entirely distinct entities. Do you recall the words I shared with you back at the Lotus Temple?" At this moment, the blade ghost interjected. Xu Taiping pondered briefly before tentatively inquiring, "Are you referring to the notion of being imperious and lawless?" The blade ghost nodded and continued, "The true essence sought by blade cultivators is precisely this. Simply remember these 8 words, and regardless of the opponent's true essence, you shall cleave through it with a single stroke." Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping experienced an epiphany. Chapter 19. Battling the Heavenly Wolf, Sharpening the Blade Cultivator's Pinnacle. Blade cultivators are indeed exceptional. Their quest for true essence has been distinctly clear since their initial practice. Thus, while demonic cultivators harbor the deepest hatred for sword cultivators, their most fervent desire is to vanquish blade cultivators. At this moment, the moon spirit also smiled and nodded in agreement. "Come now, as tonight is not the night of the full moon, I cannot maintain this blade domain for long. You must swiftly merge the Mingchan style with the fury of the immortal blade, striving to reach the pinnacle of your current capabilities." As the blade ghost spoke, he stepped back, mimicking the stance of the heavenly wolf, raising the giant axe in his hand before continuing. "After all, with your current cultivation, your chance to defeat the heavenly wolf lies in a single strike." "All right." Xu Taiping nodded vigorously. The blade ghost was correct. The disparity in power between him and the heavenly wolf was vast, and even with the Azura armor, he could not bridge that gap significantly. His only opportunity lay in the first strike during their encounter, catching the heavenly wolf off guard to disrupt its blade momentum. However, matters were evidently not so simple. Even clad in the Azura armor, Xu Taiping was still reduced to fragments by the blade ghost's axe. Consequently, he began the cycle of falling, resurrecting, and battling anew. Although tonight's trial was aimed at confronting the heavenly wolf, having a clear objective allowed Xu Taiping to make considerable advancements in his blade techniques, far surpassing his usual progress. The blade ghost's willingness to assist Xu Taiping suggested an awareness that he was on the brink of a breakthrough in his blade techniques. This opportunity to spar with the heavenly wolf undoubtedly served as the finest whetstone. Observing from the sidelines, the moon spirit murmured to herself, "However, my desire to assist Xu Taiping stems from the hope I see in him for a return to the Lingyue pavilion. What, I wonder, does the blade demon seek by sharpening the blade of Taiping to such an exquisite edge? Is it truly merely for that elusive strike you so desperately pursue?" Her gaze shifted from Xu Taiping to the blade demon, yet the fairy Lingyue quickly averted her eyes. For if Taiping could transcend to the pinnacle of swordsmanship before reaching the god refinement realm, it would align perfectly with her aspirations. After all, one of the prerequisites for a mortal to surpass into the transformation realm is to attain the utmost in body refinement, the utmost in chi refinement, and mastery over at least one technique brought to its zenith. Nevertheless, the opportunity for such a breakthrough is singular. The reason Fairy Lingyue refrained from disclosing this to Xu Taiping was her concern that he might succumb to overwhelming pressure, losing sight of his true essence and ultimately leading to the shattering of his Tao heart. Taiping, oh Taiping, this upcoming Golden Scale Conference not only determines the fortunes of your true martial heaven for the next century, but also holds the key to your qualification for transcending into the transformation realm. Lingyue watched as Xu Taiping once again stumbled to his feet, her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves, her voice trembling as she murmured. She could still offer some assistance in breaking through the god refinement realm, but the ascent into the transformation realm was solely dependent on Xu Taiping himself. The impending battle with the Wolf King would serve as a critical juncture in this journey. Achieving the pinnacle of swordsmanship within the god refinement stage can either be accomplished or remain forever unattainable. Should he fail to break through, it is highly likely that Xu Taiping's journey will stagnate at the god refinement realm, a fate Fairy Lingyue dreads. After all, upon deciding to come to the cloudy abyss, she wagered everything on Xu Taiping. If he cannot transcend into the transformation realm, her fate will be one of utter annihilation. In truth, Fairy Lingyue envisioned that Xu Taiping would complete his breakthrough in swordsmanship during the Golden Scale Conference. Yet, the unpredictable nature of fate, marked by the emergence of the Wolf King, disrupted her plans. 2 days later, upon the narrow bridge, a whoosh, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, a brilliant blade mark appeared above the bridge, swiftly followed by a fierce blade aura that pierced through the body of a demonic cultivator behind the mark. Boom! Amidst the resounding crash, the son of the Wolf King, a being of demonic sovereign rank, collapsed upon the riverbank. Subsequently, the Wolf King summoned the last of the demonic lords beside him and personally approached the bridge. This scene mirrored that of 2 days prior. Sister Lingyue, there is no need to hasten the activation of the Azura armor, Xu Taiping advised, his hand resting upon the hilt of his blade. Unlike the last encounter, where he unleashed the full power of the Azura armor to test the Wolf King, this time he merely needed to wait for the Wolf King to make the first move before devising a counter. Boom! At that moment, an overwhelmingly powerful aura emanated from the Wolf King. However, Xu Taiping remained unfazed, maintaining his stance with the blade drawn, his gaze unwaveringly fixated on the Wolf King. "Do you intend for me to strike first?" The Wolf King scoffed. "Do you think I would underestimate you and hold back on my initial attack?" he inquired with a mocking smile. Xu Taiping, however, remained silent. After testing the formidable power of the Wolf King's strongest axe, the only means left for him to converse with the Wolf King was through the blade in his hand. "I fear I must disappoint you. Even if a mere minnow obstructs my path, I shall wield my strength to eliminate it." The Wolf King let out a cold snort, then raised his massive axe, channeling all his might into the weapon. Boom! An axe shadow, imbued with the essence of destruction, cleaved forward towards Xu Taiping on the bridge. In that very instant, as the axe shadow descended, Xu Taiping drew his sword from its sheath, and a force emanating from the Shura armor surged forth, rivaling that of the Wolf King. Boom! At the moment of drawing his sword, the unique momentum of the Mingchan style surged towards the Wolf King, resembling tangible chains that sought to bind both the Wolf King and the axe shadow together. Bang! In the blink of an eye, however, the Wolf King broke free from the grip of the Mingchan style. Yet, in that fleeting moment, amidst the piercing resonance, over 100 sword shadows, akin to cicada wings, launched forth, converging once more upon Xu Taiping's long blade. Transforming into a single strike, 100 cicadas united as one. Boom! Amidst the violent tremors, A magnificent sword force emerged from Xu Taiping's strike, creating an illusion that this blow was summoned from the very heavens behind him. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air. As a blinding scar, bright as the sun at noon, shattered the Wolf King's axe shadow entirely. Chapter 20. Battling the Wolf King. A stroke of fortune amid misfortune? Yet, it lacked a touch. It was still shy of the mark. What a pity. Within the domain of blades, although Xu Taiping's strike possessed the might to evoke celestial phenomena, the blade ghost furrowed his brow, shaking his head in regret. It seems I was too hasty. The fairy of Spirit Moon felt a twinge of guilt. Both had once reached the transformative realm and could discern at a glance whether Xu Taiping's strike had attained the ultimate state. Boom. Just as they had predicted. While Xu Taiping's fury of the immortal slash had shattered the Wolf King's axe momentum, the true essence within the axe remained, capable of reconstituting itself after being fragmented. Whoosh. Thus, to the outside world, the immense axe shadow merely trembled before once again slicing towards Xu Taiping with a piercing sound. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, observable only by the demon lord and those in the refining spirit realm. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the sword mark, which had gathered all of Xu Taiping's blade force, suddenly shattered like glass. For an ordinary cultivator, achieving this feat was already commendable. The Wolf King was no ordinary demon lord. Without the assistance of the ancient Buddha Kasyapa's domain, the Shura armor, and the aid of the fairy of Spirit Moon and the blade ghost, even a practitioner in the refining spirit realm would find it challenging to withstand a single strike from him. Moreover, Xu Taiping had just managed to break through the power of that axe. No matter, Taiping, if this path is blocked, we shall forge a new one. Realizing the tide had turned, the fairy of Spirit Moon resolved to take action herself next, intending to dismantle the trap set by Master Kasyapa first. Xu Lingyue was still unwilling to concede defeat. Suddenly, as the Celestial Maiden and the Sword Demon prepared to leave a mark of the soul within Xu Taiping's mind, a resounding blade's cry echoed. To their astonishment, the shattered remnants of the angry immortal's strike reformed instantaneously, becoming more dazzling and colossal. From a distance, it resembled a crescent moon, cleaving the sky in twain. Boom. Almost simultaneously with the enlargement of the blade's scar. The might of the Sky Wolf King's axe shattered once more, and a torrent of blade energy surged forth, akin to a colossal hand descending from the heavens, slicing through the chest of the Sky Wolf King. Bang! In an instant, the massive axe in the Sky Wolf King's grasp splintered, and his chest plate shattered into countless fragments, revealing a myriad of blade marks. Following this, his entire body was propelled backward by an immense force. Catching a glimpse of this from the corner of his eye, Xu Taiping sighed in relief, silently acknowledging the success of this strike. Bang! The tremendous impact of the sword and axe sent Xu Taiping, whose own true essence had been completely depleted, hurtling backward from the narrow bridge to the riverbank. Swish! In that fleeting moment, the severely wounded Sky Wolf King suddenly hurled the remaining half of his massive axe along the bridge. The axe did not strike Xu Taiping, but instead soared past him, heading straight toward the rear of the temple. When the fragmented axe reached the sky above the temple, the Sky Wolf King bellowed, "Quake!" No sooner had his voice faded than the axe transformed into a structure the size of a small house, crashing down toward a meditation room in the courtyard of the Pinnacle temple. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Xu Taiping quickly grasped the Sky Wolf King's intent. Bang! Almost simultaneously with Xu Taiping's realization, a tremendous collision reverberated, and he felt the ground beneath him tremble violently. A foreboding sense of dread washed over him. However, at that moment, both his physical strength and true essence were utterly exhausted, leaving him little capacity to attend to anything else. Just as he swallowed an energy-restoring pill, striving to recuperate his true essence, he suddenly beheld the eastern sky erupt in golden radiance, accompanied by resounding chants of sacred verses. Enormous golden figures began to cleave through and expel the surrounding demonic entities encircling the Pinnacle temple. The warrior monks from the Burning Sound temple had arrived. The abbot from the Prajna temple was also present. Listening to the jubilant cheers behind him, Xu Taiping felt far from at ease. He struggled to rise and hastened towards the rear courtyard of the Pinnacle temple. Indeed, upon arriving at the courtyard at his utmost speed, he furrowed his brow. Just as he had anticipated, the massive axe hurled by the Sky Wolf King had struck the meditation room where the couple and the Buddhist disciple were located. "Help! Someone! Please! This axe is far too heavy," No ordinary person can lift it. Quickly, summon help. The monks who had arrived earlier in the courtyard were attempting to move the enormous axe, but even with a dozen people, they could not budge it. Gilon. Xu Taiping forcefully consumed 2 mouthfuls of undiluted longdan, enduring the agonizing pain of his spirit as he transformed his physical form into that of a furious dragon. Allow me, he asserted, stepping forward and parting the group of monks. It is the revered protector. How splendid! The monks exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing Xu Taiping. Without uttering another word, Xu Taiping grasped the immense axe's handle and lifted it with great effort, amidst a chorus of astonished gasps from the monks. Quickly, search for the Buddha's child, urged the abbot Huiming, who had arrived in the back courtyard, breathless and urging the nearby monks to rescue. In due course, with the combined strength of several martial monks, the collapsed structure was cleared. Xu Taiping and the others soon beheld a rural couple entwined in an embrace within the corner of the bedroom's shattered wall, their bodies pinned beneath 2 hefty beams and a multitude of rubble. Xu Taiping approached and removed the heavy beams, then checked for the couple's breath, only to find them lifeless. In truth, he had sensed the absence of their spiritual presence upon entering the courtyard. His actions were merely driven by a flicker of hope. It was evident that, although the couple had not been directly struck by the colossal axe, they had succumbed beneath the debris of the collapsing house. Suddenly, the piercing cry of an infant shattered the somber atmosphere. Xu Taiping hastily shifted the couple's remains and discovered the heart-wrenching cries of the Buddha's child, Yi Lai, beneath them. His heart ached as he glanced from the weeping infant to the couple still locked in their embrace, creating a small sanctuary beneath the fallen debris. Alas, sighed Abbot Huiming, clasping his hands together in prayer as he bowed respectfully to the couple, exclaiming, Amitba. The remaining monks, emulating the abbot, joined him in reverent salutation. Noticing Xu Taiping's grave demeanor, Abbot Huiming approached and reassured, Protector, the strength of the Celestial Wolf King is formidable, standing out even among the demon lords. The fact that the Buddha's child remains unharmed is indeed a stroke of fortune amidst tragedy. Xu Taiping paused in silence, then tenderly caressed the infant Yi Lai's cheek, lamenting, How can we call it fortune when this child has lost both parents at such a tender age? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the last bead of his prayer string on his wrist. He then addressed Lingyue and Daoguei, Sister Lingyue, Elder Daoguei. Let us leave a spiritual imprint and confront the Celestial Wolf King once more. With that declaration, he unleashed a powerful surge, manifesting a doppelganger. In the midst of the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Xu Taiping's doppelganger drew its blade and struck towards Xu Taiping himself. Chapter 21. Defeating the Celestial Wolf. Goodness begets blessing 3 days after the 5th resurrection. What is your name? The Celestial Wolf King, Gloomy Moon, clad in shattered armor and marred by blood, with deep knife wounds exposing bone on his chest, gazed at Xu Taiping across the narrow bridge with a look of defiance. Xu Taiping popped 2 energy-gathering pills into his mouth, followed by a swig of longdan liquor, wiping his mouth as he replied, Xu Taiping. In his view, the celestial figure of the Wolf King across the riverbank deserved to be acknowledged by name. After all, without its presence, he might have spent another decade or 2 without being able to execute that extraordinary strike as he had just done. With that decisive blow, Xu Taiping was convinced that, given time, he could master the other techniques of the demon-slaying blade to their utmost potential. I have recorded your essence. The Wolf King cast a penetrating gaze at Xu Taiping before swiftly fleeing into the forest, surrounded by a throng of wolf demons. Just as before, not long after Xu Taiping had vanquished the Wolf King with a single stroke, reinforcements from several major temples arrived, effectively encircling the mountainous woods near the Pilla Temple, where a multitude of wolf demons were slain. The timing was remarkably fortuitous, suggesting they had been monitoring the situation from the shadows. Had Taiping failed to defeat the Wolf King, they might have remained spectators. Suddenly, the voice of the fairy Lingyue resonated. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement, aligning with her thoughts. Foul creature, do not flee. At that moment, a golden glowing youth, a novice monk, caught up with the Wolf King, unhesitatingly striking out with his palm. The impact resounded. 2 powerful wolf demons, at the Lord of Demons level, intercepted the novice's blow, their true demonic forms erupting in a miasma of blood. Seizing the opportunity, the Wolf King escaped with the remnants of his forces. What a pity, he managed to evade capture once more. It would likely be difficult to slay the Wolf King again. Xu Taiping felt a twinge of regret. He was keenly aware that the success of his strike today was attributable 30% to the Azura armor, 20% to the ancient Buddha domain of Kasayapa, another 20% to Fairy Lingyue, and 20% to the Blade Demon, leaving only a mere 10% to himself. Integrating the chirping cicada technique with the wrath of the celestial slash to achieve its ultimate form seemed crucial, yet it remained within the realm of human capability. Other factors, however, were beyond his reach, no matter how much effort he exerted. Therefore, should he encounter the Wolf King again, unless he had transcended to the peak of the divine refinement realm, he would stand little chance of fighting him. Until then, it would be tantamount to courting death. Oh, sister and Nightlie? Suddenly reminded, Xu Taiping swiftly retracted his gaze and turned to sprint towards the rear courtyard of the Pilu Temple. As he raced along the path, he beheld the temple structures on either side, many of which had been reduced to rubble. Upon entering the rear courtyard of the Pilu Temple, he found the meditation chamber of the monk Nightlie, completely shattered by a colossal axe, having collapsed entirely. As before, the Wolf King, having previously located the monk's dwelling, seized the opportunity to hurl his axe during Xu Taiping's brief respite. However, Xu Taiping had prepared for this eventuality long before crossing the precarious bridge. Yet, unforeseen circumstances could arise, and he could not ascertain whether his sister and the monk's family had heeded his advice and vacated the premises. Little guardian. At that moment, as Xu Taiping searched for the whereabouts of his sister and her family, an excited voice from behind suddenly broke the silence. Upon glancing back, he beheld a burly man with a dark complexion and an honest visage, fervently waving and smiling at him. Witnessing this scene, Xu Taiping felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. He leaned on his knees, bending his body as he took deep, restorative breaths. Having expended much of his vital energy and essence, he relied on this method to alleviate his fatigue and recuperate. Little protector, we are truly grateful to you. If it weren't for your advice to avoid residing in this courtyard, my family would have surely met a dire fate, the woman joyfully declared, cradling the child in her arms as she approached Xu Taiping. Good fortune befalls those with good hearts, Xu Taiping replied with a faint smile. Though his breath was somewhat labored, he then popped a chi-gathering pill into his mouth and washed it down with a sip of Longdan liquor, immediately feeling invigorated. Just as he wiped his mouth and prepared to guide the couple to find Abbot Hui Ming, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted in the skies above Pilu Temple. Xu Taiping then witnessed a spear descending from the heavens, hurtling directly towards their position. With a swift reaction, he did not have the luxury of pondering the spear's origin. Instead, he quickly summoned a wind barrier with his Tsangwan ring, encircling the family within its protective embrace. He then summoned his essence, ready to confront the impending strike with a formidable stance. However, at the moment he was about to unleash his fist, a gigantic golden palm shadow descended from the west, swatting the spear aside with tremendous force. In an instant, a horde of malevolent creatures, cloaked in dark aura, surged forth from the various corners of the temple, charging towards Xu Taiping and the family. Observing these fiends closely, he discerned they were not the typical wolf demons, but rather an assortment of bizarre beings with varying degrees of strength. Clearly, these were creatures lying in wait, seizing the opportunity to strike while the various temples were preoccupied with expelling the wolf demons, now that the restrictions on the narrow bridge had been lifted, seeking to take advantage of the chaos and capture the child. Despite Xu Taiping's weakened state, he still had Bai Yu and Ping'an by his side, making him more than capable of handling the onslaught of these creatures. Yet, just as he was about to summon Bai Yu and Ping'an, several radiant figures, emanating golden light, descended from the sky. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were 4 monks clad in robes. Chapter 22. The present incarnation, Heavenly Protector, do not depart Amit Ba, intoned the elderly monk standing to Xu Taiping's left, his hands pressed together in prayer. In an instant, his once benevolent countenance transformed into that of a fearsome demon, roaring, "You vile creatures, how dare you disrupt the sanctity of my Buddha's domain?" As his words echoed, golden halos burst forth from his mouth, annihilating several of the approaching fiends into mere ashes. Meanwhile, the other monks also began to take action. In but a moment, with the vast array of Buddhist powers unleashed, the creatures attempting to assail Xu Taiping and the child were swiftly subdued. "Lord Heavenly Protector, are you and the child unharmed?" At this moment, the pallid-faced Abbot Hui Ming hurriedly approached Xu Taiping, his expression laden with concern. Xu Taiping glanced behind him, where a couple of bewildered monks stood, seemingly frightened, before he replied. All is well. Abbot Huiming let out a sigh of relief. Ahem, Brother Huiming, could this be the Lord Dharma Protector? At that moment, among the four elderly monks, one with an elongated face stammered his inquiry. Indeed, Huiming affirmed with a smile. Xu Taiping, having shed his armor and donned rather plain attire, had initially evaded recognition as the Dharma Protector. I have encountered the Lord Dharma Protector of the evil-repelling Azura, declared Guangza, the abbot of the Prajna Temple. I have encountered the Lord Dharma Protector of the evil-repelling Azura, echoed Hongzi, the abbot of the Burning Sound Temple. I have encountered the Lord Dharma Protector of the evil-repelling Azura, proclaimed Jiqing, the abbot of the Siji Temple. I have encountered the Lord Dharma Protector of the evil-repelling Azura, asserted Qingda, the abbot of the White Horse Temple. Upon receiving Huiming's confirmation, the heads of the four great Buddhist temples of the kingdom of Izumo bowed in unison to Xu Taiping. There is no need for such formality, esteemed abbots. I am merely an ordinary practitioner entrusted by Master Kasayapa. Once this matter concludes, I shall take my leave, Xu Taiping insisted, repeatedly gesturing for the elder abbots to rise. With the situation nearly resolved, he felt no need to maintain the pretense of being the evil-repelling Azura any longer. Upon hearing Xu Taiping acknowledge his commission from Kasayapa, the five abbots, including Huiming, were filled with excitement. After all, since the end of the Dharma age, the Zen Buddhism of the Yuyun heaven had been forsaken by the Buddhas for millennia, barely surviving to this day, and they had finally caught a glimpse of a true Buddha's presence. How could they not be exhilarated? However, when Xu Taiping mentioned his intention to depart, the faces of the abbots froze, and fear flickered in their eyes. The Lord Dharma Protector intends to leave. Could it be that Master Kasayapa is dissatisfied with our performance? Huiming's forehead glistened with cold sweat. The other abbots shared similar sentiments. Though they had not been negligent in their efforts to rescue the Pilla Temple, they could hardly claim to have exerted their utmost. It is essential to understand that, according to Zen tradition, once an ancient Buddha manifests in a location, he is likely to regard it as a sacred ground for propagating his teachings. Should an ancient Buddha offer his protection, these five Zen temples could undoubtedly become sanctuaries of the Buddhist faith, and they themselves might even achieve the long-elusive Arhat status that had been barred to the Zen Buddhism of Yuyun heaven for millennia. Witnessing this splendid opportunity slip away, even those who had cultivated their hearts for centuries felt a tremor of uncertainty. What do you mean by leaving, Lord Dharma Protector? Abbot Huiming asked, his voice trembling. At his inquiry, the other abbots turned their grateful gazes toward him. Leaving? It is as straightforward as it sounds. Departing from the kingdom of Izumo, Xu Taiping replied, slightly puzzled by the expressions on the abbots' faces, but responding candidly. Upon hearing these words, the five venerable abbots felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. The eldest among them, the abbot of the Prajna Temple, nearly stumbled and fell. Lord Guardian, he implored, since the era of the decline of the Dharma, the Yuyun Heavenly Zen sect has diligently endeavored to preserve the teachings of Buddhism across generations, ensuring that a flicker of our lineage remains in the land of Izumo. However, with chaos looming and demons rampant, should our connection to the Buddha falter, I fear that even this tenuous thread of our Zen lineage may be lost. The suffering of sentient beings is profound, and our Zen sect finds itself powerless to provide salvation. I beseech you, Lord Guardian, to convey our plight to the ancient Buddha. The abbot, Guangza, knelt before Xu Taiping, visibly agitated. Realizing the misunderstanding, Xu Taiping quickly assisted Guangza to his feet. You have misinterpreted my words, he clarified. Just as he prepared to elucidate his relationship with Master Kasayapa to the abbots, a brilliant radiance erupted from the clouds above Pilla Temple. A golden Buddha statue began to manifest, ethereal yet majestic, amidst the clouds. Following this, an immensely authoritative voice resonated from the heavens. The Yuyun Zen sect bears grave transgressions. If you seek repentance, nurture the Buddha's offspring to maturity, and once you have resolved the cause and effect you have sown, the Buddha will render judgment. Upon hearing this proclamation, all the disciples present, save for Xu Taiping, prostrated themselves on the ground, simultaneously exclaiming, "Compassionate is our Buddha." While the message was somewhat veiled, the abbots, aware of the ramifications of the Yuyun Heavenly Buddha's severed connection to cause and effect, comprehended the gravity of the situation, their faces alight with a mixture of fear and hope. Chapter 23. A gamble, encountering misfortune within 100 days? Yet, Xu Taiping discerned that this voice emanated from Master Kasayapa, rather than the ancient Buddha Kasayapa revered by the abbots. Though they appeared unified, the distinction was significant. Master Kasayapa was merely a fragment of the ancient Buddha's divine consciousness, having evolved into an independent entity after separating from the ancient Buddha hundreds of thousands of years ago. Consequently, his power paled in comparison to that of the true ancient Buddha. Thus, his promises were best regarded with skepticism. Furthermore, be informed that the individual standing before you is the manifestation of the guardian of heaven, taking on the guise of Xu Taiping, a disciple of the true martial celestial azure sect. To encounter him is to encounter me, the formidable voice proclaimed once more. We shall undoubtedly adhere to the edicts of the ancient Buddha Kasayapa. In response, the abbots bowed in unison. Hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, reflecting inwardly. Ah, Master Kasayapa, how adeptly you deceive the monastics, now spinning tales with nary a blink. An idea suddenly sparked within him, prompting him to reach out telepathically to Master Kasayapa, inquiring, Master Kasayapa, what scheme are you concocting this time? Originally, Xu Taiping merely sought to test the waters, never expecting Master Kasayapa to genuinely respond, thus leaving Taiping somewhat embarrassed. The monks of Yuyun Heaven had long departed from the teachings of the ancient Buddha Kasayapa. The Fire Cloud Temple, once the foremost Buddhist monastery in Yuyun Heaven, had collectively succumbed to demonic influence under the guidance of its abbot, becoming one of the three notorious layers of evil today. Hence, the young monk resorted to invoking the name of the ancient Buddha to intimidate them. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping swiftly grasped the situation. However, Master Kasayapa, must you involve me in this matter? After all, I am not one of your Buddhist brethren, Xu Taiping expressed with a hint of helplessness. This is a matter of necessity for me as well. Currently, only 2 of the 7 laws of the 1,000 Buddha kingdom have been restored, and my powers cannot frequently manifest before them as they did today. My recent appearance required me to dismantle half a temple, which was no small feat thus. I must rely on you, Taiping, with whom I share a bond with the Buddha, to communicate with them, Master Kasayapa replied. However, the string of beads representing equality among all beings has already been repurposed as a magical artifact for the Pai Lu Temple's formation, thus severing our connection, Xu Taiping noted. Yet, he was not one to be unsympathetic. He was still willing to offer his assistance. Do not fret, Taiping. Since the day you restored the Buddha statue, the force of equality among all beings has been following you. The beads are merely a manifestation of the Buddha's teachings. Even if they are currently lost, they will eventually coalesce anew in time, Master Kasayapa explained. Xu Taiping was taken aback upon hearing this. According to Master Kasayapa, he might be entangled with the Buddhist path for the rest of his life. Taiping, this matter bears benefits for you as well. For instance, as long as the temples in the Outcloud Kingdom that honor the ancient Buddha Kasayapa flourish, your power of equality among all beings will grow stronger. Furthermore, although Zen Buddhism holds little sway in Yuyun Heaven, the 5 major Zen monasteries of the Outcloud Kingdom constitute a significant force, making your travels through Yuyun Heaven considerably easier with their support. Seemingly apprehensive that Xu Taiping might harbor discontent, Master Kasayapa cautiously elaborated on the advantages of his role as the celestial protector. Master Kasayapa, I comprehend all you have stated. I merely have one question to pose. Xu Taiping responded inwardly. Please, ask away, Taiping, Master Kasayapa replied, his tone lightening considerably. Regarding the reward for my rescue of the Buddha at the Pai Lu Temple, might I inquire if it can be settled now? Xu Taiping asked. Upon hearing this, Master Kasayapa fell suddenly silent. Then, Xu Taiping heard the authoritative voice once more emanating from above. Take heed of your actions. Should there be pressing matters, convey them to the celestial protector, who will relay them to me. With that, the divine visage hidden among the clouds abruptly dissipated. It was evident that Master Kasayapa had discreetly departed. Just as Xu Taiping felt a wave of exasperation, a string of beads materialized on his wrist, accompanied by a thought resonating in his mind. Taiping. This is the seal of meditation, aiding you in comprehending your martial arts. There are 9 beads in total, each allowing you to enter a state of deep meditation for 100 days. The remaining 2 seals shall be presented when the temples of the 1,000 Buddha Kingdom are completed. This thought was undoubtedly left by Master Kasayapa. However, the careful tone in which he spoke amused Xu Taiping, alleviating some of the resentment he felt over an owed debt. Just as he believed that Cassiopei's words had concluded, another voice resonated within his mind. Master Taiping, I have just sensed that within 100 days, you shall encounter an ominous event that could very well threaten your life. Please proceed with caution. This time, Cassiopei's tone grew urgent, tinged with a hint of anxiety. An ill omen within 100 days? Xu Taiping was taken aback. Although Cassiopei often spoke untruths, Xu Taiping felt that such a matter concerning life and death would not be fabricated. After all, Cassiopei had much to ask of him. As Xu Taiping contemplated whether to inform the fairy Lingyue and discuss the matter with her, he suddenly felt an excruciating pain on the back of his hand, as if a searing brand had been imprinted upon it. Taiping, cover your hand and do not look. Just as he was about to investigate the issue with his hand, Fairy Lingyue's urgent voice echoed in his mind. Sister Lingyue, what is happening? Upon hearing her words, Xu Taiping wrapped his hand in his sleeve and, while bidding farewell to the 5 hosts, inquired within his heart. Taiping, there is something I have been concealing from you. Fairy Lingyue confessed with a tinge of guilt. Sister Lingyue, what is it? Xu Taiping was not particularly concerned about her secrecy, recognizing that everyone harbors their own mysteries. Seeing that he bore no signs of dissatisfaction, Fairy Lingyue felt warmth in her heart and solemnly continued. This time in the Yuyun realm, I have wagered both my life and yours in a grand gamble. What could possibly be worth such a gamble? Xu Taiping inquired earnestly, his gaze fixed upon Fairy Lingyue, who sat opposite him in the meditation chamber arranged by the host Huiming. After a moment of contemplation, Fairy Lingyue began to explain, as I previously mentioned, given your current rate of cultivation, breaking through to the refining spirit realm is merely a matter of time, and the necessary elixirs are not beyond reach. The challenge lies in the subsequent transformation realm. To transcend this stage is a formidable chasm, even for those with golden spirit bones or heavenly spirit bones, while it is nearly insurmountable for those with mortal bones. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping began to grasp what Fairy Lingyue was wagering on his behalf. Yet he chose to remain silent and listen attentively. For a mortal bone to break through the transformation realm is not entirely impossible. We merely need to prepare 3 items. First, cultivate at least 1 earth grade or higher martial art to its utmost limit. If possible, the more such arts cultivated, the better. Second, we must refine at least 1 personal celestial weapon. The third, and most crucial, is the Phoenix essence. Upon reaching this point, the Celestial Maiden Lingyue paused momentarily, then directed her gaze towards Xu Taiping and remarked, You have already attained the pinnacle of the divine refinement realm in cultivating your martial arts. As for forging a personal celestial weapon, it shall not pose a challenge, provided you can transcend the divine refinement realm. The foremost difficulty lies solely in acquiring the Phoenix essence. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, Sister Lingyue, is the Phoenix essence you speak of truly the marrow of the ancient divine bird, the Phoenix? Much like the true dragon, the Phoenix vanished eons ago, its lineage having become so singular that it has disappeared even more thoroughly than the true dragon. Consequently, references to Phoenix blood and feathers in subsequent ancient texts are merely euphemisms for a certain class of powerful spiritual birds, not the true Phoenix. While the genuine Phoenix is indeed beyond our reach, in the far southern reaches of the wilderness secret realm lies a place known as the Fire Abyss, where one can find a gem called the Phoenix Marrow Stone. It is said that this stone is a transformation of the marrow of the fallen Phoenix, and acquiring it equates to obtaining the Phoenix essence, explained the Celestial Maiden Lingyue. Hearing this, Xu Taiping was filled with excitement, yet sensed that the situation could not be so straightforward. He promptly asked the Celestial Maiden Lingyue, Sister Lingyue, I fear that entering the Fire Abyss may not be as simple as it seems. The Celestial Maiden Lingyue's expression turned grave as she nodded. The Fire Abyss, also known as the South Bright Leaving Fire Abyss, encompasses a territory of tens of thousands of miles, all ablaze with the purest South Bright Leaving fire. Even those of the transformation realm would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Only those at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, armed with special fire-controlling techniques, can barely venture within. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping appeared astounded. If you belong to the unparalleled sects and families of the Upper Clear Realm, or possess unparalleled accomplishments like Zhang Tianze of the Jinhai Tower, there would be ways to obtain the Phoenix Marrow Stone, but we possess none of those advantages. Therefore, we can only gamble our lives alongside you, sister. The Celestial Maiden Lingyue continued, since we cannot enter the Fire Abyss ourselves, We must seek assistance from others to retrieve it. Yet, even if you offer a reward, there may be no sect or family in the Yuyun sky willing to undertake the task of retrieving such a divine object as the Phoenix Marrow Stone. Only those extraordinary forces, transcending the realms, may dare to accept this commission. For instance, the Sangung Guan, where the Haitang couple once resided, the Yuming Hall of Yuyun Sky, the everlasting pavilion of Zhuming Sky, the faceless tower of Xianhuang Sky, and the Linyuan pavilion of Chenglong Sky. The Celestial Maiden Lingyue elaborated in a single breath. These factions are even more formidable than the unparalleled sects of various realms. Xu Taiping exclaimed in astonishment. Not necessarily stronger than them. It is merely that the practitioners who join these factions are often those willing to pay any price to enhance their cultivation. Lingyue shook her head. However, persuading these factions to seek the Phoenix Marrow Stone for us must be more arduous than approaching those unparalleled sects, would it not? Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. Indeed, whether it is the Nether Hall or the Ageless Pavilion, they only conduct transactions with their internal disciples. And the vast majority of cultivators in the Upper Clear Realm remain entirely unaware of their existence. The fairy Lingyue nodded slightly, offering an explanation. And then a faint smile graced her lips as she added, "But there is no need for you to worry, for I was once a member of one such power." "Which faction?" Xu Taiping inquired with a look of delight. "Chenglong Tian, the second seat of the Linyuan Pavilion, Yuzhu." Fairy Lingyue replied with a gentle smile directed at Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping was rendered speechless. While he had never hesitated to envision the might of Fairy Lingyue, he had not anticipated that her strength would reach such heights. "Please, do not look at me like that. It makes me feel quite bashful," she said, noticing his unwavering gaze. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xu Taiping scratched his head. "So, Fairy Lingyue, you wish for the other seats of the Linyuan Pavilion to retrieve the Phoenix Essence Stone for us, correct?" he tentatively asked. "Indeed," Fairy Lingyue nodded. "However, Fairy Lingyue, putting aside the years that have passed, would the Linyuan Pavilion still recognize you as the second seat? Even if they do, the other seats would not perform such tasks for us without compensation, would they?" Xu Taiping expressed his concerns. "As for whether the Linyuan Pavilion still acknowledges me as the second seat, you need not fret. As long as my consciousness endures, my position will remain secure. Regarding your second concern, that is the crux of what I am about to convey," Fairy Lingyue responded. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping immediately perked up, his eyes fixed intently on Fairy Lingyue. The sixth seat of the Linyuan Pavilion, the renowned immortal Wuji, once ventured alone into the inferno for half a month. If it were him, he would undoubtedly acquire the Phoenix Essence Stone. However, persuading him to act is exceedingly difficult. Unless you can present a divine artifact of the caliber of the Dragon Gallbladder Stone, he will remain unmoved. Fortunately, after we plant the earth fruit in the blood rain forest of the Yuyun Sky, we are likely to obtain a treasure that rivals the Dragon Gallbladder Stone. With this artifact in hand, immortal Wuji will surely be tempted, Fairy Lingyue elucidated. "I see now. So, Fairy Lingyue, you had this plan from the outset. Intending to use this treasure to exchange for the Phoenix Essence Stone from immortal Wuji," Xu Taiping said, realization dawning upon him. "Precisely," Fairy Lingyue affirmed with a smile, adding, "Encouraging you to secure the leadership of the Golden Scale Society was also to enhance your chances of cultivating that treasure under favorable circumstances. Rest assured, Fairy Lingyue, I shall exert every effort this time," Xu Taiping declared earnestly. However, a moment later, he recalled something and, with a look of astonishment, asked Fairy Lingyue, "But Fairy Lingyue, since your plan is so meticulously crafted, why must we gamble with our lives?" Upon hearing this, Fairy Lingyue's demeanor grew serious. She then casually cast a barrier and gestured towards Xu Taiping's previously agonizing arm, saying, "Roll up your sleeve." Xu Taiping nodded in agreement and obediently rolled up his sleeves. To his astonishment, he discovered a leaf-shaped mark had appeared on the back of his hand. "Sister Lingyue, what is this mark?" Xu Taiping inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Lingyue sighed, her tone turning grave as she responded, "This is a unique imprint of the One-Leaf Book. Its emergence signifies that your name has appeared within its pages. It also indicates that our existence has been revealed to the master of the One-Leaf Book." Chapter 25, The One-Leaf Book and Lingyue's Strategy Revealed to the One-Leaf Book? Xu Taiping was initially taken aback, then self-reproach crept in as he asked, "Is it because you used your own power to activate the Shura armor for my sake?" "No," Lingyue shook her head firmly. "In truth, I deceived you." she added with a wry smile. Deceived me? Xu Taiping was puzzled. Upon leaving the true martial heaven for the cloudy sky, whether or not I utilized my own power, I would have been detected by the one-leaf book, Lingyue clarified. But Sister Lingyue, in order to help Digua find that treasure and gain leverage for a transaction with the infinite immortal in the Abyssal Palace, you had no choice but to enter the cloudy sky, Xu Taiping surmised, lowering his head. He then looked back up at Lingyue and continued. Thus, you referred to this as a gamble. Lingyue remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After a long pause, she apologetically stated, I'm sorry, Taiping. I should not have kept such an important matter from you. Xu Taiping shook his head vigorously, then spoke earnestly. Fortunately, you concealed it from me. Otherwise, given my nature, I would never have taken such a risk. Hearing this, Lingyue breathed a sigh of relief. So, does this mean you agree to gamble with me? She tentatively asked. Sister Lingyue, how does the scenery beyond the transformation realm compare to the profound understanding and spirit refinement? Xu Taiping countered with a question rather than providing a direct answer. Lingyue pondered for a moment before responding. If we liken cultivators to fish, then traversing the path of profound understanding and spirit refinement is akin to moving from small streams and lakes into vast rivers. Breaking through the transformation realm is like venturing from those rivers into the boundless ocean, whose vastness is incomparable to that of rivers. Xu Taiping fell silent once more. Lingyue, interpreting his silence as hesitation, spoke with a hint of sorrow in her eyes. In truth, for an ordinary cultivator, even in the great rivers, one can still live freely and joyfully. So, if you are unwilling to take this gamble, you may return to the true martial heaven with your gold essence. In contemplating this gamble, Lingyue had indeed considered a retreat for Xu Taiping. As long as he returned to the Jiaxia Palace and used the gold essence to set up a formation for the teleportation array, he could safely return to the true martial heaven and evade the pursuit of the master of the one-leaf book. Sister Lingyue, is there an even broader world beyond that boundless ocean? Xu Taiping surprised Lingyue not with fear, but with a fervent gaze as he posed a question that took her aback. Naturally, the Celestial Maiden Lingyue nodded emphatically. Sister Lingyue, we have already beheld the splendid landscapes of the great rivers. Now, let us embark together to explore the vistas of the boundless sea. Xu Taiping exclaimed with palpable excitement as he gazed at the Celestial Maiden. At that moment, Lingyue comprehended that Xu Taiping's conviction in his cultivation had never wavered. Not even for the slightest moment. Are you not afraid? There is a possibility that we may perish in the Yuyun heaven, Lingyue remarked with a grave expression. Well, perhaps a bit, Xu Taiping replied with a sheepish smile, but then his gaze turned resolute as he added, yet having come this far, retreating back to the true martial heaven would mean, when my lifespan eventually wanes, I would certainly die with my eyes wide open. Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Lingyue's face. In this gamble, whether it be she or Xu Taiping, if either party lacked steadfast resolve, the chances of triumph would be slim. Rest assured, Taiping, in a gamble, there is no absolute victory or defeat, Lingyue said while gesturing towards the leaf-shaped mark on the back of Xu Taiping's hand. She continued, though the one-leaf book is a divine artifact, it is not omnipotent. Even if it senses my aura, it cannot pinpoint my exact location amidst this vast expanse of heaven and earth. From what I understand, upon detecting my presence, the one-leaf book will reveal at least 3,000 names associated with me, imprinting each one and filtering them one by one. Thus, Taiping, you are merely one among those 3,000. Therefore, if you can reach the blood rain forest to ignite the seeds and plant the earth fruit before then, I will conceal my aura within the earth fruit, preventing the one-leaf book from detecting me. Xu Taiping looked astonished at this revelation. How long does it take for the one-leaf book to filter through 3,000 names? He inquired. Under normal circumstances, it takes 3 months to sift through the last name, Lingyue replied. 3 months is not a short span. If fortune favors us, it is indeed possible to ignite the seeds and plant the earth fruit before that time. However, the concern lies in the possibility that we may be unfortunate and get screened first, in which case we could be pursued by the owner of the one-leaf book by tomorrow. Xu Taiping murmured, I have already devised a countermeasure for this. Lingyue smiled at Xu Taiping, then extended 2 fingers to gently brush across the back of his hand. In the next moment, Xu Taiping was astonished to see the eye-shaped mark had vanished. Once my soul is fully restored, my spiritual power can temporarily seal the imprint of the one-leaf book. leading its owner to mistakenly believe that your name has already been filtered through it, Lingyue said, her eyes sparkling with a hint of pride as she looked at Xu Taiping. If her soul had not been completely restored, her venture into the Yuyun heaven would not have been a gamble, but rather a death sentence. Chapter 26, The One-Leaf Book. The Intent of the Seven Peaks of Qingxian. Upon witnessing this scene, Xu Taiping felt a considerable sense of relief. But Sister Lingyue, you cannot maintain the seal on the One-Leaf Book's imprint indefinitely, can you? Xu Taiping asked once more. In his perspective, if the moon spirit could continuously seal this mark, there would be no chance of it being discovered by the master of the Leaf Book, rendering her assertion of it being a gamble unfounded. The time frame was brief, merely 2 months, and at most 3. The moon spirit nodded in acknowledgement. It seems that Master K has indeed hit the mark, muttered Xu Taiping. What did he say? Inquired the moon spirit, perplexed. Within 100 days, I shall encounter misfortune. Xu Taiping replied with a wry smile. Although it was merely a fragment of K, the ancient Buddha's divine thought, it certainly wielded some influence. Forming an alliance with him could indeed provide an additional layer of security in the realm of Yuyun. The moon spirit expressed a hint of admiration towards Master K. However, should they confront the master of the Leaf Book, even if K's divine thought intervened directly, it would likely prove futile. She too let out a bitter laugh. Just how formidable is the master of the Leaf Book? Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. While he might not even rank among the lowest in the Lingyuan pavilion, within the sects and aristocratic families of Yuyun, there were perhaps no more than 3 ancient beings capable of surpassing him. The moon spirit frowned. Subsequently, she gestured with her hand and, with a serious expression, instructed Xu Taiping, for you at this moment, such a presence holds no relevance for discussion. Your primary concern now is to incinerate the seeds of the earth fruit and reach the blood rain forest within 3 months to plant them. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping nodded, feeling a newfound sense of urgency. However, before heading to the blood rain forest, you must find a way to acquire a talisman of true fire of earth grade or above to facilitate the incineration of the earth fruit seeds. After all, we are already being watched by the master of the Leaf Book, and using the crimson raven gold flame could easily expose us. The moon spirit continued to advise Xu Taiping. No problem, Xu Taiping replied, having already considered this. My elder brother Huang Ke mentioned in his book that there is the largest trading firm in Yuyun located in the southern Chu kingdom, where one can procure various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. We can visit there. In addition to the true fire talisman, we might also acquire other medicinal pills and talismans. Xu Taiping pondered for a moment before speaking. The blood rain forest was a notorious perilous place within Yuyun. Even without the threat posed by the master of the Leaf Book, he needed to make ample preparations. It is prudent to prepare thoroughly. As long as we can finalize these matters within half a month, we will have ample time to venture into the blood rain forest, the moon spirit concurred. Speaking of the southern Chu kingdom, I recall that during your unconsciousness, your senior sister mentioned in conversation with Huang Ke that a disciple from your Qingxian sect had opened a martial arts school there after entering Yuyun, suggesting that you could find lodging there first. She suddenly recalled this detail. Why didn't brother Huang Ke mention this to me? Xu Taiping queried, somewhat puzzled. I believe your master must have referenced this in the letter left for you, the moon spirit replied. I nearly forgot about that letter. Prompted by the moon spirit's reminder, Xu Taiping recalled that brother Huang Ke had indeed assisted in delivering a letter from the master. Without hesitation, Xu Taiping opened the letter in the presence of the moon spirit, gazing upon the handwriting that resembled a chicken's claw. Xu Taiping was convinced that this letter was indeed left for him by the sect leader, Zhao Qian. After a careful examination, he was finally able to read with clarity. Taiping, I humbly ask for your forgiveness for having presumptuously agreed to the matter concerning the Golden Scale Society on your behalf. Initially, I was reluctant to allow you to venture into the Yuyun heaven, despite the rarity of such an opportunity. It is perilous for you to embark on this journey alone, particularly in your injured state. However, just as I was preparing to decline, my junior master sought me out and insisted that I must agree to this matter. When I inquired about the specifics, he merely instructed me to convey to you 4 words, sound the sword at golden scales. As for the reasons behind this instruction, he offered no elucidation. At this point, Xu Taiping withdrew his gaze from the letter, murmuring in confusion, did my master intend for me to sound the sword at the golden scales for some ulterior motive? Previously, during his expedition to the Xianhu secret realm, his junior master had also urged him to sound the sword, and that very sword, hidden for 7 years, had severed the 5 demon sovereigns of the 9 nether. Thus, Xu Taiping surmised that his junior master's mention of this matter must carry deeper significance. However, after pondering for a moment, he could not discern the rationale and immediately returned to reading the letter. Since this is my junior master's decision, I cannot refuse. Although the Qingxian sect currently stands in disarray, we must not appear impoverished when it comes to significant matters such as your attendance at the Golden Scale Society. Within this letter, my fellow Peak Masters have collectively contributed 20,000 gold essence coins, and Peak Master Meng of the 6 Peaks has gifted you a vial of high-grade Earth Tier Dawanden, while Peak Master Shun of the 5 Peaks has presented you with 3 high-grade Earth Tier Golden Body Talismans. The other peaks have also contributed various items, which, though perhaps not of great value, represent our heartfelt intentions. Additionally, there is a piece of Moonshadow Stone inside, placed there by Ling Long. She has left some words for your senior brothers and sisters of the 7 Peaks, indicating that if you feel homesick, you may take it out to read. Upon reaching this part, Xu Taiping felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. He was acutely aware of the current state of the Qingxian sect, nearly half of the mountain gate having been ravaged by demonic creatures, with no funds even for the sect leader's celebration. Yet, even amidst such adversity, they had managed to scrape together 20,000 gold essence coins along with numerous precious elixirs and talismans for him. This gesture of goodwill weighed heavily on Xu Taiping. Chapter 27. Entering the capital, the master of the Xianyun Martial Hall. After suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, Xu Taiping exhaled deeply and continued reading. Taiping, you need not worry about matters here at the Qingxian sect. I shall oversee everything. Those who covet the spiritual grounds of Yunlu Mountain shall not stir up any significant trouble. Focus on honing your skills in the Yuyun Heaven. Furthermore, if you find yourself without a place to stay in the Yuyun Heaven, you may travel to the capital of Nanchu. My junior master once had a female disciple who, after many years of toil in the Yuyun Heaven, established a martial hall named Xianyun Hall. Several decades ago, she even entrusted a letter to the 9 prefectures, stating that the reputation of this martial hall now rivals that of some second-rate sections. Present your Qingxian sect token at the hall, and she will surely receive you, ensuring you have someone to rely upon while in the Yuyun Heaven. Upon reaching this point, Xu Taiping silently noted the name Xianyunguan in his heart, before continuing to read the letter. Initially, I intended to conclude my writing here, but after much contemplation, I deemed it necessary to inform you of this matter. Taiping, I fear that our little master cannot endure for much longer, no sooner than 3 to 5 years, and at worst, perhaps a decade or more. Some matters only came to my knowledge a few days ago upon assuming the role of the sect leader, which I cannot fully elaborate on in this letter. All I can convey is that the fortune you have gathered from the Yuyun realm is of paramount importance to our little master. Even the slightest portion of that fortune would grant him a moment of respite. Therefore, if possible, strive to secure as many victories as you can. I understand you are currently perplexed. By the time you return from the Yuyun realm, I should have completely refined the Qingxuan's celestial slaying sword formation, and at that time, I can impart the full details to you. As Xu Taiping read the final line, he found himself momentarily dazed. Sister Lingyue, we shall set off for the capital of South Chu tomorrow. After lingering in a trance for a moment, Xu Taiping suddenly turned to Lingyue, the Celestial Maiden. Very well. Sensing the resolve in Xu Taiping's heart, Lingyue's demeanor grew markedly serious. 2 days later, in the capital of South Chu, unlike the true martial heaven, the mortal realm of the Yuyun realm does not possess a distinct boundary between the mundane and the celestial. Both are jointly governed by the celestial dynasty, sects, and noble families. Consequently, the cities here exhibit a starkly different scene compared to those in the true martial heaven. For instance, street vendors might be selling the colossal heads of ferocious beasts, herbs exuding unusual fragrances, or even fragments of swords and blades. In addition to taverns and tea houses, the shops lining the streets sell elixirs, magical artifacts, and divine garments, alongside numerous escort agencies and martial arts schools. It is not uncommon to see dignified Taoist priests, spirited young swordsmen, and maidens entering and exiting these establishments. Furthermore, these shops themselves differ significantly from ordinary houses. Even the most modest of them stands 3 to 4 stories tall, with many surrounded by shimmering runes, and their signs often change the characters they display. Magic is seamlessly integrated into everyday life. Esteemed sir, why not come upstairs for a moment? Our drunken immortal pavilion has just welcomed a few fox maidens who are quite skilled in the art of service. Just as Xu Taiping found himself momentarily dazzled, a woman suddenly grasped his wrist, her voice a delicate call by his ear. Sensing no malice, Xu Taiping did not immediately push her away, but instead lowered his gaze to scrutinize her. The woman, though of ordinary appearance, wore scanty attire, and her eyes glimmered with alluring charm as they met his. After carefully observing her, Xu Taiping glanced back at the beautiful woman with fox ears, who was leaning out of the window to watch the scene below, and immediately realized with astonishment, so even cultivators frequent such places. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression shifted dramatically, and she forcefully pushed Xu Taiping away, exclaiming, "What a bumpkin! Go away." Xu Taiping remained unfazed, merely smiling as he clasped his hands in greeting towards the woman. "Excuse me, dear sister. Might I inquire if there is a martial arts school named Xianyunguan on this street?" "How would I know? Go away, go away. Don't disturb me while I'm conducting business." The woman impatiently waved her hand. Observing from upstairs, a little fox demon girl giggled and pointed diagonally across the street. "Young master, isn't the Xianyunguan you seek right over there?" Following the direction indicated by the fox girl, Xu Taiping's gaze fell upon a martial arts school at the street corner, its somewhat weathered sign boldly displaying the name Xianyunguan. "Thank you, miss." Xu Taiping smiled and bowed slightly to the fox demon. The woman at the entrance cast Xu Taiping a disdainful glance, clearly unimpressed by the appearance of a country boy training in martial arts. Ignoring her, Xu Taiping rummaged through his belongings and finally retrieved a gold coin. Tossing it to the fox girl, "Please accept this." Having completed his transaction, Xu Taiping hastened towards the martial arts school. However, just as he set foot on the path, a shrill scream erupted from the little fox demon girl above. "A gold coin. It's truly a gold coin. At last, I can redeem myself." Unperturbed by the commotion behind him, Xu Taiping's mind was preoccupied with how to explain his identity as a disciple of the Qingxian sect to the owner of Xianyunguan. Suddenly, before he could reach the door, a loud crash reverberated from within the school, and a frail figure was violently propelled out, crashing against the opposite wall. Peering closely, Xu Taiping recognized that the one flung out was indeed a delicate young woman. "Goodness, how tragic," he mused, his curiosity piqued. At that moment, a woman emerged from the nearby herbal shop. "What on earth is happening here, Annie?" Xu Taiping inquired, perplexed. "What else could it be? Someone has come to challenge the Xian Yun martial arts school." The woman sighed, shaking her head. "Are you saying that the one just thrown out was a disciple of Xianyunguan?" Xu Taiping asked, astonished. "Disciple? She is the owner of Xianyunguan." The woman clarified, shaking her head. "She is the owner?" Xu Taiping exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Chapter 28. A Challenge. "Is this your first time in the city?" "Indeed," she replied. "Do not make fun of me. Aunt Sunday remembered to prepare the medicine for me." The elderly woman was about to explain further when the girl, who had just recovered from the ground, abruptly interrupted. After speaking, she dashed back into the martial arts school, and the sounds of combat resumed within. "I've already prepared it. Do remember to settle the payment for the medicine." The elder rolled her eyes at the girl's retreating figure. "Young man, are you here to apprentice at Xianyunguan?" She turned back to Xu Taiping. "One could say that," he replied. Having reached the threshold of the school, Xu Taiping felt that denying it would only draw more attention to himself. "If it were a while ago, I wouldn't have bothered to stop you, but given the circumstances, I advise you to seek another martial arts school." The elderly woman, affectionately referred to as Aunt Sun, let out a deep sigh. "What has transpired, truly? Wasn't the Xianyun martial arts school once quite renowned?" Xu Taiping inquired with a curious expression. Given the fierce sounds of combat emanating from within the martial arts hall, it was evident that the contest would not conclude any time soon, prompting him to seek information from the elderly woman first. "This is a tale from over a decade ago," Aunt Sun lamented, retrieving a smoking pipe from her sleeve and preparing to fill it with tobacco. Before she could strike a match, Xu Taiping, with a flick of his fingers, ignited the tobacco. "Ah, a young man with skills," Aunt Sun smiled, nodding appreciatively. "Just a smattering I've learned." Xu Taiping replied with a grin. Without further ado, Aunt Sun took a puff from her pipe, exhaled a ring of smoke, and continued. "Indeed, more than 10 years ago, the Xianyun martial arts school enjoyed great prosperity, producing disciples coveted by both sects and noble families, with even the imperial court selecting individuals from our ranks. Those who emerged from the Xianyun school were often able to secure positions as captains or, in some cases, as palace guards. However, fate is capricious. Approximately 13 years ago, a disciple named Zhou Guanxu was summoned to the palace to serve as an imperial guard. This role was indeed one of great promise. Yet who could have foreseen that Zhou Guanxu, driven by audacity, would kidnap the emperor's favored daughter, Princess Tianqing, in a desperate bid to evade capture. He took her into the treacherous blood rain forest. To safeguard the reputation of Xianyun, my late sister, Lu Rushuang, along with the school's senior disciples, ventured into the forest in pursuit. Alas, they never returned, and a decade has passed with no word of them. Since then, the Xianyun school has fragmented, leaving only that pair of siblings to persist. As Aunt Sun recounted this, she finished her first bowl of tobacco and proceeded to refill her pipe. The girl you mentioned, is she the one who just flew out from the martial arts hall? Xu Taiping asked, lighting her tobacco once more. Indeed, Aunt Sun affirmed, exhaling a cloud of smoke. But my senior once remarked that Lu Rushuang was of considerable age. How then are her children so young? Xu Taiping questioned, perplexed. Those siblings were taken in by my sister from the battlefield's dead. She and her husband had no children of their own, so they raised them as their own. Aunt Sun explained, shaking her head. Xu Taiping, upon hearing this, nodded in understanding. These children were not ungrateful. My sister's care was not in vain. Most of the children accepted by the Xianyun school came from impoverished backgrounds. Without my sister's intervention, they would not have reached such heights. Yet, upon learning of her possible demise in the blood rain forest, these ingrates scattered like leaves in a storm, leaving only that pair of siblings to endure. Aunt Sun remarked with disdain, exhaling smoke rings. With this account, Xu Taiping had nearly pieced together the story of the Xianyun martial arts school. Then, Aunt Sun, what is this kicking the gym all about? Xu Taiping inquired eagerly. Is this your first time in the city? Aunt Sun cast a glance at Xu Taiping. Indeed. I've always resided in the countryside, Xu Taiping replied with an awkward smile. There exists a customary rule among the martial arts schools in the great cities of the kingdom of Nanshu. Each school is permitted to challenge others 15 times a year, while also being subject to the same number of challenges. If a school loses more than 10 matches in a row over 3 consecutive years, it will be removed from the roster. Aunt Sun explained to Xu Taiping. After the disappearance of the headmaster Lu, this brother and sister have somehow managed to hold on for 10 years? Xu Taiping expressed his astonishment. Not entirely by themselves. In the initial years, there were still several disciples in the school who were not afraid of external challenges. However, in the past 2 or 3 years, it has been solely this brother and sister keeping it afloat. Otherwise, the sign of the Xianyun martial arts school would have been taken down long ago. Aunt Sun shook her head. Bang! Just then, with another loud crash, a figure was hurled from the martial arts school, crashing heavily to the ground. This time, it was not the young girl, but rather a seemingly gentle boy. Sigh. It appears they have lost again today. Aunt Sun lamented, then called out to the boy, on. Did you injure any bones? If so, you'll need to change the medicine. No, Aunt Sun. The boy rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a cheerful smile, seemingly in good spirits. You little rascal, still able to laugh. Aunt Sun shot the boy a disapproving look, then shook her smoking pipe, turning away as she addressed Xu Taiping. You've gathered enough information. Do not make things difficult for that brother and sister. Her tone carried a hint of warning. Xu Taiping chuckled to himself, pondering, indeed. As expected of the capital of Nanshu, it is a place where dragons lie hidden and tigers crouch. Even an elderly person casually emerging from a shop possesses at least the strength of a half-step into the realm of refining the spirit. Certainly, the elderly woman just now was at least a formidable half-step refining spirit expert. However, Xu Taiping refrained from explaining this to her, and once again turned his attention to the young boy. Bang! Just as Xu Taiping was about to approach, another figure was propelled from the martial arts school, landing precisely where the boy had fallen. Upon closer inspection, it was the young girl who had just been ejected. Big sister. The boy's expression shifted to one of intense fury upon seeing his sister thrown out again. He shouted loudly towards the entrance of the school, Ma Wenshuan. My sister has already conceded. Why do you still attack her? At that moment, a tall youth with a face full of freckles emerged from the school, flanked by several similarly robust men. Because your sister attempted to seduce me with her beauty, hoping to provoke me into conceding voluntarily. But I find her filthy and beneath me. The freckled youth scoffed as he stepped out from the martial arts school. You speak deceitfully. It was you who made the first move. The once composed girl's face flushed with anger upon hearing Ma Wenshuan's words. By now, A crowd had gathered on the street, and upon hearing Ma Wenxuan's remarks, many displayed amused expressions. Ma Wenxuan, you scoundrel! The young man, sprang to his feet, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, and launched a powerful punch at Ma Wenxuan. One must admit that the strength, intent, and energy behind the boy's strike were formidable. In Xu Taiping's eyes, even a typical practitioner of the transcendence realm would struggle to withstand such a blow. Bang! Yet, this punch was effortlessly deflected by Ma Wenxuan's forearm, as if he had already anticipated On's movements. Simultaneously, Ma Wenxuan delivered a swift kick, crackling with electric energy, that struck On squarely in the abdomen. Bang! The force of the kick lifted On off the ground, propelling him upward until he collided with the barrier above the street, only to crash back down with a resounding thud. Puff! The young man's robe tore apart, and it was evident that his internal organs had sustained damage as he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. Dare to strike at me? You are courting death. However, Ma Wenxuan showed no intention of relenting. With a derisive snort, he vanished from sight only to reappear above the young man in the blink of an eye. Boom! A surge of power emanated from Ma Wenxuan as he raised his left leg, which flickered with electric sparks, and then struck down at On's head with the ferocity of a cleaver. This kick was clearly aimed to kill. No. The girl, witnessing this scene from a distance, cried out in terror and disregarded her own injuries as she rushed forward. Yet, she was far too removed, even with all her might. She could not reach him in time. Swish! Just as despair began to envelop the girl, a young man's figure suddenly appeared beside On, and he countered Ma Wenxuan's descending kick with a punch of his own. Bang! Amidst the thunderous clash, the onlookers gasped in astonishment as Ma Wenxuan was forced back several steps by the unexpected arrival. Looking at the young man standing steadfast beside On, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. He stood firm, his breath steady and unperturbed. Were you the one who just asked Aunt Sun for directions? On, still in shock, looked at the young man with bewilderment. Indeed, that is I, the young man replied with a smile, extending his hand. Thank you. On expressed his gratitude as he grasped Xu Taiping's hand to rise. Thank you, big brother, for saving my brother. The girl joined them. Not at all. It was a mere trifle. Xu Taiping shook his head. Regardless of any connection to the Xianyun Martial Arts Academy, he would have intervened upon witnessing such a situation. Lu Yun, impressive. Your Xianyun Martial Arts Academy has the means to hire assistants. Ma Wenxuan stepped forward, his face darkened. Ma Wenxuan, this big brother is not from our Xianyun Martial Arts Academy. Lu Yun immediately refuted Ma Wenxuan's claim, standing firm for Xu Taiping. Is that so? If that is the case, then his recent unauthorized intervention in my challenge match can be regarded as a street brawl, can it not? Ma Wenxuan cast a cold smile towards Lu Yun. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's expression shifted to one of palpable tension. For if this were deemed a street fight, the elder beside her could face fines at the least, or even imprisonment at the worst. What is happening? At that moment, several constables pushed through the crowd and approached Xu Taiping and the others. Constable, someone has interfered in my challenge match with the Xianyun Martial Arts School. Can it be considered a private duel? Ma Wenxuan inquired, his demeanor one of amusement. Who dares to engage in a private duel here, lacking all sense of decorum? The constable glared at a Yun, a Wan, and Xu Taiping. My dear sir, you must endure a slight inconvenience and admit that this individual is a hired hand from our Xianyun school. Otherwise, if this is deemed a private duel, imprisonment awaits. A Yun whispered to Xu Taiping as she grasped his arm. However, in doing so, Ma Wenxuan will undoubtedly demand another match. At that point, you may acquiesce and then concede outright, she quickly added. Very well, I have no objections. Xu Taiping, feeling no qualms, nodded calmly. He had originally come to seek refuge in the Xianyun Martial Arts School, yet he had not anticipated the multitude of rules in this capital city. Constable, this is a martial artist I recently recruited from the Xianyun school. It was not a private duel, a Yun stated respectfully yet assertively to the constable. Upon hearing this, the constable furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Ma Wenxuan laughed heartily. In that case, let this brother of mine engage in another match with you. As he spoke, he stepped aside to reveal a towering figure, a man of nearly 9 feet in height. You dare to wade into the murky waters of the Xianyun Martial Arts School? Truly, you must be tired of living, the giant declared, arms crossed, casting a scornful glance at Xu Taiping. Chapter 30. Battling Zhongwu. The rules of challenge matches inside the martial arts school. Xu Taiping stood in the training hall, gently tapping the floor with his foot, only to discover that what appeared to be wooden flooring was, in fact, harder than stone, evidently treated in a special manner. My apologies, big brother Taiping, for involving you in this matter, Lu Yun said, standing beside him, her expression filled with regret. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, petite in stature, with a delicate countenance and a hint of baby fat on her cheeks. It was my own desire to take action. There is no need for you to apologize, young lady, Xu Taiping replied, shifting his gaze from the floor to Lu Yun. Though he yearned to elaborate on his connection to the Xianyun martial arts school, it was clear that this was not the appropriate moment. Big brother Taiping, according to the rules between our schools, as long as you engage in a formal match once, you may concede directly. Lu Yun's younger brother, joined Xu Taiping's side. Although you possess considerable strength, my esteemed elder brother, it is worth noting that Jiang Wu, the senior disciple of Ma Wenxuan, has reached the pinnacle of qi refinement and stands at the zenith of martial prowess as a martial sovereign. His mastery of the golden Vajra fist has been imparted to him by a venerable monk of the Buddhist order. He added, if we lose this match, will the Xianyun martial hall be disqualified? Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping nodded noncommittally, then posed a counter-question. Indeed, the youth's expression dimmed slightly as he nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. It is unavoidable. Even if we do not lose this battle, my sister and I are unlikely to endure until the next match, especially since our next challenger is none other than him. He then forced a smile, attempting to project an air of nonchalance. Esteemed captains, I kindly request your presence as witnesses. At that moment, Ma Wenxuan's voice resonated once more. Xu Taiping and the siblings, Lu Yun and Lu Wan, looked up to see him ushering several officers into the martial hall, continuing with a resounding declaration. Should this man concede and refrain from combat, it would undoubtedly be a ploy to evade the charges of private combat, masquerading as a member of the Xianyun martial hall. Hearing this, Lu Yun bit her lip and implored, Brother Taiping, do not be swayed by his deceitful words. I shall draft a letter of appointment for you immediately. The sign of the Xianyun martial hall has not yet been taken down. The authorities will surely acknowledge it. With that, she discreetly departed from the crowd. Brother Taiping, do not let him intimidate you. With my sister's letter of appointment, you can emerge unscathed from the magistrate's office within half a day, Lu Wan reassured Xu Taiping. These two siblings, possessing pure hearts, were genuinely concerned that their assistance might entangle Xu Taiping in trouble. Enough of the delays. Let us proceed. At that moment, Jiang Wu, Ma Wenxuan Sr., bellowed at Xu Taiping. Stop dawdling, you're acting like a coward. As Xu Taiping turned his head, Jiang Wu muttered a curse under his breath. The onlookers erupted in laughter, for in the martial culture of Nanchu, the 3-month-long challenge matches between martial halls had become a source of entertainment for the citizens. Upon hearing that the Xianyun martial hall had acquired a new martial instructor, the idlers in the streets flocked to witness the spectacle. After all, the topic of the Xianyun martial hall as potential disbandment had become a staple of local gossip. Are there any rules governing this challenge? Xu Taiping approached the center of the arena and inquired of Jiang Wu. Rules? You might find those unnecessary, Jiang Wu chuckled. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, he stepped forward, a surge of pure primal energy enveloping him in a golden glow as he launched a powerful punch towards Xu Taiping. From a distance, Jiang Wu's imposing stature, coupled with the resplendent golden aura, created an illusion reminiscent of a divine being descending from the heavens. Bang! Xu Taiping crossed his arms, bracing himself against Jiang Wu's strike. Yet the tremendous force caused him to slide back several paces. In that moment, Jiang Wu evoked the image of the martial monks from the grand temples of the Outcloud Kingdom, who had similarly repelled the marauding beasts surrounding the Pilu Temple with their formidable punches. Brother Taiping, quickly concede. Upon witnessing Xu Taiping withstand a punch from Jiang Wu, Lu Wan promptly called out a warning. However, as Lu Wan's words left his lips, a formidable wave of energy emanated from Jiang Wu, and in an instant, he appeared before Xu Taiping like a streak of golden light. With a fist radiating an intense golden glow, he struck Xu Taiping with tremendous force. The sound of their fierce collision echoed, resonating with a clang reminiscent of metal striking stone. The violent shockwave from the impact surged outward, crashing heavily against the onlookers. Feeling the residual power of Jiang Wu's punch, everyone, including Lu Wan, was momentarily convinced that Xu Taiping was doomed. They doubted his ability to withstand such might. But as the tumultuous energy dissipated and they opened their eyes to observe, astonishment flooded their expressions. In the center of the training hall stood Xu Taiping. Noticeably shorter than Jiang Wu, yet he had managed to catch Jiang Wu's punch with just one hand. Among the crowd, perceptive martial artists and cultivators noticed a remarkable transformation in Xu Taiping's physique. His garments concealed his flesh, yet they could not hide the definition of his muscles. Was he truly of the martial sovereign realm? Someone finally could not contain their exclamation. As the crowd absorbed this revelation, their faces mirrored the shock. Unlike the true martial realm, the cultivators of the cloudy realm, having long dealt with demons and monsters, placed great emphasis on physical conditioning alongside their cultivation. Thus, even if one's cultivation level was low, possessing a physique akin to that of a martial sovereign would command respect. Yet what did it matter if you were indeed a martial sovereign? I practiced the ancient Buddhist Vajra threefold fist. Jiang Wu, with one hand captured, channeled all his golden true essence into his free hand, launching his fist like a cannonball towards Xu Taiping's head, intent on forcing him to release his grip. Nevertheless, even in the face of such a colossal blow from Jiang Wu, Xu Taiping remained steadfast, merely bending his knees slightly and lowering his center of gravity, swiftly raising his forearm as Jiang Wu's punch approached. To the spectators, Xu Taiping appeared to have timed his block perfectly. However, against Jiang Wu's punch, his forearm seemed no more substantial than a branch. How could it possibly withstand such force? With a resounding crash, Jiang Wu's fist, glimmering as if gilded, struck Xu Taiping's forearm, accompanied by a golden fist silhouette and an overwhelming aura of authority. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Xu Taiping stood immovable, the ground beneath him shimmering with runic brilliance. Even the arm he used to block Jiang Wu's punch remained utterly unscathed. However, some keen-eyed martial artists and cultivators observed that at the moment Xu Taiping caught Jiang Wu's punch, both his arm and entire body underwent a remarkable transformation. Not only did the contours of his muscles become more defined, but his stature also increased, nearly matching that of Jiang Wu. Little did they know that Xu Taiping had merely awakened his body from a dormant state to one of full vitality. With a resounding clap, as he deflected Jiang Wu's punch, Xu Taiping deftly seized Jiang Wu's other fist in a firm grip, rendering both of his hands under Xu's control. "Get away!" Jiang Wu, feeling humiliated, roared in anger, then charged at Xu Taiping, his head, seemingly gilded, crashing into Xu's chest with tremendous force. This impact was no less formidable than the previous two punches. Yet, Xu Taiping's response left the onlookers in astonishment once again. Instead of evading, he boldly met Jiang Wu's assault with his own head. With a thunderous collision echoing like the clash of metal, Jiang Wu's head was violently thrust back, blood splattering in the aftermath. Although Xu Taiping's aura appeared to be that of a martial sovereign, the resilience of his physique rivaled that of a martial saint. Thus, even with Jiang Wu's protective golden energy, he could not surpass Xu Taiping in sheer physical strength. Witnessing this, Ma Wenxuan and the others, who had anticipated a spectacle, fell into a stunned silence. They had not expected that this seemingly random person, captured by the sibling duo, possessed such formidable strength. At this moment, feeling deeply insulted, Jiang Wu desperately activated his diamond skill, channeling his fierce golden energy into his arms, forcefully shaking Xu Taiping's grip away. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Wu soared into the air like a bird freed from its cage. A brilliant golden light radiating from him as a spectral image of a diamond bodhisattva appeared behind him. Diamond splitting hammer. Filled with rage, Jiang Wu swung down with tremendous force, channeling the power of the bodhisattva towards Xu Taiping below. The onlookers gasped, for the diamond splitting hammer was renowned as one of the most difficult techniques to master within the Zen martial arts currently flourishing in the capital. The famed monk, Pang Long, who had been summoned to serve as the chief instructor of the Golden Blade Guard, was celebrated for his mastery of this very technique. Thus, witnessing Jiang Wu wield this powerful move left the spectators utterly astounded. As the hammer descended, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the crowd. They turned their gaze to Xu Taiping, who appeared to lack any countermeasure, simply adopting a stance to meet the impending strike with his fists. The diamond-splitting hammer was immensely powerful. My senior brother had received personal guidance from a renowned monk in the kingdom of Outcloud, capable of shattering the skull of even a beast of Demon King caliber with a single blow. To think Xu would attempt to counter with his fists? It was a fool's dream. Ma Wenxuan, who had been stifled for so long, could not contain his exhilaration upon witnessing Xu Taiping's audacious choice to confront his senior brother's diamond-splitting hammer with his own fists. He had witnessed the formidable power of his senior brother's punch firsthand, and thus had nearly convinced himself that if Xu Taiping did not evade, he would either be gravely injured or meet his demise beneath the might of his brother's blow. Just as Jiang Wu's colossal fist, akin to a golden hammer, was about to strike Xu Taiping's head with tremendous force, the onlookers in the martial arts hall suddenly felt an oppressive weight, as if an invisible mountain bore down upon them, making it difficult to breathe. However, this sensation lasted only a fleeting moment before their taut bodies abruptly relaxed. Boom! Simultaneously, a piercing sound of breaking air erupted within the hall. Then, everyone beheld numerous fist shadows densely appearing above Xu Taiping's head, which, in concert with his own punch, surged toward the radiant golden hammer above. The Qingyo Great Saint Fist, thunderous style. Bang! The resounding clash of immense impact reverberated once more. To their astonishment, Jiang Wu's mighty King Kong-like hammer was actually sent flying by the barrage of fists unleashed by Xu Taiping. Notably, Xu Taiping showed no signs of pausing in his assault. Amidst the cacophony of violent collisions, the hammer shadow, forged from Jiang Wu's indomitable energy, was shattered by Xu Taiping's relentless fists. Chapter 32. Battling Jiang Wu. Which sect does your master belong to? The fist shadows of the thunderous style continued to rain down upon Jiang Wu, relentlessly battering his protective King Kong energy until it began to shatter and peel away. Gradually, Jiang Wu found himself devoid of any defensive power, forced to endure Xu Taiping's punches with his flesh alone. After merely a dozen blows, his body erupted in a mist of blood, accompanied by the sound of splintering bones. At this moment, the astonishment etched on the faces of the crowd transformed into sheer terror. For if Xu Taiping did not relent, Jiang Wu would likely be reduced to a mere puddle beneath his fists. Unbeknownst to them, Xu Taiping was, in fact, exercising restraint. Each punch, while seemingly capable of breaking bones and injuring tendons, deliberately avoided vital points. Even if he were to strike 100 more times, it would only result in Jiang Wu being severely wounded. His continued assault was merely an act of venting frustration on behalf of the siblings and serving as a cautionary example. After all, they were the adopted children of his master's sister. Stop! Witnessing the imminent peril facing his senior brother Jiang Wu, Ma Wenxuan cast aside any sense of dignity and rushed towards Xu Taiping, delivering a kick in his direction. Crack! However, to Ma Wenxuan's disbelief, the moment he kicked, an ice wall materialized around Xu Taiping. Bang! His foot collided directly with the icy barrier. Ma Wenxuan, you are interfering with the competition. Officers, why do you not apprehend him? Lu Wen shouted towards the group of officers standing nearby. These officers, evidently having received favors from Ma Wenxuan, ignored Lu Wen's words as if they were non-existent. Bang! To the astonishment of all present, even with the combined efforts of Ma Wenxuan, they were unable to disrupt Xu Taiping's relentless assault. In fact, Ma Wenxuan himself found himself ensnared within the tumult of fists, compelled to defensively absorb blow after blow from Xu Taiping. The Qingtian style of the Qingyo Great Sage Fist was originally designed to confront multiple adversaries. Once the momentum of the fists surged, not only could one Ma Wenxuan not withstand it, but even 10 more would fall victim to the overwhelming force. However, sensing that he had imparted enough of a lesson to the two, Xu Taiping consolidated his previously scattered energy into a single, formidable punch. With a thunderous impact, the entire training hall quaked at the moment of convergence. Both Jiang Wu and Ma Wenxuan's expressions shifted dramatically, as they realized that while the shadows of fists surrounding them had vanished, the pressure bearing down upon them had intensified by more than tenfold. Yet, Xu Taiping granted them no respite, directing a powerful punch towards the door behind them, striking with tremendous force. Despite their utmost efforts to withstand this blow, Jiang Wu and Ma Wenxuan were ultimately rendered ineffective, akin to cannonballs propelled from the entrance, suffering an even more dire fate than before. Just as they were on the verge of crashing into the wall, a tall monk clad in a green robe extended his hand to catch them. In that instant, brilliant golden light erupted from the monk, effortlessly dissipating Xu Taiping's formidable punch. Seeing the towering figure of the monk, both Ma Wenxuan and Jiang Wu beamed with joy. Amipa, since you have triumphed, Why must you resort to such ruthless measures? The monk, known as Master Chongda, clasped his palms together, regarding Xu Taiping with a hint of displeasure. Master, he is indeed one of your own. Luwen attempted to step forward to explain on Xu Taiping's behalf, but was gently halted by a hand on his shoulder. Recognizing Xu Taiping's elevated cultivation, An obediently fell silent, positioning himself behind Xu Taiping. Master, are you also a martial instructor invited by their school? Xu Taiping inquired of Master Chongda. Ba, I am presently residing at the Ma Family Martial Arts School, Master Chongda replied with his palms joined. Master Chongda, we cannot afford to lose this challenge today. I implore you to lend your strength to the Ma Family Martial Arts School. Ma Wenxuan urged earnestly. Wenxuan, I have made an agreement with your father. I shall not interfere in the challenge, Master Chongda stated firmly. Should you agree to assist, I will persuade my father to establish a Buddhist hall at the Ma Family Martial Arts School. Ma Wenxuan interjected eagerly, cutting off Master Chongda's response. At this, the previously impassive Master Chongda's eyes gleamed with interest. Ba, well said. Seeing your sincere intent, I shall make an exception and lend my aid to the Ma Family Martial Arts School this once. With that, Ma Wenxuan and Zhang Wu were filled with elation, confident that with Master Chongda's intervention, they would surely avenge the grievances of the day. Ba, esteemed patron of the Xian Yun Martial Arts School, if it pleases you, I kindly urge you to concede voluntarily. At this moment, Master Chongda turned his gaze towards Xu Taiping. Upon hearing these words, Xu Taiping had yet to respond. But beside him, Ma Wenxuan grew somewhat anxious. Master Chongda, if you wish for him to concede, who shall avenge the enmity between my senior brother and me? Ma Wenxuan expressed his displeasure. Ba, young Master Wenxuan, one should exercise mercy when possible, Master Chongda replied, casting a slight frown in Wenxuan's direction. Wenxuan, do not disturb the master. Vengeance can wait, but we must not lose in this challenge. At this point, Zhang Wu grasped Ma Wenxuan, preventing him from speaking further. Hearing this, Ma Wenxuan, albeit reluctantly, fell silent. After clarifying matters with Ma Wenxuan, Master Chongda once more fixed his gaze upon Xu Taiping and inquired with a smile. Have you made your decision, esteemed patron? Xu Taiping observed Master Chongda intently before curiously asking, might I inquire, venerable monk, to which Zen temple do you belong? His inquiry stemmed not from doubt in his ability to defeat the monk, but from concern over possibly confronting the wrong individual. Considering he still held the title of Buddha's disciple and protector, it is no trouble to inform you. My master is the abbot of the Prajna Temple in the kingdom of Izumo, and I am here in the South Chu to propagate the teachings at his behest. Master Chongda stated with a hint of pride in his eyes. Isn't the abbot of Prajna Temple Master Guangza? Xu Taiping blurted out. My master's name is not one to be uttered casually. Master Chongda's countenance darkened upon hearing Xu Taiping refer to the abbot of Prajna Temple as Master Guangza. Xu Taiping offered no explanation. Instead, he produced a communication jade disc and remarked, Master Chongda, please hold for a moment. I have something I wish to confirm. This jade disc was a gift from several abbots upon his departure from the Pilu Zen Temple. Chapter 33, Awaiting Communication. The thoughts of the 5 abbots in the Zen chamber of Pilu Temple, within the quarters of Abbot Huiming, the abbots of Prajna Temple, Guangza, Hongzi of the Fun Yin Temple, Jiqing of the Siji Temple, Qingda of the Beima Temple, and Huiming himself were all gathered around a small tea table. The table held a censer, a teapot, 5 teacups, and a communication jade disc. Although the 5 abbots sat together, none seemed inclined to converse. Each had their eyes lowered, softly reciting Buddhist scriptures while methodically moving the beads of their prayer mala. The golden light of the Dharma intertwined with the fragrant smoke from the censer, drifting gently within the confines of the diminutive Zen chamber. Should an ordinary monk witness this rare spectacle of high monks engrossed in their meditative state, they would undoubtedly be awestruck. However, for Abbot Huiming of Pilu Temple, this was a torment. I say, esteemed brothers, should you not be on your way? As the last bead was released from the mala, Huiming could no longer endure and opened his eyes, surveying the 4 before him. Not in a hurry. It is still early. Indeed. The 4 abbots replied without lifting their eyelids. Brother Guangza, at present, the realm of Izumo is beset by a multitude of demons. And with the esteemed Prajna Temple located in the perilous region of Tuoyin Pass, should we face an assault by these malevolent beings, the absence of your steadfast presence could lead to chaos within the temple. Huiming directly addressed Brother Guangza, the abbot of Prajna Temple. Junior brother, do not urge me further. I shall not depart until we receive word from the heavenly protector. Guangza lowered his hand and opened his eyes to gaze at Huiming. After uttering these words, he shifted his focus to the communication jade plate on the table, stating, "Unless you agree to let me take this communication jade plate with me." Absolutely not. As soon as Guangza's words left his lips, the other three abbots, in unison, echoed Huiming's refusal. Ba, Huiming sighed in resignation. It has been nearly 3 days. The heavenly protector should have arrived in Nanchu by now, right? The abbot of Bema Temple, Cheetah, calculated with his fingers. With a secret teleportation array, 3 days is ample time to reach Nanchu. Abbot Guangza of Prajna Temple sipped from his teacup. Since he has arrived, he ought to send us a message to assure us of his safety. Maizen sect has no temple in Nanchu that boasts a thriving incense offering. All blessings rely on the hall built by the faithful. Not only the heavenly protector, but even we would find our powers diminished there. Abbot Jiqing of Siji Temple expressed his concerns. Jiqing's worries were not unfounded. Encountering ordinary cultivators may be manageable, but should they confront the ancient beings within the city, the heavenly protector could face dire consequences, as he currently exists merely as an incarnation. Abbot Qingda nodded in agreement. If only we could bring the Shura armor along. Abbot Huiming of Pilla Temple lamented. Useless, unless a temple dedicated to Kasayapa Buddha is established in the capital of Nanchu. The Shura armor remains merely an ordinary spiritual armor. Of little significance to the heavenly protector, interjected Abbot Hongzi of Finyan Temple, who had remained silent until now. Upon hearing this, a shadow of concern crossed the faces of the assembled abbots. The Yuyun Tianzhen sect, having painstakingly renewed its Buddhist ties, was granted a child of Buddha. If anything were to befall the heavenly protector, they feared that Kasayapa Buddha might, in a fit of rage, reclaim the child. Although Nanchu lacks a respectable temple, our disciples at Prajna Temple have been spreading teachings in the capital for many years, cultivating good relations. If we could establish contact with the heavenly protector, we would surely be able to assist him. A slight smile appeared on Guangza's lips, his eyes reflecting a hint of pride. Upon hearing this, Abbot Huiming of Pilu Temple realized why Guangza was so adamant about awaiting the heavenly protector as communication. The people of Nanchu are valiant, with a strong martial tradition, and the disciples of Prajna Temple, excelling in external martial arts like the Vajra technique, are indeed well suited for disseminating teachings in Nanchu. Abbot Hongzi nodded in agreement. Ba, to be candid with you all, my disciple Chongyang is already the chief commander of the Golden Blade Guards. In due time, Nanchu will mobilize against the demons in the Blood Rain Forest and the Black Wind Ridge. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Chongyang will be the commander. Should we successfully eradicate the demons of Black Wind Ridge, Prajna Temple may have the opportunity to establish the first temple in the capital of Nanchu. Abbot Guangza spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, the other 4 abbots, including Abbot Huiming, were taken aback. Unbeknownst to them, the Prajna Temple had inadvertently accomplished a significant feat. Ba, our Zen sect has been confined to this remote corner of the Izumo province for nearly a millennium. At last, we have the opportunity to venture forth. Brother Guangza, you must be credited with this monumental achievement, expressed the abbot of the Pilu Temple earnestly. The other abbots echoed his sentiments with genuine sincerity. This is also the result of our brother's efforts. Since the calamity that befell the Huiyun Temple, it has been several centuries since our venerable master imparted his teachings to us at the end of his life. Had it not been for the steadfast support of all our brothers, our Zen lineage might have already faced extinction in the realm of Yuyun. Now, as the ancient Buddha Kasayapa manifests once more, the karmic ties of the Yuyun realm are renewed, marking a splendid opportunity for the revival of our Zen tradition. Among us, the great protector of heaven shall be pivotal for our resurgence. As the ancient Buddha Kasayapa revealed, to encounter the great protector of heaven is to encounter him directly. The great protector is the embodiment of our Buddhist connections. Therefore, every action and word of the great protector must be meticulously contemplated and approached with caution. For the essence of Buddhist teachings often lies hidden in the minutiae, explained Abbot Guangza of the Prajna Temple with great care. Ba, Brother Guangza's words are indeed enlightening, akin to a sudden awakening. Abbot Huiming of the Pilu Temple once again joined his palms in gratitude, sincerely thanking the abbot of Prajna Temple. At that moment, the communication jade disc resting on the tea table suddenly radiated with golden light. The great protector of heaven has sent a message. Abbot Guangza of Prajna Temple was the first to react. Chapter 34. Awaiting communication. Your communication artifact has lit up. The other 4 abbots also gazed at the jade disc with excitement. Soon, they heard a familiar voice emanating from the disc. Abbot Huiming. Does Prajna Temple have a monk by the name of Chongda? Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement flashed in Abbot Guangza's eyes. For Chongda was indeed one of his disciples sent to the capital to disseminate teachings. However, he soon murmured in confusion regarding the matter of the Great Protector. I had only briefed Chongyang. Why would Chongda be the first to locate the Great Protector? Prior to Xu Taiping's departure for the southern Shu capital, Guangza had already been in contact with Chongyang, who was serving as a captain in the imperial city. Perhaps Chongyang was unable to leave, which is why Chongda was sent to find the Great Protector. He continued to explain to himself. The other abbots, upon hearing this, wore expressions of envy. For regardless of who first found the Great Protector, they were all disciples of Prajna Temple, which would undoubtedly be a great merit in the future. Great Protector of Heaven. Chongda is indeed a disciple of Prajna Temple, and Abbot Guangza is presently beside me. Should there be any inquiries, you may communicate with him directly. The abbot of Pilu Temple conveyed to the jade disc. Oh, please have Abbot Huiming pass the jade disc to Abbot Guangza. Xu Taiping's voice resonated once more from the disc. Hearing this, Huiming promptly handed the jade disc to Guangza. Amit Ba, I appreciate your efforts, Brother Huiming, Abbot Guangza said, somewhat excitedly receiving the jade disc with both hands. Immediately, a golden radiance emanated from his hand, and in a tone both solemn yet unforced. He addressed Xu Taiping on the other end of the jade disc. Guardian of the heavenly law, Chongda is indeed a disciple of the B.R. Temple, transmitting the teachings in the capital of Nanshu. Should you find his services necessary, feel free to send him on your behalf. Upon hearing this, several other abbots were struck with envy. In their eyes, being able to accompany the guardian of the heavenly law, even if only to hear fragments of Buddhist wisdom, would be a lifelong treasure. At that moment, the jade disc in Guangza's hand shimmered with golden light once more, and Xu Taiping's voice resonated again from within. Ah, it truly is Master Guangza's disciple. Fortunately, before my departure, I procured a jade disc for communication from Master Huiming, else this misunderstanding could have escalated significantly. Upon hearing this, Guangza, who had been all smiles, suddenly furrowed his brow. The other abbots exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. May I inquire, esteemed guardian of the heavenly law, what exactly is the nature of this matter? Guangza's voice quivered slightly, sensing an ominous turn. For a monk of his stature, maintaining composure is typically effortless. Yet, the individual on the other end of the jade disc was the guardian of the heavenly law, appointed by the ancient Buddha Kasyapa, whose influence held sway over the fate of the entire Yuyun Tian Zen sect. Amidst the anxious gazes of the abbots, the jade disc glimmered again, and Xu Taiping's voice emerged. It is not a grave matter. A friend of mine in the capital has opened a martial arts academy, and this Master Chongda has been tasked by another academy to challenge my friend's establishment. To preserve harmony, I thought it best to inform you, Master Guangza. Upon these words, the expression on the abbot of B.R. Temple transformed from pale to crimson and then to a deep shade of black, leaving him utterly still. The friend of the guardian of the heavenly law must possess immense karmic affinity. To bear animosity towards him would surely incur great repercussions. How could Chongda be so reckless? Amit Ba, he reflected. Thankfully, the guardian of the heavenly law is compassionate and has not taken offense, but rather has come to inform us. Otherwise, this child, Chongda, would surely be in dire straits. Amit Ba, Guangza, you must think of a way to make amends, urged Huiming and the other abbots, their faces etched with urgency as they implored Guangza to take action. Amit Ba, my esteemed brothers, do not rush. I shall first communicate with the guardian of the heavenly law and then reach out to that wayward disciple. Guangza, the abbot of B.R. Temple, exhaled gently, then, filled with contrition, conveyed through the jade disc to Xu Taiping. This child has dared to disturb the guardian of the heavenly law's friend, a transgression unforgivable. However, I humbly request, in light of his contributions to the teachings, that you grant him another chance, allowing me to communicate with him so that he might provide a satisfactory response to you. Upon hearing this, the abbots in the meditation hall nodded slightly, finding Guangza's words to be quite appropriate. They then began to wait anxiously for Xu Taiping's reply. Soon, Xu Taiping's voice resonated again from the jade disc. It is not that severe. Master Guangza, Simply instruct him to refrain from troubling my friend further. Master Chongda does not appear to be an individual of great malevolence. Upon hearing these words, everyone present, including the abbot of the Prajna temple, displayed expressions of immense relief. However, the abbot, Guangza, still bore a grave countenance. After setting down the jade disc, he retrieved a jade slip from his sleeve and, focusing his mind, conveyed a message to it. Chongda, come quickly to heed my command. In front of the Xianyun Martial Arts Hall. Oh, I see you wish to find someone to back you up, remarked Ma Wenxuan with a hint of sarcasm upon noticing Xu Taiping setting down the communication jade disc. The rules of the competition are decreed by the emperor. No one has the authority to intervene or plead on your behalf. Jiang Wu let out a cold snort and glanced at the monk Chongda beside him, saying, Do you know who our Master Chongda's senior brother is? He is none other than the chief instructor of the Imperial 30,000 Gold Blade Guards. Ba. Chongda smiled wryly upon hearing this, joining his palms in prayer and uttering a Buddhist chant before turning his gaze back to Xu Taiping. Benefactor, if you do not concede, I assure you, when the time for combat arrives, this monk will show no mercy. Xu Taiping tucked away the jade disc and shook his head with a smile, pointing to Chongda's sleeve. Master Chongda, your communication artifact is glowing. Chapter 35. Awaiting communication. Finally, you have arrived. Upon hearing this, Chongda furrowed his brow and promptly retrieved a communication jade slip, holding it in his palm. Soon, a voice imbued with authority resonated in his mind. Chongda, come quickly to heed my command. Master. The unexpected message from his master, with whom he had not been in contact for nearly half a year, filled Chongda with astonishment. Hastily, he grasped the jade slip and replied mentally, Master, what is your command for your disciple? In no time, a voice filled with a hint of anger emanated from the jade slip. Do you know who stands before you? Who? The Bodhisattva Kasyapa has appointed the Dharma protector, the embodiment of the evil Asura, in the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, Chongda felt his knees weaken, nearly stumbling to the ground. The implications of the message sent chills down his spine, and soon beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Chongda, what troubles you? Ma Wenxuan, witnessing the monk's distress, felt an ominous premonition stir within him. Ba, Master Ma, I am afraid I cannot assist you in this matter, Chongda replied, his complexion pale as he joined his palms in prayer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wu became anxious and quickly intercepted Chongda, who was about to leave. Master Chongda, as long as you are willing to fight, the Ma Family Martial Arts Hall will construct another Buddhist hall. Ba, Chongda sighed, a look of helplessness crossing his face as he replied, If we have truly offended that person, our Prajna temple may not even remain intact. What use would a Buddhist hall serve? Hearing this, Jiang Wu's face turned pale with shock. With a modest understanding of Zen Buddhism, he grasped the weight of Chongda's words. That person possesses such formidable power? Jiang Wu gazed with fear at Xu Taiping, who stood at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Chongda approached Xu Taiping directly, his expression filled with regret as he joined his palms in prayer and said, This monk has been blind to your merits. I hope the benefactor will not take offense. It is not a significant matter. I am acquainted with Abbot Guangza, and Master Chongda may frequently visit the Xianyun Martial Arts Hall in the future. Xu Taiping clasped his hands in greeting. Setting aside his connections with several prominent Buddhist temples in Shuyan Nation, he had no intention of offending Master Chongda, especially for the sake of the Xianyun Martial Arts Hall. Upon hearing Xu Taiping's words, Master Chongda initially appeared relieved, then cautiously asked with a hint of excitement, I wish to join Xianyun Martial Arts Hall as a martial arts instructor. What say you, Benefactor Taiping? At this, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. Ma Wenxuan, in particular, turned pale with anger. However, just as he was about to confront Chongda, he was intercepted by Jiang Wu, who discreetly conveyed, If you wish for the Ma Family Martial Arts Hall to continue existing in South Chu, return home quietly. In Jiang Wu's eyes, this man before him held no regard for even the legendary Prajna Temple, let alone their modest martial arts hall. Half a stick of incense later, in the main hall of Xianyun Martial Arts Hall, Lu Yun, visibly anxious, cautiously inquired of Xu Taiping, Brother Taiping, what is your true identity? And why do you wish to aid our Xianyun Martial Arts Hall? Xu Taiping did not keep them in suspense. He directly retrieved the Qing Xian sect's token from his bosom and placed it on the table, pushing it towards them as he declared, I am a disciple of the true martial heavenly Qing Xian sect. You are a disciple of the Qing Xian sect. Before Xu Taiping could finish his sentence, The pair of siblings suddenly sprang to their feet in unison. Have you heard of the Qingxian sect? Xu Taiping was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, this is the token of the Qingxian sect, identical to the one our mother left for us. The excited siblings then produced an aged token from their belongings, comparing it with Xu Taiping's. Upon confirming its authenticity, the elder sister, Lu Yun, suddenly felt tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Xu Taiping and exclaimed, "We have finally awaited the arrival of someone from the Qingxian sect. What is the meaning of this?" Xu Taiping, retrieving the token, looked at the weary, tattered siblings with astonishment. Sister Lu Yun wiped her tears with her sleeve and began to explain slowly. Since the establishment of this Xianyun martial arts hall, our mother has been awaiting the arrival of those from the Qingxian sect. However, for over a decade, no one came. 10 years ago, our mother and father set out to pursue a trader, intending to venture into the Blood Rain Forest. Before their departure, sensing that it might be a one-way journey, our mother instructed us to maintain the Xianyun martial arts hall until someone from the Qingxian sect arrived, for it was the sole connection she had with them. At this point, Lu Yun hurriedly went to the main hall and returned with a communication jade disc. She then solemnly sent a message through the disc in front of Xu Taiping, stating, "Mother, the people from the Qingxian sect have arrived. I shall hand over that item to him now." For all these years of their mother's disappearance, the siblings had always used the jade disc to communicate significant matters to her, even knowing that she might never receive their messages. Soon after, Lu Yun set down the jade plate and gently touched the ring on his finger, extracting a jade box from within. He then pushed the box towards Xu Taiping, stating, "My mother instructed me that if I encountered a disciple of the Qingxian sect, I should present this jade box to them." After glancing at the box, Xu Taiping turned to Lu Yun and inquired, "Did your mother mention what is contained within the jade box?" Lu Yun pondered for a moment before responding. "I only heard my mother say that whatever is housed within this box will aid Qingxian in severing the roots of suffering." Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest, suddenly reminded of Jiushu. "May I take a look?" he asked tentatively. "Certainly." Lu Yun nodded emphatically. "My mother said that any disciple who arrives in the Yuyun realm must certainly be someone chosen by her senior brother." She added, Chapter 36, The Sealing Stone. Qingxian sect's young master in the guest room of the Xianyun Martial Arts Hall. A sense of dissonance had always lingered regarding the Qingxian sect. Although they preserved the traditions of ancient grand sects, the disciples' cultivation levels failed to align with such heritage. Jiushu's prowess had already surpassed that of the Zhenwu celestial realm, yet he willingly remained in a corner of Qingxian. These signs indicated that the Qingxian sect had been concealing something. Within the room, the fairy Lingyue sat beside Xu Taiping. During the sealing of the Yeb book's imprint, she could only briefly manifest to meet with Xu Taiping each day. Otherwise, even conveying thoughts telepathically would be impossible. The origins of these secrets might lie with my master, the young master of the Qingxian sect. Xu Taiping nodded. Previously, the sect leader had mentioned in a letter that his master might not have much time left, which was likely related to this matter. He recalled the letter left by the sect leader. From what Lu Yun just said, it seems your master's junior sister is evidently privy to certain knowledge, and her journey from the Zhenwu realm to the Yuyun realm is to seek a solution, speculated fairy Lingyue. Xu Taiping nodded again, then turned his gaze to the jade box in his hands. Let us see. If it were the former Qingxian sect, he would have felt no attachment. But now it was different. There resided his closest kin in this world. Thus, he was compelled to uncover what had transpired there. Only by doing so could he adequately protect that place and its inhabitants. Crack. As Lu Yun described, the method to open the jade box required infusing it with the true essence of a disciple of the Qingxian sect. Upon peering inside, he found that the box, neither too large nor too small, contained merely two items, a letter and a piece of gold the size of 3 fists. Xu Taiping felt no surprise regarding the letter, yet the gold astonished him. After all, in the realm of cultivation, gold was often deemed inferior to the mysterious iron used for forging weapons, making it difficult for him to understand why his master's junior sister would bring such a piece back to Qingxian. However, perhaps it was not mere illusion. Upon seeing the gold, he felt a peculiar warmth in his left eye's lotus pupil. Ultimately, he resolved to examine the letter first before studying the gold. Although the jade box is inscribed with runes for the preservation of its contents, the envelope appears somewhat yellowed, indicating that it was penned by my esteemed master quite some time ago. Upon bringing the envelope closer, I discerned a line written in delicate script, identifying the sender as a disciple of the Qingxian sect. Just as Liu Yun mentioned, this letter was not intended for any particular individual. Any disciple who hails from the true martial heavenly Qingxian sect is permitted to read it. To the disciples of the Qingxian sect, this letter has been specially left in case of unforeseen circumstances. Let me venture a guess, since you have successfully traversed from the true martial realm to the cloudy abyss. It is likely you have received an invitation from the Golden Scale Society. The only disciple from the Qingxian sect who could have received such an invitation must be my senior brother, Liu Daoxian. Am I mistaken? If so, please do not take offense. Consider it a jest from my master. Regardless of your identity, upon reading this letter, I implore you to find a way to deliver the precious item concealed within this jade box to Qingxian. My master understands that you must be filled with many questions at this moment. However, there are far too many ancient beings hidden within the cloudy abyss. Some matters cannot even be inscribed on paper without being discovered by them. At this juncture, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow, for the actions of his master bore a striking resemblance to those of Fury Lingyue. Could it be that his master had also drawn the attention of Yi Shu? Xu Taiping lifted his gaze towards Fury Lingyue. To my knowledge, only Yi Shu possesses the capability to achieve such feats within the cloudy abyss. Fury Lingyue nodded gravely in acknowledgement. Hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a tightening in his chest and continued to read. You need only understand that the object within the box is a treasure I have sought for nearly 8 or 9 centuries across the realms. This treasure holds the key to unraveling the Qingxian sect's millennia-long predicament and is crucial for saving my senior brother, Liu Daoxian. When you present this treasure to the sect master of Qingxian or into the hands of my senior brother, they will undoubtedly reveal the entire sequence of events to you. Upon reaching this passage, although Xu Taiping was still beset by numerous uncertainties, he could roughly deduce certain matters in conjunction with the letter left by the sect master. In essence, his master had been aware of the predicament spoken of by the sect master for 7 or 8 centuries, and she knew that his father would perish because of it. She had spent those 7 or 8 centuries to find this stone, which was the key to resolving the issue. Xu Taiping speculated while holding the letter. The crux of the problem must lie within this stone. Taiping, please lift the stone for me to examine. Fury Lingyue spoke at that moment. Xu Taiping nodded, then reached out to grasp the golden stone. Externally, it appeared to be fashioned from gold, yet it was shaped like a stone. After scrutinizing the golden stone for a moment, Fury Lingyue ultimately decided to expend some of her spiritual essence to sense it. However, at the instant Fury Lingyue extended her hand, a violent wave of energy emanated from Xu Taiping's left eye. In that moment, the lotus flower within Xu Taiping's pupil suddenly blossomed. Instantly, the golden stone in Xu Taiping's palm began to dissolve until it transformed into a peculiar stone the size of an egg, radiating a purple-golden hue and emitting a spectrum of luminous colors. Is it the golden essence stone? Xu Taiping recalled that the stone in his hand bore a striking resemblance to the descriptions of the golden essence stone found in ancient texts. However, the Fury Lingyue, upon catching sight of this stone, exhibited a hint of horror in her eyes and exclaimed in a hushed voice, "No, this is not the golden essence stone. It is the sealing heaven stone. The treasure your master has discovered is the sealing heaven stone." It was the first time Xu Taiping had witnessed such a loss of composure from the Fury Lingyue. After recognizing the stone, she immediately conveyed through their mental connection, "Taiping, quickly close the lotus eye. I now understand what your master intends to do with this sealing heaven stone. If my conjecture is correct, this stone indeed holds the power to save your master's life. But, Sister Lingyue, my left eye has gone out of control. It is no longer under my command and desires nothing more than to consume this stone." Xu Taiping replied nervously. At that moment, he found himself unable to close his left eye, nor could he move his entire body. "I will take control of your body," Lingyue declared. Upon confirming that the stone was indeed the sealing heaven stone, all her lingering doubts regarding the Qingxian sect were suddenly unraveled. Thus, she understood more clearly than Xu Taiping the significance of this sealing heaven stone to the entire sect. Boom. Just as Fury Lingyue prepared to use her divine soul to seize control of Xu Taiping's body in order to close the lotus eye, the mark of a leaf of a book once again appeared on Xu Taiping's palm. With no other choice, Lingyue had to first erase this mark. If it was not promptly removed, both she and Xu Taiping would not survive the night. Bang! Just as Fury Lingyue diverted her attention to erase the mark, the sealing heaven stone, cradled in Xu Taiping's palm, suddenly shattered with a loud crack, transforming into countless minuscule particles that were drawn into his left eye. In the end, only a grain-sized fragment remained in the box. Witnessing this scene, Xu Taiping's heart sank. Subsequently, his left eye began to burn with an unbearable heat, as if a branding iron had been placed within it. The sealing heaven stone, an entity that even demon gods might struggle to sever, has been consumed by your lotus eye? Fairy Lingyue gazed incredulously at Xu Taiping's eye, which was now bleeding. She suddenly realized that his eye might be far more formidable than she had previously imagined. Sister Lingyue, what exactly is the sealing heaven stone, and why does my eye yearn to devour it so? Xu Taiping asked, covering his eye, his voice laden with confusion. Fairy Lingyue pressed her hand against Xu Taiping's eye, using her own divine essence to help suppress the violent power within it. As the chaotic energy within his left eye gradually subsided, she finally explained, the sealing heaven stone, also known as the heavenly gate stone, was used in ancient times to construct the heavenly gate of the primordial celestial palace before the order of the universe collapsed. It was precisely due to the existence of the 4 heavenly gates that the Jiyuan spent hundreds of thousands of years unable to breach the celestial palace. Moreover, this sealing heaven stone was not born of the world, but was refined from countless exquisite gold stones by the ancient fire god Zhu. Since the collapse of the ancient celestial palace and the fall of the gods, no one has been able to refine the sealing heaven stone again. The remnants of the celestial sealing stones that can be found today are but fragments scattered across the world, remnants of the shattered 4 heavenly gates. Even these fragments have been sought after relentlessly over the course of millions of years. For your esteemed master to have located one is indeed a testament to her remarkable perseverance. As the fairy Lingyue spoke, her eyes shimmered with respect. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping finally grasped the true value of the celestial sealing stone he had just encountered. Wait a moment, Lingyue. You just mentioned that this celestial sealing stone was forged from golden essence stones. Could this be the reason why my left eye yearns to consume it? Suddenly, Xu Taiping had an epiphany. It seemed highly probable. Fairy Lingyue nodded in affirmation. Lingyue, have you already surmised the purpose for which my master sought this celestial sealing stone? Xu Taiping inquired with a serious expression. Fairy Lingyue nodded again and continued. After the ancient heavenly quartz gates were shattered, the scattered celestial sealing stones were later gathered by the Flame Emperor, who, with the aid of refined bronze, forged 9 colossal bronze gates to seal the 9 entrances to the abyss. These 9 bronze gates are referred to as the demon sealing gates. For instance, beneath the sea-settling tower in the Yunyan realm, there exists a demon sealing gate forged from the fragments of the heavenly gates. If my conjecture is correct, the entrance to the abyss located in the Zhenwu realm lies directly beneath your Qingxian sect. Furthermore, due to certain circumstances, the demon sealing gate that seals this entrance has sustained damage and requires your Qingxian sect to employ a particular method that necessitates sacrificing the cultivators within to seal it. Your master has spent many years in search of this celestial sealing stone to repair that demon sealing gate, thereby breaking the deadlock of Qingxian. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the previous leader of the Qingxian sect did not simply vanish, but rather went to seal the gate? He suddenly recalled a dream, the scene of his junior martial uncle bidding farewell to the former sect leader, which only served to bolster his suspicions. So, is it my master who will go to seal the gate next? Xu Taiping murmured. At this moment, glancing again at the tiny fragment of the celestial sealing stone left in the jade box, Xu Taiping was suddenly overcome with self-reproach. Such a precious and significant thing has been damaged by my eye. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming impulse to gouge out that very eye. Observing his distress, Fairy Lingyue stepped forward to comfort him. Taiping, although the celestial sealing stones are rare today, they are not entirely unobtainable. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's expression brightened with hope, and he eagerly asked Fairy Lingyue, Lingyue, what method do you suggest? Fairy Lingyue smiled and pointed to the tiny celestial sealing stone in the jade box. Do not forget, you still possess the earth fruit. As long as you can find the remnants of the former heavenly gates and plant the earth fruit alongside the fragment of the celestial sealing stone, a complete celestial sealing stone is sure to sprout. Xu Taiping, upon hearing this, suddenly realized, yes, how could I have forgotten about the earth fruit? Moreover, the method to repair the demon sealing gate is not limited to just the celestial sealing stone. Once you return from the Yunyan realm, we can devise a way to temporarily seal the demon sealing gate and gradually search for the celestial sealing stones thereafter. The Celestial Maiden Lingyue then spoke. "Thank you, Sister Lingyue." Xu Taiping immediately expressed his gratitude. "This matter is partly my fault. Had it not been for my insatiable curiosity, perhaps your eyes would not have had the chance to consume the Seal Heaven Stone." Lingyue smiled and shook her head. "However, to cultivate a treasure of the Seal Heaven Stone's caliber, your cultivation must transcend the transformation realm. Otherwise, the earth fruit cannot complete its 5th incineration." Suddenly, she gazed seriously at Xu Taiping. "I understand. The success or failure hinges upon this expedition into the Blood Rain Forest." Xu Taiping nodded vigorously. Just as the two were about to discuss preparations for entering the Blood Rain Forest, an excruciating pain surged through Xu Taiping's left eye once more. Then, a youthful voice echoed within his mind. "This is a token of gratitude." Xu Taiping felt an unsettling familiarity with this voice, yet he could not recall its origin. In that instant, his internal essence began to uncontrollably surge toward his left eye. Following that, a series of images began to flash rapidly in his mind. Although these images flickered at an alarming speed, Xu Taiping felt as though he had experienced them firsthand. Strangely, the time represented in these visions did not seem to belong to the past, but rather the future. After a brief moment, Xu Taiping gasped for air like a drowning man. Observing his distress, Lingyue's expression turned to one of concern as she asked, "Taiping, is there something wrong with your eye again?" "Sister Lingyue," Xu Taiping said, his gaze filled with disbelief after regaining some composure. "I think I just witnessed events that will transpire in a few days, and it seems I was killed." Chapter 38, The 7 Calamity Curse. Confrontation with the leaf book through the left eye. The following day, in the early morning, Xu Taiping looked at a bowl of thin porridge and a meat pie on the table, then glanced at the siblings before him, suddenly feeling puzzled. "Why are you not eating?" "Brother Taiping, we have already eaten," Lu Yun replied, somewhat hesitant to meet Xu Taiping's gaze. "What about you, Lu Wen?" Xu Taiping turned his attention to Lu Wan, who responded, I have eaten as well." Lu Wen licked his lips and then flashed a cheerful smile at Xu Taiping. Hearing their responses, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. His furrowed brow was not due to their innocent fibs. Rather, it was because their words echoed exactly what he had seen with his left eye the previous day. Xu Taiping said nothing and directly rose to retrieve 2 bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks from the cupboard beside the stove. "Let us eat together." He divided the bowl of porridge into 2 and split the meat pie into 3 portions, handing a share to each sibling. The siblings were momentarily taken aback. Then Lu Yun smiled knowingly at her brother Lu Wan and said, "Go ahead, on." "Yes, sister, you eat too." Lu Wan nodded obediently. Observing the siblings, who were so considerate that they tugged at his heartstrings, Xu Taiping felt a pang of sadness mixed with relief. The recent scene of distributing cakes and porridge was starkly different from what he had witnessed the previous day. In the vision he beheld yesterday, Lu Yun had prepared congee and meat cakes for him that very morning. However, out of compassion for the 2 siblings, he refrained from eating and instead ventured out to procure some food. Consequently, Lu Yun, burdened by her pride, retreated to her room in silence and wept for an extended period. Thus, what my left eye observed yesterday was not entirely a glimpse into the future, but rather a mere possibility. As Xu Taiping savored his congee, he mentally conversed with the Celestial Maiden Lingyue. "This aligns with my conjecture. Your lotus eye possesses, in addition to the known abilities, the capacity to deduce heavenly mysteries. The scene you witnessed yesterday does not depict what is destined to occur, but rather what may potentially transpire." The voice of the Celestial Maiden Lingyue resonated within Xu Taiping's mind. Upon deep contemplation the previous night, Xu Taiping swiftly recalled that the phrase he had heard, which he recognized as a token of gratitude, bore a striking resemblance to the voice of the shadow deity he had encountered at the star-picking pavilion. The only distinction was that this voice now seemed more human. Therefore, he could ascertain that it was indeed his lotus eye that allowed him to glimpse fragments of the days to come. This duality of love and hate towards the lotus eye now consumed him. The hatred was self-evident, as it drained more than 10 golden essence coins daily, not to mention devouring the crucial sealing stone. The love stemmed from its ability to gather and concentrate energy. Moreover, if its capacity to deduce heavenly mysteries proved genuine, then perhaps it could indeed balance the scales of merit and demerit. For within the images he had seen yesterday, over the next 3 months, Xu Taiping would encounter no less than 7 calamities, each potentially fatal. "Taiping, you mentioned you saw yourself perish 7 times in those fragments, correct?" Lingyue inquired once more. Indeed. But apart from the first instance where I observed the details, the subsequent 6 occurrences were only accompanied by a general sense of time and place. Along with faces I had never encountered before, Xu Taiping responded, taking a bite of the meat cake. It seems rather peculiar, Lingyue mused, her tone laced with confusion. Sister Lingyue, do you also feel that the frequency of my impending tribulations is excessively high? Xu Taiping took another sip of kanji. Within a mere 3 months. To face 7 deadly predicaments was indeed alarming. Lingyue had been pondering this matter since the previous night. Perhaps it is simply a matter of my ill fortune. Xu Taiping thought to himself with a hint of self-deprecation. Fortune? Wait a moment, it strikes me now. Upon hearing Xu Taiping utter the word fortune, Lingyue seemed to awaken from her reverie. Her voice tinged with anger as she remarked, someone has cast a 7 calamities curse upon you. 7 calamities curse? The term was unfamiliar to Xu Taiping. The 7 calamities curse is one of the unique abilities of the Leaf Book. Even if one has never crossed paths with its master, the mere appearance of one's name upon its pages allows the master to bestow the 7 calamities curse upon them. The 7 calamities curse represents 7 ominous fates, and when it descends, anyone you encounter, every bridge you cross, or even a fruit picked up from the ground could potentially lead to your demise. It is utterly unavoidable, as the fairy Lingyue gravely explained. Upon hearing her words, Xu Taiping's eyes reflected a flicker of astonishment. The owner of the one-leaf book has cast this 7 calamities curse upon me. Could it be that they have already discovered my whereabouts? He anxiously inquired of fairy Lingyue. According to her, the one-leaf book, upon sensing her aura, could not immediately pinpoint her location. It necessitated a broad search, sifting through 3,000 individuals one by one, a process that would take at least 3 months. However, with Xu Taiping having been directly afflicted by the 7 calamities curse, he could not help but doubt whether the owner of the one-leaf book had indeed detected his and sister Lingyue's position. On the contrary, the very emergence of this curse serves as proof that the owner of the one-leaf book currently possesses no inkling of our location. Why is this so? Because if they had truly located us, they would not resort to employing a curse that jeopardizes their own fortune. Yet, why then did they choose to place the 7 calamities curse upon me? They did not merely afflict you. They cast the curse upon all 3,000 individuals. Upon hearing fairy Lingyue's words, Xu Taiping, poised to take the last bite of his meat pie, abruptly froze in place. Chapter 39, The 7 Calamities Curse. The Coiling Dragon Tower and the Trapped Dragon Tower. 3,000 individuals. Xu Taiping felt he had underestimated the ruthless nature with which these high-level cultivators acted. It was evident that, unable to find me for an extended period, they opted to cast the 7 calamities curse upon all 3,000 individuals. Preferring to err on the side of caution, fairy Lingyue's tone turned somewhat frigid. As Xu Taiping chewed on the last morsel of his meat pie, he murmured to himself, Sister Lingyue, does this mean that the 7 scenes of slaughter I revealed yesterday were intended to assist me in breaking this 7 calamities curse? Fairy Lingyue was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, as she suddenly grasped the implication. If this were indeed the case, then this time, it would be a contest between your left eye and the one-leaf book across a great distance. Fairy Lingyue also found it astonishing. She had not anticipated that Xu Taiping's unintentional acquisition of his left eye could counteract such a divine artifact as the one-leaf book. Now, there is a pressing issue at hand. Xu Taiping lifted the bowl of porridge, finishing the last spoonful, while internally addressing fairy Lingyue. According to Liantong's predictions, this afternoon, on my way back from the Xi studio, I will be ambushed by a group of treasure-seeking cultivators. Sister Lingyue, do you think I should go or not? The Xi studio is the largest establishment in the capital of South Chu, specializing in the sale of magical artifacts, talismans, and elixirs. In addition to ordinary earthly grade and below artifacts and elixirs, the inner courtyard of the Xi studio also features a dedicated auction house for items of heavenly grade and above. In Xu Taiping's original plan, they intended to procure the heavenly grade true fire talismans necessary for their burning seeds at the Xi studio, along with the elixirs and talismans needed for the subsequent 3 months, or even longer, before setting off for the Blood Rain Forest. I have been meaning to ask you, what treasure did you acquire that caused those people to fixate on you yesterday, as seen through your left eye? Inquired fairy Lingyue. It was a treasure known as the Panlong Tower. According to the merchant's description, it serves as a defensive artifact. Once activated, one can enter the tower and seal the door, preventing anyone from entering or exiting for 6 years. Beyond that, it possesses no extraordinary features. However, in the vision I beheld through my left eye, you, Sister Lingyue, placed great importance on this artifact. You never disclosed the reason at the time, and subsequently, we found ourselves targeted by those cultivators, Xu Taiping recounted thoughtfully in response to Fairy Lingyue. Panlong Tower. I seem to recall no remarkable treasure by that name. Wait. The restriction of 6 years. Could it be the long-confined tower? Fairy Lingyue exclaimed suddenly. Is this artifact truly formidable? Xu Taiping set down his bowl of kanji and mentally inquired of Fairy Lingyue. On the surface, this artifact appears merely robust, lacking any special abilities. Yet, in truth, it is a rare treasure inscribed with the Shumi seed array, likely tied to a profound secret involving true dragons. Our Linyuan Pavilion's 5 seats have once offered an exorbitant price to acquire this artifact. If possible, Taiping, you must secure it. Even if you are not interested in the secret, it could serve as a bargaining chip with the 5 seats of Linyuan Pavilion. Fairy Lingyue spoke with a hint of excitement. Xu Taiping pondered for a moment and then subtly nodded, saying, I never intended to avoid the reclamation chamber. After all, known dangers are far easier to contend with than unknown threats. I share your sentiment. Even if you evade today's peril, as long as that misfortune lingers, new dangers will inevitably arise. Therefore, rather than hiding, it is wise to seek ways to resolve the situation, Fairy Lingyue affirmed with agreement. At that moment, Lu Yun timidly approached Xu Taiping and asked, Brother Taiping, have you finished your meal? Xu Taiping returned to his senses, smiling as he handed his empty bowl to Lu Yun, saying, This has been the finest breakfast I have enjoyed since arriving in Yuyun Sky. Brother Taiping, please do not feel compelled to flatter me. Your journey here has not been met with my proper hospitality, Lu Yun replied, her eyes glistening. Ayun, this evening I shall require your Xianyun Martial Hall to host Master Chongda and the others. Here, take this pouch and procure some wine and dishes, Xu Taiping said, placing a bag containing over 1,000 gold coins into Lu Yun's hands. Such a vast sum of gold coins, Lu Yun exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the pouch filled with gold. Yuyun Sky also utilizes gold coins. During the prosperous times of the Xianyun Martial Hall, she and Lu Wen would receive a coin each month, so she was not unfamiliar with it. However, she had never encountered such a quantity before. Brother Taiping, I cannot. Your mother is my esteemed mentor. Let us not stand on ceremony, Xu Taiping resolutely insisted, returning the pouch to Lu Yun's embrace. Moreover, the funds in question were intended to assist the Xianyun Martial Arts School in overcoming its difficulties. Do you truly wish to witness the fruits of Master S. labor perish before your very eyes? He implored Lu Yun. Upon hearing the name of the Xianyun Martial Arts School, Lu Yun's previously resolute demeanor faltered. You are aware that I have come to participate in the Golden Scale Conference. And for the next 6 or 7 years, I shall be in the Yuyun realm. Without the Xianyun Martial Arts School, where shall I take refuge? Xu Taiping smiled at Lu Yun. Thank you, Brother Taiping. I shall certainly manage these funds wisely to ensure the prosperity of the Xianyun Martial Arts School. Lu Yun expressed his gratitude to Xu Taiping, his tone imbued with unwavering determination. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the courtyard door. Who is it? Lu Yun stretched his neck towards the entrance, cautiously securing the pouch of money. It is I, the monk Chongda, here to pay my respects to young Master Taiping. The voice of the monk resonated from outside. Chapter 40, The Gathering of Relics. The crimson flame stone of the Red Pearl Kingdom. I shall open the door. The understanding Lu Wen rose quickly, eager to attend to the entrance. No need. I have already arranged to meet Master Chongda today to visit an old acquaintance in the city, Xu Taiping reassured him, patting Lu Wen's shoulder. With that, he briskly made his way to the door and swung it open. He had made arrangements with Chongda the previous day to visit the Gathering of Relics to procure some items. Ba, Master Taiping, the carriage is ready. We may now set forth to the Gathering of Relics. Chongda, standing at the entrance, beamed at Xu Taiping. At this moment, he appeared to be an entirely different person, his gaze towards Xu Taiping filled with flattery. It was evident that he had been reprimanded by Abbot Guang Zhe the previous night. I appreciate your efforts, Master Chongda. Xu Taiping responded with a smile and a nod. At the Gathering of Relics. Young Master Taiping, if I may be so bold, is this truly your first visit to the Gathering of Relics? Observing Xu Taiping skillfully selecting medicinal herbs, elixirs, and talismans within the establishment, Chongda's expression was one of astonishment. It is indeed not my first visit, Xu Taiping replied, handing a gold coin to the shopkeeper while collecting all the medicinal herbs displayed on the counter into his gourd. They were currently on the second floor of the Gathering of Relics. Although the quality of the herbs was quite low, they were sufficient for Xu Taiping to concoct qi gathering pills. Not your first visit? Chengde was taken aback. Without requiring further explanation from Xu Taiping, he mentally formulated a multitude of deductions based on this seemingly casual remark and conveyed these thoughts in detail to Abbot Guangzhe of the Prajna Temple. Oh, young Master Qiyu, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. There is no need for you to come personally. At that moment, the shopkeeper from the second floor unexpectedly stepped out from behind the counter, personally welcoming a young gentleman who had just ascended the stairs. Xu Taiping glanced at the young man and furrowed his brow, pondering, Lingyue, the individual I perceive with my left eye, is the one who intends to ambush me. How fortuitous. You should find a way to draw near him. I shall leave a trace of my spiritual mark upon him, so that any unusual activity may be sensed at the earliest opportunity, Lingyue replied with a smile. It must be said, having foreknowledge of events certainly facilitates matters considerably. Yet, regrettably, apart from this singular assassination attempt, his left eye had only managed to glimpse fragmented images during the previous 6 fatal incidents. Taiping, this young Master Qiyu, is the legitimate eldest son of the esteemed Qi family, the third prominent family of Nanchu, and is expected to participate in the Golden Scale Conference 7 years hence. Noticing Taiping intently observing Qiyu, Chengde promptly approached him to offer an explanation. Taiping nodded slightly. Let us also ascend to the 3rd floor, he suggested, stepping toward the staircase. In the vision perceived through his left eye, he indeed encountered Qiyu on the 3rd floor that day. However, at that time, Taiping was completely unaware that Qiyu would later orchestrate an attempt on his life. Hey, that is what our young master has his eye on. By what right do you take it? Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Taiping was greeted by the sound of an altercation. Looking up, he beheld a delicate young maid fiercely clutching a vibrant red stone. Beside her stood a remarkably handsome young gentleman with fair skin. The one attempting to seize the fiery stone from the maid's grasp was one of Qiyu's subordinates. Hand it over, commanded the Qi family's young master's subordinate, delivering a forceful kick imbued with true essence that struck the maid. With a resounding thud, her protective barrier shattered, causing her to stagger backward several paces, and the fiery stone slipped from her grasp. This scene was familiar to Taiping, as it had been depicted in the vision he had seen. The object of their contention was known as the Crimson Flame Stone, sourced from the wilds of the Red Pearl. Legend has it that when the Red Pearl nation fell, the Emperor of Red Pearl, to prevent the treasures within the palace from falling into enemy hands, melted the Crimson Flame Mountain using his formidable powers, sealing all those treasures within the molten rock. Thus, with a stroke of fortune, some of the Crimson Flame Stones may yield treasures once belonging to the Red Pearl nation. However, the nature of these treasures remains a gamble. Until the stones are opened, their contents remain a mystery. Observing Taiping's apparent interest in the Crimson Flame Stone, Chengde immediately began to elucidate its origins. Naturally, Taiping was well aware of the stone's provenance. In fact, he not only understood its history, but also knew that this particular Crimson Flame Stone indeed possessed the potential to reveal treasures. After all, in the vision seen through his left eye, he had waited nearly an hour for Chengde to obtain the qualifications to enter the auction, witnessing them open over 100 stones. You return the stone. It is what our young master selected after much deliberation. At that moment, the young maid, who had just been in contention with Qiyu, stubbornly rose from the ground and charged once more toward Qiyu, attempting to reclaim the Crimson Flame Stone. Shaoqing, the maid's young master, witnessing this, swiftly pulled her back and gently reassured, "It is all right. I merely selected a stone at random, curious to see what it contains. If he desires it, let him take it." Upon hearing this, Qiyu's subordinates erupted in laughter. In their eyes, the young master's magnanimity was perceived as sheer weakness. This is the Shi studio, not your home. It is not yours simply because you have chosen it. At this moment, Qiyu cast a cold smile at the young man in the blue robe. The young maid attempted to retort, but was interrupted by the young man. "My dear girl, the stone you just mentioned is far inferior to this one. Why not let you and your master give this one a try?" Just as they were about to depart, a young man suddenly appeared before them, holding a piece of fiery red stone and smiling as he spoke. This young man was none other than Xu Taiping. Chapter 41. Shi Studio, must acquire the Panlong Tower if Lin Tong's vision was accurate. The piece of fiery red stone in Xu Taiping's hand concealed a spiritual weapon of heavenly rank known as the Duanjia Blade. If this stone is so remarkable, why not purchase it for yourself? The young maid regarded Xu Taiping with a look of skepticism. The tall and handsome young man beside her also regarded Xu Taiping with confusion. Because I do not have enough money, Xu Taiping replied with a smile. You lack funds, and thus wish for us to purchase it for you? The young maid looked at Xu Taiping in disbelief. I will not let you buy it for free. If something valuable is uncovered, we shall share it 50-50. Xu Taiping maintained a calm smile. We are to purchase this stone and then split the profits with you? Are you out of your mind? The young maid exclaimed, hands on her hips. Not only she, but even the onlookers found Xu Taiping's proposal utterly absurd. In an instant, the attention of everyone on the third floor shifted from Qiyu to Xu Taiping and the young maid. This was precisely the outcome Xu Taiping desired. Only in this manner could he conceal his true essence and presence, allowing him to stealthily imprint the soul mark on Qiyu. As for whether the maid and her master would accept his proposal, it mattered little. It is quite advantageous. Should a heavenly ranked spiritual weapon emerge, even with a 50-50 split, you would reap a tenfold profit. Xu Taiping spoke as if it were self-evident. My lord, let us disregard this person. He is merely a swindler trying to pull off an empty-handed con. The young maid glared at Xu Taiping, then took the arm of the young man and walked towards the upper floor. Seeing this, although Xu Taiping's face was filled with regret, a heavy stone in his heart was lifted, for he had successfully planted the soul mark on Qiyu through his true form. Mission accomplished. Xu Taiping stretched languidly. Now, he only needed to wait for Chongda to procure the passage permit to ascend to the fourth floor's auction hall. After this extensive examination over the better part of the day, Xu Taiping became increasingly convinced that what is left I perceived was indeed a form of divination regarding the heavenly secrets, rather than a true glimpse into the future. This power of divination, if all went as expected, would also derive from the enigmatic deity of the wilderness. However, if each act of divination required the consumption of a sealing stone, the ability seemed almost redundant. Xu Taiping mused inwardly. After an arduous 800 years, the little master finally discovered a celestial sealing stone. Even with the earth fruit, cultivating another one would likely be beyond his capabilities. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind him, accompanied by a hand grasping his sleeve. Wait, I have purchased this stone. Turning around, he was astonished to find that the speaker was the handsome young gentleman who had just been pulled away by a maid. Were you not disinterested? Xu Taiping gazed at the panting young man with surprise. I merely wish to ascertain whether this stone indeed contains the celestial tear spirit weapon you mentioned. The young gentleman's eyes were fervently fixed on the celestial sealing stone in Xu Taiping's hand. My lord, I told you this is a scam. Why do you still seek him? The maid had also hurried back. Qing'er, if I do not witness the contents of this stone, I assure you I shall not sleep a wink tonight. The young gentleman's countenance was one of despair as he looked at the maid. Xu Taiping was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a fervent curiosity from the young gentleman. My lord, might we not procure another stone instead? This fellow clearly intends to deceive us. The maid whispered to the handsome young man. Do not speak. The young gentleman, previously mild-mannered, abruptly interrupted the maid, his gaze upon the stone reflecting an insatiable curiosity. Is this gentleman perhaps akin to a cat? Xu Taiping found the young gentleman's fixation amusing. My good sir, sell it to me. Seeing Xu Taiping hesitate, the handsome young man promptly produced a purse of coins. While I could agree to sell it to you, the terms remain as I previously stated. You shall cover the cost of the stone, and should treasures emerge, we shall split the gains evenly. What say you? Xu Taiping casually glanced at Qiyu nearby, reassured by the knowledge that the first misfortune was destined for him, rendering him unafraid of being scrutinized. That is unacceptable. We may cover the cost of the stone, but should treasures be found, you can claim no more than 3. The maid, Qing'er, remained assertive. Then we have no deal. Xu Taiping tucked the celestial sealing stone into his gourd. My lord, do not heed her, an even split is quite agreeable. The handsome young gentleman grasped Xu Taiping's hand, almost on the verge of tears. Very well, it is yours. Xu Taiping, no longer inclined to tease him, tossed the celestial sealing stone to him. Qing, pay him. The handsome young gentleman demonstrated his straightforward nature, immediately instructing the maid to settle the payment upon receiving the stone. All right. The maid reluctantly retrieved 10 gold coins from her purse and handed them to Xu Taiping. The price of 10 gold coins for a celestial sealing stone was certainly steep. My lord, let us proceed to unveil the stone. Xu Taiping had initially intended to leave, with no thoughts of dividing the spoils evenly. However, to his surprise, the dashing young gentleman seized his hand and dragged him toward the stone opening assistant. We shall open the stone, the young gentleman asserted, placing the block of fiery red stone upon the table, his eyes gleaming with impatience as he addressed the assistant. At that moment, Qiyu, the eldest son of the Qi family, had just concluded opening the stone he had snatched from the young gentleman. And fortune favored him as he unveiled a prized spiritual treasure of the highest order. Is this the fiery red stone that can yield treasures of celestial rank? Qiyu, arms crossed, observed Xu Taiping and the young gentleman with a smirk. His character was one of narrow-mindedness, driven by a desire for revenge. The earlier incident with the maid had already irked him, and now, presented with an opportunity to mock, he was not one to let it slip away. Come, everyone, come and behold this fiery red stone that can produce celestial treasures. His subordinates, adept at reading the room, joined in the mockery with fervor. The maid, Qing'er, was flushed with embarrassment, yet upon catching a glimpse of her master's fervent gaze, she could only let out a resigned sigh. She understood him all too well. Once he developed a curiosity for something, there was no stopping his pursuit of it. One medium-grade fiery red stone requires a golden coin for the opening, the assistant declared. At this, he retrieved a talisman from beneath the counter and extended his hand towards Xu Taiping and the young gentleman. Qing'er, quickly pay. The young gentleman glanced back at her, urgency in his tone. Here. Qing'er pouted but placed a golden coin into the assistant's palm. The assistant grinned widely and forcefully pressed the talisman against the fiery red stone, exclaiming, "Open." As his words fell, a wave of heat emanated from the stone. Gradually, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the fiery red stone melted away, revealing an exquisitely crafted short blade. Initially, the crowd saw nothing extraordinary about the blade until, as the last remnants of the stone vanished, the short sword suddenly leaped from its sheath, releasing a palpable aura of divine pressure that filled the third floor. Gasps of awe erupted from the crowd. A celestial treasure. A moment later, within the halls of the Shi studio, a place of auction and trade, a voice called out, "Master Guardian, next time you select stones, may I accompany you?" Upon hearing of Xu Taiping's remarkable fortune, unearthing a celestial treasure for earthly treasures, and 7 profound treasures, Monk Chongda nearly wavered in his Buddhist resolve. Pure luck, Xu Taiping chuckled lightly. Luck? Monk Chongda's eyes brightened at the implication, and he grasped the communication jade slip, concentrating his spirit to send a message to his master, Guanza. Master, it is highly probable that the guardian possesses skills in the art of divination. Just as Chongda engaged in fervent discussion with his master, an elder stepped into the center of the auction hall, holding a list and proclaiming, "Esteemed guests, today at Shi Studio, we present treasures including the Celestial Body Talisman, the Celestial Earthquake Talisman, and the Celestial Treasure, the Coiling Dragon Tower." Upon hearing of the Coiling Dragon Tower, Xu Taiping felt a surge of excitement. Under the control of the spirit of the Celestial Moon Fairy, the soul imprint left on Qiyu transmitted his voice into Xu Taiping's mind. The Panlong Tower is essential for the ancestor. It must be secured. Just as Xu Taiping was poised to listen further to what Qiyu and the others had to say, a young girl sat down beside him and curiously inquired, "Brother Taiping, what do you plan to bid on next?" Xu Taiping glanced at the girl in surprise, perplexed, and asked, "Who are you?" "It's me, the one who just bought so many crimson flame stones with you, young Master Chow." The girl grinned, and, with a swift motion across her face, transformed into the handsome young gentleman from before. "You are a woman?" Xu Taiping exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 42. The Auction House. Shall we join forces again? Xu Taiping's astonishment stemmed not from the gender of young Master Chow, but from the drastically different aura she exuded at that moment. The distinction between male and female energies is quite pronounced, and Xu Taiping, with his current spiritual strength, could easily discern such differences. Yet, after spending at least half an hour with young Master Chow, he had remained oblivious to this transformation, indicating that she either possessed a cultivation level far superior to his, or was in possession of an exceptionally high-grade celestial treasure. In any regard, young Master Chow was no ordinary individual. Young Master Chow, those stones were merely a stroke of luck. Relying solely on luck for the upcoming auction would be unwise. It would be best if you refrained from following my lead. Xu Taiping, withdrew his gaze from young Master Chow. For him, the most pressing matter was acquiring the Panlong Tower and addressing the impending ambush from the Qi family thereafter. Brother Taiping, young Master Chow is merely my alias. My name is Chu Xiao, but you may call me Xiao. The girl smiled at Xu Taiping. Very well, Miss Xiao, Xu Taiping nodded. His focus was entirely on the auction before him and Qi Yu's group not far away, leaving him little energy to engage with this inquisitive young lady. However, the monk Chengda, upon hearing the girl's words, raised an eyebrow and transmitted to Xu Taiping, Lord Protector, if I recall correctly. This young lady named Chu Xiao is the daughter of the current emperor's third royal uncle. Xu Taiping, surprised by Chengda's revelation, inquired via thought, what is her character like? The identity of Chu Xiao was not of paramount importance to him. He was primarily concerned with whether she might alter the course of his tribulations. Princess Xiao is regarded as quite decent among the royal offspring. However, she harbors an eccentric penchant for collecting various odd artifacts, to the extent that her grand estate is often cluttered with the trinkets she has procured from various places. Additionally, there was a period when she was quite the gambler, frequently visiting numerous gaming houses, yet her luck was notoriously poor. It is said that at the peak of her gambling obsession, she lost nearly half of the royal estate, and it was ultimately the emperor who intervened to settle her debts. Chengda elaborated with keen interest. He was sent by the abbot of the Bodhi Temple to the capital of southern Shu, with the primary task of disseminating teachings and the secondary purpose of gathering intelligence on the various factions within the city. This is why he appeared so well informed. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping couldn't help but cast a glance at the charming and eloquent young lady, Chu Xiao. It was difficult for him to fathom that this delicate girl, who had a penchant for scavenging, was also a former gambler on the verge of losing everything in a wager at the royal residence. At that moment, Chu Xiao was blinking her big eyes and stealing glances at Xu Taiping, appearing as if she had something to say but hesitated. Young Master Taiping, what brings you here? Just as Chu Xiao mustered her courage to speak, her maid, Qing'er, suddenly approached the two. We must return to the mansion, miss. The maid glanced at Xu Taiping before leaning closer to Chu Xiao and whispering, Miss, I have a feeling that if we follow this young Master Taiping, we will surely acquire something of great value today. Chu Xiao spoke excitedly to Qing'er. Qing'er, this time is different. My master foretold that I would encounter a benefactor this year, and young Master Taiping is undoubtedly that benefactor. Just moments ago, he enabled me to earn 3,000 pieces of gold. Chu Xiao had made up her mind. Although their voices were hushed, they were not beyond Xu Taiping's hearing. Listening to the words that echoed the thoughts of a gambler, he began to understand why this young lady clung to him. Indeed, Princess Xiao, your discernment in this matter is commendable, the monk Chengda transmitted to Xu Taiping with a sense of pride. Xu Taiping, however, maintained a calm demeanor, quietly adding Chu Xiao to the variables he needed to consider in this precarious situation. Young Master Taiping, when the treasures are auctioned, shall we join forces? Chu Xiao finally gathered the courage to propose to Xu Taiping. This time, partnering may not be necessary, Miss Xiao. If you trust me, I can offer you some advice when it's time to bid, Xu Taiping replied, glancing at Qi Yu in the distance before addressing Chu Xiao. In the vision that unfolded in his left eye, he saw himself and Qi Yu continuously raising the stakes in the bidding for the Panlong Tower, nearly exhausting his own gold reserves. I recall that in addition to the dragon binding tower, Qi Yu and his companions procured several other valuable items. And there were not many competitors at the time, so they likely have not reached their bottom price yet. The total gold they brought should be around 60,000 pieces. If we can deplete some of their gold on the initial items, the amount they can bid on the dragon binding tower will be diminished, and consequently, my expenditure will also be lessened. Xu Taiping calculated in his mind. Though he was determined to acquire the dragon binding tower, the preservation of his gold was equally significant. Every little bit saved was advantageous. Then I shall rely on you, young Master Taiping. Although Xu Taiping's refusal to join forces left Chu Xiao feeling a touch of disappointment, she was nonetheless delighted to receive his guidance. The first item up for auction at the Shi studio, the heavenly rank golden body talisman. At that moment, the esteemed head of Shi Zhai, responsible for the auction, suddenly announced in a resounding voice to the gathered crowd. As he spoke, a shop assistant from Shi Zhai approached him, cradling a jade box in both hands. The headmaster promptly opened the box. Boom. The energies that had been contained within the jade box surged forth, creating a tempest of spiritual force within the hall. Chapter 43. The auction hall. The premier gambler of the South. Chu, esteemed guests, you are all connoisseurs, and surely you understand better than I the immense value of the heavenly stage golden body talisman. It is not mere boastfulness on my part. With this talisman in hand, even if you were to venture into the depths of the blood rain forest for hunting, you would be well protected, the headmaster confidently elaborated. In truth, even before his words, the attendees had already gauged its significance upon sensing the aura emanating from the talisman. This golden body talisman has a minimum bid of 1,000 gold essence, with increments of no less than 100 gold essence. You may now place your bids, he cheerfully announced as he noted the absence of objections from the crowd. Brother Taiping, may I place a bid for this golden body talisman? Encouraged by the headmaster, the eager Chu Xiaoxiao leaned forward to inquire of Xu Taiping. Certainly, but should the bid exceed 3,600 gold essence, please refrain from further increases. Xu Taiping nodded in response. The ceiling price of 3,600 gold essence was not due to a lack of discernment regarding the talisman's value, but rather because that was the maximum offer the Qi family could afford for it. Excellent. Upon hearing Xu Taiping's words, the already impatient Chu Xiaoxiao promptly declared, I bid 1,600 gold essence. Soon, Qi Yu's voice resonated, 2,000 gold essence. Although it was a heavenly stage talisman, the sudden elevation to 2,000 gold essence caused many cultivators in the hall to withdraw from the bidding. After a few scattered bids from other cultivators, only Chu Xiaoxiao and Qi Yu remained in contention. I bid 3,600 gold essence. Hearing Qi Yu's bid of 2,600 gold essence, the excited Chu Xiaoxiao, her face flushed with enthusiasm, slammed her hand on the table and declared the agreed-upon price with Xu Taiping. This amount clearly struck a nerve with the Qi family, as their internal threshold was merely 3,005. Very well, let us add 100 gold essence. If this gambler Chu Xiaoxiao wishes to increase her bid further, let her have it. Qi Yu's voice, tinged with frustration, reached Xu Taiping's mind through the spiritual imprint left by the spirit moon fairy. Immediately after, Xu Taiping heard Qi Yu's subordinate proclaim loudly, 3,700 gold essence. Chu Xiaoxiao, already somewhat intoxicated by the thrill of the bidding, was about to raise her bid again when she was jointly restrained by Xu Taiping and her maid, Qing. Ultimately, Qi Yu acquired the heavenly stage golden body talisman for the price of 3,700 gold essence. In the vision projected by his left eye, it was revealed that Qi Yu had purchased the talisman for 2,700 gold essence, meaning he now had 1,000 less gold essence available for acquiring the dragon binding tower. Xu Taiping was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. However, beside them, Chu Xiaoxiao, unable to capture the image of the golden talisman, sank into her chair, dejected as if she were a despondent fish. The next two treasures up for auction seemed quite promising, and the Qi family appeared disinterested, which might allow the young lady to acquire them. Xu Taiping, with a sense of resignation, glanced at Chu Xiaoxiao and resolved within himself. Thus, in the ensuing rounds, armed with prior knowledge of the bidder's bottom lines, Chu Xiaoxiao secured 4 or 5 treasures at remarkably fair prices. Even the maid Qing'er could discern that Chu Xiaoxiao had undoubtedly profited from this venture upon witnessing the pile of treasures before them. Young Master Taiping, Master Chongda, please enjoy your tea. After successfully acquiring another item at a very reasonable price, the maid Qing'er beamed as she presented 2 cups of tea to Xu Taiping and Master Chongda. Thank you for your efforts, Miss Qing'er, Xu Taiping replied with a smile. Nodding at her, he was quite content with the recent auctions, for with Chu Xiaoxiao's interference, Qi Yu had spent a staggering 20,000 gold essence before securing the Dragon Trap Tower. This meant he could muster no more than 40,000 gold essence thereafter. Had it not been for Xu Taiping, Qi Yu would have had ample means to secure the Dragon Trap Tower at 30,000, which explained his boldness in spending 20,000 beforehand. Brother Taiping, if Qi Yu competes with me in the next round, please do not hinder me, Chu Xiaoxiao said with a serious expression directed at Xu Taiping. Although she had acquired numerous fine items, she could not find joy in her success, as she realized she had never bested Qi Yu in their contests for treasures. Indeed, he is the renowned gambler of Southern Chu. Xu Taiping couldn't help but smile at the determination reflected in her large eyes. The next item holds some significance for me. I kindly ask Miss Xiaoxiao to allow me to place a bid. Xu Taiping spoke earnestly to Chu Xiaoxiao. In truth, he could let her acquire the Dragon Trap Tower and then claim it for himself, but such an action could significantly alter the course of events. If Qi Yu were to hold back from harming Chu Xiaoxiao, he might then face an opponent he had not anticipated. One was an overt rival, the other a shadowy adversary. The choice was evident. Very well. Upon hearing Xu Taiping's intention, Xu Xiaoxiao ceased her insistence, but quickly added, "If Qiyu contests with you, Brother Taiping, feel free to raise the bid. If funds fall short, I, Xu Xiaoxiao, will ensure to support you to the end." "Thank you," Xu Taiping replied, smiling and nodding. Simultaneously, the voice of Qiyu echoed in his mind. "The item our ancestor instructed us to procure is now solely the Dragon Trap Tower, and we still possess nearly 30,000 gold essence, which is more than sufficient." It was evident that Qiyu was quite pleased with the day's outcomes. After hearing this, Xu Taiping calmly took a sip of tea and then discreetly inquired of Master Chongda, "Master Chongda, how significant is the sum of 50,000 gold essence to the Qi family?" Upon hearing these words, Chongda pondered seriously before responding. Given the financial resources of the Qi family, a sum of 500,000 gold essence would pose no difficulty. However, due to the scarcity of gold essence stones in the Yuyun realm, even a one-time offering of 50,000 pieces would undoubtedly be the limit. Chapter 44, The Auction House. I offer 30,000 gold essence. Chongda was already aware of Xu Taiping's intention to acquire the Panlong Tower. Thus he understood the purpose behind Xu Taiping's inquiry. "That shall pose no issue." Xu Taiping nodded, intertwining his fingers as he stretched lazily. Soon, the voice of the esteemed manager of the Shi Zhai echoed once more. "The next item for auction is the Panlong Tower. Although this tower is merely a celestial-grade spiritual treasure, it is exceedingly sturdy. Once activated and entered, individuals can remain inside for a minimum of 5 years and a maximum of 7 years, during which even those at the transformation realm outside would find it impossible to breach its defenses." Upon hearing this, many attendees were visibly stirred, and Qiyu's gaze grew intensely fervent. However, as the manager announced the opening bid, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. This celestial-grade spiritual treasure, the Panlong Tower, has a minimum starting price of 10,000 gold essence, with each subsequent bid requiring an increase of no less than 1,000 gold essence. You may begin bidding. The initial price of 10,000 gold essence had already surpassed the threshold set in the minds of the majority present. If this had been an immortal treasure, it might have been acceptable, but for a celestial-grade spiritual treasure to command such a price was simply intolerable. Even the gambler Xu Xiaoxiao was taken aback by this valuation. "I, from the Qi family, am willing to offer 11,000 gold essence." As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Qiyu's voice resonated within the hall. Subsequently, astonishment permeated the room, as no one anticipated that anyone would bid such an amount for a spiritual treasure. After Qiyu's offer, the manager of Shi Zhai repeatedly inquired for further bids, yet none were forthcoming. This scene mirrored precisely what Xu Taiping had envisioned in his mind. "Ladies and gentlemen, if no one is willing to place a higher bid, the Panlong Tower shall belong to the Qi family." The manager's expression revealed a hint of disappointment. "Brother Taiping, if you do not bid, I shall proceed to do so." At that moment, Xu Xiaoxiao suddenly urged Xu Taiping, observing the fervent glint in her eyes. Xu Taiping harbored a premonition that the loyal king's residence would soon be gambled away by her. "I bid 20,000 gold essence." Ultimately, Xu Taiping declared his offer. Rather than incrementing by 1,000 at a time, he aimed to see if he could exert pressure on Qiyu, hoping to deter him from raising the bid further. After all, every bit saved counts. Upon Xu Taiping's announcement of 20,000 gold essence, the auction hall of Shi Zhai erupted in chaos. All eyes turned towards Xu Taiping, the madman. Xu Xiaoxiao's gaze shifted from anticipation to outright admiration, albeit of the gambler's variety. "Young man, are you deliberately opposing my Qi family?" Suddenly, Qiyu's sharp rebuke silenced the murmurs in the room. Long before Xu Xiaoxiao had raised the bid, Qiyu had suspected Xu Taiping of orchestrating the situation, especially after the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of the two earlier on the 3rd floor. Upon hearing Xu Taiping's sudden increase of 10,000 gold coins, the long-simmering resentment within Qiyu erupted in a torrent of fury. "Amitba, young Master Qi, my brother Taiping is merely following the rules of the Shi Zhai in placing his bid. You are overthinking this," the monk Chongda interjected before Xu Taiping could speak. Seizing the opportunity to confront Qiyu, he was determined not to let such a splendid occasion slip away. As for whether he would offend the Qi family, he was unconcerned. If need be, he would return to the Prajna temple, for he had grown weary of the capital. "Chongda monk, Do not presume that just because Master Chongyang is protecting you, our Qi family dares not take action against you. Qi Yu's ire swiftly redirected towards Chongda. Master Chongda, do not be agitated, Chongda attempted to retort, but Xu Taiping silenced him with a gesture. Then, Xu Taiping turned his gaze towards the esteemed manager of Shi Zhai and inquired, Esteemed manager, if no one else bids, does that mean the Panlong Tower is mine? This statement prompted a stir among the gathered crowd. Many who had previously thought Xu Taiping was merely inflating the price began to reassess him, including the manager of Shi Zhai. This esteemed guest, if no one else bids, then the Panlong Tower shall indeed belong to you, provided that you deliver the payment on the spot. Our rules at Shi Zhai have always mandated that payment must be made before the goods are handed over. While the manager's words were courteous on the surface, they held an underlying warning. Not a problem. Xu Taiping nodded without hesitation. The manager scrutinized Xu Taiping closely before glancing at Chongda, then declared in a clear voice, Ladies and gentlemen, if no one else raises their bid, this Panlong Tower will belong to this esteemed guest. His words were aimed squarely at Qi Yu, for it was evident that the only one with the capability to raise the bid was a member of the Qi family. Very well, very well. Qi Yu's face twisted in anger, and after a moment of effort to steady his breathing, he sneered and declared loudly, My Qi family is willing to offer 21,000 gold coins. The crowd erupted in astonishment at Qi Yu's unexpected bid, clearly taken aback by the Qi family's fervent desire for the Panlong Tower. You claim you are not deliberately inflating the price, then raise it again. Let us see if you dare. After enduring the situation from the third floor, Qi Yu was losing his composure. At this, the eyes of the crowd collectively turned towards Xu Taiping. Lord Guardian, if you disapprove of Qi Yu, you may privately discipline him. There is no need to engage in a contest of wills over this matter. If the bidding escalates further without the means to produce the gold coins, it would be difficult for Shi Zhai to justify it. Chongda discreetly advised Xu Taiping. Young Master Taiping, it is sufficient to toy with Qi Yu for now. Do not continue to contest with him. At that moment, Chu Xiaoxiao's maid, Qing'er, also cautioned Xu Taiping. Only Chu Xiaoxiao herself remained fervent and expectant, gazing at Xu Taiping with eager anticipation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xu Taiping raised his head and lifted the token in his hand, proclaiming, I bid 30,000 gold coins. Upon the utterance of those words, the smile that lingered on Qi Yu's face abruptly froze. Meanwhile, beside Xu Taiping, Chu Xiaoxiao, upon hearing this statement, felt her fervor and anticipation transform into profound reverence, a reverence akin to that which one holds for the divine. Chapter 45. The Auction Hall, please depart. Young Master Qi, is this esteemed guest certain about the offer of 30,000 gold ingots? Not only the assembled guests, but even the manager of the Shi studio harbored doubts about whether he had misheard. Manager, I am quite certain, Xu Taiping affirmed with a nod. The reason he had escalated the bid to 30,000 gold ingots, beyond the convenience it afforded, was primarily to incite Qi Yu. Provoking Qi Yu bore two advantages. First, it would firmly anchor this misfortune upon him. Second, a man consumed by fury tends to lose his rationality, making him considerably easier to handle. Upon receiving Xu Taiping's assured response, the manager scrutinized him intently to confirm his mental clarity before slightly nodding and proclaiming, Esteemed guest Xu has offered 30,000 gold ingots. Might there be any others willing to raise the bid? As he spoke, the manager cast a sweeping glance over the guests, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Qi Yu. The other patrons within the auction hall followed suit, directing their attention toward Qi Yu as well. After all, since the initial bidding commenced, this auction had evolved into a contest between Xu Taiping and Qi Yu. Upon perceiving the collective gaze upon him, Qi Yu's already grim countenance morphed into an even more sinister expression, emanating a palpable aura of hostility. His fury stemmed not only from Xu Taiping's seemingly insulting bid, but also from the harsh reality that he could not summon 30,000 gold ingots. Presently, he could barely muster 27,000. The sensation of being publicly humiliated while powerless to retaliate was an experience alien to him, the scion of the Qi family. At that moment, one of Qi Yu's subordinates suddenly rose and whispered into his ear. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Qi Yu's previously sullen expression brightened, and he abruptly stood, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards the manager of the Shi studio, exclaiming, Manager, not only is this individual of dubious identity, but he has also jumped from 20,000 to 30,000 gold ingots in one breath. it is evident that he has been sent to create discord. I do not believe he can genuinely produce 30,000 gold ingots. Upon hearing this, many guests nodded in agreement, finding Yu's reasoning compelling. Young Master Qi. Whether Brother Taiping can indeed produce 30,000 gold ingots is a matter for the Xi studio to consider, not you. Xu Xiaoxiao, now thoroughly impressed by Xu Taiping's audacity, retorted on the spot. Yet, Qiyu paid no heed to Xu Xiaoxiao, continuing to direct his gaze toward the manager, stating, "Manager, consider this carefully. Should it be revealed during the transaction that he cannot produce such a sum, our bidding from the Qi family will no longer reflect the current amount." This statement was clearly a veiled threat directed at the manager. His words struck at the soft underbelly of the esteemed proprietor. For if Xu Taiping were unable to produce the 30,000 gold coins shortly, the prospect of selling the Panlong Tower at a favorable price would surely dwindle. Esteemed guest, as this is your first transaction at my Xi studio, and given the substantial sum involved, might you first provide proof of your ability to produce 30,000 gold coins? The proprietor cast an apologetic glance towards Xu Taiping. Ba, dear proprietor, I recall that Xi studio does not possess such a rule, Monk Chongda remarked, frowning at the proprietor. Upon hearing this, the proprietor's countenance darkened. Monk Chongda was a prominent figure in the capital. The proprietor dared not offend him lightly. Very well, proprietor. I can indeed provide proof of the 30,000 gold coins, but after I do so, I kindly request that this young Master Qi and his entourage vacate Xi studio. With such individuals present, I find it difficult to remain here, Xu Taiping stated, patting Monk Chongda on the shoulder before rising, his demeanor calm as he regarded the proprietor. This course of action served two purposes. First, to buy time in preparation for the impending ambush from the Qi family, as lingering under their watchful gaze could reveal vulnerabilities. Second, he indeed needed to procure additional items from Xi studio before departing. The proprietor pondered earnestly for a moment, then nodded and turned his gaze toward Qiyu. If young Master Taiping can provide proof, I ask that young Master Qi and his companions leave Xi studio. Agreed. Qiyu replied emphatically. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping promptly retrieved a pouch of coins from his gourd. With a swift motion, he tossed the pouch onto the counter and declared, "Proprietor, please examine for yourself." Witnessing this scene, Qiyu's heart raced, pondering if Xu Taiping could genuinely produce 30,000 gold coins. Yet he quickly dismissed the thought. It was utterly impossible. This was merely a display of bravado. Thank you for your trust, young Master Taiping. The proprietor, receiving the pouch, bowed respectfully before cautiously opening it. Unlike Qiyu, who was blinded by rage, the proprietor had already begun to believe in Xu Taiping's ability to produce the required sum upon witnessing his calm demeanor. With a flourish, the proprietor tilted the pouch downward, and a cascade of gold coins poured forth like a rushing stream onto the floor. As the pile of coins grew taller, Qiyu's expression darkened increasingly. Ultimately, when the coins nearly reached the height of the table, Qiyu's face turned as pale as parchment. Young Master Qi, I implore you to take your leave with your entourage. Suddenly, the proprietor's voice thundered, rousing the stunned Qiyu from his stupor. Qiyu hesitated, his features contorting as he glared at Xu Taiping with disdain, then barked at his subordinates. Why are you still dawdling? Move out. Lord Guardian. Be wary of this man upon our departure, Monk Chongda advised Xu Taiping, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Qiyu. At this moment, Xu Taiping was ascending the stage to receive the Kunlong Tower from the shopkeeper. Upon hearing Chongda's message, he merely smiled faintly and replied, "It will be done." Chongda's reaction further convinced Xu Taiping that provoking Qiyu was indeed the right course of action. In the Shi Zhai, downstairs, Qiyu, with a grim expression, glared fiercely at a few of his subordinates behind him. The subordinates promptly acknowledged his command and skillfully concealed themselves around the Shi Zhai, clearly accustomed to such tasks. After issuing his orders, Qiyu took out a transmitting jade slip, holding it in his palm as he walked toward the tea house across the street, conveying his thoughts to the slip. Third uncle, there has been an unforeseen development. The Kunlong Tower has been seized by an unknown brat. Gather fourth uncle and fifth uncle, and bring our Shijia's Xieni guards. We shall set a trap to ambush that brat nearby and retrieve the Kunlong Tower. The Kunlong Tower was specifically requested by our ancestor. If it is truly lost, third uncle, you will face the same punishment as I. Chapter 46. Bone-freezing talismans. Procurement of pills and talismans in the Shi Zhai. After the auction concluded, Xu Taiping ascended to the 5th and 6th floors, acquiring 16 high-grade, Earth-level Golden Body Talismans, 8 high-grade, Earth-level Wind Control Talismans, 8 high-grade, Earth-level Divine Movement Talismans, 90 high-grade, Earth-level Great Return Pills, and 90 high-grade, Earth-level Giant Strength Pills. In addition to these items for replenishing true essence, vitality, and protective talismans, Xu Taiping also invested a significant sum in 4 highly destructive talismans and artifacts: the Heaven-level Mountain Shaking Talismans, the Heaven-level Bone Freezing Talismans, the Heaven-level 5 Thunder Jewels, and the Heaven-level Fire Howling Talismans. Moreover, he procured a batch of materials for refining Grass Return Pills and gathering Qi Pills, along with the materials for the Xinggu Dan as requested by the Fairy Lingyue. According to her, the Xinggu Dan is a pill capable of rapidly healing injuries in a short time. As long as there is a breath left and the body remains relatively intact, it can bring one back to life. However, the requirements for its refinement and the rarity of its materials are comparable to that of the Grass Return Pills. Most importantly, he needed the 3 mystical True Fire Talisman for burning seeds. Having gathered all these items, Xu Taiping spent nearly 20,000 gold essence. Yet, he considered it a worthwhile investment. Firstly, had he been in Jinwutian, the materials and talismans he purchased today would undoubtedly have cost no less than 100,000 gold essence. Some medicinal herbs might even be unattainable despite having the money. Thus, in a sense, it was exceptionally cost-effective. Secondly, these purchases were all preparations for his expedition to the Blood Rain Forest. Not to mention the inherent dangers of the Blood Rain Forest itself, the 7-fold calamity he bore was already a considerable headache. No amount of gold essence could compare to the value of life. Therefore, apart from reserving over 20,000 gold essence for the daily consumption of the Lotus Eye, he nearly converted all his gold essence into talismans and artifacts for self-preservation. With everything acquired, he could no longer delay descending. Otherwise, Qi would surely grow anxious. In a secluded chamber of the Xi studio, reserved for esteemed guests, Xu Taiping adorned himself with a ring gifted by the establishment, murmuring softly to himself. This ring contained all the items he had procured during his visit to the Xi studio. Upon uttering his thoughts, he conjured a doppelganger within the confines of the room and retrieved a heavenly step frozen bone talisman from the ring, placing it into the hands of his duplicate. He then affixed a stealth talisman, which he had casually purchased, onto the doppelganger. Although this stealth talisman possessed only ordinary efficacy, it could effectively obscure one's presence to a certain degree. Having completed these preparations, Xu Taiping reclined in a chair, contemplating the opportunity to test the power of the heavenly step talismans from the Xi studio. As he spoke, his doppelganger opened the door and made its way downstairs. Through eavesdropping on Qiyu, Xu Taiping had already confirmed that the trap set by Qiyu was nearly identical to what he had perceived with his left eye. With this knowledge, he felt no cause for concern, having devised a plan for his impending ambush prior to his arrival at the Xi studio. Shortly after his doppelganger departed, Xu Taiping exited the chamber and encountered the monk Chongda, who was waiting inside the building. Heavenly Guardian, with such a substantial acquisition of elixirs, talismans, and artifacts, are you perhaps journeying to the Nine Abyss? After a moment's hesitation, Chongda could not resist inquiring. From his perspective, the items Xu Taiping had purchased could sufficiently sustain a sect for an entire year. Indeed, I am embarking on a journey, but not to the Nine Abyss. Rather to the Blood Rain Forest, Xu Taiping replied casually, perusing a manual on the shelf while casting a sidelong glance out the window, just in time to see his doppelganger walking along the street. The Blood Rain Forest, a stronghold of the Blood Demon. What business do you have there, Heavenly Guardian? Chongda's brow furrowed in concern. I seek an item of necessity, Xu Taiping responded nonchalantly. Meanwhile, on the street below, a horse-drawn carriage rushed past. At that moment, an elderly hunchback chased after a young girl, darting across the road, perilously close to being struck by the carriage. Seeing this, Xu Taiping averted his gaze and guided his doppelganger to rescue the pair from the oncoming carriage. This scenario was precisely the trap Qiyu had devised for him. According to the vision he had seen with his left eye, the grandfather among the duo was Qiyu's uncle, a practitioner skilled in manipulation techniques. Under normal circumstances, after rescuing the young girl, Xu Taiping would fall prey to the enchantment of Qiyu's uncle, leading him to an abandoned estate outside the city where he would meet his demise at the hands of the Qi family. It now appeared that the trap laid by the Qi family was somewhat rudimentary. Yet, this presupposed that Xu Taiping was already aware of Qiyu's murderous intent and his uncle's expertise in manipulation techniques. Otherwise, this seemingly crude snare could still prove fatal. Heavenly Guardian, if you are merely in search of an item, perhaps I could assist you in your endeavor, Chongda said earnestly to Xu Taiping. Gratitude to Master Chongda for his kindness. Yet this journey is fraught with peril. I prefer not to involve others. Xu Taiping shook his head at Master Chongda. Upon hearing the phrase 9 deaths and 1 life, a cold sweat suddenly broke out on Master Chongda's forehead as he contemplated. If even the Heavenly Guardian faces such dire risks, could it be that he intends to confront the blood demon ancestor? The more he pondered, the more a chill ran down his spine. The blood demon ancestor is a being whom even the abbot of their Prajna temple would avoid at all costs. Chapter 47. The Frozen Bone Talisman, Xu Taiping trapped? With this thought, Master Chongda could not help but feel a profound respect for Xu Taiping. Amidst. It is indeed a blessing for all beings that the Heavenly Guardian has returned to the mortal realm. Master Chongda pressed his palms together, his gaze imbued with a hint of excitement as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow, suspecting that the monk had once again misconstrued his words. During my time in the Blood Rain Forest, I hope Master Chongda will take good care of the siblings at the Xianyun Martial Hall. Xu Taiping changed the subject. Rest assured, Heavenly Guardian, after you enter the Blood Rain Forest, I will reside at the Xianyun Martial Hall, Master Chongda assured Xu Taiping. I appreciate your assistance. If I manage to return alive from the Blood Rain Forest, I shall certainly ensure that the next time I encounter Kasayapa Buddha, he will remember your contributions. Xu Taiping promised. He understood, while that no matter how much he offered to Master Chongda, it could never compare to a single word from Kasayapa Buddha. Thank you. Thank you, Heavenly Guardian. Upon hearing Xu Taiping's words, Master Chongda was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with overwhelming joy as he bowed in gratitude. When he relayed this news to the abbot of Prajna Temple, who was far away in the land of Izumo, the abbot too was overcome with joy, his body radiating a golden light of Dharma that nearly lifted the temple off the ground. Young Master Xu, we have finally found you. Just as Xu Taiping was about to continue exploring the building, the chief manager from the auction hall approached him, holding a brocade box. This is the token of our Lost Treasures Pavilion. With this token, you may enter at your leisure. The chief manager beamed as he presented the brocade box to Xu Taiping. Thank you, chief manager, and thank you to the Lost Treasures Pavilion. Xu Taiping accepted the token with a smile. Will I also be able to bring items for sale to your pavilion in the future? He glanced at the token and then inquired of the chief manager. Young Master Xu, if you have valuable items, please be sure to bring them to our Lost Treasures Pavilion. We will offer you a most fair price. The chief manager nodded earnestly. Very well. Xu Taiping smiled. As far as he knew, the Lost Treasures Pavilion not only accepted spirit stones and herbs, but also the skins and corpses of demons. And he was certain that his expedition to the Blood Rain Forest would yield considerable treasures. By the way, young Master Xu, the chief manager hesitated for a moment before carefully speaking. The 4 heavenly grade talismans you purchased are all immensely powerful and should not be used within the city, lest you attract the wrath of the imperial authorities. Furthermore, even outside the city, you must exercise caution. On that day, the Celestial Bone Freezing Talisman and the Mountain Shaking Talisman possessed tremendous power. However, they indiscriminately harm friend and foe alike. When casting such talismans, one must meticulously devise a countermeasure beforehand. In truth, the majority of celestial talismans and magical artifacts from the Shi studio are swiftly purchased within 3 to 4 days once they become available. The reason Xu Taiping was able to acquire 4 talismans at once was solely due to their significant flaws and exorbitant prices, which rendered them unsold for a prolonged period. Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude with a nod, subsequently offering a faint smile as his gaze drifted towards the window, declaring, I have a plan. Outside the city, within an abandoned manor, Chiyu remarked that the individual was already inside, but his heart-confounding technique could only sustain for the duration of a tea ceremony. An elderly man, stooped in posture, cast a glance at the dilapidated building before him. Thank you for your efforts, second uncle, Chiyu said, a smile playing at his lips as he regarded the house, his eyes gleaming with cold intensity. This individual exudes a peculiar aura. For safety's sake, we should summon everyone inside, lest he escape. The second uncle of the Chi family suggested. Let us proceed within. The Panlong Tower is of utmost importance to the ancestor, and we cannot afford any mistakes. At that moment, 2 middle-aged men approached Chi Yu's side. These two were none other than Qi Yu's fourth and fifth uncles, both masters at the threshold of the divine refinement realm. Very well. Although Qi Yu harbored a desire to humiliate the person within the house and execute him in the most excruciating manner, the matter concerned the ancestor, and he dared not take any risks. Thus, Qi Yu, accompanied by his second uncle and his fourth and fifth uncles, along with 7 or 8 of the Qi families, entered the crumbling house. Inside, Xu Taiping sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression vacant and his eyes hollow, resembling a living corpse. Second uncle, please release the heart-confounding technique, Qi Yu instructed after encircling Xu Taiping. He did not wish to allow Xu Taiping the luxury of dying silently and without pain. Qi Yu's intentions were clear to his second uncle, who smiled slightly and nodded in agreement, stating, I can release it. But he may only speak one sentence before we act. The fourth and fifth uncles chuckled in response. Agreed. Qi Yu grinned menacingly, determined to instill fear and despair in Xu Taiping before his demise. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, Qi Yu's second uncle suddenly clapped his hands 3 times. Instantly, the once vacant eyes of Xu Taiping regained their luster. As he surveyed his surroundings and the figure of Qi Yu before him, the surprise in his gaze gradually morphed into terror. Xu Taiping, did you ever imagine we would meet here? Qi Yu grinned viciously at Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping remained silent, retreating defensively while placing one hand into his sleeve. Xiao Yu, we should proceed with caution. The anxious second uncle of the Qi family warned Qi Yu with a furrowed brow. Although Qi Yu felt that the momentary humiliation inflicted upon Xu Taiping could hardly quell the anger seething within him, the image of his ancestor's furious visage brought him back to a state of calm. Attack together. With this command, all the Xuanyuwei swiftly descended upon Xu Taiping, while Qi's second, fourth, and fifth uncles emanated powerful auras, ready to intervene should the Xuanyuwei falter. This scene mirrored the last image witnessed by Xu Taiping's left eye. However, just as the Xuanyuwei lunged at Xu Taiping, Qi Yu suddenly noticed a peculiar smile spreading across Xu Taiping's previously terrified face. Boom. Almost simultaneously with the emergence of that smile, a deafening explosion resounded, and an intense wave of frigid energy erupted from Xu Taiping, chilling to the bone. A high-grade freezing talisman. Chapter 48. The Ghost Tower, the second death tribulation emerges. A high-grade freezing talisman? This is a trap. The first to react was Qi Yu's second uncle. Due to their proximity and the unanticipated nature of Xu Taiping's counterattack, even though Qi's second uncle responded with remarkable speed, managing to escape to the outside just as the talisman detonated, he was ultimately caught by the overwhelming chill. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the entire abandoned manor, centered around that dilapidated house, was frozen. Trees as thick as a person's embrace were snapped in half, the rocks of the courtyard crumbled, and even the wild grass underfoot became as rigid as steel needles. If the trees and rocks met such a fate, one can only imagine the plight of human beings. The Xuanyuwei closest to Xu Taiping were almost instantly frozen and shattered into fragments. Though Qi Yu and his uncles had protective artifacts, the ferocity of the cold was so overwhelming that they could not fully activate their treasures, and thus were gradually encased in ice. As the chilling cracks echoed around them, Qi Yu, along with his fourth and fifth uncles, found their bodies frozen and subsequently shattered as well. The only one still fighting against the encroaching frost was Qi Yu's second uncle. With the aid of his protective artifact and formidable cultivation, he managed to endure until the freezing talisman's power was exhausted. Yet, even then, the cold seeped into his body as his vital energy waned, freezing his meridians and blood. Boom. Rendered immobile, he collapsed to the ground. Before losing consciousness, he lamented bitterly, I, Qi Lao Air, have actually fallen at the hands of a foreigner. Swish. Shortly after Qi Lao Air fell, a small white bird flitted down and perched upon his head. Crack. With talons as sharp as steel, the little bird forcefully grasped Qi Lao Air's head, crushing it, before reluctantly clutching a communication jade slip and declaring, Xu Taiping, next time, you do this dirty work yourself. This little white bird was, of course, by you. Long before Xu Taiping instructed his clone to descend the stairs, he had already sent Bai Yu out through the window, allowing her to await his return. This was done both as a precaution and to facilitate the subsequent cleanup of traces. In the Shi studio, on the 5th floor, upon hearing Bai Yu's complaints conveyed through the communication jade slip, Xu Taiping exhaled softly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, after you tidy up. Do not rush back. Observe if any members of the Qi family come looking. Having given this instruction, Xu Taiping set aside the small booklet he had been perusing, preparing to summon monk Chongda to return with him. Successfully navigating the first tribulation had alleviated much of his mental strain. Although this initial trial was relatively manageable due to the clear vision he had within the lotus eye, completing it successfully nonetheless validated that the images seen by his left eye were not mere illusions, but could aid him in overcoming future tribulations. This realization was crucial for Xu Taiping as he faced the subsequent 6 tribulations. Xu brother. Just as Xu Taiping was searching for monk Chongda, a figure abruptly intercepted him. Raising his gaze, he recognized that it was Chu Xiaoxiao, who had disguised herself as a man. Xiaoxiao, have you not returned yet? Xu Taiping inquired casually. I was on my way back, but I encountered a lucrative opportunity just before descending. Chu Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Xu Taiping, lowering her voice. A lucrative opportunity? Xu Taiping regarded her with curiosity. Just a moment, she replied, turning to look behind her and waving vigorously. Qing'er, hurry and bring young Master Xu over. I have found Xu brother. Following Chu Xiaoxiao's gaze, Xu Taiping saw a breathless Qing'er and a young gentleman exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Xu brother, let me tell you, this young Master Xu is a scion of the former royal family of the Outyuan Kingdom, who fled to our Nanchu to escape the ravages of war. He possesses numerous treasures once housed within the royal palace of Outyuan. After urging Qing'er, Chu Xiaoxiao turned back to Xu Taiping, once more lowering her voice to introduce the young man. He has valuable items. Why not conduct your transaction privately instead of coming all the way to Xi's studio? Xu Taiping surveyed young Master Xu from a distance, somewhat perplexed. Naturally, I wish to request the scholars of Xi's studio to authenticate their authenticity, and if possible, I would like to ask Xu brother to assist me in selecting from this batch of treasures. Chu Xiaoxiao's gaze was fervent as it rested on Xu Taiping. Following the recent auction, Xu Taiping's reputation in Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes had risen to that of a revered figure, akin to the ancient Buddha in the hearts of monk Chongda and others. Upon hearing her words, Xu Taiping could only manage a wry smile. His previous keen judgment had been entirely due to the lotus eye. He possessed no innate ability to discern treasures. Your Highness Xiaoxiao, this must be the Xu gentleman you spoke of, correct? Just as Xu Taiping was about to decline, young Master Xu approached them. Indeed, Chu Xiaoxiao nodded, then smiled as she introduced Xu Taiping once more. Xu brother, this is young Master Xu from the Outyuan Kingdom. A pleasure to meet you. Though he held little interest in the transaction between the two, Xu Taiping nonetheless extended a polite gesture towards young Master Xu, offering a slight bow in greeting. I have long admired you. Young Master Xu reciprocated the gesture. Xu Taiping was about to directly decline Chu Xiaoxiao's invitation. But as he shifted his gaze from the young master of the Cloud Nation back to Chu Xiaoxiao, a sudden realization struck him like a bolt from the blue, a cross-shaped scar on the back of young Master Xu's hand. Was this not the very hand that had appeared in the visions connected to the second catastrophe? Xu Taiping's heart raced with dread as he pondered. Regarding the second catastrophe, his left eye had glimpsed only 2 elements. One was a hand adorned with a cross-shaped scar, and the other was an unusual pattern glowing with blood on the back of a man within a pitch-black room. Chapter 49, The Ghost Pagoda. The control of the relics chamber. Su Xiong, young Master Xu. Shall we wait for the masters of the relics chamber to arrive before we proceed to discuss matters in room 1 on the 6th floor? Chu Xiaoxiao, oblivious to Xu Taiping's unease, extended her invitation once more. Xu Taiping scrutinized Chu Xiaoxiao intently before nodding in agreement. Very well. The fairy Lingyue had informed him that once the first catastrophe concluded, any appearance of elements related to the second catastrophe would signify its commencement. The most troublesome aspect of the 7 killings catastrophe was that one could neither evade it nor resist it. One could only confront it. Thus, Xu Taiping needed to devise a way to respond to this catastrophe. Excellent. Young Master Xu, please feel free to explore the relics chamber for a while. Qing'er and I will fetch the head of the relics chamber to ensure our meeting. We shall reconvene in room 1 on the 6th floor after the incense burns. Upon receiving Xu Taiping's affirmation, Chu Xiaoxiao cheerfully orchestrated their plans. Thank you, Your Highness, young Master Xu smiled, bowing slightly towards Chu Xiaoxiao. We shall meet in room 1 after the incense burns. Xu Taiping also nodded with a smile. Soon after, Qing'er and Chu Xiaoxiao hastily departed to find the head of the relics chamber. Su Xiong, would you care to explore together? Young Master Xu inquired. Forgive me. Young Master Xu, but I must seek out a friend first. Please feel free to wander at your leisure. Xu Taiping replied with a hint of regret. Do not let me intrude upon your affairs, Su Xiong. I shall await your return, young Master Zhu responded with a gentle smile, then turned his curious gaze to his surroundings. After casting a lingering glance at young Master Zhu's retreating figure, Xu Taiping took up the communication jade slip he used to contact Master Chongda. As he walked towards the private room prepared for him by the relics chamber, he mentally reached out to Master Chongda. Master Chongda, please come to room 1. I have matters I wish to discuss with you. Before long, a response came from Master Chongda. Lord Guardian, I shall be there shortly. Xu Taiping promptly stored the communication jade slip, contemplating, from young Master Zhu's demeanor and aura. It seems he harbors no ill intentions towards me at present. If he were indeed malevolent, it stands to reason that his target would more likely be Chu Xiaoxiao. Upon the departure of Chu Xiaoxiao, his apparent lack of intent to pursue her suggests that he has meticulously orchestrated everything, harboring no concerns about her potential escape. Or perhaps, beyond Chu Xiaoxiao, he harbors grander ambitions. Contemplating this notion, Xu Taiping felt a sudden tremor in his heart, the unease within him intensifying. The terms, death calamity, scars, peculiar patterns, the relic chamber, and Chu Xiaoxiao whirled incessantly in Xu Taiping's mind. Ultimately, he arrived at a troubling possibility. This calamity might not be directed at him, but rather aimed at the relic chamber and Chu Xiaoxiao, with him merely caught in the crossfire. With this realization, Xu Taiping hastened his steps towards room number 1. The immediate priority was to discern the true identity of this young Master Zhu and to grasp his genuine intentions. The key to unraveling this mystery likely resided within that strange pattern. As he pondered, he reached room number 1. Master Heavenly Guardian, your urgency to see me. Has something critical transpired? As Xu Taiping pushed the door open, he was met by a hurriedly arriving Monk Chongda. Monk Chongda, your timing is impeccable. I possess an item I wish for you to examine, Xu Taiping stated, moving into the room. Once inside, he seized a brush from the table, infused it with his vital energy, and transformed the ink in the inkstone before immersing the brush in it and beginning to sketch on a blank sheet of paper. In a short while, a design emerged that, at first glance, resembled a malevolent creature with fangs, yet upon closer inspection, bore a resemblance to a Buddhist pagoda. Monk Chongda, could you assist me by determining whether this pattern depicts the ghost stupa? Before Xu Taiping could finish his query, he was interrupted by Chongda's exclamation. You recognize this design? Xu Taiping inquired, his expression filled with astonishment as he turned to Chongda. Recognize it. The mark known as the ghost stupa was a nightmare for all the citizens of the Outcloud Kingdom. Fear radiated from Monk Chongda's eyes. Monk Chongda, could you elaborate further? Xu Taiping asked solemnly. Master Heavenly Guardian, you should have heard from our abbot about the Fire Cloud Monastery, Monk Chongda responded. I have heard of it. It was once the foremost Buddhist temple in the Outcloud Kingdom and now ranks among the 3 great infernos of the Yuyun Heaven. Xu Taiping nodded. This ghost stupa is an evil sect formed by the followers of the demonic monks of the Fire Cloud Monastery. They are the claws extending from the monastery's abyss into the Outcloud Kingdom and even the entirety of Yuyun Heaven. Over the years, the ghost stupa has committed countless atrocities across the nations of Yuyun Heaven, and wherever the mark of the ghost stupa appears, carnage inevitably follows. The once renowned righteous sect, the Mingjian Villa, sought to rally the wanderers of the Outcloud Kingdom to combat the Fire Cloud Monastery, only to be exterminated overnight by the ghost stupa, resulting in the slaughter of 3,600 souls in the villa. When we arrived, not a single intact corpse remained. Only the walls bore the bloodstains of the ghost stupa. From that moment onward, wherever the mark of the ghost stupa manifests, calamity re-emerges. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow in concern. He had not anticipated that this calamity was connected to such a terrifying entity. Heavenly Guardian, could you kindly inform this humble monk where you encountered the ghostly pagoda mark? Suddenly, Master Chongda looked at Xu Taiping with an expression of intense anxiety. After some contemplation, Xu Taiping ultimately resolved to reveal the truth to Master Chongda. It was indeed within this hall of lost items. Upon hearing this, Chongda's face turned ashen in an instant. He then bit his finger with fervor and joined his palms in supplication, commencing a loud recitation of scriptures, almost concurrently with the sound of his chanting. Golden light began to radiate from Master Chongda, filling the entire room. Initially, Xu Taiping was puzzled, unsure of what Master Chongda was undertaking. until he noticed the walls around them began to manifest one ghostly pagoda mark after another, causing his heart to plummet. Heavenly Guardian. The ghostly pagoda has secretly taken control of the entire hall of lost items. Chongda gazed at Xu Taiping with palpable terror. What weaknesses does this ghostly pagoda possess? Xu Taiping endeavored to maintain his composure. Unless we can locate the Ghost King and utilize our Buddhist secret arts to subdue him, the ghostly pagodas will be inexhaustible. Master Chongda expressed his helplessness. Chapter 50. The Ghostly Pagoda, the Wangguan Prison of Nanchu the Ghost King? Upon hearing this term, Xu Taiping suddenly recalled the image seen through his left eye, the man bearing the ghostly pagoda mark on his back, and the recent encounter with young Master Xu. Given that these two individuals appeared in the vision perceived by his left eye, one of them must undoubtedly be the Ghost King. Moreover, it was also possible that they were, in fact, the same person. Is there a method to discern who the Ghost King is? Xu Taiping inquired of Chongda. The Ghost King bears a distinctive ghostly pagoda mark that commands the other ghostly pagodas, and he possesses a singular weakness. He cannot gaze upon his own reflection in a mirror. Apart from that, he is indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Chongda replied after careful consideration. Listening to Chongda's explanation, it was now Xu Taiping's turn to ponder. His immediate concern was to ascertain whether young Master Xu was indeed the Ghost King. Without this confirmation, any rash actions could easily alarm the adversary. Heavenly Guardian, fortunately, you discovered this early. Currently, these pagoda marks have yet to ascend to the 6th floor, and the power of the pagoda ghost realm has not yet been unleashed. I can find a way to escort you out. After carefully sensing the strength of these ghostly pagoda marks, Master Chongda suddenly regarded Xu Taiping with delight. If you escort me out, what will become of you? Xu Taiping questioned, perplexed. The major Buddhist temples of our Outcloud nation harbor an unending vendetta against the demon monks of Huayun Temple. Even if I can slay a single ghostly pagoda, it would be worthwhile. Chongda asserted with unwavering determination. If I were to identify the Ghost King, could that potentially unravel the deadlock we face? Xu Taiping inquired further. Heavenly Guardian, do you speak with sincerity? Chongda gazed at Xu Taiping with a hint of astonishment. I cannot be entirely certain, but the likelihood is exceedingly high. Xu Taiping nodded in affirmation. If uttered by another, the words would undoubtedly be met with skepticism from the monk Chongda. For the elusive Ghost King is a truth he knows all too well. However, the individual before him is none other than the celestial protector appointed by the ancient Buddha Kasayapa. Amidst, esteemed celestial protector, let us converse by the 6th floor, he began. For the Ghost Pagoda seal possesses the capacity to sway the human psyche. With palms pressed together, Chongda rose. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Esteemed protector, the true prowess of the Ghost Pagoda lies in its mastery of a supernatural art known as the Ghost Domain of the Pagoda. Once fully unleashed, any practitioner within its confines is doomed to transform into a malevolent spirit, engaging in mutual destruction. Even those of the transformation realm, caught unawares within the Ghost Domain, may find themselves ensnared by its influence. However, there exists a vulnerability. The more individuals it seeks to dominate, the longer the duration of its full manifestation. Moreover, during the process of its unleashing, the Ghost King is rendered exceedingly frail, making it considerably easier to confront. Should one succeed in vanquishing or subduing the Ghost King at this juncture, the Ghost Domain would collapse of its own accord. The challenge lies in the Ghost Pagoda's methods, which are often shrouded in secrecy, leaving few, if any, capable of discerning them as adeptly as you, esteemed protector. Not to mention, identifying the true form of the Ghost King is an even greater feat at this juncture. Chongda's gaze towards Xu Taiping was imbued with profound reverence. Esteemed monk, is the Ghost Pagoda's intent truly limited to mere slaughter? Xu Taiping deftly shifted the conversation. Indeed, it is not solely for that purpose. These Ghost Pagodas serve as the minions of the Fire Cloud Temple, each appearance shadowed by the temple's influence. The disintegration of the Outcloud Kingdom was orchestrated in such a manner, and even now, it remains embroiled in turmoil. As they walked, Chongda communicated telepathically. Thus, the attack on the Lost Relics Pavilion was also orchestrated by the Fire Cloud Temple, with ulterior motives. Precisely, their assault on the pavilion likely aims to seize its treasures, Chongda affirmed. Yet, if their only aim were the treasures of the pavilion, why then did they specifically seek to engage with Her Highness Chu Xiaoxiao? Xu Taiping expressed skepticism toward Chongda's assertion. You propose that the individual resembling the Ghost King was deliberately attempting to connect with Her Highness? Upon hearing Xu Taiping's inquiry, Chengde halted abruptly. Indeed, that individual masqueraded as a member of the Outcloud royal family, intending to sell royal treasures to Her Highness. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. That is implausible. The Outcloud royal family was entirely exterminated by the Ghost Pagoda, making it impossible for that individual to be one of them. Resuming his stride, Chengde pondered deeply. Suddenly, as if a revelation struck him, he halted once more, eyes wide with a trace of terror as he gazed at Xu Taiping. The monk has discerned their intentions. What do you mean? They intend to use the lives of all practitioners within the Lost Relics Pavilion, along with that of Her Highness Chu Xiaoxiao, to unlock the depths of the Imperial City's dark prison, the River of Forgetfulness. What is the River of Forgetfulness? It is a prison constructed by the founding emperor of the South Chu Kingdom to seal the soul of the martial deity Zhu Huai, later repurposed to confine malevolent beings and evil spirits. 30 years prior, the last martial god of southern Chu, Li Ling, expended his entire life force to seal the abominable monk, Zhenwu, the grandmaster of the Fire Cloud Temple, within the depths of the Wangchuan prison, to prevent the temple from wreaking havoc upon southern Chu. This monk, Zhenwu, possessed magical prowess second only to the temple's leader. His absence diminished the temple's combat strength by at least 30%. It was from that moment onward that the Fire Cloud Temple remained subdued for nearly 3 decades, only dispatching its minions, the ghosts of the floating stupa, to cause mischief. Monk Chengde elucidated this to Xu Taiping, who was taken aback upon discovering such a terrifying reality lurking beneath the capital of southern Chu. The key to unlocking the seal of Wangchuan prison lay within the bloodline of the royal family, which likely explained their attempts to lure Princess Chu Xiaoxiao. Monk Chengde continued. Chapter 51. Ghost of the Floating Stupa. Is young Master Zhu the Ghost King? If what Master Chengde says is true, should the seal of Wangchuan prison be broken, the casualties would not merely be those inhabiting the upper floors of the Shi studio, but the entire populace of the capital, Xu Taiping remarked with a frown. Indeed. Monk Chengde's brow furrowed deeper. He had just attempted to contact the abbot through a sound transmission jade slip, yet received no response, indicating that the Shi studio had been sealed off by the ghosts of the floating stupa. Xu, my friend, you have also ascended to the upper levels, I see. At that moment, a voice called out to Xu Taiping. Turning, he saw none other than young Master Zhu from the Outcloud Kingdom. Zhu, you arrived quite early as well. Xu Taiping replied with a courteous smile and a bow. I intended to purchase some items, but alas, I do not have sufficient funds on hand. Thus, I planned to wait until completing my transaction with Princess Xiaoxiao before descending to shop. Young Master Zhu responded with a resigned smile. Oh, young Master Zhu, young Master Xu, you have already arrived. This saves me the trouble of going down to fetch you. A maid named Qing suddenly entered from room 1, her face brightening upon recognizing the two. Zhu, please proceed in first. I have a few words to exchange with my friend, Xu Taiping said, extending a hand toward young Master Zhu with a smile. Please, attend to your matters. Young Master Zhu nodded with a smile before stepping toward room 1. As Xu Taiping watched young Master Zhu enter, he inquired of Monk Chengde in his heart. Can you discern anything? Forgive this humble monk's lack of insight. I cannot detect any trace of ghostly aura upon this individual, Monk Chengde replied with a faint smile through sound transmission. However, Xu Taiping shook his head in response. The mark of the ghost of the floating stupa has already manifested downstairs, yet he remains unaffected, which precisely indicates that he is the Ghost King. Upon hearing this, Monk Chengde was momentarily stunned before nodding vigorously, affirming through sound transmission, the Lord of Heavenly Guardians speaks wisely. Monk Chengde, based on your earlier explanation, the method the ghosts of the floating stupa employ to control others involves using the stupa mark to disturb their minds, rendering them senseless. Does Zen Buddhism possess any means to maintain one's consciousness under the influence of the stupa mark? Xu Taiping further inquired. Indeed, one need only bite the tip of their tongue in advance and continuously recite the 8-character mantra of Buddhism in their heart, Monk Chengde replied. However, this method only allows one to maintain a moment of clarity, akin to the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Soon after, the haunting presence of the ghostly pagoda will once again cloud the mind. Moreover, should the Ghost King fully unleash his domain, this approach would prove equally futile. Chengde conveyed through thought, a moment should suffice. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement, whispering a silent affirmation within. He then communicated with Master Chongda, saying, Master Chongda, I have an idea to confront the Ghost King, though it may entail some risks. I shall follow the directives of the Heavenly Protector. After spending the better part of the day together, Master Chongda's trust in Xu Taiping had grown significantly, second only to that of their presiding elder. A moment later, within room number 1, Brother Taiping, over here. As Xu Taiping entered, Chu Xiaoxiao spotted him and eagerly ushered him to sit beside her. Brother Taiping, these treasures have all been appraised by Mr. Song from the Collectibles Pavilion, and they are indeed genuine. Chu Xiaoxiao gestured towards the array of exquisite treasures on the table, her eyes sparkling with excitement. If you see anything you fancy, you may take it. I will cover the cost. Chu Xiaoxiao declared with remarkable generosity. Xu Taiping found himself both amused and exasperated, thinking to himself, they are about to sacrifice you, and you still intend to offer them money. Well, let me take a look, he replied, nodding before scanning the treasures before him, his gaze finally settling on an ancient sword. This sword, merely from the aura it emanated, could be discerned as at least a spiritual artifact. How much do you bid for this sword, young Master Xu? Xu Taiping inquired, picking up the sword with evident interest before turning to young Master Xu. This sword, known as Huangzhong, was once wielded by the founding emperor of the state of Outskirts. Though merely a spiritual artifact, it has been steeped in imperial essence over the decades, its power rivaling that of a celestial weapon. Young Master Xu did not provide a direct price, but meticulously elaborated on its value. Had Xu Taiping not encountered the pagoda's mark, he might have perceived Xu's detailed explanation as a mere tactic to inflate the price. However, upon confirming the identity of the entity before him as the ghostly pagoda, Xu Taiping understood that Xu was deliberately stalling to allow the ghostly domain to fully manifest. Brother Xu, please offer a price. Xu Taiping was disinclined to let young Master Xu prolong the discussion any further and asked directly, 9,000 pieces of refined gold. Young Master Xu smiled at Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow, initially reluctant as he examined the Huangzhong sword in his hand. Then, seemingly resolved, he produced a jade box from his gourd. Brother Xu, while I cannot provide 9,000 pieces of refined gold, I do possess a treasure that you will surely find useful. Xu Taiping sincerely pushed the box forward toward young Master Xu. Brother Xu, I do not lack for treasures, only for funds. Please, allow me to take a look. Xu Taiping's tone held a hint of pleading. Indeed, young Master Xu, do take a look. If it does not meet your satisfaction, I can cover the cost for Brother Xu, Chu Xiaoxiao assured with a smile. Very well, I shall take a look first. Young Master Xu nodded and took the jade box. He then opened it to reveal a silver mirror, which reflected his somewhat pallid face. Boom. Almost instantaneously upon seeing his own visage in the mirror, a surge of dark energy erupted around young Master Xu, transforming his previously handsome features into those of a sinister Fang Spectre. You seek death. The transformed young Master Xu roared at Xu Taiping as all the lights in the room extinguished, revealing the imprint of a floating pagoda on the walls. Boom. Just as the pagoda imprint emerged, a golden Buddhist hand struck heavily upon the demon's head. Chapter 52, Slaying the Demon King, the appearance of the second demon king Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Banzer Sattva Hum. As the golden hand manifested, Xu Taiping and monk Chongda clasped their hands together, fervently reciting incantations. How do you know I am the demon king? Shouted the green-faced specter, struggling as it addressed Xu Taiping and monk Chongda with ire. The techniques employed by the two, along with the incantations that restrained him and the timing of their actions, could only be utilized against the demon king, leading him to surmise that his identity had been prematurely revealed. Om Mani Padme Hum. Xu Taiping paid no heed to him, continuing to chant the incantations while pulling the terrified Chu Xiaoxiao and Qing'er behind him. Simultaneously, he used a telekinetic technique to control the mirror on the table, bringing it into his grasp, and with a drop of blood from his fingertip, he inscribed a spell upon the mirror. This spell had also been taught to him by monk Chongda. It was a Zen incantation specially crafted by the Prajna Temple in collaboration with several other major temples to counter the demon pagoda. However, even this spell would only be effective before the demon pagoda's domain took effect. Om Banzer Sattva Hum. After inscribing the spell, Xu Taiping raised the mirror and recited the incantation aloud once more. Boom. The moment the incantation echoed, circles of sacred golden light surged forth from the mirror, ensnaring the demon king like ropes, ultimately dragging him into the mirror like tentacles. In mere moments, The Demon King was sealed within the mirror. Truly worthy of the heavenly protector to wield the great radiant demon extermination spell with such potency on the first attempt. I recall our abbot took an entire incense stick to seal a Demon King. Monk Chongda watched in astonishment. Xu Taiping himself found it somewhat perplexing. Although it was his first time reciting these incantations, they resonated with a formidable power. That was astonishing, Xu brother. Chu Xiaoxiao finally emerged from her stupor. The elderly gentleman from the Shi study reignited the candles in the room. Gentlemen, was that perhaps the Demon King of the Demon Pagoda? The elder, possessing greater insight than Chu Xiaoxiao, quickly discerned the essence of the situation. Ba, indeed it was, Monk Chongda proudly affirmed on behalf of Xu Taiping. I, on behalf of the Shi study, express my gratitude to both esteemed gentlemen. The venerable elder of the Shi study bowed gratefully to Xu Taiping and Monk Chongda. Any practitioner familiar with the Ghost Pagoda would know that where it appears, casualties often exceed the 100 mark. However, the elder was likely unaware that the true target of the Ghost Pagoda was not merely the Shi study, but the entire capital. Just then, why had the mark of the Ghost Pagoda not yet faded? At that moment, Monk Chongda suddenly gazed around in astonishment, for in his view, the marks on the room's walls had not diminished. Rather, they continued to proliferate. Chinger! At that instant, Chu Xiaoxiao cried out, and the candles in the room extinguished once more, a chilling gust of wind sweeping through with tremendous force. In a flash, before anyone could react, a beam of sword light descended from behind Xu Taiping, cleaving his body in two. It was only then that Monk Chongda and the elder realized that the maid, Ching, who had stood next to Princess Xiaoxiao, had transformed into a towering man, a blood-tinged mark of the Ghost Pagoda visible on his torn back. Among these Ghost Pagoda entities, there exists a Ghost King. The elder of the Shi study gasped, his mouth agape. Om Mani Padme Hum. Bang. Just as Monk Chongda prepared to chant the Great Brightness Demise incantation, a massive bloodied hand emerged from the chest of the second Ghost King, striking him heavily against the wall. After this, the Ghost King, who had taken on Qing'er's form, seized Chu Xiaoxiao by her hair, dragging her toward the exit while coldly stating, "Do not fear, I shall not kill you just yet. Your blood still holds value for us." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that the Ghost Pagoda sought her for the Wanchuan prison. Although she was a wayward gambler, she was somewhat knowledgeable about the infernal realms beneath Huayan Temple and the capital. Without hesitation, she struggled to retrieve a short blade, forged from the Qian stone, from her ring, slicing off her own hair to free herself from the Ghost King's grasp. "Your Highness, escape through the window." The elder of the Shi study, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, immediately pushed open the previously sealed window. Bang! However, as soon as the window opened a crack, an invisible force slammed it shut again, while the elder was ensnared by arms extending from the Ghost Pagoda marks on the wall behind him. Seeing the window blocked, Chu Xiaoxiao swiftly produced a stack of talismans from her ring, hurling them at the Ghost King. Yet, in an instant, these talismans were seized by the very hands emerging from the Ghost Pagoda marks, dragged back into the seal. This was the true power of the Ghost Pagoda's seal, manipulated by the Ghost King. As she found herself with no path of escape, Chu Xiaoxiao did not succumb to fear. Instead, she summoned all her true essence and slashed toward the Ghost King with her blade. Bang! However, the full force of her strike was effortlessly deflected by the Ghost King, who simultaneously delivered a heavy punch to her abdomen. What appeared to be a casual punch inflicted excruciating pain upon Chu Xiaoxiao, nearly causing her to lose consciousness. She could feel her internal organs and meridians jolted by the impact of that strike. Without even bidding farewell to her father, she thought she might soon be reborn, only to face reprimand in the afterlife. As her awareness began to wane, a sense of urgency flared within her. Just then, a piercing cicada's cry abruptly resonated in her ears. Chapter 53, Slaying the Ghost King. Master K's response: "Where did that cicada come from? I must take a look before I perish." Despite her fading consciousness, Chu Xiaoxiao's insatiable curiosity was piqued by the sound. Driven by this intense desire, she summoned her strength to lift her head. Almost immediately, she beheld a brilliant gash appearing a foot or so on the chest of the Ghost King, while a young man wielding a blade stood several feet behind him. Su Xiong is not dead. Chu Xiaoxiao recognized the young man. Xu Taiping was indeed alive. It was merely his doppelganger that had perished. Prior to entering room number 1, he had long suspected that the figure with a cross-shaped scar on the hand and the one bearing the ghostly pagoda mark on the back were two distinct individuals. This led him to devise a plan to lure out the second Ghost King. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, a shrill sound of air being sliced filled the space, followed by a fierce aura of blade energy that penetrated the robust form of the Ghost King, leaving a deep gash on the wall behind, marred by ghostly pagoda marks. Thud! The unique blade energy of the demon-slaying sword obliterated the Ghost King's corporeal form, rendering him incapable of even standing. However, Xu Taiping could distinctly sense that as the ghostly pagoda marks multiplied on the surrounding walls, the fluctuations of the Ghost King's essence continued to surge. As Master Chongda had previously mentioned, as long as the ghostly pagoda marks were present, the Ghost King could not be slain but must first be sealed. Master Chongda. Xu Taiping glanced at Master Chongda, who had just extricated himself from the clutches of the bloodied hands. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Vajrasattva Hum. Without hesitation, Master Chongda pressed his palms together and recited the sacred mantras of Buddhism. Boom. Just like before, a golden hand of Buddha came crashing down upon the Ghost King. However, unlike the first Ghost King, this one was evidently much stronger. Instead of collapsing under the pressure, he continued to struggle, attempting to rise. Heavenly Protector, quickly! While striving to keep his palms pressed together to control the Buddha's hand, Master Chongda shouted urgently at Xu Taiping. In this dire situation, he could no longer concern himself with revealing Xu Taiping's identity. Meanwhile, Xu Taiping had already retrieved a spirit mirror from his gourd and swiftly inscribed it with the special Buddhist incantation. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Vajrasattva Hum. He then recited the mantra once more, raising the spirit mirror high. Boom! A circle of golden Buddhist light, accompanied by the sound of wind slicing through the air, enveloped the Demon King one after another. Bang! To Xu Taiping's astonishment, the Demon King's strength was formidable enough to shatter one of the luminous rings formed by the Buddhist light. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Vajrasattva Hum. With no other choice, Xu Taiping continued to recite the incantation, preparing to subdue the entity before sealing it within the mirror. Crack! 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 Just then, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed in the corridor outside room number 1. Startled by the noise, Chu Xiaoxiao leaned out her head and spotted a group of malevolent ghosts with green faces and sharp fangs charging towards their room. Bang! Realizing the peril outside, Chu Xiaoxiao swiftly shut the door, her expression filled with dread as she turned to the others in the room. Your Highness Xiaoxiao, lock the door again. The walls and the door of room number 1 are fortified with protective formations. They won't be able to breach it for a while. The elder from the Antiquities chamber hastily warned Chu Xiaoxiao. Without hesitation, she promptly relocked the door with a decisive click. Bang! In the next instant, a violent collision reverberated, causing the locked door to quiver violently, while azure runes began to shimmer across its surface. Following that, frantic roars and the sound of relentless banging filled the air outside. In mere moments, the once sturdy door had developed cracks. Realizing that the door would not hold for long, both Chu Xiaoxiao and the elder from the Antiquities chamber turned their gazes towards Xu Taiping. It was evident that they understood, unless Xu Taiping could seal the Demon King within, their demise at the hands of these malevolent beings was inevitable. The realm of the floating pagoda is about to open, and you shall all perish. Just then, the Demon King, who had been suppressed beneath the Buddha's hand by Master Chongda, miraculously rose to his feet, defying the pressure of the Buddha's hand. Bang! After standing, he forcefully shattered another luminous ring of Buddhist light with his terrifying strength. Bang bang! Then came the second and third rings. Despite Xu Taiping's relentless recitation of the incantation, he could not prevent the dissolution of the Buddhist light rings. Witnessing this scene, Xu Taiping realized that the Demon King before him was no longer something that could be dealt with by the Great Light Extermination spell. Thus, he was left with two choices: awaken the Spirit Moon Fairy or abandon the others and flee. With his demon-slaying blade, carving a path of blood before the realm of the floating pagoda opened was certainly feasible. No, there was a third option. Just as Xu Taiping's gaze landed on Master Chongda, a thought struck him. Kasayapa, I know you can see me. Suddenly, Xu Taiping shouted towards the ceiling. Damn monk, I do not ask for your assistance, but you owe me a debt that must be repaid. He continued to shout. Indeed, Master Kasayapa, you still owe me a fearless seal and a demon suppression seal. I shall ask you one last time. Will you repay your debt, or will you refrain? If you do not repay it, do not seek me regarding matters of Zen in the future. Seeing no response, Xu Taiping raised his head and bellowed once more. Could it be that the venerable Kasayapa is invoking the ancient Buddha Kasayapa? Originally struggling to support the hand of Buddha, Master Chonda revealed a look of astonishment upon hearing Xu Taiping's call. Even more astonishing was that after Xu Taiping uttered his final words, a golden beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping him in a resplendent glow. The overwhelming essence of Buddha's power instantly filled the entire room. Simultaneously, a string of prayer beads appeared on Xu Taiping's wrist, adorned with the emblem of the Zen school's demon-subduing seal. Not only had the heavenly protector scolded the ancient Buddha Kasayapa, but it seemed he had also elicited a response. This scene before Master Chonda appeared nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 54. The Demon-Subduing Seal, the punch of ultimate realm against the Demon King Bang. Almost simultaneously with the beam of Buddha's light striking Xu Taiping, the second Demon King abruptly shattered the bindings of the Great Illumination Extermination Curse. The realm of the stupid demon was about to manifest. Prepare to meet your demise. With a swift motion, he clenched his fist and launched a powerful strike towards Xu Taiping. In that instant, everyone could distinctly sense that the strength of this Demon King was at least equivalent to that of a fully realized spirit refinement. His punch emanating a chilling aura of destruction that suggested any entity standing before it would be obliterated. In a heartbeat, Chu Xiaoxiao and the others shifted their gazes from astonishment to concern for Xu Taiping. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Xu Taiping, who seemed to be in deep contemplation, suddenly assumed a fighting stance and retaliated with a punch aimed at the Demon King. Though Xu Taiping's punch lacked the profound energy of the Demon King, it similarly radiated an unsettling power. However, unlike the Demon King, Chu Xiaoxiao and Master Chonda could sense that the might of Xu Taiping's punch stemmed not from his cultivation, but from the essence of the technique itself. Ultimate Realm? Both Master Chonda and Chu Xiaoxiao displayed expressions of disbelief once more. Unlike the true martial heaven, in the realm of spirit refinement, practitioners of the cloudy abyss heaven pursued the ultimate realm far more fervently than mere ascension and cultivation. Some even suppressed their own progress to elevate a particular technique to its utmost potential. Thus, witnessing Xu Taiping effortlessly unleash a punch imbued with the essence of the ultimate realm left them utterly flabbergasted. Bang! The collision of fists jolted the group back to reality. They then observed Xu Taiping and the Demon King both reeling backward, the only distinction being that the Demon King staggered 2 steps back, while Xu Taiping retreated 4. Nevertheless, the impact of Xu Taiping's punch stirred a tempest of emotions within the hearts of the three, given the vast disparity in their energies. Xu Taiping's ability to withstand the Demon King's strike could only indicate that he had fully mastered the art of delivering a punch within the ultimate realm. Boom. At that moment, the aura of the Demon King surged upward once again. Heavenly Protector, the ominous aura signals the imminent opening of the floating tower ghost realm. At this moment, Master Chonda cast a worried glance at Xu Taiping. Boom. Xu Taiping found himself clashing fists with the Ghost King, being forced back against the door. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at the string of Buddhist beads engraved with the demon-subduing seal on his wrist. Unlike the power of equality among all beings, the potency of the demon-subduing seal required him to infuse it with his own life force to unlock its potential. As per the explanation from Master Kasayapa's divine thought, the seal, due to its overwhelming power, would only activate in moments of dire straits and diminished vitality, ensuring that it would not be misused by the unworthy. In essence, it was a safeguard for Xu Taiping. Boom. The Ghost King clearly had no intention of granting Xu Taiping a moment's respite. As its aura surged, a pair of blood-soaked arms erupted from its back, launching a flurry of punches towards Xu Taiping like relentless raindrops. Crack, crack, crack. Faced with this barrage, Xu Taiping exhibited no fear. In an instant, he elevated his body to the furious state of the Python Dragon, thrusting both hands forward to meet the Ghost King's assault head-on. The Azure Bull Saint Fist, thunderclap style. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the cacophony of violent collisions, Xu Taiping's sleeves tore, revealing cracks on his arms from which blood gushed forth. Yet undeterred, his fist momentum not only persisted but intensified, each strike building upon the last. The three individuals in the room even witnessed Xu Taiping momentarily overpowering the Ghost King's ferocity. However, as the Ghost King's aura fluctuated, its cultivation abruptly surged to the pinnacle of the god refinement realm, instantly suppressing Xu Taiping's formidable strikes. Even the Azure Bull Saint Fist at its peak could scarcely bridge the chasm of cultivation separating them. You shall perish. Upon sensing the rapid escalation of its power, the Ghost King bellowed, its blue veins bulging ominously, as four fists, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being sliced, simultaneously hurtled towards Xu Taiping. Boom. Xu Taiping's protective energy shattered almost instantaneously. However, having already felt the power of the demon's subduing seal, he did not relinquish his momentum. Rather, he summoned all the life force and true essence within him to continue his onslaught. Bang! In a violent clash, Xu Taiping was once again jolted backward, stumbling slightly. Yet, the Ghost King remained steadfast, launching another punch immediately after the first. Snap! As the Ghost King's next punch approached, Xu Taiping surged forward, regaining his balance while drawing upon the last of his life force and true essence. Meeting the Ghost King's terrifying blow with the mountain-shaking style of the Azure Bull Saint Fist. Crack! However, at the very moment Xu Taiping unleashed his punch, a piece of the demon's subduing seal beads on his left wrist suddenly fractured. Boom! In the instant of the beads shattering, an exceptionally pure surge of magical energy transformed into a golden Dharma form, hand forming the demon's subduing seal, enveloping Xu Taiping entirely. In that fleeting moment, Xu Taiping was suddenly struck by the illusion that his fist could shatter all constraints. Bang! At that instant, the Ghost King's fist collided with the Dharma manifestation, resulting in the shattering of both its arms. This scene left the monk Chongda beside him filled with exhilaration. He had long heard of the demon-subduing seal of the ancient Buddha Kasyapa, capable of vanquishing all malevolent beings, yet he was astounded by its terrifying power, which even the Ghost King of the Ghost Stupa could not withstand. Chapter 55, The Demon-Subduing Seal, Crimson Thunder, and Blood Rainbow. Just then, Xu Taiping unleashed a punch, imbued with tenfold force and a disdainful intent against all demons, aimed directly at the Ghost King. Accompanying his strike was a golden demon-subduing handprint. To an observer, it appeared as though he were battling in unison with the ancient Buddha. The Ghost King, possessing acute instincts, was already preparing to retreat into the nearby Ghost Stupa, marked the moment his arm shattered. However, at the instant the demon-subduing seal manifested, the blood marks of the Ghost Stupa on the wall dissipated entirely. The Ghost King had nowhere to escape. Feeling cornered, the Ghost King suddenly expanded in size, transforming into an exceedingly grotesque monster, heedlessly lunging towards Chu Xiaoxiao. Boom! But just as he leaped, Xu Taiping's fist and the demon-subduing seal struck him simultaneously. Bang! With a resounding crash, the Ghost King was obliterated under Xu Taiping's punch. Simultaneously, the group of Ghost Stupa beings that had been desperately pounding on the door collapsed to the ground at the moment of the Ghost King's demise. Chu Xiaoxiao gathered her courage and opened the door. She beheld the once ferocious demons, now reverted to human forms, with only a few retaining their malevolent appearance, marked by the remnants of the Ghost Stupa on their foreheads. Amitba. At that moment, Monk Chongda joined his palms together, his face reflecting the relief of having survived. As he recited a mantra, the number of Ghost Stupas was limited, yet they could evoke the malevolent thoughts of humanity, transforming them into vengeful spirits, which was one of the most troublesome aspects in dealing with them. Chongda glanced outside the door and then turned to Xu Taiping, who wore a look of confusion. To explain, Xu Taiping nodded, then tossed a medicinal pill into his mouth. The Ghost King had proven exceedingly difficult to confront. Were it not for his demon-slaying blade and the demon-subduing seal bestowed by Master Kasyapa, he feared he would have had no choice but to flee. With 8 demon-subduing seals remaining, he mused that he had at least 8 opportunities to safeguard his life should he encounter more demons. Master Kasyapa had indeed been generous this time. He took a swig of the Longdan liquor while casting a glance at his bracelet. During this expedition into the Blood Rain Forest, his greatest apprehension was encountering troublesome demons. Having the demon-subduing seal bracelet provided an additional layer of protection. Thanks to the presence of the Heavenly Guardian, he thought, otherwise not just the Shi Pavilion, but even the Imperial City might face calamity. At that moment, the elderly gentleman from the Shi Pavilion approached Xu Taiping. In addressing Xu Taiping, he too adopted the title of Heavenly Guardian, as used by Monk Chongda. It was a mere gesture. Xu Taiping smiled and shook his head. It is not that he is being modest, rather, this is merely the second layer of his 7-kill tribulation, which is not solely for the purpose of saving others. Brother Xu, you are too humble. Your noble act today will certainly be reported to His Majesty by my father, who delights in associating with various heroes and will undoubtedly bestow great rewards upon you. Chu Xiaoxiao said earnestly to Xu Taiping. When her curiosity and gambling addiction did not flare up, she exhibited a certain regal demeanor befitting a member of the royal family. Your Highness Xiaoxiao, I hope this matter remains discreet, Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. He then glanced at the elderly gentleman from the Lost Relic studio and remarked, the primary reason we've vanquished this specter today is due to the manifestation of the ancient Buddha Kasayapa. It has little to do with me. After saying this, he exchanged a knowing glance with Master Chongda. Master Chongda, astute as he was, immediately comprehended Xu Taiping's intent to attribute the credit to the entire Zen sect. Amitba, Master Chongda expressed his gratitude with a glance at Xu Taiping. If the tale of the ancient Buddha Kasayapa's manifestation and the thwarting of the spectral plot were to spread, it would greatly facilitate his future endeavors of imparting teachings within the imperial city. Your Highness Xiaoxiao, Mr. Song, this matter is a secret of our Buddhist monastery. Please allow me to explain it to you both, he said, promptly pulling Chu Xiaoxiao and the elderly gentleman aside to embellish the story for their understanding. Xu Taiping let out a sigh of relief at this turn of events, recognizing that with Master Chongda present, he was spared considerable trouble. Next, he casually consumed a pill to replenish his vitality. He intended to restore his energy before the officials arrived, preparing to descend the stairs. Although the demise of the Ghost King signified the conclusion of his second tribulation, the current circumstances suggested that the third tribulation could strike at any moment. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from outside the window, reminiscent of the heavens being torn asunder. A tremendous wave of oppressive force surged through the Lost Relic studio, crashing upon Xu Taiping and the others like a tidal wave. Feeling this pressure, Xu Taiping's heart inexplicably tightened as he thought, could it be arriving so soon? He quickly approached the window and, braving the overwhelming force, pushed it open. A fierce wind surged into the room, stirred by the oppressive energy, causing everyone inside to squint against the onslaught. Yet Xu Taiping stood resolutely against the gale, gazing up at the sky. He looked up because the sign of his third tribulation was an unusual celestial phenomenon. At that moment, as his gaze turned skyward, a crimson lightning bolt streaked down from the heavens, striking the imperial city not far away. The red thunderbolt had truly descended. Witnessing this spectacle, Xu Taiping's expression momentarily froze before a bitter smile crept across his face. This relentless deluge of crimson lightning in the sky was the harbinger of the commencement of his third tribulation. Following the cessation of the lightning, a rain of blood would fall upon the entire capital. Amidst this sanguine rain, he would be captured by a formidable presence, indistinguishable in form, within the Xianyun Martial Arts Hall, and would meet his demise at that entity's hands. This calamity seems to be the most obscure among the 7 tribulations, with my left eye unable to discern even the identity of the one who brought about my demise. No, this is dire. At that moment, Chu Xiaoxiao, who had been equally astonished while gazing out at the crimson lightning, suddenly cried out, "What is it?" Everyone turned their attention to him. My father just transmitted a message to me, revealing that the Wangchuan prison has been breached, and the malevolent spirits of the demon monk Xinwu and the former dynasty's martial god have escaped. The ghostly pagoda not only attacked the Shi chamber, but also assailed my uncle's Yiwang mansion. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Xu Taiping and Monk Chongda with a face filled with terror. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's heart trembled, and he found it hard to believe. Could it be that the figure who killed me during the third tribulation was that demon monk from Wangchuan prison? With this thought, only one idea remained in Xu Taiping's mind: flee the capital at once. Chapter 56. The Chain of Calamities. We must leave the capital regarding this third tribulation. Xu Taiping's left eye revealed 2 visions. The first was the incessant descent of crimson lightning in the sky. Amidst the torrential blood rain, a blurred figure intruded upon the Xianyun pavilion. At first glance, these 2 scenes appeared eerily similar to those witnessed in the previous 2 tribulations, aside from the crimson lightning and blood rain. However, as Xu Taiping considered the unfolding events in the capital, the more alarming these visions became. The imagery of the crimson lightning persisted from beginning to end. During the initial observation, nothing seemed amiss, but upon closer inspection, the repeated flashes of lightning resembled an hourglass, warning him of a dreadful arrival. Something catastrophic would inevitably follow the lightning. This was Xu Taiping's current deduction. Next was the shadow that invaded the Xianyun pavilion amidst the blood rain. At first sight, It merely served as a reminder to Xu Taiping that this individual would be the adversary he was destined to confront in this tribulation. Yet, upon further examination, he discerned something unsettling. His demise occurred almost instantaneously upon glimpsing this person. There were only two possibilities. Either I was utterly powerless to resist this person, or, akin to the shadowy spirit encountered in the wilderness, this being possessed an ability that rendered me unable to gaze directly upon them. Xu Taiping's mind raced with speculation. Regarding the first conjecture, he found it unlikely, for the Lingyue fairy had previously stated that such an existence, which he could not currently contend with, would not easily reveal itself before mortals due to the constraints of the great Tao, much like the master of a page, who, even when sensing the aura of the Lingyue fairy, refrained from immediate action. Thus, this individual must possess a certain mastery of a lethal technique that causes death upon mere sight. Xu Taiping was resolute in his belief. Xu, my brother, Master Chongda, Mr. Song, the golden guards of His Majesty have already mobilized, and the grand formation of the royal city has been activated. The 12 divine generals of the Tianshu Pavilion are fully engaged in besieging the demon monk and the former dynasty's martial god. The ancestors of several prominent families have emerged from seclusion, and even the elders from various sects are hastening towards the imperial city. If all goes as anticipated, this turmoil should subside before nightfall. Chu Xiaoxiao relayed all the intelligence gathered from the royal residence to the three individuals present. As the conversation drew to a close, the tension etched upon her delicate features finally eased. Amidst, His Majesty truly is a remarkable sovereign. Upon hearing this, both the monk Chongda and Mr. Song from the Shi studio exhaled deeply in relief. Only Xu Taiping maintained a grave expression. Brother Xu, for safety's sake, it would be prudent for you and Master Chongda to accompany me to the royal residence for a brief respite. Chu Xiaoxiao proposed to Xu Taiping and Master Chongda. No need. Xu Taiping promptly declined without a moment's hesitation. Brother Xu, while the guards of the loyal prince's residence may not rival those of the imperial city, the protective formations within and around the estate are certainly more formidable than those of the other families and sects, Chu Xiaoxiao explained, unperturbed by his rejection. Taiping, I believe it would be wise for us to seek refuge at the royal residence for a time, given that this calamity involves the Wangchuan prison and the imperial family. A great battle is inevitable within the city, and we would do well to avoid being caught in the crossfire, Master Chongda advised Xu Taiping earnestly. Your Highness Xiaoxiao, Master Chongda, and Mr. Song from Shi Studio, if you trust me, I urge you to gather your valuables and loved ones and leave the capital within half an hour. Xu Taiping insisted, ultimately deciding to warn the trio before them. Anywhere but here in the capital. Upon receiving their astonished gazes, Xu Taiping added, It matters not where you go, but remaining in this city is out of the question. Have you discovered something? Master Chongda inquired, his demeanor shifting to one of concern, unlike that of Chu Xiaoxiao and Mr. Song, who seemed less attuned to the gravity of his words. Indeed, but I cannot elucidate further. You may choose to believe me or dismiss my words as mere folly, Xu Taiping replied, glancing at the perplexed expressions of Chu Xiaoxiao and Mr. Song. As for Master Chongda, even if he harbored doubts, Xu Taiping felt compelled to ensure his departure from the capital. Master Chongda, let us descend, Xu Taiping declared, foregoing further explanations to Chu Xiaoxiao and Mr. Song, and beckoning Master Chongda to follow him downstairs. Outside the Shi studio, despite the influx of officials and soldiers within, and the throngs of onlookers gathered around, Xu Taiping and Master Chongda managed to find a way to slip out. At that moment, the streets of the capital were alive with spectators marveling at the crimson lightning cascading from the sky, simultaneously discussing the events transpiring at the loyal prince's residence and the Shi studio. However, having witnessed such phenomena before, the common folk and merchants displayed little alarm. The onlookers remained engrossed in the spectacle, while the merchants continued their trade, with some vendors even pushing into the crowd surrounding the Shi studio to peddle their healing elixirs and protective talismans. At this juncture, the common folk of Yuyuan Tian markedly differ from those of Zhenwu Tian. In this moment, Xu Taiping found himself devoid of the inclination to contemplate such matters. He hastened forward while silently transmitting thoughts to the monk Chongda beside him. Chongda, upon our return to the Xianyun martial arts school, gather the Lu siblings along with any possessions you can carry and those willing to accompany you. Depart the city without delay. We cannot afford to tarry even a moment. Chapter 57. The Perilous Chain of Robberies. You are in grave danger. Will you not leave with us, Lord Tianhu? Following me will be more perilous than remaining within the confines of this capital. At these words, a look of astonishment flickered in Chongda's eyes. Could it be that some formidable entity is pursuing you, Lord Tianhu? Chongda could not restrain his inquiry. You could say that, barring unforeseen circumstances. I shall proceed directly to the blood-rain forest upon exiting the capital. I shall not return for some time, so I ask you to look after those siblings. Xu Taiping cast a glance at the crimson lightning still cascading from the sky, then nodded imperceptibly. If this was merely the third calamity, and already it had stirred such terrifying tumult, he could not allow the Lu siblings to accompany him. Lord Tianhu, may I inform our abbot of these matters? Chongda asked solemnly. You may, but it is best that they refrain from coming to Nanshu in recent years, Xu Taiping advised. He recalled the abbot of Pilu Temple's words. Once they left the Buddhist temple, the power of the abbots would significantly diminish. They would struggle to contend with even a demon of the rank of demon sovereign, let alone a creature of the caliber of the Wolf King. Only monasteries such as the Prajna Temple, which has diligently practiced the diamond skill and excels in martial prowess, could hope to establish a foothold in a land devoid of Buddhist temples like Nanshu. I shall convey this message with utmost diligence, Chongda affirmed, nodding earnestly. Having experienced the incident at Shizhai, he regarded Xu Taiping's words with the utmost gravity. By the way, I have a friend named Duan Xiaoyu, who has been captured by a steward named Mou from the Xiandao sect. Her fate remains uncertain. I implore you, Master Chongda, to assist me in locating her. Xu Taiping abruptly halted, addressing the monk directly. He had initially intended to search for Duan Xiaoyu himself, but given the current circumstances, pursuing the seventh calamity would only endanger her further. Ba, since she is your friend, she is a friend of the 5 great Buddhist temples of Chuyuan. We shall make every effort to locate her, Chongda pledged to Xu Taiping. Thank you, Xu Taiping replied earnestly. Master, your brow appears darkened. You may be facing a grave misfortune. Just as the two continued their silent communication, relaying plans for their escape from the capital, a figure suddenly blocked their path. Cautiously, they stepped back and raised their gazes. Before them stood an old Taoist priest clad in tattered robes, behind whom was a fortune-telling stall adorned with a banner proclaiming divine calculations. Ba, I am a monk and do not believe in fate, nor do I practice fortune-telling. Chongda politely declined. However, what he failed to notice was the flicker of astonishment in Xu Taiping's eyes nearby. Master, while you may not believe others' fortune-telling, you can certainly place your faith in me, the old Taoist grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Ba, esteemed Taoist, I believe. Just as Master Chongda was about to decline the old man's offer, he was abruptly interrupted by Xu Taiping. Taiping you. Master Chongda looked at Xu Taiping incredulously, unable to comprehend why he would put stock in such street-side trickery. At that moment, Xu Taiping sighed inwardly, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Had he not intervened in time, Master Chongda would likely have met a grim fate. It was fortunate that he confirmed the situation promptly, otherwise, not only would Master Chongda have perished, but he himself might have faced the same dire consequence. Yet, he was utterly taken aback that the fourth calamity would manifest at this juncture. Xu Taiping thought, filled with trepidation. Indeed, the old Taoist before him was the very figure Xu Taiping had seen with his left eye when the fourth calamity emerged. In the vision he witnessed, he and Master Chongda were walking down the street just as they were now, only to encounter this old man. The old Taoist had been attempting to read their fortunes. While Xu Taiping remained indifferent, Master Chongda had outright refused. Then, upon Master Chongda's second refusal, an unexpected event transpired. The old Taoist casually plucked off Master Chongda's head as if it were a ripe fruit. Master Chongda, since you choose not to partake, you may as well return home. Lu Yun and the others await you. I shall consult the old gentleman for a reading before heading back. Xu Taiping patted Master Chongda on the shoulder and kindly advised him. Master Chongda, ever astute, immediately sensed that this Taoist was no ordinary man upon hearing Xu Taiping's words. Ba, if that is the case, then this humble monk shall take his leave, he said, pressing his palms together in a gesture of reverence. Nodding slightly at the old Taoist as if nothing had transpired, and then strode purposefully towards the Xianyun martial arts school. Youth, you truly possess discernment. The old Taoist beamed at Xu Taiping. Seeing how forthright you are, I can reduce the fortune-telling fee. Let us settle for half. He then chuckled at Xu Taiping. Had Xu Taiping not already witnessed this scene with his left eye, he would have never guessed that the half referred to by the old man was, in truth, half a life. That is unnecessary, Should your reading prove accurate, I shall gladly pay double. Xu Taiping crossed his arms and displayed an expression of eager anticipation. Double? The young man is indeed generous. The old Taoist's face lit up with delight upon hearing this. However, before the reading could commence, the young man must first answer a small question of mine to ensure the fortune-telling is precise. Sitting back down at the fortune-telling stall, the old Taoist squinted and grinned at Xu Taiping once more. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's heart quivered, for in the vision he had seen, after Master Chengda's demise, he himself had been ensnared by the old Taoist, ultimately losing his head due to a wrong answer to the very question posed to him. This conundrum, if left unanswered, could very well lead to one's demise. Chapter 58, The Series of Heists, the Taoist's Fatal Inquiry. Of course, failing to respond would equally result in death. First, I must ascertain whether the question posed by this venerable Taoist aligns with what I perceive through my left eye. Xu Taiping's thoughts raced as he nodded toward the old man, a composed smile gracing his lips as he said, "Very well." From the vision beheld by his left eye, it was apparent that the old Taoist's prowess had reached an astonishing level. Even with all his strength, he could barely fend off a couple of strikes. The crux of the matter lay in the words he heard in the second vision, just before his impending demise. The Taoist intended to kill him merely to practice before confronting his adversaries. It was sheer misfortune that led to their encounter. If Xu Taiping were to decline answering now, the old man would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. Thus, he found himself with no choice but to comply. The youth was forthright in his dealings. Observing Xu Taiping's prompt and decisive response, the old Taoist nodded in satisfaction. He then produced 2 porcelain figurines from his sleeve, placing them delicately upon the table, and with a beaming smile, inquired, "Young man, which of these 2 porcelain dolls do you find more unsightly?" Upon hearing this question, Xu Taiping's fingers trembled slightly within his sleeve. It was indeed the same query. He breathed a sigh of relief internally, for in the vision seen through his left eye, it was this very question that the Taoist had posed. "Might I examine them more closely before I respond?" Xu Taiping asked the old man. "Of course." The Taoist replied readily, gesturing for him to proceed. Xu Taiping nodded and cautiously lifted the doll on the left, scrutinizing it with great care. Witnessing this, a flicker of approval shone in the Taoist's murky eyes. Xu Taiping sensed the old man's previously palpable aura of cold menace had lessened considerably in this moment. It seemed that the words he had heard in the second vision, related to the 4th calamity, were indeed accurate. Xu Taiping exhaled with relief. Despite the impending storm of bloodshed drawing near, he remained diligent, meticulously examining every detail of the 2 porcelain figures. Based on the words he had heard before his brush with death, selecting the uglier of the 2 was not the crux of responding to the Taoist's inquiry. For these 2 porcelain figures were, in fact, representations of the Taoist's deceased wife and daughter. Thus, no matter which one he deemed unattractive, the old man would assuredly take his life. After a thorough examination of the 2 dolls, Xu Taiping observed that while their exterior appeared rough, both the expressions and postures were strikingly lifelike. For instance, upon closer inspection of the doll resembling a young girl, he could even discern the faint veins on the back of her hand, and the stuffed tiger she cradled was rendered with remarkable clarity. The porcelain figure resembling a woman held in her hands a neatly folded garment, which bore witness to numerous tiny wounds and thick calluses on her fingers. The gazes of the 2 porcelain figures were strikingly vivid. The woman's eyes brimmed with concern, while the young girl's eyes reflected profound reluctance. Clearly, they depicted a mother and daughter in a poignant farewell to a loved one. Frankly speaking, even disregarding the aspect of survival, upon careful observation of these 2 porcelain figures, Xu Taiping found it impossible to label them as unattractive, despite their undeniably ordinary features. "Taoist, I cannot choose," Xu Taiping remarked, placing the 2 porcelain figures down. At this, a fleeting glint of malice flickered in the old Taoist's eyes. Had he not held a somewhat favorable impression of Xu Taiping moments before, he might have already reached for his head. "Oh, do tell, why is it that you find yourself unable to choose? Do you think both porcelain figures are unattractive?" The old Taoist inquired with a smile directed at Xu Taiping, a smile that sent a shiver down Xu Taiping's spine. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied, "No. These 2 porcelain figures represent a diligent mother at home and a young girl reluctant to part with her loved ones. They should not be judged by standards of beauty or ugliness." This sentiment echoed Xu Taiping's innermost thoughts. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist's earlier malice dissipated. Yet he did not abandon the topic. Instead, he continued to question Xu Taiping. If I were to insist that you select the ugliest among these two porcelain figures, what would you say? Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping fell silent. In truth, he recognized that his previous response had sufficed. However, regarding the old Taoist's question, he harbored an answer that he felt compelled to voice, despite the risk of offending the Taoist. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Taiping ultimately decided to follow his heart and expressed his thoughts. If one must identify the ugliest, it should be the one who left this mother and daughter without so much as a word. The old Taoist was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Then with an icy gaze, he retorted, but I inquired about these two porcelain figures. Without the one who departed, these two figures would not exist. Xu Taiping shook his head. As he spoke, he had already prepared to invoke the Zhongwan ring. Upon hearing Xu Taiping's response, the old Taoist fell silent, then erupted into a fit of manic laughter. Indeed, young man, you are correct. The most despicable is the one who left this mother and daughter without a word. Chapter 59. The Chain Robbery. Is there not a single path to safety? His laughter appeared frenzied, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of bitterness woven within. Uncertain whether this mother and daughter ever awaited the one who had departed, Xu Taiping gazed at the porcelain figures on the table, murmuring to himself. Perhaps due to the exquisite lifelikeness of the figures, he felt little relief from his recent trials, remaining deeply immersed in the emotional landscape of the mother and daughter. Fear not, they surely awaited. The old Taoist grinned at Xu Taiping. As he spoke, he retrieved 3 gold coins from his sleeve and placed them into the bamboo tube on the table, shaking it gently as he inquired of Xu Taiping, young man, what do you wish to divine? Today, I am in a good mood and shall not charge you for my services. Thank you, Taoist master. Xu Taiping replied with a respectful gesture of gratitude. With this assurance from the elderly priest, he felt that he had successfully navigated a perilous situation. Speak of power, fortune, misfortune, future prospects, or romantic ties. I can read them all, the old priest urged, shaking the bamboo tube. Xu Taiping, though not well versed in the art of divination, recalled Lingyue's words that it was a form of fortune-telling. Given the evident depth of the old priest's cultivation, it was likely he was indeed adept in this craft. Thus, with a spirit of cautious curiosity, he asked, Taoist master, I wish to inquire about life and death. Will I, at the golden scale gathering in 7 years, still be alive to return to this southern Chu capital? Upon hearing this, the old priest's brow furrowed, and he scrutinized Xu Taiping's features intently. Interesting, young man. Your visage is so enigmatic that even I cannot decipher it. After a long pause, a serious expression replaced his previously frivolous demeanor. Yet, almost immediately, he broke into a grin and said, But fret not, I shall cast your fortune at once. As his words fell, he scattered the 3 gold coins from the bamboo tube onto the table, then stroked his chin, examining them closely. After a protracted moment, he slowly raised his head and, with an unusually grave countenance, addressed Xu Taiping, young one, whom have you offended? Xu Taiping was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the old priest could discern such a truth from the divination. Taoist master, I cannot disclose this, he replied candidly. Wise choice, otherwise, you would meet a swifter demise, the old priest remarked, nodding in approval rather than displeasure. Taoist master, is the divination not favorable? Xu Taiping asked, glancing at the gold coins on the table, his brow furrowing in concern. Not merely unfavorable. In my many years traversing the world, I have seldom encountered such perilous omens. The old priest said, his expression grave. Xu Taiping had mentally prepared for this possibility. After all, since he resolved to venture into the blood rain forest, he had been gambling with his life alongside the fairy Lingyue. I appreciate your efforts, Taoist master. I too foresee the dangers that lie ahead. Do not rush. As Xu Taiping was about to take his leave, the old priest suddenly called him back. If you were to perish so easily, word of it would tarnish my reputation. I shall cast another fortune for you, determined to uncover a glimmer of hope. The old priest regarded Xu Taiping with an expression that conveyed, you may perish, but you shall not do so under my watch. Xu Taiping found himself both amused and exasperated. He glanced upward at the crimson lightning still descending relentlessly, and then nodded at the old priest. Then I would be grateful if you could cast my fortune once more. Should the omens reveal no hope, I shall accept it as my fate. There was still at least half a stick of incense's worth of time before the blood rain would fall, ample enough for him to leave the capital. The old Taoist, upon hearing the words, nodded with a stern expression. He then clasped the 3 golden coins in his palm, murmuring incantations as a radiant aura of myriad colors began to emanate from him. What profound divine essence! This old Taoist is indeed extraordinary, Xu Taiping thought in astonishment. He had only encountered such deep divine essence in Sister Lingyue. Suddenly, with a loud clatter, the old Taoist tossed the 3 golden coins onto the table, his gaze intensely fixed on their various positions while his fingers continued to calculate fervently. With a sudden outburst, he spat a mouthful of blood, his face reflecting disbelief as he exclaimed, "Not a single path to survival? Which old wretch is more tyrannical than I?" Xu Taiping, hearing this, could only smile wryly and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Taoist, if that is the case, I shall take my leave." "Wait." The old Taoist called out to Xu Taiping once more, his tone commanding. "If others deny you a path to survival, I shall provide one. Stay with me, and I will ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. He had anticipated that this old creature, who appeared fearsome in Lien Tong's eyes, would offer him assistance. "Thank you for your kindness, Taoist. I understand this journey is fraught with peril, yet I must proceed," he said earnestly, bowing in gratitude. "Is there anything more precious than life?" The old Taoist looked at Xu Taiping with confusion. "Is there not?" Xu Taiping responded with a smile. The old Taoist was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting to the 2 porcelain figurines on the table. He then waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You may leave." Xu Taiping once more performed a gesture of respect before turning and swiftly making his way towards the southern gate of Tongdu City, where a road led directly to the Blood Rain Forest. Watching Xu Taiping's receding figure, the old Taoist scratched his head in frustration. His intent to provide Xu Taiping a path to survival was not born of kindness, but rather from the realization that this individual was beyond his own ability to rescue. The more others opposed something, the more determined the old Taoist became to pursue it. "Hold on, young man." At that moment, as if resolved to a decision, the old Taoist called out to Xu Taiping, who had already walked a considerable distance. "What is your command, Taoist?" Xu Taiping turned back, puzzled. Without further ado, the old Taoist threw an object towards him with great force. With a loud clap, Xu Taiping caught it, only to feel his palm crack from the impact, leaving him alarmed and once again in awe of the old Taoist's formidable prowess. It is worth noting that even in his serpent state, his flesh was resilient enough to withstand an attack from a practitioner at the transcendence level. Ignoring the wound on his hand, Xu Taiping opened his bloodied palm to reveal that the old Taoist had gifted him a porcelain figurine. However, this figurine was not one of the 2 on the table, but rather a new one. From its appearance, it depicted a long-haired man wielding a long sword, resembling a swordsman. Listen closely. Young man Xu Taiping was contemplating inquiring the old Taoist about the reason for bestowing upon him the porcelain figure when, unexpectedly, the Taoist's voice reverberated once more in his ears. "There lies a Fengzi pavilion 60 miles to the south. Upon reaching that place, shatter the porcelain figure without question. Do so if you wish to escape death." The word struck Xu Taiping like a thunderbolt, for it was precisely at the Fengzi pavilion that he had encountered his 5th calamity. Could it be that the old Taoist had foreseen his 5th tribulation? Xu Taiping was filled with astonishment. He had never anticipated that, apart from the left eye bestowed by the Yin spirit, there existed practitioners capable of such foresight. More crucially, he had been granted an item to help him transcend the calamity. Upon this realization, Xu Taiping was both alarmed and profoundly grateful. Had it not been for the old Taoist's warning, he would have remained oblivious to the imminent arrival of his 5th tribulation. The only vision he had seen, related to the 5th calamity, depicted solely the pavilion named Fengzi. Xu Taiping could not deduce the timing of the disaster from this, and it was only from the old Taoist's words that he had confirmed the location. "Esteemed Taoist, might I inquire your name?" Xu Taiping asked sincerely, wishing to acknowledge the old Taoist's aid, regardless of his motives. The old Taoist frowned at this request, seemingly reluctant to disclose his identity. But after glancing at the porcelain figure on the table, he muttered to himself, very well, I understand." He then looked up at Xu Taiping and said, "I am surnamed Huang, given name Zhuan. They call me Old Taoist Huang. However, my reputation in the Yuyun realm is rather poor, so you'd best refrain from mentioning me in public." "Thank you, esteemed Taoist." Xu Taiping bowed deeply once more. "Begone, quickly. Encountering you has brought me misfortune." The old Taoist waved his hand impatiently. His voice was quite loud, yet the passers-by on the street seemed oblivious. Clearly under some enchantment that allowed only Xu Taiping to hear him. With a smile, Xu Taiping wasted no further time and hastened toward the southern gate. Based on his calculations, he surmised that within the span of a tea's brewing time, blood rain would descend upon the capital. Baiyu, do not return to the city. Locate a place on the map called Fengzi Pavilion and wait for me nearby. Until I arrive, do not approach the pavilion. Xu Taiping communicated to Baiyu as he swiftly exited the city gate. Understood. I too sensed something amiss, Baiyu promptly replied. Just then, Xu Taiping had stepped outside the city. Freed from the constraints of the city's protective barrier, he soared into the wind, transforming into a swift gust as he sped toward the direction of Fengzi Pavilion. Having evaded the third tribulation once, the variables it introduced remained uncertain. Therefore, even without the porcelain figure gifted by the old Taoist, Xu Taiping resolved not to evade the fifth calamity. He must find a way to confront it. Otherwise, the variables would only escalate, and even Lian Tong would be unable to assist him. And thus, the tale of old Taoist Huang continued. As Xu Taiping departed, the old Taoist reached up to his hair, only to find a handful of it coming away in his grasp. This unfortunate lad has caused me to lose even more hair, exclaimed Huang Laodao, his expression a mix of exasperation and despair. Huh, you mother and daughter only know how to mock the old Taoist. When the day comes that my hair is entirely gone, let us see who will take care of you. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly turned towards the two small porcelain figures before him. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, his anger transformed into a sycophantic demeanor, and he chuckled awkwardly. Dear mother of the child, let us speak amiably. Are we not merely experiencing a bit of discontent? To passers-by on the street, he appeared as a madman, conversing with himself. Yet, the Taoist remained undeterred, treating the figures as if they were lifeless. Once he had calmed the two porcelain figures, he abruptly gazed upward, a slight smile gracing his lips. After this thunderstorm, rain should follow. This old scholar indeed puts on quite a show. Upon uttering this, his smile vanished, and he began to bellow at the street, a bunch of fools. What are you staring at? It's about to rain. Hurry home to fetch your laundry. Were it not for my promise to my wife to only set up stall once a day, I would have chopped you all into filling for wontons. At his reprimand, the crowd dispersed in a flurry. Yet, amidst the fleeing throng, a young man clad in fine attire, sword at his waist, made his way against the tide to stand before Huang Laodao. Taoist Huang, are you not yet closing your stall? The youth smiled at him. Huang Laodao scrutinized the young man before spitting to the side. If everyone's fortune were as yours in the royal family of Chu, fortune tellers across the land would surely be left to starve. The youth chuckled heartily at this remark. Chapter 61. Taoist Huang, Fortune of the Yuyun in Great Chu. What is your name? Eldest or second? Huang Laodao inquired without lifting his gaze as he packed up his stall. Replying to Taoist Huang, I am Chuinan, the third son in my family. The young man stepped forward to assist Huang Laodao. TSK, if you wish to be an emperor. It might be quite the challenge. Huang Laodao shook his head. An emperor has not the freedom of an immortal. Instead of being offended by this heretical statement, the youth merely smiled faintly. Third prince, you need not accompany the old Taoist. While I may not be a paragon of virtue, I assure you, having accepted your great Chu's gold, I will handle matters appropriately. Huang Laodao seized the flag from the third prince's hand. You misunderstand, Taoist. My father did not instruct me to supervise you. He merely sent me to broaden my horizons and to prepare for the Golden Scale Conference in 7 years. Chuinan spoke earnestly. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to witness the sorcerer in action. He added with a smile, young man, it is true that I will not harm you, but your father's gamble is rather substantial. To use himself and the entire imperial city as bait to lure out the blood demon ancestor and the abbot of the Fire Cloud Temple. Even I cannot guarantee victory. Having tidied up his fortune-telling stall, Huang Laodao suddenly crossed his arms, deep in contemplation as he stared at the sky above. This matter is of no concern to you, Elder Huang. The third prince, Chu Yi, with his hand resting on the hilt of his sword at his waist, gazes upward with a smile, proclaiming, the celestial fortunes of the upper pure flow through my Yuyun, and the fortunes of Yuyun belong to my great Chu. In matters of betting on national fate, my great Chu has never tasted defeat since its founding. Meanwhile, outside the northern gate of the capital, along the official road stretching 30 to 40 miles, a young maiden is galloping on horseback. Though she possesses a striking demeanor, her attire is quite peculiar. Adorning her fingers are rings embedded with gemstones, and at her waist hang an array of splendid bags, each more luxurious than the last. Most bizarrely, several burning talismans dangle from her high ponytail. Following her is a lavishly decorated carriage, driven by a graceful noblewoman clad in court attire alongside a somewhat portly middle-aged man. Trailing behind are over 100 followers, all in pursuit. Any citizen of the capital present would undoubtedly recognize these three individuals as the family of the loyal king, known for their penchant for causing a ruckus each year. The young maiden riding the white horse is Princess Xu Xiaoxiao, while the noblewoman guiding the carriage is her mother, Princess Qi, and the stout gentleman is the loyal king, Xu Jing. Xiaoxiao, remove those talismans from your hair. It is exceedingly dangerous, the loyal king bellowed, noticing the increasing intensity of the energy radiating from the talismans. You reckless girl, we can help you repay your gambling debts. And while I can endure you emptying the royal treasury, how can you take away your mother's dowry? What is the meaning of this? Princess Qi shouted angrily in response. Mother, I am doing this for your sake, Xu Xiaoxiao retorted, glancing back at her parents. Rebellious child, I will give you one last chance. Halt your steed at once, or should I catch up with you? I shall arrange for you to marry that stuttering prince of the Shiliang kingdom next month. Princess Qi threatened vocally. However, as soon as these words left her lips, the loyal king Xu Jing interjected, I will not permit this marriage. Princess Qi shot him an exasperated glance, then muttered under her breath. I was merely trying to frighten her. Yet, her intentions were all too apparent to Xu Xiaoxiao, who not only refused to stop, but instead struck her spirited steed with the whip, propelling herself forward like a flash of white. This spirited horse was a rare and extraordinary creature, unmatched even by Princess Qi's three carriages. Suddenly, a resounding sound of a sword echoed from the sky, cutting through the tension. A handsome young man clad in white soared down on his sword, landing beside the loyal king and his wife. Che-er, you have finally arrived. Both parents exclaimed in delight upon seeing him. This young man was none other than Xu Xiaoxiao's elder brother, Xu Che, the eldest son of the loyal king. Father, mother, what on earth is happening with Xiaoxiao? Xu Che, having just emerged from seclusion, was utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. I am uncertain of the circumstances. But after Xiaoxiao emerged from the Shi pavilion, she stealthily gathered all the treasures of the Wangfu, sparing even the dowry of our mother. Initially, we presumed she had incurred debts and intended to use the Wangfu's assets to settle them. However, to our astonishment, she affixed several true fire talismans to her hair, declaring that if we failed to catch up with her, she would use them to end her own life. Prince Zhong, Xu Jing, wore a look of helplessness. The more Xu Che listened, the more bewildered he became, and thus he turned his gaze to the Qi princess, who was still steering the carriage. Mother, you aren't pressuring her into marriage again, are you? Upon hearing this, the Qi princess rolled her eyes and retorted at Xu Che. I would indeed wish to see her married, but it requires someone brave enough to wed her. This was indeed true. Xu Che scratched his head awkwardly. Although he had been in seclusion for quite some time, he had heard whispers of his sister's reputation. Mother, allow me to intercept her first. But please do not be too harsh on her, Xu Che said with a smile to the Qi princess. Rest assured, I possess the ability to maintain decorum. The Qi princess replied with a hint of resignation. Hearing this, Xu Che felt a wave of relief wash over him. He swiftly soared into the air on his sword, then grasped a silver rope from his waist and hurled it towards the direction in which Xu Xiaoxiao was fleeing. Whoosh! In an instant, the silver rope extended over 1,000 feet, ensnaring Xu Xiaoxiao entirely. With a flick of his wrist, the silver rope yanked the screaming Xu Xiaoxiao from her horse. The couple beamed with joy and promptly halted the carriage. Brother, let me go? I am doing this for the good of the Wangfu. Xu Xiaoxiao struggled relentlessly in Xu Che's grasp. You wretched girl, still trying to argue. Mother, let us hear Xiaoxiao's explanation. The Qi princess began to advance to reprimand her, but was halted by the beaming Xu Che. Xiaoxiao, my dear sister, pray tell, what is truly happening? Xu Che inquired gently. Brother, I have already conveyed everything to father and mother, yet they do not believe me, Xu Xiaoxiao lamented. I believe you, Xu Che responded, his gaze both tender and resolute. Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaoxiao sighed and pointed towards the direction of the capital. Today, a calamity will befall the imperial city, one that even our Wangfu cannot evade. The only means of escape is to leave the city. Chapter 62. The Blood Rain Falls. Who is that young Master Su? Upon hearing this, Chu Che furrowed his brow, evidently skeptical. Our great Chu's capital is fortified with the dual formations of the Shuo Wind and Li Hua, and internally. It is protected by the demon sealing array centered around the Wanchuan prison. Within the imperial city, there are the 8 gates of terror and 9 armored divine generals safeguarding it. Any demonic cultivator or monster daring to besiege the city is courting death. Xiao, there is no need for concern. Chu Che endeavored to reassure her. I knew you would not believe me, Chu Xiao sighed in response. However, brother, mother, father, since you have already come out, might I suggest we wait a little longer? Young Master Su has stated that once the crimson thunder no longer descends from the heavens, the calamity will be upon us. She cast a glance at Chu Che, then at the princess and the loyal king, her tone meek as she conferred with the 3. Well, since most of the people from the Wang residence have come chasing after us, and the cooks and servants are here, the scenery is quite pleasant. It would be perfect for our family to take a respite. The loyal king, unable to bear the sight of Chu Xiao's pitiful demeanor, thumped his thigh and readily agreed. This was due to Chu Xiao's prior threat to the Wang residence. If she did not bring everyone out, she would self-detonate with a true fire talisman, resulting in a significant portion of the Wang residence's personnel pursuing her. However, some individuals, possessing lesser cultivation and lacking spirit steeds, lagged behind. That won't do. As soon as the loyal king uttered those words, the princess promptly dismissed them. You see, she dares to act so recklessly because you have indulged her. This time, we cannot allow her to have her way. Noticing the loyal king's intent to retort, the princess interrupted him directly, shooting a fierce glare at him. In response, the loyal king retreated slightly, casting a look at Chu Xiao that conveyed a father's helplessness. But mother, I truly wish for your well-being. Witnessing the princess's unwavering stance to return to the city, Chu Xiao grew anxious. Is this truly for our own good? The princess gestured towards the storage rings adorning Chu Xiao's hands, her expression a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Mother, please wait a moment. I have a question for Xiao. Chu Che suddenly interrupted the princess, shifting from his previous gentleness to a serious demeanor as he looked at Chu Xiao. Xiao, who is that, Mr. Su? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao's heart raced, realizing she had inadvertently revealed something. What, Mr. Su? I don't recall mentioning anyone. She hastily deflected, attempting to gloss over the matter. I believe I also heard that. Xiao, you haven't been influenced by some nefarious cultivator, have you? The loyal king now wore a concerned expression as he gazed at Chu Xiao. You mischievous girl, quickly confess, who is that Su brother? The princess's countenance turned extremely grave. The gravity of her indulgence was entirely different from being swayed by others. I truly do not know any Su brother. Chu Xiao shifted closer to the loyal king, her lips refusing to acknowledge the truth. She had promised Xu Taiping not to expose his identity during their encounter at the Collecting Relics Pavilion. Xiao. At that moment, Chu Che produced a moonshadow stone from his sleeve, channeling a strand of true essence into it. Instantly, the scene revealing Xu Taiping's existence appeared before everyone. You stubborn girl. The evidence is irrefutable. What more can you say? The princess seized Chu Xiao's ear. Chu Xiao grimaced in pain, while the loyal king, deeply concerned, gently pried the princess's hand away, wearing a forced smile. Let us discuss this calmly. The princess glared at the loyal king but refrained from twisting Chu Xiao's ear further, instead questioning her with utmost seriousness. Chu Xiao, if you do not confess honestly, I shall have your brother take me and your father back to the Wang residence. Even if calamity should befall us, you need not worry. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao immediately felt a surge of anxiety. She was acutely aware that her mother was indeed capable of such deeds. In a certain sense, the art of threatening others was something she had inherited from her mother. Mother, please refrain from acting impulsively. Must I reiterate my plea? Chu Xiao softened her stance. However, if I divulge this, you must promise me that you will delay your return to the city, she added with a firm insistence. First, let us hear your words. Whether we agree or not is for us to decide, urged the princess. Speak, Xiao. If what that brother Su asserts holds merit, we would not recklessly return to the city. Chu Che concurred with a nod. Faced with the peril of her family's lives, Chu Xiao felt compelled to betray Xu Taiping. Brother Su has stated that he merely wishes to avoid drawing attention, which is why he asked us to keep this matter confidential. I have only shared it with our parents and elder brother. Surely, Brother Su will not hold it against me, she reassured herself internally. Subsequently, She recounted everything she had witnessed at the Xi studio to the individuals before her. Xiao, the circumstances within the Xi studio were alarmingly perilous. Upon hearing Chu Xiaoxiao's account, Duke Zhong displayed a countenance of dread. He had initially believed that the appearance of the ghostly statue would be swiftly resolved by the guest scholars of the Xi studio, thus enabling Chu Xiaoxiao to return to the royal residence unharmed. Little did he expect that the individuals present had not only failed to detect the ghostly statue, but that it also harbored two ghostly kings. They had not only seen through the statue's trap, but had also vanquished the two ghostly kings, ultimately provoking the ancient Buddha of Zen to manifest. Your brother Su must be a man of the Buddhist sect hailing from the kingdom of Chuyun, Chu Che analyzed thoughtfully after listening to Chu Xiaoxiao's narration. Indeed, I heard Master Chongda refer to him as the heavenly protector, Chu Xiaoxiao affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this title, Chu Che, Duke Zhong, and Princess Qi all wore expressions of astonishment. Unlike Chu Xiaoxiao, they possessed some understanding of Zen Buddhism, fully aware of the significance of the title Heavenly Protector. Chapter 63, Blood Rain Falls. Avoiding the millennia-old fox legend has it that the Heavenly Protector is the foremost disciple of the ancient Buddha of Zen, a figure who commands respect even from the heads of major temples. Chu Che's expression grew exceedingly grave. This was merely his account. The Zen sect had waned in prominence for millennia, and there had been no sighting of the Heavenly Protector. The princess shook her head, still expressing skepticism. Unlike Chu Xiaoxiao, as a former disciple of the first celestial sect of Yuyun, her vigilance surpassed that of the two girls, aware that the world's perils far exceeded their imagination. Just then, a thunderous rumble echoed as the already overcast sky grew even darker. The entire expanse dimmed into obscurity. Yet, amidst the gloom, a crimson cloud, resembling a blood-colored serpent, swiftly traversed the thickening clouds, heading directly toward the capital. As this blood cloud drifted slowly above Chu Xiaoxiao and her companions, their protective talismans simultaneously illuminated. Simultaneously, a suffocating aura of terror descended upon them, akin to a colossal stone mill grinding over their very beings. Only when the ominous blood cloud had completely vacated their heads could they finally draw a breath. Could it be that this was the blood demon ancestor's fateful divine weapon? The sea-swallowing blood cloud. The loyal king, his forehead beaded with sweat, gazed at the blood cloud drifting towards the capital with a stammer. Apart from this, it seemed unlikely that any other divine weapon could wield such might. Chu Che furrowed his brow. Could it be that Brother Su's ominous prediction was indeed true? Was there truly a calamity awaiting the capital today? The princess, who had previously been skeptical of Chu Xiaoxiao's words, now found herself wavering. Yet, in her heart, she still firmly believed that even if the blood demon ancestor were to attack, there was no place safer than the capital. Just as she pondered this, an unusual chant resonated, rendering her ears momentarily deaf to all but a distant humming. Observing Chu Xiaoxiao and the loyal king beside her, she noted that they too were covering their ears, evidently affected by the strange chant. Suddenly, as the princess felt she could no longer endure, a sharp sword cry erupted beside her ear, pulling her from the strange chant's grasp. She then saw her family enveloped in a brilliant sword light. Undoubtedly, the one wielding this sword light against the demonic sound was her eldest son, Chu Che. Mother, father, and Xiaoxiao, please maintain your composure. This is the demonic sound of the monks from the Fire Cloud Temple. Chu Che, gripping his sword and shielding his family, turned to warn them, his expression tense. Though they hailed from noble backgrounds, the great Chu had always valued martial prowess. Even they had been sent to the battlefield to confront demonic cultivators. Thus, upon witnessing this scene, their initial panic quickly gave way to steadiness. As they regained their composure, they beheld black lotuses materializing beneath the cloud, soaring alongside the blood cloud toward the capital. As the ominous black lotuses and the blood cloud gradually receded, the demonic sound faded from their ears, and the terrifying pressure dissipated little by little. At this moment, even the most dull-witted loyal king could discern that the blood cloud and black lotuses were aimed at the imperial city. Unexpectedly, the calamity spoken of by Brother Su referred to this. Chu Xiaoxiao stared blankly at the blood cloud and black lotuses converging upon the imperial city. The alliance between the Fire Cloud Temple and the blood demon ancestor was clearly targeting the emperor. Chair, quickly send word to the generals within the city, urging them to prepare. The loyal king suddenly turned to Chu Che, a look of concern etched on his face. Father, it is too late. Since the sea-swallowing blood cloud appeared, my communication talismans have become ineffective, Chu Che replied, shaking his head in dismay. Boom. Just then, the blood cloud enveloped the capital entirely. And amidst a thunderous roar, blood rain began to pour down upon the city like a torrential downpour. Bang! However, at the very moment the blood rain fell, a towering wind pillar, as wide as the entire capital, surged skyward, scattering the blood rain and charging directly towards the blood cloud. It was the capital's north wind formation. Upon witnessing this scene, the family of Loyal King was filled with great joy. However, this elation lasted merely a fleeting moment before it swiftly transformed into apprehension. As the northern wind pillar threatened to breach the blood cloud, a myriad of black lotuses suddenly coalesced into a colossal black hand. With a thunderous crash, it shattered the wind pillar. Bang! The northern wind formation collapsed in response. This formidable attack, known as the Demon Hand of the Fire Cloud Temple, indicated that among the besieging demon monks, a leading figure was indeed present. Upon seeing this hand, a look of terror washed over Chu Che's face. During his adventures, he had once inadvertently encountered a demon monk from the Fire Cloud Temple wielding this very technique, and its overwhelming power had left an indelible mark on his memory. Yet, at the moment the northern wind formation was breached, a series of 18 fire pillars erupted skyward from both within and outside the capital, resembling a fiery dragon. Ultimately, these 18 fire pillars converged into a single massive flame spear, which shot straight towards the gigantic black hand. Boom! The flame spear, imbued with the power of separating fire, shattered the black hand with a single strike, causing it to disperse into countless black lotuses once more. Indeed, the South Ming flame spear of our great Chu lives up to its illustrious reputation. At this moment, Loyal King clenched his fists and shouted triumphantly. Having witnessed the legendary Wu god of Chu wielding the South Ming flame spear to vanquish several invading demon lords, he could hardly contain his excitement. However, soon after, a resounding tremor echoed through the heavens and the earth as a colossal hand wielding a blood sword emerged from the blood cloud. Whoosh! Accompanied by a piercing sound of air being sliced, the blood sword swung by the giant hand cleaved through the flame spear. Bang! As the flame spear shattered and transformed back into a swirling mass of fire, Loyal King wore an expression of astonishment. Meanwhile, beads of cold sweat trickled down Chu Che's forehead as he stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "The blood demon ancestor has actually taken action personally. The only entity capable of wielding the demonic weapon known as the blood-dripping sword and obliterating the flame spear in a single blow, in Chu Che's eyes, could only be the legendary blood demon ancestor." Simultaneously, within the capital, the cunning old fox, who had concealed himself for over 1,000 years, finally emerged from the blood cloud. Gazing at the giant hand that had severed the flame spear, Elder Huang grinned broadly, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Just as he spoke, a bloodthirsty fox, brandishing a blood sword and accompanied by 9 swaying tails, burst forth from the blood cloud. After letting out a ferocious roar, the fox suddenly directed its mouth towards the royal city below and expelled a torrent of blazing flames. Concurrently, the myriad black lotuses instantaneously transformed into a gigantic black Buddha statue, both hands raised, crashing down towards the royal city below. Chapter 64, Battle Against the Blood Demon. The former martial god and the old martial god. Boom. The moment the enormous black Buddha statue's hands descended, 12 fire dragons soared into the air, morphing into 12 South Ming flame spears that shot directly towards the colossal black statue. Yet, as the 12 flame spears took flight, 12 figures clad in golden luminous armor surged forth from the ground, each wielding a South Ming flame spear, charging towards the black Buddha statue in unison. Bang! Under the combined force of the 12, the giant hand of the Buddha statue, formed from the black lotuses, was forcefully pushed back. The 12 individuals wielding the South Ming Li fire guns resembled 12 fiery dragons, swirling around the black Buddha statue, unleashing a relentless barrage of shots. These 12 were the esteemed disciples of the ancient martial god, the 12 divine generals of the Great Chu's Celestial Pivot Pavilion, the sole practitioners capable of invoking the South Ming Li fire array and wielding the South Ming Li fire guns. On the other side, the Blood Fox, the true form of the blood demon ancestor, exhaled a crimson flame that violently struck the skies above the imperial city. However, when it was still over 100 paces away from the city, 8 towering gates, each 100 feet high, erupted from the ground, successfully blocking the inferno unleashed by the blood fox. Concurrently, 8 colossal golden figures, equally towering at 100 feet, suddenly came to life, their eyes radiating brilliance. Some seized mighty axes from their waists, while others knocked arrows, all directing their assault towards the blood demon ancestor. These golden armored beings were crafted by the founding monarch of the previous Great Xia dynasty, serving as a divine weapon for the protection of the nation. With a resounding crash, the combined strike of the 8 golden figures forced the blood demon ancestor back into the blood clouds. Meanwhile, 50 or so miles away from the capital, the loyal prince and his family sat upon a jade vessel, gazing at the unfolding spectacle in the capital. Upon witnessing the 12 generals from the Celestial Pivot Pavilion and the 8 golden divine warriors repel both the demon monk from the Fire Cloud Temple and the blood demon ancestor, the loyal prince could not help but exclaim in approval, feeling assured that even if the blood demon ancestor and the head of the Fire Cloud Temple joined forces, they would struggle to breach the capital's formidable defenses. However, on the streets within the city, the elder Taoist priest, gazing skyward, shook his head repeatedly, remarking, "The marksmanship of these 12 lacks any true essence. If Li Ling were aware from beyond the grave, he would surely rise from his coffin." The third prince, Xu Nan, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. But the 12 divine generals of the Celestial Pivot Pavilion have all reached the threshold of semi-transcendence. A breakthrough into full transcendence is imminent. Such cultivation at under 300 years of age is rare, even in the Yuyun realm. The elder Taoist disdainfully curled his lip before placing his hands within his sleeves, retorting, "These 12 lack even a hint of genuine intent in their marksmanship, let alone any trace of extreme mastery. They are merely reliant on their accumulated realms. This level of cultivation is akin to flowers reflected in a mirror or the moon in water. When faced with a true powerhouse, they shatter upon contact." Perceiving the elder's firm conviction, the third prince raised his gaze to observe closely once more. Yet, upon witnessing the 12 still engaging the demon monk from the Fire Cloud Temple in a fierce exchange, he shook his head. "Even if the 12 generals possess the weaknesses you describe, surely they can handle a demon monk? You underestimate the Fire Cloud Temple." The elder Taoist grinned. Almost simultaneously with his words, a resonant chant echoed through the sky, followed by the emergence of a fire cloud-shaped lotus platform beneath the massive black Buddha statue. With a thunderous roar, as the fire cloud lotus platform manifested, the black Buddha suddenly transformed into a terrifying figure with 6 heads and 12 arms. Simultaneously, its 12 arms elongated, resembling the legs of a colossal spider, as it executed 12 distinct hand seals, launching a simultaneous assault towards the 12 divine generals. Boom! With a resounding tremor, the 12 divine generals were struck by the 12 arms, extinguishing their flames and shattering their fire spears. Roaring. In the instant the fire spears of the 12 generals were shattered, the 6 heads of the black Buddha statue simultaneously opened their mouths, filled with sharp fangs, and emitted a powerful lion's roar. Boom! As the sound of the lion's roar echoed, the 12 generals erupted into a cloud of blood mist, their battle armor fracturing and falling one after another to the ground. In the west Liang, there was the martial god Zhang Tianzi; in the north Jin, the martial god Zhao Qian; in the east Wei, the martial god Lu Mao; and even the former state of Outcloud had a female martial god, Jiang Cui. Perhaps you, in the south Chu, pride yourselves on being the foremost in fortune, yet since Li Ling's demise, no martial god has arisen from your ranks. To whom, indeed, has your great Chu's fortune been devoted? The old Taoist Huang looked at the third prince Xu Nan with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing this, the third prince smiled wryly. Since Li Ling, the absence of a martial god has weighed heavily on the current emperor's heart, a topic seldom broached in court. Old Huang, if that individual were here today, what would this situation entail? The third prince inquired curiously, observing the generals falling one after another. Which individual? Oh, you refer to Zhu Huai. If my elder brother Zhu were present, even I, the old Taoist, would have to take my leave, Huang Taoist chuckled. As for that monk before us, even if their abbot were to arrive, an apology would still be owed to elder brother Zhu. He continued, referring to the former martial god Zhu Huai, imprisoned in the Wangchuan Great Prison. The fiery formation protecting the imperial city utilized Zhu Huai's innate divine weapon, the Southern Ming Fire Spear. Wait, Could it be that you are betting on Huang Daoist suddenly realized something, looking at the third prince in astonishment? What have you disowned? Old Huang. Indeed, that is the case, the third prince replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. TSK, 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 Huang Daoist exclaimed, clicking his tongue, then running his fingers through his sparse hair while murmuring. To wager one's life and the fortune of a nation on the will of a single individual. I truly underestimated that young lad who once trailed behind Li Ling. Chapter 65, Blood Demon Battle. The abbot of Fire Cloud Temple takes action. Boom. As the two conversed, the 12 divine generals of the Tianshu Pavilion were gravely injured by the 6-headed, 12-armed Buddha statue. Meanwhile, the 9-tailed blood fox draped the swallowing sea blood cloud over itself like a cloak, shielding it from the golden-armored general's attacks as it plummeted from the sky. Bang! The 9-tailed blood fox, the true form of the blood demon ancestor, was nearly as large as a street. When its forepaws struck the ground, numerous buildings were devastated. Here comes the business. Observing this scene, Huang Daoist rubbed his hands in delight, tapping his toes on the ground, and then vanished into the earth. When he reappeared, he stood before the 9-tailed blood fox. However, having concealed his presence and with the fox's attention focused on the imperial city ahead, he was not immediately noticed. Old fox, long time no see. Upon noticing the old fox had not recognized him, the venerable Huang Dao hastily looked up and greeted it. To his surprise, the 9-tailed blood fox paid him no heed, instead lifting its paw to stomp on a nearby 5-story building, then opening its mouth wide to unleash a torrent of blood flames towards the imperial city. Has it been so long that it has forgotten even my voice? The old Taoist felt a twinge of displeasure at this. In a flash, he appeared beside the blood fox's paw that was planted on the street, then raised his foot and forcefully stomped down on the back of the fox's foot. Bang! With just one step, the pavement, previously unharmed even by the fox, caved in several yards beneath the weight of the old Taoist. Startled and pained, the blood demon ancestor spun around, baring its teeth and letting out a fierce roar at Huang Dao. However, just as it prepared to swallow him whole, its golden pupils suddenly constricted. In an instant, the fury in the blood demon's eyes transformed into sheer terror. Old fox, did you not expect this? Your grandfather did not perish in the desolate stone sea. Huang Dao flashed a grin at the blood fox. Without a moment's hesitation, the massive blood fox, transformed from the blood demon ancestor, took to the skies, completely disregarding the abbot of the Fire Cloud Temple still attacking the imperial city, and turned to flee. Bang! However, as it leaped into the air, it was struck in the abdomen by a kick from Huang Dao, who had also launched himself into the air, sending the fox tumbling backward. Yet, before it could descend, Huang Dao invoked the laws of heaven and earth, growing to a height of 100 feet, and seized one of the fox's tails, ripping it off with a resounding tear. The blood fox emitted a piercing scream of agony, perhaps out of rage, or perhaps realizing escape was futile. The blood fox brandished a dripping blood sword, shrouded in a blood cloud cloak, and swung the sword with the might to cleave mountains towards Huang Dao. In response, Huang Dao nonchalantly tossed the severed fox tail into his mouth, leisurely chewing it as he pointed towards the descending giant sword. Boom! With a mere gesture, the blood fox's sword shattered, and its body was pierced by Huang Dao's finger, creating a gaping wound. Witnessing this, the blood demon ancestor began to burrow into the blood cloud to escape, bellowing, "Abbot, if you do not intervene now, it will be too late." Upon hearing this, Huang Dao furrowed his brow and calculated, does the old monk from the Fire Cloud Temple dare to step out? Impossible. Amitba. Just then, a resounding Buddhist chant echoed from the heavens, followed by a golden bull descending, casting a golden beam of light that enveloped Huang Dao. "Forgive me, Taoist Huang, but I must ask you not to interfere in this matter," came an ancient, hoarse voice from the clouds above. Recognizing the voice as that of Jing Kong, the abbot of the Fire Cloud Temple, Huang Dao felt his powers significantly restricted under the golden light. "You old bald donkey, do you think you can confine me with just your life as sacred artifact?" Huang Dao first smiled broadly, then with a flick of his sleeve, drew forth a long sword radiating a scorching aura, thrusting it towards the golden bowl. Bang! With a resounding crash, the purple gold bowl was pierced directly by the sword of the old Taoist Huang. Just as he prepared to mock the monk Jing Kong, a colossal black Buddhist hand suddenly descended from the heavens, striking straight towards him. Bang! With a thunderous noise, Huang's towering figure was forcefully driven into the ground. "Old bald donkey, Do you truly dare to emerge from the Fire Cloud Temple? Are you not afraid that the Emperor will slay you with a single stroke? Huang questioned. Disbelief etched across his face. Amidst, this humble monk has employed a fragment of a true dragon's bone to temporarily bind the Emperor with the assistance of the 3 seats of the Eternal Pavilion. The ominous black Buddha statue, suspended upside down, revealed a chilling smile. Upon hearing this, Huang's expression grew somber. The monk Jingkong then proclaimed in his gravelly voice, "Blood demon ancestor, do not linger. Hasten to assist my disciple Jinyu in breaking the imperial city's restrictions. I am here, you need not worry." As he spoke, he continued to press Huang down with his Buddhist palm while turning to the side, saying, "Jinwu, having escaped from the river of forgetfulness, go forth and aid your junior brother. The fate pearl of the Dechu Emperor shall be ours." Yes, a somewhat effeminate voice echoed from a corner of the street within the city, followed by a shadow soaring into the air, transforming into a massive black Buddha statue that rushed towards the Dechu imperial city. "Old bald donkey, you've schemed for many years for this fate pearl of the Chu kingdom, haven to you?" Huang coldly met Jingkong's gaze. "Amidst, not for many years. Perhaps since the day Li Lingbing was released." The black Buddha statue once again displayed a disquieting grin. Meanwhile, a tremendous explosion resonated as one of the 8 divine gates of the imperial city was shattered under the combined force of Zhenya, Jinwu, and the blood demon ancestor. The imperial city was in peril. Observing this scene, the 3rd prince furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward the direction of the Tianshu Pavilion, the very exit of the River of Forgetfulness. Chapter 66. 8 gates shattered. A great sovereign emerges in Chuzhou Yuan. Just as the gates crumbled, Huang braced himself against the descending hand of Jingkong with one hand, while forming an incantation with the other, forcefully striking at the monk Xinye's manifestation. Boom! Accompanied by a piercing sound of breaking air, a sword aura surged through Xinye, severing 6 of his 12 arms, leaving only 3 of his heads intact. Bang! His anticipated strike to break through the 2nd gate was significantly weakened, merely leaving a shallow crack on the door. Boom! However, as Huang prepared to continue his assault, Jingkong's other hand also came crashing down, compelling Huang to retract his other hand to defend. Bang! The clash of their palms unleashed a surge of energy, sweeping through the surrounding streets like a tidal wave. Beneath Huang's feet, a colossal swastika imprint appeared on the ground. Had it not been for the protective formations of the city's buildings and ground, the residual shockwaves from their confrontation alone could have reduced the city to ruins. Huang furrowed his brow. The strategy of Jingkong was undeniably evident. It aimed to bind his hands and feet, rendering him incapable of providing assistance to the imperial city. Contemplating this, the elder Huang suddenly licked his lips, casting a mischievous glance at the abbot Jingkong of the Fiery Cloud Temple, and remarked, "Old bald donkey, I once savored your left ear, and it was delightful. Today, I wish to indulge in your right ear." Upon uttering these words, he abruptly opened his mouth wide and lunged at Jingkong. In that fleeting moment, his head swelled to 3 times its size, resembling a giant-headed doll, while his gaping maw transformed into that of a monstrous beast. However, just as Huang's enormous mouth was about to engulf Jingkong's head, a black swastika of Buddhist light emerged, acting as a barrier between them. Nevertheless, Huang did not close his mouth. Rather, he continued to gnaw at the swastika light as if relishing a delectable treat. In the blink of an eye, he had consumed a portion of the swastika light. "Amidst," Jingkong uttered helplessly, sensing his spiritual power being gradually devoured by the elder, yet he showed no intention of withdrawing his hand, merely casting a glance towards the imperial city. With Huang's interference absent, the demon monk Zhenwu manifested a black-faced Arhot visage, joining forces with the remaining 3-headed, 6-armed demon monk Zhenyi, wielding a black axe to strike heavily at the 2nd gate of the 8 gates of divine terror. A resounding crash echoed as the enormous gate, formed from condensed spiritual energy, shattered into pieces. Simultaneously, the 9-tailed blood fox unleashed all 8 tails. Wielding a blood-dripping sword in one hand and a gigantic shield formed from blood clouds in the other, fiercely blocking the onslaught of the golden-armored deities. The blood demon ancestor's cultivation level far surpassed that of the 2 Fiery Cloud Temple monks. However, encountering the elder Huang, whose path was antithetical to its own, it found itself unable to unleash its true power. In a fit of rage, the blood demon ancestor, after sending several golden-armored generals flying with a single strike, unleashed its formidable tails, shattering 3 more gates. Consequently, 5 out of the 8 gates of the Divine Terror had been destroyed. Witnessing this scene, Jing Kong of the Fiery Cloud Temple breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he continued to restrain Huang. Breaching the 8 gates of Divine Terror was merely a matter of time. Chu Xiaoyuan, you have miscalculated this time. The fortune of the Chu kingdom spanning 1600 years belongs to my Fiery Cloud Temple. A glimmer of greed flickered in Jing Kong's eyes. Within the imperial city, at the star-picking platform in the departure palace, a solitary elderly man sat. His hair was grizzled, and he wore a simple blue robe, engrossed in reviewing the memorials laid before him. Were it not for the jade seal resting on the table, it would be hard to imagine that this elder was none other than Emperor Chu Xiaoyuan, a formidable ruler who single-handedly turned the tide against the downfall of the great Chu, swallowing Wushu to the west and annihilating the Manue to the south, leaving the Yuyan immortal dynasty with barely 5 remnants. At that moment, the 8 gates of the imperial city's divine formation shattered another door. With only 2 gates remaining, it would not take long before the array was breached. Yet, Chu Xiaoyuan merely glanced up before returning to his examination of memorials, as if he had seen nothing amiss. Father, at that moment, a serene young girl, imbued with the essence of scholarly grace, stepped onto the star-picking platform. Behind her followed a monk. Diaoer, you may ascend with Master Chongyang at a later time, Chu Xiaoyuan said without lifting his head. Father, I do not wish to wait until then. The girl, named Diaoer, stubbornly approached Chu Xiaoyuan's side. Then stand beside me. Chu Xiaoyuan set aside the memorials, stretched his limbs, and stood up, his expression softening into a smile as he looked at the girl. This smile dissolved the regal aura that usually enveloped him. Father, is that person truly worth such a gamble? Diaoer inquired, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Chu Xiaoyuan. Chu Xiaoyuan regarded her solemnly, then nodded emphatically. Worth it. His gaze was as resolute as tempered steel. Boom. Just then, another gate shattered, leaving only 2 golden-armored divine generals standing. Chapter 67. The Gates Fall. General Xu returns after long absence. Amidst, King of Chu, your golden-armored guards cannot withstand us. Please surrender the destiny pearl of Chu, and my Huiyun temple shall not harm you in the slightest. The demonic monk Jinwu and the blood demon ancestor urged, as they contended with the golden-armored generals. With their battle prowess greatly diminished, the true leaf could offer no assistance, and began to dissuade Chu Xiaoyuan. I am the sovereign of countless subjects in the kingdom of Chu. You, a mere demonic monk, possess no qualification to speak to me thus, Chu Xiaoyuan declared. Hands clasped behind his back, standing tall, and meeting the imposing presence of Jinya with unwavering resolve. The Emperor of Yuyan cannot be a cultivator, otherwise, he cannot bear the fortune of a nation. Yet, Chu Xiaoyuan is but a mortal. Despite this, when he faced Jinya's immense form, his own aura did not waver in the slightest. Amidst, I regret that this young monk must offend you. Jinya's manifestation brought his hands together, a hint of wickedness curling his lips. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the final door of the 8 gates of the divine formation collapsed, along with the last golden-armored divine statue. Boom. Almost simultaneously with the shattering of the 8 gates, myriad arrows imbued with runic brilliance shot forth from the imperial city, enveloping the demonic monk Jinya, Jinwu, and the blood demon ancestor. Roar. In the face of the tens of thousands of arrows, Jinya's 3 heads opened their mouths and released a lion's roar. Boom. In an instant, the multitude of arrows shattered. Simultaneously, the blood demon ancestor's blood fox true form and Jinwu's wrathful Arhut manifestation soared through the remnants of the broken arrows, descending directly above the star-picking platform. Chu Xiaoyuan, should you refuse to surrender the destiny pearl, I shall still devour the fortune of your Chu. The blood demon ancestor transformed into a swirling mass of blood, which then manifested into a massive fox demon's head, lunging towards Chu Xiaoyuan on the star-picking platform. Under normal circumstances, to seize the fortune of a nation, one must obtain the fortune pearl from the monarch's grasp. However, the blood demon ancestor's mastery of the swallowing clouds technique allows him to consume fortunes, which is precisely why the fire cloud temple allied with him. Bang! Just as the blood cloud was about to engulf Chu Xiaoyuan, Monk Chongyang suddenly manifested his golden body to shield Chu Xiaoyuan, intercepting the blood demon ancestor's gaping maw. Bang! Yet, in the next moment, the wrathful form of the true monk Jinwu, transformed into a fierce arhut, struck down upon monk Chongyang's golden body with an axe, causing him to spout blood and shatter his golden form. However, at the instant monk Chongyang's golden body crumbled, Princess Dai who had been murmuring incantations at the side, suddenly held up a tattered bamboo scroll and declared loudly, as solid as gold and bronze. Bang! No sooner had the words left her lips than the fox head formed from the blood demon ancestor's blood cloud, and Jinwu's Dharma manifestation seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, causing their bodies to recoil in unison. In this ethereal realm, could someone truly practice the Confucian principle of speaking and having the law follow? The abbot of Fire Cloud Temple, Jinkong, observed this scene from afar, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Immediately, he turned to Jinwu and proclaimed, "Unless one reaches the sage realm, the Confucian principle of speaking and having the law follow will recoil upon oneself. You need only to keep attacking. She cannot sustain it for long." Bang! Just as Jinkong finished his statement, one of the ears of the Dharma manifestation was bitten off by the elder Huang, compelling him to focus his mind on confronting the elder Huang before him. Following Jinkong's guidance, Jinwu and the blood demon ancestor resumed their relentless assault on Chu Xiaoyuan, with Jinya soon joining the fray. Boom! Under the onslaught of the two foremost figures from Fire Cloud Temple and the blood demon ancestor, Princess Dai's invincible proclamation visibly began to falter. Her hands that clutched the tattered bamboo scroll starting to show signs of cracking. You need not hold on any longer. Your father has already made arrangements. Even in death, the elder Huang has ways to preserve the fortune of great Chu, and your elder brother will ascend to the throne immediately. The state of Chu will not fall into chaos. Chu Xiaoyuan gently patted Princess Dai's shoulder. I care not for the fortune of great Chu. I am saving my father, not the emperor of great Chu. With blood tears streaming down her cheeks, Princess Dai gazed stubbornly at Chu Xiaoyuan, refusing to retract her proclamation. Boom. Ultimately, however, she could not withstand the backlash of that principle, and under another assault from the three demonic entities, her form erupted in a cloud of blood mist, causing the tattered bamboo scroll to slip from her grasp. Observing this, Chu Xiaoyuan swiftly pulled Princess Dai behind him and charged forward, spreading his arms wide to shield against the enormous fox head formed by the blood demon ancestor. Roar! The exuberant blood demon ancestor suddenly opened his massive mouth, lunging toward Chu Xiaoyuan. With a serene expression, Chu Xiaoyuan faced him. If given the chance to choose again, he would not regret his decision today. Whoosh! At that moment, an imposing figure, as if teleporting, appeared before Chu Xiaoyuan. And just as the blood demon ancestor was about to bite down, an overwhelming radiance erupted around him, as brilliant as the sun in the sky. Before he thrust a fist toward the colossal fox head. Bang! Amidst the thunderous roar, the enormous head of the monstrous fox was sent soaring backward by a single, formidable punch. Chu Xiaoyuan, who had braced himself for death, felt a flicker of brilliance in his eyes upon witnessing the towering figure before him and the impact of that recent blow. The imposing silhouette resembled the very being he had first encountered in the depths of Wanchuan prison during his childhood, showing scarcely any signs of change. It was from that moment he had secretly vowed to make this person the martial deity of the great Chu. General Zhu Huai, it has been too long, Chu Xiaoyuan remarked with a smile. Were you not the little shadow that followed Li Ling back in those days? The elder slowly turned his head, his somewhat murky eyes gazing at Chu Xiaoyuan devoid of any emotion. Zhu Huai stood at least 9 feet tall, his hair a mix of white, and his snow-white beard cascading down to his chest like the tip of an uninked quill. Despite his gaunt appearance and sagging skin, the sheer stature of his frame emanated an awe-inspiring presence. To think General Zhu still remembers me, Chu Xiaoyuan replied, his face alight with honor. In truth, apart from their brief encounter in the prison during his youth, he had not laid eyes on the elder since. This was their second meeting. Naturally, I remember. You were the little rascal who clamored for your father to release me alongside Li Ling, pleading for me to become a general of your great Chu. You even had people bringing me food and wine for 60 years. Such an amusing little fellow you were, the elder mused, scrutinizing Chu Xiaoyuan from head to toe. I never expected that the young master, still wet behind the ears, would age even more than he did the last time Li Ling saw me. Zhu Huai remarked with a hint of nostalgia. King Zhao, upon hearing this, broke into a grin. In that moment, his smile resembled that of a vibrant youth rather than a father or ruler. Not too old, I suppose. After witnessing this smile, Xu Huai nodded indifferently. Boom. At that precise moment, the blood demon ancestor, along with the first true enlightenment and true leaf, unleashed a lethal strike toward Xu Huai, who stood with his back to them. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming energy seemed poised to rend the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. However, neither King Zhao nor Chu Dai, along with Master Chongyang, felt any impact, as this area felt like a tranquil harbor amidst a storm. Throughout it all, Xu Huai did not cast a single glance behind him. Just as the impending strike was about to descend, he suddenly stretched his arms back as if to loosen his muscles. Boom. To everyone's astonishment, after this simple act of expanding his chest, Xu Huai's previously emaciated flesh swelled dramatically, revealing on his broad, bear-like back a visage sculpted by muscular lines that bore a resemblance to a fearsome specter. At the same time, a wave of energy, driven solely by the power of his blood and vitality, erupted explosively. Bang! Just then, the combined assault of the three monstrous entities crashed heavily against Xu Huai's back. However, the outcome merely shattered the prison garb of Xu Huai, revealing the grotesque muscle patterns beneath, without inflicting any harm upon his flesh. Conversely, the three monstrous beings were propelled backward several paces due to the immense recoil. Witnessing this spectacle, the monk Chongyang from the Boren Temple stood frozen, as if turned to stone. What astonishing physical prowess! After a prolonged silence, he could only murmur to himself. As a martial monk who equally valued the cultivation of the body, he understood well the immense effort and inhuman trials required to forge a physique like that of General Xu Huai. The Princess Chu Dai, supported by the Zhao Wang, finally comprehended why her father would stake his life and the fate of the nation on this man. Nevertheless, Xu Huai, after withstanding the blow, maintained an expression of serene indifference, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. He did not turn to regard the blood demon ancestor or the two esteemed monks from the Huayan Temple, but instead, while loosening his muscles, curiously inquired of the Zhao Wang, "What makes you think I would act on behalf of you, the king of Chu?" The Zhao Wang shook his head at this remark and replied with a smile, "From the moment I first laid eyes on you, General Xu, I knew you would not serve the interests of the Chu." Hearing this, Xu Huai's brow furrowed slightly, and he retorted coldly, "If you know this, why would you dare set such a trap?" The Zhao Wang met Xu Huai's gaze with calm composure. "Because I know that the martial god Xu Huai, who once willingly imprisoned himself for 30,000 defeated soldiers in the Wanchuan prison, would never abandon the common folk of this land that was once Xia." He continued, "You are also well aware that if I were to perish today, the state of Chu would descend into chaos, resulting in thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of citizens becoming displaced and suffering tragic fates in foreign lands." Upon hearing this, Xu Huai's expression turned icy as he questioned, "So, you are using the lives of these people to coerce me?" The Zhao Wang nodded without a hint of denial. "Indeed." The Zhao Wang's candor diminished some of Xu Huai's fury. "I can act once, but I shall not become the martial god of the state of Chu, nor shall I fight for the royal family of Chu." As he spoke, Xu Huai turned to face the blood demon ancestor and the two demon monks who charged at him once more. Just as he was about to strike, he suddenly heard the Zhao Wang's voice from behind. "General Xu, look below." At this, Xu Huai raised his eyes to gaze down at the star-collecting platform. In the dim light of dusk, he could faintly discern the flickering lights of homes in the capital, along with the rising tendrils of smoke. After several hundred years, Xu Huai once again beheld the glow of myriad homes. At that moment, his once dull eyes sparkled with life anew. Memories flooded back of the promise he made to his father upon receiving the Southern Ming Lihua gun. "Father, I vow before heaven, the Southern Ming Lihua gun in my hands shall not serve tyrants, lords, or kings, but shall fight solely for the common people of Xia." At this moment, the voice of King Zhao resounded once more. "Old Xu, I invite you not to compel you to become the martial deity of our great Chu, nor to demand your loyalty to the Chu royal family. I wish for you to become the martial deity of all the people in this land, to fight for the countless households illuminated by their lanterns, to strive for the cessation of the flames of war that have plagued this realm for millennia, and to vanquish the demonic creatures from the Nine Abyss." Upon hearing these words, the nearly numb strings of Xu Huai's heart were finally stirred. He raised his arm, opened his palm, and without looking back, declared, "Give me the fire command." King Zhao rejoiced greatly, and promptly produced a token he had prepared from his sleeve. Handing it to Xu Huai, This fire command was not only a token to control the fire array, but also a key to unseal the fire spear. By accepting this item, Xu Huai effectively signified his acceptance of the invitation, much to King Zhao's delight. At that very moment, a voice erupted from the vicinity, where the abbot of the Fire Cloud Temple, Jing Kong, was engaged in a fierce battle with the Taoist Huang. Jinwu, Jinyi. Follow up. Whoosh. Almost simultaneously with Jing Kong's shout, two streaks of blood-red black light descended from the clouds, striking directly upon Zhen Wu and Zhen Yi. Upon sensing the power contained within those two black lights, both Zhen Wu and Zhen Yi displayed expressions of ecstatic joy. Then, Jing Kong continued, Blood Demon Ancestor. This Xu Huai has been trapped in the Forgotten River prison for hundreds of years, his vitality depleted, his bones aged. If you and my two disciples strike together, we shall surely slay him. Once accomplished, Fire Cloud Temple shall share 100 years of fortune from the Chu Kingdom with you. Hearing this, the Blood Demon Ancestor felt invigorated. Having previously considered retreat, it now summoned all its magical power, preparing to unleash a lethal strike upon Xu Huai. Upon hearing these words, Xu Huai burst into wild laughter. Bald donkey Jing Kong, you claim I am depleted and aged? Even if I were to draw my last breath, you demonic fiends shall not dare to wreak havoc upon the sacred soil of my great Xia. With that, he suddenly crushed the fire command in his hand and raised the other high, bellowing, Spear, come forth. As Xu Huai's voice faded, the entire imperial city trembled violently, followed by a resonant sound akin to the roar of dragons. Soon, everyone beheld a golden pillar of light soaring from the heavenly pool at the heart of the imperial city, directly dispersing the oppressive clouds above. It then circled the heavens before crashing down heavily into Xu Huai's palm. Grasping the southern Ming fire spear, Xu Huai's demeanor underwent a profound transformation. If the Xu Huai of your embodied the awe-inspiring martial deity, then, with the fire spear in hand, he had once again become the war god that the great Xia had revered on the battlefield. You demonic fiends, dare to trespass upon my great Xia's sacred land, and you shall perish. Xu Huai's voice thundered, his spear aimed directly at the approaching Blood Demon Ancestor and the two demonic monks from the Fire Cloud Temple. Even the thunder from the heavens seemed to respond, crashing down with several formidable bolts of lightning. A formidable pressure swept through the city, instilling a sense of security in the King Zhao and the citizens, while sending tremors of fear through the Blood Demon Ancestors and other malevolent beings, akin to a tempest enveloping the entire metropolis. Boom! As the might emanating from Xu Huai surged dramatically, the demon monks Zhen Wu and Zhen Yi exchanged glances and simultaneously sprang into action. Their years of experience dealing with martial practitioners in the military had taught them that if these soldiers gathered their momentum, even those of superior cultivation might ultimately meet their demise. The path of the martial artist lies in the breath of life. In an instant, the two manifestations of Zhen Wu and Zhen Yi transformed their postures from seated to standing, embodying the combat stance of the Buddhist sect, which mirrored the frenzied appearance of the Fire Cloud Temple's demon monks when they unleashed their full power. Thunderous sounds reverberated as Zhen Wu's manifestation sprouted 6 additional heads, all of which unleashed a lion's roar towards Xu Huai and his companions on the star-picking platform. The resonance of their roars rippled through the night sky like waves, crashing downwards in successive circles. Structures and ornamental rocks caught in the sound waves disintegrated into mere ash in an instant. Unfazed by this terrifying sonic assault, Xu Huai raised his South Ming fire gun and struck it forcefully against the star-picking platform. Clang! The deafening collision dissipated the first wave of sound. Subsequently, Xu Huai continued to use the South Ming fire gun as a hammer, the star-picking platform as a drum, producing a sound akin to that of war drums, immersing all who heard it in the midst of a grand battlefield. With each resonant beat, the lioness roar sound waves emitted by Zhen Yi's 6-headed manifestation were completely shattered. When Zhen Yi and Zhen Wu turned their gaze back to Xu Huai, they were suddenly struck by the illusion of facing an army of thousands. This was Xu Huai's unique battle intent, which must be swiftly quelled. At that moment, the voice of the abbot, Jing Kong, resounded once more. His voice carried urgency, clearly indicating that he was severely suppressed by the old Taoist. Battle intent, akin to the intent of fists, blades, and swords, is a manifestation of true intent. However, battle intent typically arises only in seasoned military leaders who command thousands in warfare. A soldier imbued with battle intent can, even without being a cultivator but merely a martial artist, possess the strength to contend with higher-level practitioners, particularly when situated within a military formation. Xu Huai's battle intent was an exceptionally unique form of this phenomenon. Simply put, once his battle intent was ignited, he alone could stand against 1,000 troops. With Jing Kong's commanding shout, Zhen Wu and Zhen Yi were jolted into awareness. No longer testing the waters, they both charged at Xu Huai with frenzied fervor. Even the blood demon ancestor, upon sensing Xu Huai's battle intent, manifested in his blood fox form, wielding a blood-dripping sword. With a strike akin to a rainbow slicing through the void, he aimed a powerful slash at Xu Huai below. Having previously encountered Xu Huai, he understood more clearly than Zhen Wu and Zhen Yi just how terrifying Xu Huai's battle intent could be, and thus it was imperative to prevent its emergence. Thunder rumbled ominously. Although Zhen Wu, Zhen Yi, and the blood demon ancestor employed vastly different tactics, the turbulent energy they stirred ultimately converged into a singular force, resembling a colossal sword imbued with crimson radiance, crashing down towards Xu Huai. In the face of this combined assault from the three demonic entities, Xu Huai exhibited no fear in his gaze. Rather, he displayed a fervent excitement. He stepped forward, grasping the Southern Ming Li fire spear with both hands, and bellowed, "All commanders, heed my call. Join me, Xu Huai, in the eradication of demons." Upon hearing his proclamation, the city's populace seemed to resonate with the fervor of countless soldiers rallying. Those behind Xu Huai, including King Zhao and others, were taken aback as they witnessed Xu Huai's battle spirit coalesce into the forms of numerous warriors. Boom! Amidst the cacophony of 1,000 charging troops, Xu Huai unleashed his spear like a dragon, its myriad shadows converging into a blinding torrent, hurtling towards the three demonic entities. Bang! With a resounding tremor, the chaotic magic of Zhen Wu and Zhen Yi shattered within the spear's wake, while the blood demon ancestor was pierced through by a single thrust. Yet, what truly instilled dread within them was the realization that, accompanying the spear's onslaught, surged an army of countless soldiers. Zhen Wu and Zhen Yi could distinctly perceive their forms. These seemingly unremarkable soldiers, devoid of any significant cultivation, emanated a chilling intent to kill from their eyes. They advanced fearlessly, unafraid of death, confident in their ability to triumph over all demons. This was the battle spirit of Xu Huai's legion. He etched the memory of every fallen soldier into his very soul, vowing in blood to never forget them across eternity. Chapter 70, Zhu Wuxian, the 6-year fortune of the state of Chu Boom. The three demonic entities, swept away by Xu Huai's legion's battle spirit, were instantly shattered, with the blood demon ancestor and Zhen Wu consumed even to their souls. Boom! After Xu Huai felled the three demons with a single thrust, the multitude of spear shadows that ascended alongside him suddenly fused into a singular blinding light, tracing a brilliant arc through the air before plunging directly towards the pure void. Bang! The void, already restrained by the old Taoist Huang, was pierced cleanly by the spear, culminating in a thunderous shatter of its manifestation. Yet, as the manifestation crumbled, its soul swiftly transformed into a black lotus, breaking through the void and vanishing into the heavens. Alas, the old bald donkey managed to cultivate a second chaotic manifestation. No wonder he had the audacity to emerge from Huiyun Temple. Observing the dissipating manifestation of the void, old Taoist Huang lamented, chewing on the flesh he had yet to swallow. However, he merely voiced his thoughts. At their cultivation levels, it was exceedingly difficult for them to eliminate one another. "You certainly possess a measure of courage," Xu Huai remarked, casting a disdainful glance at him. "Brother Xu, I assure you, I am truly a good man this time." Old Taoist Huang replied with a sycophantic grin. "Had it not been for that, I would have pierced you with my spear long ago." Xu Huai shot him an irritated glare. At that moment, a voice resonated from the heavens, "Amit. This humble monk vows that the monks of Huiyun Temple shall not set foot in the state of Chu for 3 years. I implore General Xu to let today's events pass." Upon hearing these words, Xu Huai let out a cold sneer and gestured, declaring, 10 years. The voice from the heavens hesitated. "If you are unwilling, I shall visit the Fire Cloud Temple today." Xu Huai's expression remained stoic as he gazed at the sky. "Amit. Then, as General Xu has decreed, the monks of Fire Cloud Temple shall not set foot on the territory of Chu for 10 years. Ultimately, the abbot Jing Kong conceded. Shortly thereafter, The clouds above the capital dispersed. Observing this, Xu Huai seized the old Taoist Huang beside him and, with a single leap, ascended to the star-picking terrace. "Brother Xu, do take care. My old bones are not as resilient as yours," Huang exclaimed in a state of panic, patting his chest once he stood upon the terrace. "Thank you, General Xu, for your assistance." The king of Zhao respectfully expressed his gratitude. Xu Huai remained silent, instead pointing at Huang and inquiring, "What transaction have you made with him?" The king of Zhao was momentarily taken aback, then offered a wry smile. "I promised Elder Huang that if he could thwart the blood demon ancestor and the demonic monks of Fire Cloud Temple, I would bestow upon him 16 years of the royal family's fortune. The emperor's life is intertwined with the royal fortune. Offering him 16 years is tantamount to sacrificing your own longevity," Xu Huai remarked, furrowing his brow as he looked at the king of Zhao. "If it could procure a martial deity for the people of Dechu, I would find it worthwhile to forfeit my years," the king of Zhao replied with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Xu Huai frowned and retorted, "You are just like your ancestor, harsher on yourself than on others." After uttering these words, he turned back to Huang and instructed, "Be reasonable." Huang, initially taken aback, then lamented, "Brother Xu, this transaction is no easy feat for me. I have just narrowly escaped from the Deadstone Sea and have yet to fully recover." Xu Huai scoffed and solemnly stated, "I am aware of what you seek in the Barren Sea. If you can grant me some faith this time, I shall write a letter to that couple, requesting their assistance." Upon hearing this, Huang's eyes brightened. "Wait, Brother Xu, how could you know of their whereabouts after being confined for so long?" Huang questioned skeptically. "They visited me 3 years ago in the Wanchuan prison to investigate matters concerning the Sangung Temple," Xu Huai revealed candidly. Huang's face then lit up with elation, and he promptly assured Xu Huai, "If you can help me summon these two, I shall only require 10 years of the royal fortune. More than that." Xu Huai replied nonchalantly, gesturing with his hand, 6 years. Huang's expression fell once more. "Brother Xu, the price cannot be settled this way." However, upon seeing the icy glare from Xu Huai, he quickly donned a smile, conceding, 6 years it is. "You have indeed done me a great favor by eliminating that blood fox." With that, as if fearing Xu Huai might change his mind again, he eagerly extended his hand towards the king of Zhao, impatiently urging, "The fortune orb, the fortune orb." The king of Zhao promptly handed over the pre-prepared orb of fortune to the old Taoist. From 16 years to merely 6. This was a notion he had never dared to contemplate before. According to the initial agreement, I, the old Taoist, shall expend the fortune contained within this luck pearl after the Golden Scales Conference. Should any misfortunes arise due to a depletion of fortune, the royal family of the Chu kingdom must not seek me out. The old Taoist carefully stored the luck pearl, then proceeded to caution King Zhao. Were it not for Xu Huai's presence, he would have deemed this utterance unnecessary. "This is only natural." King Zhao nodded affirmatively. "Why choose the Golden Scales Conference?" Xu Huai looked at King Zhao with a hint of confusion. "Because the younger generation will seize the top position at the conference, reclaiming the lost 6 years of fortune for our Chu royal family." Before King Zhao could speak, the third prince, who had already arrived at the star-gathering platform, stepped forward with unwavering determination and addressed the martial god Xu Huai. Chapter 71. Fengzi Pavilion, the disappearing avatar of Xu Taiping. "General Xu, this is my third son, Chu Yinan, a disciple of the immortal Qianghua from Latation." King Zhao promptly introduced him to Xu Huai. Chu Yinan bowed respectfully to Xu Huai. "The immortal Qianghua actually accepted you as a disciple?" A glimmer of surprise appeared in Xu Huai's eyes. "Qianghua is no fool. This lad possesses the Gui water spirit bone, coveted by all realms." At this moment, old Taoist Huang interjected teasingly. Upon hearing this, Xu Huai's expression turned to one of realization. As a martial artist, he lacked the sensitivity to spiritual energy that old Taoist Huang possessed. However, even if Chu Yinan were to wield 300 years of martial fortune from the Chu royal family, it may not guarantee him the top position at the Golden Scales Conference. Old Taoist Huang suddenly chuckled. Upon hearing this, King Zhao and the others felt a tightening in their hearts. They understood that old Taoist Huang was a rare fortune teller of the Yuyun realm, and he must have perceived something to utter such words. "We humbly request your guidance, old Huang." Chu Yinan sincerely clasped his hands in respect. "The secrets of heaven should not be divulged." Old Taoist Huang feigned profundity. "Speak plainly. If you dawdle, beware that I will settle both old and new accounts with you." Xu Huai, witnessing this exchange, gave old Taoist Huang a forceful kick. Brother Xu, please calm your anger. Old Taoist Huang repeatedly smiled apologetically, then turned seriously to Chu Yinan, stating, martial fortune is something you must contend for. It will scatter if left unchallenged. How should one contend for it? Chu Yinan inquired eagerly. Naturally, by competing against opponents, battling demons, and striving against the heavenly tides of fortune. Do not forget, this is the Yuyun realm, established by the great Emperor Yuyun. Although the fortune here may appear capricious, it is fundamentally a manifestation of the Emperor's intentions. From the historical perspective of the Yuyun realm over the past several 100,000 years, the great Emperor Yuyun has favored bestowing martial fortune upon those who emerge from adversity, disasters, or even life and death tribulations. Take, for instance, the martial god Zhang Tianze of Shiliang and the female martial god Jiang Suizue of Chuyun. It is noteworthy that Chuyun is on the brink of annihilation, yet Jiang Suizue could still confront the abbot of Huiyun Temple without fear of leaving. Of course, there is also you, Brother Xu. As the conversation reached its conclusion, old Taoist Huang cast another beaming glance at Zhu Huai. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Huai nodded solemnly. The remarks made by old Taoist Huang awakened him to a deeper understanding. For these 6 years, accompany me into the military. Zhu Huai gazed at Chu Yinan. Thank you. Zhu Lao. Chu Yinan nodded without hesitation. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, and a torrential downpour ensued. This time, the rain was no longer blood but rather ordinary water. However, both Zhu Huai and Chu Yinan furrowed their brows simultaneously, for they had just sensed a faint fluctuation of demonic energy. Despite the thunder and rain masking it well, it had not escaped their keen perception. It was that monk, Zhenwu, from the Huiyun Temple. Zhu Huai murmured, casting his gaze towards the southern gate of the capital. Having been imprisoned alongside Zhenwu in the Wanchuan prison for many years, he was quite familiar with the energy emanating from him. Should we pursue? Asked Prince Zhao. If it were merely a matter of chasing an injured abbot from Huiyun Temple, they would certainly possess the ability to do so. It would be futile, Zhu Huai replied, shaking his head. The elderly Taoist beside him sighed. It is fate. The young one must fend for himself. Yet suddenly, a spark of insight flickered in his mind as if he sensed something, and he quickly calculated. With a sudden spurt of blood, he coughed, startling those around him. Ignoring the blood trickling from his mouth, he fixed his gaze on the third prince, laughing maniacally. Ha! It is fate. It is fate. Meanwhile, 60 miles outside the southern gate of the capital, at Fengzi Pavilion, Xu Taiping, cloaked in a concealing robe and hiding behind a boulder, glanced back towards the capital. Indeed, trouble had befallen the city. He wondered if Chongda had managed to escort the Lu siblings to safety. Beneath the dim sky, the capital was enveloped in a massive blood cloud. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely discern the silhouettes of colossal demonic creatures within the crimson mist. However, Xu Taiping quickly turned his attention back to the Fengzi Pavilion ahead. Now was not the time to worry about others. Without Elder Huang's guidance, the fifth tribulation could prove more challenging than the third. Xu Taiping mused. He had escaped the third tribulation, but the Fengzi Pavilion was an essential waypoint to the Blood Rain Forest. In his left eye had only revealed a solitary pavilion. Had it not been for Elder Huang's warning, he might have unwittingly passed it by. After waiting for a while, he concluded that he must enter the pavilion to elicit a response. He had arrived at Fengzi Pavilion some time ago, but for the sake of caution, he had refrained from approaching immediately, choosing instead to observe the vicinity. Elder Huang instructed him to enter the pavilion and promptly crush the porcelain figure. So let us see if that holds true. As he contemplated, he summoned a doppelganger. Even with Elder Huang's porcelain figure for safety, he decided to send his doppelganger ahead to scout. With a soft patter, he watched his doppelganger step forward toward the Fengzi Pavilion. Boom! In the fleeting moment when his doppelganger came to a standstill within the Wenzi Pavilion, an exceptionally terrifying aura abruptly surged forth, causing the entire pavilion to tremble violently. In the blink of an eye, the doppelganger that stood within the pavilion vanished into thin air. Vanished? Xu Taiping was taken aback. However, he soon realized that although he could no longer see it, he still retained a sense of connection to his doppelganger. This implied that his doppelganger had merely been concealed by some entity within the pavilion. With this thought in mind, he began to attempt to have his doppelganger shatter the porcelain figurine gifted by the old Taoist. Crack! Moments later, a faint sound of ceramic shattering echoed. Following this, an eerily cold voice reverberated through the now empty Wenzi Pavilion. Where is this? Who has summoned me here? Soon. The tone of the voice shifted from confusion to wrath, as it bellowed, "Which vile creature dares to act presumptuously before me?" Upon hearing this voice, an astonishing notion suddenly emerged in Xu Taiping's mind. Could it be that this individual was summoned forth by the porcelain figurine gifted by the old Taoist? Chapter 72. Lingyue Pavilion, the sword immortal of the 10,000 Swords Tower clang. As soon as Xu Taiping's mind conjured this thought, a resounding sword cry erupted. Instantly, fierce sword energy surged forth as if numerous blades had pierced through the air from within the Lingyue Pavilion. Boom! Almost simultaneously with the release of the sword energy, the vast Lingyue Pavilion inexplicably splattered blood, a vivid crimson. Ribbit. Accompanying the sound was a cry that resembled a frog's croak. At that moment, Xu Taiping was astonished to see the Lingyue Pavilion transform into an enormous toad's head. Its mouth gaped wide, revealing a grievous sword mark that bled profusely. Its eyes filled with agony and terror. Witnessing this scene, Xu Taiping appeared to grasp something profound and immediately peered into the toad's gaping maw. He saw that its mouth was being pried open by a long spear, rendering it unable to close. Standing within that mouth was a tall, ethereal-looking man. Upon careful reflection, Xu Taiping recognized that this man's appearance was identical to that of the porcelain doll previously given to him by the old Taoist. Thus, it became clear that what they had just perceived as the Lingyue Pavilion was, in fact, the manifestation of this toad demon. Entering the pavilion was akin to stepping into its mouth. Realizing this, Xu Taiping felt a surge of dread. It dawned on him why his left eye had only captured the image of a solitary pavilion. It was indeed the very essence of the demon itself. However, besides the man summoned by Xu Taiping's porcelain figurine, there were several others trapped within the toad's mouth. Swish! Just then, the young swordsman swiftly emerged from the toad's mouth. The other individuals still alive within the toad's maw, one a monk, another a robust man, along with several youthful cultivators, quickly followed suit, expressing their profound gratitude towards the swordsman. Bang! At that moment, the toad demon abruptly severed the long spear it held in its mouth and unleashed a massive tongue that ensnared the sword cultivator. Simultaneously, with a thunderous expulsion, it released a glob of green viscous fluid that enveloped the young swordsman entirely. Witnessing this scene, all but one monk among those saved by the swordsman screamed and fled in terror. Seeing this, Xu Taiping did not hesitate and leaped into action. With a swift motion, as he soared above the toad demon's head, he drew his weapon, the broken water, and executed a fierce strike known as the crying cicada, aimed at the creature's skull. With a piercing resonance, a flurry of over 100 blade shadows, as delicate as cicada wings, descended upon the toad's head. The sound of slicing air mingled with the clang of metal as multiple gashes appeared on the toad demon's cranium, nearly severing its head with Xu Taiping's strike. Although it was merely a basic technique, having mastered its essence, Xu Taiping unleashed it with a potency far exceeding previous attempts. After enduring this blow, the toad demon was left gravely weakened, releasing its grip on the swordsman. The young swordsman, regaining his composure, utilized his sword aura to dispel the surrounding poison. However, instead of confronting the toad demon, he turned his gaze upon Xu Taiping, who stood before the creature with his weapon drawn. "Did you summon me here?" The swordsman inquired coldly, clearly displeased by Xu Taiping's actions at such a critical moment. "It was Elder Huang who instructed me to shatter the porcelain figure upon entering Lingyue Pavilion. At that time, I was unaware of its significance. I beg for your forgiveness." "Senior," Xu Taiping earnestly explained. Had he known that Lingyue Pavilion was a guise for the toad demon, he would have refrained from sending his avatar inside with the porcelain figure. The swordsman glanced at the wounds on the toad's head and then back at Xu Taiping, remarking indifferently, "Had you not intervened, with my temper, I would certainly have given you a lesson." Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a wave of dread wash over him. It was evident from the young swordsman's words that his previous entrapment by the toad demon had been a test of Xu Taiping's capabilities. Given this individual's prowess, even a mere lesson would likely be beyond his capacity to endure. Xu Taiping managed a bitter smile, realizing that although he could not ascertain the swordsman's exact cultivation level, the fact that a single strike could deal with a creature at the pinnacle of the Demon King realm suggested that the swordsman was at least at the peak of the spirit refinement realm, if not beyond. "Is Elder Huang in the capital of South Chu?" The young swordsman then asked Xu Taiping. Noticing the expression on Xu Taiping's face, he added, "He must be there." Just as Xu Taiping hesitated over whether to inform the swordsman, the latter waved his hand dismissively and walked past him. "Are you heading to the capital to find Elder Huang?" Xu Taiping called out to him. "Indeed, I intend to settle a score with him," the swordsman replied. The young sword cultivator nodded slightly, then with a cold smile, inquired, "Do you intend to obstruct me?" No. I merely wish to ask the senior to convey my gratitude to Elder Huang." Xu Taiping waved his hand dismissively. He had already concluded that the sword cultivator before him possessed a cultivation level above that of the transformation stage. Otherwise, he would not dare to seek trouble with Elder Huang. "Understood," the young sword cultivator replied coldly. "Today, I am indebted to your assistance, esteemed senior. May I inquire your name, so that I may express my thanks in the future?" Xu Taiping suddenly asked. "Wanjian Tower, Yunk. There is no need for thanks. You should prioritize your own well-being," the sword cultivator replied, dismissively waving his hand. Chapter 73. Fengzi Pavilion. Shirkai of the Ghostly Axe sect. However, as he finished speaking, he abruptly turned his back to Xu Taiping, communicating through thought, "Do not slay this toad demon. It is the offspring of the Blood Rain Forest's golden toad matriarch. Should it perish, the matriarch will relentlessly pursue you to the ends of the earth. Depart swiftly." Xu Taiping was taken aback upon hearing this, for he had encountered references to the golden toad matriarch in several texts concerning the Yuyun realm. She was renowned as one of the formidable demons within the Blood Rain Forest, possessing her own territory therein. "Thank you for your warning, esteemed Yunk." Xu Taiping conveyed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. Yet, Yunk did not turn back. With a flash, he vanished from sight. Xu Taiping glanced at the nearly lifeless toad demon and pondered to himself, "Even the demons in the Yuyun realm have their own backgrounds. I must remain vigilant henceforth." Had it not been for Yunk's alert, he would have undoubtedly drawn his weapon to slay the toad. Given that a demon of the kingly tier would possess a valuable demon pearl within. Get lost. Just as Xu Taiping was lost in thought, a burly man with a thick beard, wielding dual axes, suddenly shoved Xu Taiping aside and charged directly at the toad demon. Upon closer inspection, Xu Taiping recognized that this bearded brute was one of those whom the sword cultivator had rescued earlier. Boom! Before Xu Taiping could voice his concerns, the burly man's aura surged dramatically. He raised his axes, preparing to strike the toad demon. Seeing this, Xu Taiping immediately called out to stop him. "Do not kill it." The man, however, let out a cold laugh and retorted, "You cannot kill it, yet you forbid others? Is this toad demon a pet of yours? Watch closely, and see how I cleave off its head with a single axe." Hearing this, Xu Taiping furrowed his brows, his gaze turning icy. The burly man was clearly trying to take advantage of others while casting aspersions upon Xu Taiping, revealing himself to be a petty individual. Noticing Xu Taiping's silence, the man assumed he was intimidated and grinned triumphantly, once more raising his axes before leaping high into the air. Boom! In that instant of his leap, his hands transformed into two massive axe shadows, and he brought one axe down heavily upon the toad's head. With a swift sound, the toad's head was severed cleanly from its body. Haha! The man displayed a sinister grin as he reached into the toad's body, extracting a demon pearl the size of a fist. He then raised it triumphantly, exclaiming, "Behold, the demon pearl of the toad demon king." Shortly after, several youthful cultivators, both male and female, gathered around him, their faces radiating excitement as they gazed at the pearl. These individuals were among those previously rescued by Yun Ke, but it was evident that they were companions of this burly man, likely disciples of a certain sect on an excursion for training, as suggested by their robes. Xu Taiping, witnessing this scene, let out a cold smile, pondering, "This is what they call, when there is a path in the heavens that you refuse to tread. You voluntarily walk into hell." Had this man inadvertently slain the toad demon, he might have offered a warning, but now, he could only wish him luck. "Young man, are you also heading to the Blood Rain Forest?" Just as Xu Taiping was about to depart, the burly man suddenly called out to him. "What of it?" Xu Taiping casually replied while glancing at his map. "I am Shirkai, an inner disciple of the Ghost Axe sect, leading a few junior brothers and sisters to train in the Blood Rain Forest. My companions feel pity for you, wandering alone, and have urged me to invite you to join us." Shirkai regarded Xu Taiping with an air of superiority, due to the nature of his left eye's lotus pupil. Xu Taiping's aura was exceedingly faint, barely reaching the threshold of the profound realm, which likely contributed to Shirkai's condescension. However, you must remember one thing. While we can bring you along, any spiritual beasts or demon beasts we hunt belong solely to the Ghost Axe sect. You cannot claim any." Before Xu Taiping could respond, Shirkai added, his expression suggesting he was convinced Xu Taiping would surely join them. "No need. I prefer to train alone, as it offers me greater freedom." Xu Taiping smiled and outright declined. "You are truly unwise." Shirkai's expression darkened at his words, and he let out a cold snort. Xu Taiping chose to ignore him, deeming it unnecessary to engage with someone already doomed. He resumed his journey, mentally sifting through images of the sixth tribulation. "Amidst the blessings of Amitabha, may I inquire, brother, are you indeed heading to the Bloodrain Forest?" At that moment, a young monk clad in a patchy robe approached Xu Taiping with hands clasped in prayer. This monk was also among those whom Yun Kei had rescued from the Toad Demon. "Yes," Xu Taiping nodded, feeling no aversion towards monks due to his experiences with the temples of the Outcloud Kingdom. "Might I accompany you, kind sir?" the young monk asked, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. "I believe the members of the Ghost Axe sect would be more suitable companions for you," Xu Taiping remarked, casting a glance toward the nearby sect members. The young monk scratched his bald head awkwardly. Xu Taiping hesitated. Although I feel great sympathy for the young monk, due to the 7 calamities, Xu Taiping was rather reluctant to accompany anyone. Just as he was preparing to decline the monk's request, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon the monk's robe. More precisely, it was drawn to the white lotus embroidered on the cuff of the young monk's sleeve. This lotus bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had seen during his 6th calamity, which belonged to the person who had relentlessly dragged him away. Xu Taiping murmured in astonishment within his heart. In the second scene of his 6th calamity, it was indeed the person with the lotus on the cuff who had been carrying him through the blood-soaked forest, evading pursuers. The reason Xu Taiping was so certain was that the lotus on the young monk's sleeve was unlike any ordinary design. It depicted a lotus with petals in the process of wilting. The reason he had not recognized the young monk at first was that, in the vision seen by his left eye, he had not caught sight of the man's face, only the hand that had pulled him up and the sleeve. After that, he had fallen unconscious on the man's back. "Master, the capital of South Chu is just 60 miles away. Why venture into the perilous blood-soaked forest?" Xu Taiping withdrew his gaze from the young monk's cuff. "To my knowledge, Zen monks do not typically venture out for training, do they? You do not seem to fit the mold of a martial monk." He proceeded to scrutinize the young monk from head to toe. The benefactor's insight is truly sharp. "Indeed, I am not a martial monk. The stone benefactor was hesitant to travel with me for this very reason," the young monk replied, a hint of embarrassment gracing his smile. "To be candid, my destination is not the blood-soaked forest, but rather a small village named Xinghua Village, located beyond the forest at the border of Shiliang." His tone grew serious as he continued. "That is far more perilous than traversing the blood-soaked forest." Xu Taiping furrowed his brow and inquired. He had already procured a map of the blood-soaked forest from Chengda, realizing that to reach Shiliang, one must circumvent the forest, passing through multiple territories inhabited by monsters, one of which was alarmingly close to the lair of the golden toad's toxic mother. "I am aware of the dangers, but I have compelling reasons to go," the young monk replied with a faint smile. "Oh, what reasons might those be? Would the master be willing to share?" Xu Taiping asked earnestly, arms crossed. He could not yet ascertain whether this young monk was the same person he had seen in his left eye, but the lotus on the cuff assured him that there was a connection, prompting him to seek clarity. Of course, the young monk nodded and proceeded to introduce himself. "I am known as Xianji, a disciple of the Yunin Temple in Shiliang, belonging to the generation of the character Xian. 3 years ago, while out on alms, I passed through Xinghua Village and discovered that the village was steeped in resentment, with children often lured into the blood-soaked forest by malevolent spirits to meet their doom. Upon consulting the village elders, I learned that this place had been a battlefield 200 to 300 years ago, where the Shiliang army clashed with demonic entities. These malevolent spirits are often the tortured souls of fallen soldiers and innocent villagers, transformed into vengeful ghosts due to their exposure to demonic energy. These malevolent spirits were once subdued by a wandering Taoist priest using talismans for several centuries. However, for reasons unknown, the talismans eventually lost their potency, allowing these vengeful spirits to be released one after another. Among this wretched horde emerged a demon king. Following the guidance of the village elder, the young monk sought out this demon king, intending to liberate it through spiritual transcendence. Alas, his powers were insufficient, and he could only manage to temporarily suppress the entity. Our Yunin Temple is a lineage of Zen Buddhism that emphasizes ascetic practice. To enhance one's spiritual prowess, one must undertake a pilgrimage of countless miles, seeking alms from numerous households. The farther one travels and the more alms one gathers, the greater one's spiritual power becomes. To completely liberate the spirits beneath Xinghua village, the young monk journeyed to Nanshu, enduring hardships over 1,000 miles, and collecting 3 stones of millet and 100 taels of gold and silver. If he could return these to Xinghua village, scatter the millet throughout, and use the gold and silver to adorn the Buddha's image, he would be able to release all the spirits. Upon hearing the young monk's explanation, Xu Taiping's confusion dissipated entirely. He then glanced at the communication jade disc in his hand, where next to the name of the abbot Hui Ming from Pilu Temple, a line of text appeared. Indeed, there exists a Yunin Temple in Shiliang. However, the monks within have remained hidden for many years. The Prajna Temple once sent disciples to seek them, but to no avail. Nonetheless, the remnants of the lotus seal and the methods of ascetic practice are indeed unique to Yunin Temple, known to few. The fact that this individual could articulate this suggests their identity is credible. If possible, I kindly request that Guardian Tian engage with this master. The ascetic practices of Yunin Temple have been lost to Zen for many years, and perhaps in the future, we can send someone to seek their wisdom. Hui Ming's message instilled in Xu Taiping a deep sense of reassurance regarding the identity of the mysterious monk. He glanced at the young monk's nearly worn-out straw sandals and the fresh scabs on his feet. With palms pressed together, Xu Taiping earnestly declared, "Master, your goodness is commendable. You honor me, benefactor. This is merely my path of cultivation." The monk, Xianji, replied, somewhat bashfully scratching his smooth head. "The practice I follow does not fear malevolent entities, but I do dread encountering troublesome beasts and ferocious creatures, which is why I sought a martial companion for my journey." He explained sincerely to Xu Taiping. "Xianji, I can accompany you, but there is something I must disclose," Xu Taiping said, his expression grave as he looked at the monk. "Please, do not hesitate to speak," Xianji urged. "I am currently being pursued by some enemies. This journey through the blood rain forest is fraught with peril, and should you accompany me, you may become embroiled in the danger," Xu Taiping revealed, still reluctant to involve others in his misfortunes. "Ba, benefactor, there is no need to worry about me. As an ascetic, I embrace the flow of destiny. Should I be caught in the fray, it would be fate, unrelated to our companionship," Xianji responded with serene composure. "Since you have made your decision, then let us journey together," Xu Taiping nodded. "Thank you for your kindness," Xianji expressed joyfully. Upon reviewing the map, Xu Taiping noted that after circumventing the blood rain forest and reaching the borders of Shiliang, he would need to remain at Fengming Mountain for a considerable duration and could not accompany the mage to Xinghua village. Xu Taiping took out the map for a glance, realizing that Fengming Mountain was indeed his intended destination. By planting the earth fruit on the mountain, the spirit moon fairy would enter a deep slumber within, rendering her presence undetectable from that page of the book. Between Fengming Mountain and Xinghua village, there were no formidable creatures left. The young monk could handle the journey alone. Master Xianji smiled warmly and nodded in agreement. However, another thought crossed Xu Taiping's mind. He suddenly inquired of Master Xianji, "If the group ahead encounters trouble, shall we offer our assistance or refrain?" Master Xianji pondered for a moment, then joined his hands in prayer and uttered a Buddhist chant, "Let it be as fate wills." Xu Taiping smiled at his response, appreciating that the young monk was not the type to indiscriminately rush to save everyone in distress. Yet, just as they were about to set off towards the blood rain forest, Xu Taiping noticed something peculiar. The young monk was walking backward. "Master Xianji, why do you walk in such a manner?" Xu Taiping asked, perplexed. "It is the custom of Yunin Temple. When heading west, one must walk backward," Master Xianji replied, somewhat sheepishly, with his hands still clasped together. "Ah, I see," Xu Taiping nodded in understanding. Since embarking on his journey of cultivation, he had encountered many eccentric practitioners and had grown accustomed to their peculiarities. Moreover, despite Master Xianji's seemingly frail appearance, his footwork was commendable, even while walking backward. He matched Xu Taiping's agility, who was adept at traversing vast distances. Thus, Xu Taiping paid little mind to the monk's unusual way of walking. As night fell, they arrived at Sangmu Valley, the entrance to the blood rain forest. Despite their swift pace, Darkness had completely enveloped the area, and Xu Taiping had no choice but to rest with Master Xianji. The Blood Rain Forest at night was a realm dominated by demons and malevolent spirits, where even those of the transformation realm dared not tread. However, as Xu Taiping kindled a campfire and observed the cliff face illuminated by its glow, a chill crept over him. What brings this here? Xu Taiping furrowed his brow, gazing at the cliff. The cliff bore no extraordinary patterns, merely inscribed with a poem, likely left by a passing swordsman. The troubling aspect was that this cliff and the poem were precisely depicted in the calamity vision seen through his left eye. In total, he had glimpsed 3 scenes associated with the 6th calamity through that eye: a ruined temple in the jungle, a lotus blooming from the young monk's sleeve, and the very cliff before him. However, in the vision, the inscriptions on the cliff were oozing blood, which coalesced at the mountain's base to form a woman. Wherever she roamed, both men and women would wither into corpses, their life essence drained. She was a female ghost transformed from the essence of a mountain demon. As Xu Taiping pondered the nature of the ghostly figure in the vision, the long-forgotten voice of the spirit moon fairy resonated in his mind. "Sister Lingyue, you have awakened?" Xu Taiping felt a surge of surprise within himself. However, to suppress the mark on your hand, the consumption of my divine essence is increasingly substantial, and I must retain some power as a precaution. Thus, after a brief moment, I must once again succumb to slumber, spoke Fairy Lingyue. I understand, Xu Taiping nodded, then seated himself before the flickering campfire. Mountain demons, in their unrefined form, pose little threat to cultivators. Yet, the entity you glimpsed with your left eye, which has manifested in human form and can wield magical abilities, possesses at least 8 centuries of cultivation. Such a being is nearly equivalent to a transcendent cultivator, making it exceedingly challenging for you to contend with. Nonetheless, these ethereal creatures, regardless of their millennia of cultivation, remain bound by the laws of the heavenly Tao. For instance, this mountain demon must first stir your heart and mind to extract your essence. Otherwise, no matter how powerful it may be, it cannot succeed. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a slight easing of his anxiety. However, Fairy Lingyue's subsequent words tightened his heart once more. From the vision your left eye beheld, it appears that this mountain demon's appearance did not result in your injury or demise. Thus I surmise that it may not be targeting you. Though Fairy Lingyue was in a state of slumber, she remained attuned to the happenings of the external world. Hearing this, Xu Taiping swiftly turned to gaze at the small monk across the fire, deftly preparing porridge. Fairy Lingyue, are you suggesting that this mountain demon has come due to the presence of this little monk? Xu Taiping tentatively inquired in his mind. The ascetic lineage cultivates the power of creation, an irresistible delicacy for mountain spirits and demons. This power can enlighten their intelligence, allowing them to cultivate as humans do. The grains and gold acquired by this little monk during his 3 years in the southern region are imbued with pure creative power, Fairy Lingyue elucidated. Therefore, you imply that I have unwittingly brought a calamity into the Blood Rain Forest? That more creatures akin to this mountain demon will be drawn to him? Xu Taiping's expression reflected a mix of astonishment and concern. Indeed, but fortunately, you have brought him along. Why is that? If you had allowed him to enter the mountains alone, the creative power within him would have been devoured by the lurking demons. Given your current fortune, you would undoubtedly encounter those who had consumed this power and become exceedingly formidable, leading to a fate far worse than mere peril and unavoidable demise. Upon hearing Fairy Lingyue's explanation, Xu Taiping pondered. So, to overcome this 6th tribulation, I must protect this little monk? Precisely, Fairy Lingyue confirmed, continuing, moreover, your encounter with this little monk, which appears to be a misfortune, actually harbors blessings within its midst. Where lies this blessing? Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat perplexed. The power of creation can not only enlighten demons, but also restrain them. However, due to the severed transmission of the Buddhist teachings from the Yuyun realm, this little monk is unaware of its application. But your sister possesses such knowledge, Fairy Lingyue declared with a hint of pride. Chapter 76, Sangmu Valley. The prosperity incantation of the 6 livestock in Buddhism. The power of creation can illuminate the intellect of mountain spirits, ghosts, demons, and malevolent entities. Yet it can also lead them back into chaos. When wielded skillfully, these beings might even be summoned to serve your purpose. According to Buddhist teachings, this is known as taking refuge in the 3 jewels. However, the young monk possesses limited knowledge of the Dharma and is likely capable of conjuring only a single incantation for the prosperity of livestock. This prosperity incantation was originally a spell cast by an ancient Buddha in his youth, intended to safeguard the livestock cared for by devout believers from the scourge of pestilence. Later, disciples discovered on the battlefield of gods and demons that this same incantation could also subdue malevolent spirits, and on occasion, it could even be applied to humans. For instance, if one were to invoke the barking incantation from the prosperity spell upon an individual, that person would mistakenly believe themselves to be a dog, becoming exceedingly docile towards the spellcaster and exhibiting certain canine behaviors, such as relieving themselves indiscriminately or consuming refuse. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping could not help but twitch his lips, and promptly sought confirmation from the celestial being Lingyue in his heart. Does this mean that once the prosperity incantation is cast, whether on demons, spirits, or humans, they may transform in disposition into swine or canine? Indeed, replied Lingyue, clearly pleased with Xu Taiping's comprehension. If one could transform all the malevolent beings in this blood-rain forest into swine or canines, it would indeed be a method of achieving victory without conflict. Xu Taiping felt that the prosperity incantation held great potential. However, he noted that one must exercise caution with the young monk. When casting this incantation on cultivators above the transformation realm, it requires a substantial amount of creative power, and is effective only on those who have recently entered the transformation realm or on entities of equivalent rank. To illustrate, the monk had collected millet for alms, and to cast this spell on a newly transformed demon or a demon lord would consume an entire dough of millet in the span of half a tea's worth of time. At this moment, Lingyue cautioned Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The young monk had previously mentioned that over 3 years, he had only collected 3 stones of millet. The thought of consuming a dough in mere moments was agonizing for him. I will be mindful, Xu Taiping nodded affirmatively. When encountering a demon lord or a formidable adversary at the transformation level, he resolved to avoid confrontation and conserve the monk's precious millet. Taiping, the time is drawing near. I shall imprint the prosperity incantation into your consciousness. You must find a way to relay it to the young monk. Should he master it, when I awaken next, I can teach him a more complex, but significantly more powerful incantation, Lingyue earnestly advised Xu Taiping. Very well, sleep peacefully, Sister Lingyue, Xu Taiping replied. At that moment, he felt a new imprint of consciousness within his mind. Without question, it was left by Lingyue. Hey, clear the way, clear the way. You too. Go to the other side. There are obviously only 2 of you, yet you occupy such a large space. Just as Xu Taiping intended to unravel the imprint and delve into the mysteries of the prosperity incantation, he was suddenly jolted by the commotion of a group of people nearby. Awakening from his previous state of feigned slumber, he opened his eyes and lifted his gaze, only to discover that the raucous group before him consisted of the disciples of the ghostly axe sect, including the likes of Shirkai, whom they had encountered earlier at the Fengzi Pavilion. What on earth? Have they no ears? At that moment, Shirkai shot a glare at Xu Taiping and the monk Xianji. Brother Shi, this open space is hardly more than 3 zhang square, and it is situated far from the water source. It hardly qualifies as a desirable location, Xu Taiping remarked, placing one hand on his knee while propping himself up with the other, leaning back with a smile directed at Shirkai. He had no intention of entangling himself further with the disciples of the ghostly axe sect. His annoyance stemmed from their presence, not from fear of them. Mr. Xu speaks wisely. Brother Shi, with your numbers, it would be more fitting for you to relocate over there. Xianji, the monk, appeared timid yet was unfazed, maintaining a dignified demeanor as he regarded Shirkai. Simply answer me. Will you leave, or will you not? Upon hearing this, Shirkai's expression turned icy. Earlier, he had presumed that his group would easily outpace Xu Taiping and the young monk, yet he found himself left far behind by them. This humiliation in front of his junior disciples had left him with a simmering anger, now ignited further by their dismissive attitude. Mr. Xu, the porridge is ready. Let us partake, Xianji declared, ignoring Shirkai and turning his attention to Xu Taiping. But just as Xianji turned, Shirkai kicked the small copper stove used for cooking the porridge. Bang! However, Xu Taiping was quick-witted, swiftly catching the pot before a single drop spilled. Mr. Xu, your skill is commendable, Xianji sighed in relief, then turned to Shirkai, saying, if you truly favor this place, I can negotiate with Mr. Xu to cede it to you. Why must you waste food? It was evident that the young monk felt a surge of indignation at Shi Kai's wanton destruction of provisions. "You little bald donkey, how dare you retort?" Shi Kai, incensed at Xu Taiping's successful catch of the stove, reached out to seize the young monk by his collar. "Brother Shi, temper your rage," Xu Taiping interjected, pushing Shi Kai aside, grasping the copper stove, and pulling Xianji to retreat to one side. "Since you and your comrades from the ghostly axe sect prefer this spot, we shall find another." He smiled at Shi Kai and the others. "Consider yourself fortunate," Shi Kai thought, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a grin. Inwardly, he vowed, "I shall let you two be for now. Once we enter the Blood Rain Forest and rendezvous with my two brothers, then I shall settle the score with you." "Mr. Xu, I had thought you would be angered." After relocating, the young monk served a bowl of porridge to Xu Taiping. "Master Xianji, I had expected you would not be upset." Xu Taiping smiled at the young monk. "Please excuse my rudeness, Mr. Xu," the young monk replied, scratching his head with a hint of bashfulness. Before the young monk took his vows, a severe drought ravaged his home, leaving his family bereft of sustenance. After cooking the last handful of rice into porridge, his parents tragically chose to end their lives by throwing themselves into a well. Had it not been for his master's timely intervention, the young monk feared he would have perished from starvation. As he sipped his porridge, he explained this to Xu Taiping. "Master Xianji, do you not wish to punish that man named Shi?" Xu Taiping inquired with a smile while enjoying his meal. The young monk pondered this seriously for a moment before nodding. "A monk does not speak falsehoods. Indeed, I have contemplated it." His solemn demeanor elicited a suppressed chuckle from Xu Taiping. "My master has connections to the Buddhist realm and once taught me a spell that, while sparing lives, possesses the power to discipline. Master Xianji, would you be interested in trying it?" Xu Taiping looked at the young monk with a grin. No one is more suited for testing this spell of prosperity than Shi Kai. Chapter 77. The Incantation. Has my senior brother transformed into a dog? Senior brother, please recount your battle with the tiger demon on Qingyuan Mountain. Yes, senior brother, we are eager to hear. I have repeated this tale countless times, but since you wish to hear it once more, I shall oblige. This is the last recounting. In the deep of night, after a hearty meal, Shi Kai from the ghostly axe sect began to boast about his cultivation experiences to his fellow disciples. Now, as for that tiger demon, it stood 2 zhang tall and measured 5 zhang in length, its physique akin to a small mountain. Just as Shi Kai was engrossed in his storytelling, a sudden shiver coursed through him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. "What is with this chill?" he said, rubbing his shoulders, perplexed as he surveyed his surroundings. "Chill. There is no wind, senior brother," the other disciples of the ghostly axe sect replied, equally bewildered. "The Samu Valley is situated in a low area, shielded by mountains, and rarely experiences any breeze. Perhaps I've had too much to drink tonight. No need to make a fuss. Wait here, I'll step out for a moment." Shi Kai waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, the other disciples nodded in agreement, understanding that while out in the field, they were less particular than in their sect. Especially the male disciples, who found it entirely normal to relieve themselves in the woods when not practicing fasting. However, the next scene rendered the disciples utterly speechless. Instead of heading directly to the nearby thicket, Shi Kai dropped to all fours and began crawling across the ground like a beast. Occasionally, he raised his arms and licked them with his tongue. As he approached the nearest tree, Shi Kai suddenly unfastened his belt, lifted his leg, and began urinating against the trunk. The sound of water splashing left the disciples with expressions of mixed emotions. While they understood that being less particular was acceptable during outdoor training, they wondered if their senior brother had taken it a bit too far. Yet, oblivious to their astonishment, Shi Kai pulled up his trousers and skillfully crawled back to his original spot. "Now, where was I?" he asked, as if nothing had transpired. Glancing at the group before him, "Senior brother, you were recounting the tale of the tiger demon on Qingyuan Mountain." Sitting opposite Shi Kai, a female disciple stammered her response. Indeed, it was that demonic tiger. Shi Kai slapped his thigh and began recounting his epic battle against the beast on Qingyuan Mountain. It must be said, Shi Kai possessed an extraordinary eloquence. In mere moments, his captivating narrative redirected the attention of the audience from the tree he had relieved himself upon back to the tale he spun. As the story reached its thrilling peaks, the disciples of the Ghost Axe sect couldn't help but applaud and cheer. One disciple, gnawing on a leg of lamb, found the remaining bone cumbersome while preparing to join the applause and casually tossed it aside. To everyone's astonishment, just as he flung the bone away, Shi Kai who had been animatedly speaking with flushed cheeks and spittle flying, suddenly yelped like a wild dog, leapt into the air, and retrieved the discarded bone. With a resounding thud, Shirkai returned the bone to the disciple, gazing at him with an eager expression, as if to say, "Do throw it again, master." Strangely compelled, the disciple picked up the bone from the ground and hurled it once more. Once again, Shirkai sprang into action, skillfully catching the meat bone midair and presenting it back to the disciple. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the disciples who had initially thought it mere coincidence suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. As a singular thought crossed their minds, our senior brother has turned into a dog. Just then, a disciple who had been unable to hold it any longer and had ventured into the woods returned to the campsite. Seeing Shirkai with his tongue lolling out, lying on the ground, the other disciples wore expressions of shock, leaving him utterly perplexed. Before he could inquire further, Shirkai dashed forward, clutching the disciple's leg and sniffing vigorously. Upon reaching the vicinity of the disciple's posterior, Shirkai's eyes lit up with excitement, and he abruptly released the disciple's thigh, bolting toward the woods where the disciple had just relieved himself. In the blink of an eye, Shirkai had disappeared into the thicket. "Did you do a big one or a small one?" one disciple nervously asked the recently returned disciple. "A big one, why?" The latter replied, scratching his head in embarrassment, utterly confused. This is the end. The disciples of the Ghost Axe sect exchanged glances, a sense of dread washing over them. Soon after, a close companion of Shirkai rushed toward the woods, shouting, "Brother, that thing is not for eating." An incense stick's worth of time later, the chaotic Sangu Valley finally settled into silence, save for the occasional sounds of retching emanating from the Ghost Axe sect's tents. "Amitba, well done, well done." Seated before the flickering campfire, the young monk Xian Ji joined his palms in reverence, his countenance radiating compassion as he softly recited a Buddhist chant. "Xian Ji, dear monk, is it not the essence of your monastic life to embody compassion? Yet, I could not help but notice your apparent delight when that Shirkai indulged in his meal." Xu Taiping jested, gently stirring the flames. "Amitba, dear Xu, you are unaware that the esteemed Shirkai intended to consume the entirety of his portion, and I merely allowed him to partake of half. Is that not a manifestation of compassion?" Xian Ji smiled faintly in response. Chapter 78. The Art of Incantation. I am not that kind of person. Xu Taiping could not suppress a chuckle at the young monk's words. "In truth, Xu, you may not realize that our ascetic lineage at Yun'in Temple differs from other Zen sections. We emphasize first extending compassion towards oneself before offering it to others. We must save ourselves before we can save others." The young monk's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Xian Ji speaks with wisdom," Xu Taiping acknowledged with a nod, his curiosity about this seemingly timid, yet surprisingly astute, and somewhat cunning monk deepening. "By the way, Xian Ji, how much grain did you expend from your alms when casting that spell on Shirkai?" Xu Taiping inquired further. "Not much, merely a handful, about 30 grains, Xian Ji replied, opening his palm to reveal only a few remnants of grain. "That is fortunate," Xu Taiping remarked, nodding in agreement. "Your incantation bears resemblance to the 6 paths of reincarnation chant mentioned in our Buddhist scriptures at Yun'in Temple. However, that chant was lost during the great calamity of the Buddhist realm. Could it be that your master's teachings predate that disaster?" Xian Ji inquired, his curiosity piqued. Xu Taiping was taken aback, surprised at how much the young monk understood about the forces of fate. "Amitba, I have overstepped," Xian Ji said apologetically upon noticing Xu Taiping's hesitation. "Xian Ji, the identity of my master is not for me to disclose. But this Buddhist chant indeed stems from that era," Xu Taiping replied, a smile gracing his lips. "Amitba, while I too possess a chant that dates back to that time, its execution demands considerable power of fate. Thus, I can only invoke it in dire circumstances. With your incantation, dear Xu, I can compensate for the limitations of my own during this journey through the blood rain forest." At this juncture, Xian Ji expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. "There is no need for formalities, Xian Ji. In Buddhism, we emphasize the law of causality, aiding you may ultimately serve my own interests." Xu Taiping smiled softly at the young monk. "Amitba, indeed, you are a person of great affinity with the Dharma," Xian Ji said earnestly. After engaging in casual discourse about Zen and Buddhist matters, they each settled into meditation. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept forth from the blood rain forest, sending a shiver through the air. Even the robust Xu Taiping shivered under the influence of the chilling wind. However, The young monk Xian Ji remained utterly oblivious to it, continuing his meditation with closed eyes, occasionally surrounded by a luminous white aura. It was this very aura that shielded him from the frigid air, explaining how he managed to traverse the blood-rain forest alone. Witnessing this, Xu Taiping felt another layer of his doubts lift. As for the chilling wind, he had already surmised it was the mountain demon. He directed his gaze toward the cliff opposite, and indeed, he saw blood seeping from the inscriptions on the rock, followed by the ethereal appearance of an exquisitely beautiful woman beneath the cliff. As darkness enveloped the sky, Xu Taiping realized that had he not anticipated the mountain demon's emergence, he would have remained as oblivious as the others gathered at the cliff's base. "Xu, shall we cast a spell on that creature?" At that moment, Xianji's voice echoed in Xu Taiping's mind. Surprised, Xu glanced at the monk, who remained absorbed in his chanting, and mused to himself, "This young monk truly possesses some skill. He has perceived the mountain demon. Yet, this was fortuitous for him, as it spared him the trouble of explaining anything to the monk. The young monk has already informed you that I will handle the malevolent spirits, while you deal with the beastly demon." Xianji seemed to sense Xu Taiping's confusion and conveyed further through their mental link. "Cast the pig-feeding spell upon her. It will be an ideal opportunity to test the efficacy of the 6 livestock prosperity spell against the mountain demon." Xu Taiping nodded discreetly. The pig-feeding spell was designed to enhance the appetite of pigs within a pen, ensuring they would feast heartily after its invocation. Hearing this, the young monk slightly nodded, quietly retrieving a handful of corn from his sleeve before beginning to chant the incantation. "Help! Help! Please, someone save me." At that moment, the beautiful woman, transformed from the mountain demon, suddenly cried out in a frantic plea for rescue. Though her words were desperate, her melodious voice bore an irresistible allure. Clearly, this mountain demon was seasoned in the art of seduction. Yet, for Xu Taiping, equipped with the jade bone grass bracelet and the lotus eyes, her voice was akin to a mere tickle through thick socks, utterly ineffective. "If it has no effect on me, it surely cannot affect the monk," Xu Taiping thought, turning to glance at the young monk. To his astonishment, he found the monk's brows furrowed, his face flushed, clearly battling against the seductive allure. Nonetheless, despite his evident struggle, the young monk ultimately succeeded in casting the 6 livestock prosperity spell on the mountain demon. "Forgive my appearance." The monk discreetly wiped the blood trickling from his nose and conveyed to Xu Taiping, "During my ordination at Yuanin Temple, while attempting to renounce desire, my master mistakenly mispronounced a word, resulting in my emotional desires being left untouched among the 6 desires. Thus, you witness my current state of disarray." Xu Taiping found it somewhat amusing and transmitted a thought. "Little monk, you are not using your master as an excuse, are you?" The little monk immediately countered, "Brother Xu, I am certainly not that kind of person." As he spoke, the delicate call of the mountain spirit echoed from across the way, causing a stream of blood to flow from the little monk's other nostril. Instantly, his face turned as red as a ripe apple. Xu Taiping gently patted the little monk's shoulder, conveying a comforting thought. "Do not blame yourself. It is all your master's fault." Chapter 79, Casting Spells. Or is it better to be a pig? The little monk, now blushing with a mix of shyness and shame, reflected on the situation. "What's wrong with you, my lady?" At that moment, several disciples from the Ghostly Axe sect emerged from their camp, all approaching the mountain spirit with expressions of concern. Unlike the restrained little monk, these disciples had surrendered the moment they heard the mountain spirit's call. Even Shi Kai, who had previously withdrawn in embarrassment after a public humiliation, found his heart awakened by the mountain spirit's voice. "Fear not, my lady. We are here, and nothing can harm you." Shi Kai pushed past his fellow disciples, stepping forward to support the beautiful woman transformed from the mountain spirit. "Thank you, young master," she sobbed, collapsing into Shi Kai's embrace. Although Xu Taiping, unaffected by the enchantment, perceived the woman's demeanor and words as riddled with inconsistencies, to Shi Kai and the others, there was no woman in the world more sincere, kind, or beautiful than the mountain spirit before them. As anticipated, all the disciples of the Ghostly Axe sect, including the female disciples, were utterly captivated at that moment. They rekindled the extinguished bonfire, comforting the woman while presenting her with all their provisions. "My lady rower, have some warm soup to chase away the chill. This soup is made with venison, and I've added several nourishing herbs." Shi Kai carefully offered a bowl of soup to the woman, embodying the tender-hearted demeanor of a strong man. "Thank you, Brother Kai," The mountain spirit gently accepted the broth, casually casting a glance towards Xu Taiping and the little monk. Upon seeing the little monk's flushed face and continuous nosebleed, a faint smile involuntarily crept across her lips. This smile nearly caused Xu Kai and the others to swoon, making them wish to recite poetry in praise of her beauty. "My lady rower, try this venison I roasted. It's the most tender piece." At that moment, a disciple from the ghostly axe sect carefully presented a slice of roasted venison to the mountain spirit. "My lady rower, taste this cake. My lady rower." These fruits were freshly picked today. The disciples buzzed around her like worker bees offering honey to their queen. However, what they did not realize was that the woman before them craved not the food they offered, but the essence of their very life force. Moreover, in comparison to their flesh and essence, what the woman truly desired was the vitality emanating from the young monk and the youth before her. "Very well, let us first indulge in you as an appetizer." The mountain spirit elegantly accepted a piece of venison, savoring its flavor, and after taking a deep breath, she slowly parted her lips, revealing a set of sharp teeth. However, just as the mountain spirit was poised to take a bite out of the young man before her, her mouth inexplicably veered towards the piece of venison in her hand once more. "What is happening?" As the mountain spirit chewed on the roasted venison, she was filled with bewilderment, exclaiming, "I do not wish to consume this unpalatable deer meat." Yet, simultaneously, she unconsciously accepted another piece of roasted meat offered by one of the disciples of the Ghost Axe sect, promptly indulging herself with gusto. "This is absurd. I clearly do not want this venison, so why is my body acting of its own accord?" At that moment, the mountain spirit was engulfed in internal conflict. She was resolute in her disinterest, yet her mouth continued to betray her, incessantly devouring the food presented by those around her. By the time she had consumed half a deer, the overwhelming desire for gluttony had entirely subdued her rationality, and she began to eat with the fervor of a pig starved for half a month. Ultimately, she grew too lazy to allow the young men to feed her, seizing the remaining half of the deer and gnawing at it directly. Nevertheless, to the eyes of Xu Kai and his companions, the mountain spirit remained the most exquisite being in existence. Thus, an odd scene unfolded. The mountain spirit, resembling a gluttonous pig, feasted voraciously while Xu Kai and the others gazed at her with enamored expressions, fervently preparing more food for her. Burp. After the mountain spirit polished off the Ghost Axe sect's provisions accumulated over more than half a month, she leaned against a tree, satisfied and letting out a resounding belch, her belly swollen as if she were with child. At that moment, both her demeanor and form mirrored that of a well-fed pig. Is it better to be a mountain spirit or to simply be a pig? The mountain spirit chuckled foolishly, but midway through her laughter, her expression froze. And with a look of astonishment, she exclaimed, "I am the mountain spirit, having cultivated for 800 years, one of the 10 lords of the blood rain forest. I am not a pig." Upon this realization, she was drenched in cold sweat. She glanced at her distended belly, then raised her gaze to the young monk and Xu Taiping across from her, her expression turning icy as she demanded, "What have you done to me?" Among those present, the disciples of the Ghost Axe sect had already fallen under her control, leading her to suspect that the issue lay solely with the young monk and the youth. Yet, Xu Taiping and the young monk appeared oblivious, merely observing her in silence. Boom. Without hesitation, the mountain spirit unleashed a surge of energy, disregarding the celestial prohibitions, and lunged towards Xu Taiping and the young monk. In response, the young monk pressed his palms together and recited the 6 livestock prosperity incantation once more. Meanwhile, Xu Taiping opened a white gourd, retrieving a slaughtered sheep, and hurled it towards the mountain spirit. This was the sustenance he had prepared for himself in the blood rain forest. "Do you think I will still woo?" The mountain spirit, filled with rage and humiliation, initially intended to bite into Xu Taiping. However, when she regained her composure, she discovered that her mouth clutched nothing but the carcass of a freshly slaughtered goat. How absurd! She roared in indignation, yet her body remained obedient, and she once again sank her teeth into the goat lying on the ground. In Chapter 80, the mountain spirit increasingly resembled a swine. In mere moments, the woman transformed from the mountain spirit devoured the goat, skin and bones included. After finishing her meal, she glared fiercely at Xu Taiping and the young monk, her expression conveying a desire to consume them next. Just as she prepared to unleash a threat and charge at them, an involuntary, resounding belch escaped her, shifting her gaze from fury to one of resentment and unfulfilled desire. This time, Nothing could deter her. She was determined to feast upon the fair maiden, proclaiming, "Look what we have hunted for you, a mountain boar king." Just as the mountain spirit readied herself to attack Xu Taiping and the young monk once more, several disciples from the ghostly axe sect unexpectedly emerged from the mountains, carrying a massive mountain boar that stood a towering 2 zhang in height. Meanwhile, the young monk continued to chant the incantation for prosperity of livestock, which had only slightly quelled the mountain spirit's gluttonous urges, now reignited with fervor. "Wait for me." The mountain spirit cast a resentful glare at Xu Taiping and the young monk before huffing her way towards the disciples of the ghostly axe sect. "I'm becoming more and more like a pig," Xu Taiping remarked in surprise, never expecting the incantation for prosperity of livestock to have such an effect on the spirit's inherent gluttony. It seems less about becoming a pig and more about the incantation awakening the primal desires inherent in the 6 cravings. After all, unlike humans, livestock find it exceedingly difficult to control their desires, the young monk pondered thoughtfully. "That makes sense," Xu Taiping acknowledged with a nod, agreeing with the monk's insight. However, upon noticing the young monk's fervent gaze directed at the mountain spirit, coupled with the still flowing blood from his nose, he added, "Humans can also struggle to maintain control." Upon hearing this, the young monk quickly averted his gaze, clasped his hands together, and recited, "Amidst." He resumed, chanting the incantation, undoubtedly adding fuel to the already ignited desires of the mountain spirit. "Stop roasting." The mountain spirit, driven mad by her insatiable cravings, forcefully pushed aside the disciples who were preparing the mountain boar, diving in to feast upon it. "How much grain has been consumed?" Xu Taiping inquired of the young monk. "Surprisingly, a whole doe," the young monk replied, his brows furrowing in astonishment after weighing the grain in his sleeve. Initially, he had not realized that such an extensive amount of grain was necessary to deal with the mountain spirit, so he had not paid much attention. It appears that the mountain spirit's cultivation is indeed comparable to what Sister Lingyue mentioned, nearing the threshold of transformation. If it truly comes to a head-on confrontation, not only is the chance of victory slim, but escaping would also prove exceedingly difficult. It is no wonder that the left eye serves as a harbinger of the 6th calamity, Xu Taiping murmured to himself, then turned to the young monk Xianji, recognizing that they could not continue to exhaust their resources in this manner. Otherwise, their supplies would inevitably dwindle. Before the spell of livestock prosperity could be lifted, they must take some risks and venture into the blood rain forest. Although the blood mist surrounding the forest is perilous at night, they could no longer afford to wait for dawn. Xianji nodded in agreement. During the process of controlling the mountain demon with the spell, he had sensed the terrifying power within it, a force he could not possibly contend with directly. "Pinyin, Baiyu," Xu Taiping called upon his companions. Both were formidable beasts, having attained the level of demon kings, capable of intimidating many ordinary creatures within the blood rain forest. "Big brother." Little Pinyin leaped onto Xu Taiping's shoulder, while Baiyu perched upon his head. "Pinyin, when we enter the forest, carry me and Master Xianji. Baiyu, lead the way for Pinyin. We must strive to traverse the blood rain forest swiftly and reach Fengming Mountain on the other side," Xu Taiping instructed. Pinyin, possessing the bloodline of the mountain-moving ape, was not only exceptionally strong, but also agile enough to navigate swiftly through the trees. "Got it," Little Pinyin declared, thumping his chest with a tiny fist before leaping down from Xu Taiping's shoulder, his form soaring to a height of 10 feet, revealing his true stature as a mountain-moving ape. "You should have released us long ago," Baiyu yawned as he settled on Pingin's head. Xu Taiping thought about it. But given the chaos in the capital, releasing them might have led to his misfortune rubbing off on them. With a crisp sound, Xu Taiping affixed a protective shell onto Pinyin, adorning him with armor crafted from the quills of a porcupine he had previously acquired from Lu Chen. This armor not only provided defense, but, paired with Pingin's formidable physique as a demon king, would deliver a strike as powerful as that of a transcendent being. "Thank you, Su Xiong, for your assistance." Xianji expressed his gratitude upon seeing Pinyin and Baiyu and hearing Xu Taiping's arrangements. "Do not mention it. Master Xianji, I have always said that saving you may very well mean saving myself," Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. Truth be told, if it had not been for the vision of the 6th calamity, he might never have agreed to accompany Xianji. "Do not think you can escape." Suddenly, the mountain demon, who had been ravenously gnawing on the head of the mountain boar king, detected their intentions and bellowed in fury. However, after the outburst, it resumed its uncontrollable feast, glaring at Xu Taiping and the young monk with a defiant gaze. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping silently took out a moonshadow stone, capturing the scene before him. The sight of a humanoid mountain demon devouring the mountain boar king would surely fetch a handsome price if sold in the curio pavilion. Xu Taiping looked up at the monk Xianji, who was seated upon Ping and shoulder, and inquired. The monk, initially taken aback, promptly produced a piece of moonshadow stone, remarking, "You may sell this in the southern Shu kingdom, and I can take it to the western Liang kingdom." Chapter 81. The mountain demon and the eyes hidden in the shadows. Though he was a wandering ascetic, devoid of wealth acquired through almsgiving or any divine power, the construction of temples and the aid to war-torn commoners required funds. Upon witnessing this exchange, the mountain demon became frenzied and exclaimed, "If you too dare to sell that moonshadow stone, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth." The mountain demon, known as Rower, bore no distinction of gender. When it attained human form through cultivation, it chose to manifest as a beautiful woman, driven by the overpowering desire of the eyes among the seven passions. Thus, upon hearing that Xu Taiping intended to reveal her current disfigurement to the world, she felt a torment greater than death itself. In a fit of rage, the mountain demon suppressed her appetite and cast aside the head of the mountain boar she had been holding, charging menacingly at Xu Taiping and the young monk Xianji. Amidst. Without needing a reminder from Xu Taiping, Xianji began to chant the incantation for the prosperity of livestock. In an instant, the demon's fury, ignited by desire, was once again quelled by her hunger. Meanwhile, Xu Taiping uncorked a jar of fine wine and hurled it towards the mountain demon. To the demon, whose appetite had swelled to the point of wishing to gnaw on grass, this exquisite wine was an irresistible temptation. With a snort, the mountain demon disregarded Xu Taiping and Xianji, leaping to grasp the jar and pouring its contents into her mouth. After this, Xu Taiping leapt onto the other shoulder of Ping An. The quills of the porcupine armor could be controlled at will by Ping An, allowing Xu Taiping and Xianji to remain unperturbed by any potential harm. However, just as Xu Taiping prepared to guide Ping An into the blood rain forest, he felt a sudden warmth in his chest. Looking down, he discovered the jade disc used for communication with the abbot of Pilu Temple was glowing softly. Upon inspection, he found a lengthy message from the abbot. "Master Guardian of Heaven, Chongda has sent word that he and the Liu Yun siblings are safe, and the turmoil in the capital has subsided." Upon reading this first line, a relaxed smile graced Xu Taiping's face. He was indeed pleased that they were unharmed. Yet, as he continued to read, his expression turned grave. According to the information relayed by spies left in the city, the blood demon ancestor who attacked the imperial city has been imprisoned in the Wanchuan prison. The abbot of Huiyun Temple has lost a manifestation and one archbishop has died. Yet the demonic monk Zhenwu, originally confined in Wanchuan prison, managed to escape amidst the chaos. This demon monk is likely to flee into the blood rain forest to evade capture. Chongda is aware that your destination is also the blood rain forest, so he advises you to exercise caution. Furthermore, this Zhen Wu has previously crossed paths with him, besides his frenzied golden body. His most fearsome weapon is his pair of heterochromatic eyes. In this realm, regardless of the means employed, direct eye contact will render one a blood puppet. This blood puppet not only aids in combat, but also utilizes its own life force to assist in healing and enhancing power. Having sustained grave injuries in the capital, he will undoubtedly seek to gather blood puppets, specifically targeting individuals with particularly vigorous life force. Thus, esteemed guardian, you must exercise caution. The ordinary communication talismans cannot transmit messages within the blood rain forest. Should there be urgent matters, this humble monk will continue to convey messages from Chongda. Upon reading the entirety of Huaming's message inscribed on the jade plate, Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude through mental acknowledgement and then murmured, according to Abbot Huiming, "The one I was meant to encounter during the third tribulation, who merely gazed upon me and rendered me incapable of resistance, must indeed be that demonic monk, Zhenwu. Furthermore, the fact that he sought me specifically at the Xianyun Martial Arts Academy likely indicates that he sensed my life force while gathering blood puppets. It is my serpent-like physique that drew his attention. Therefore, his ability to locate me is no mere coincidence." As this realization dawned upon him, Xu Taiping felt a chill of sweat trickle down his spine. Considering the timeline, Zhenwu should have already arrived at the blood rain forest, and with his capabilities, sensing my life force would pose little challenge. Yet, he has yet to make a move, likely due to apprehension regarding our methods of dealing with the mountain demon. He is undoubtedly biding his time for the opportune moment, which, without a doubt, will occur as we enter the blood rain forest, obscured by the dense crimson mist. In an instant, Xu Taiping's rapidly turning mind reached a conclusion. Following this deduction, an unsettling sensation enveloped him, as if unseen eyes were fixated upon him from the shadows. "Brother, are we ready to depart?" At that moment, Pinyin glanced back at Xu Taiping. "Yes, we are nearly prepared. Once the mountain demon finishes this jug of wine and opens a new one, we shall swiftly charge through the outer mist of the blood rain forest and into its depths," Xu Taiping replied with a smile, tossing a jug of wine towards the mountain demon. As he hurled the second jug, he simultaneously transmitted a message to Pinyin, Baiyu, and the monk Xinji. "A terrifying presence lurks in the shadows, poised to strike as we plunge into the mist of the blood rain forest. Its peculiar eyes can transform individuals into blood puppets, so I advise you not to open your eyes, regardless of any sounds you may hear. I will handle the rest." Upon hearing these words, Baiyu and the others paused momentarily, but soon regained their composure. Having ventured out with Xu Taiping and Pinyin on numerous occasions, such circumstances were hardly daunting. As for the young monk, his ascetic nature afforded him a steadiness that perhaps surpassed Xu Taiping's own. "Brother, I shall take my leave now." Pinyin turned to Xu Taiping once more, winking as he spoke. Xu Taiping smiled and nodded. "Let us proceed." As he spoke, he adjusted the broken water knife at his waist, then caressed the string of beads symbolizing the equality of all beings, murmuring to himself, "With this blade, I possess but a singular opportunity to strike. Should I fail, I must flee." Chapter 82. The Spider Demon Eye and the Schemes of the Demonic Monk Xinwu Crack. At that moment, the mountain monkey, having emptied an entire jar of wine, shattered the vessel in his grasp and roared in fury, "I shall never partake of your second jar." Yet, no sooner had the words left her lips than her hands had already lifted the wine jar from the ground, and by the time she realized it, the clay seal had been broken. Reluctantly, she let out another furious cry, "You two scoundrels, I shall not let you escape." With that, she raised the jar high and began to pour its contents down her throat. Meanwhile, at that very instant, Xu Taiping conveyed a silent message to the others. "Let us depart." As soon as his words resonated, the prepared little monkey, Pinyin, suddenly dropped to the ground, using all fours to dash forth with wild abandon. Boom! In a rush of air, Pinyin's massive form surged ahead like a tempest into the blood rain forest. With the bloodline of the mountain moving ape coursing through him, Pinyin's speed, when unleashed in a short burst, surpassed even Xu Taiping's reach. Bang! Upon entering the blood rain forest, the group felt as though they had collided with a stone, experiencing an overwhelming recoil. Xu Taiping, already familiar with the blood rain forest, knew that the noxious blood mist therein was akin to the chaotic energies of the wild. Navigating through it at high speed would pose considerable resistance, and even a leisurely pace would subject their bodies to a pressure several times heavier than that outside. Nevertheless, as they donned their armor, the impact of this shockwave caused little harm to the group. Yet, including Pinyin, everyone remained vigilant. Pinyin, guided by Baiyu, continued to charge through the blood rain forest with his eyes closed. Compared to Pinyin, Xu Taiping was the most anxious at that moment. If the demonic monk were indeed lying in ambush within the mist, he needed to sense the monk's presence at the earliest opportunity, for only then could he seize the most advantageous moment to strike. Now, within the Sangmu Valley. Boom! Just as Xu Taiping and the others plunged into the blood mist of the forest, a wave of black fog surged forth from the depths of Sangmu Valley. The disciples of the Ghost Axe sect, swept by the black mist, stood as if their souls had been taken, their expressions vacant and dazed. As the black fog raced into the blood rain forest at breakneck speed, a group of Ghost Axe disciples, led by Shirkai, suddenly had their eyes blaze red, revealing a fierce countenance as they followed the black mist into the forest. In an instant, the Sangmu Valley was left with only the mountain monkey spirit, who continued to indulge in her drinking. Burp. After draining the second jar of wine, the mountain monkey let out a hearty belch, wiping the cold sweat from her brow with her sleeve, and then cursed with a cold demeanor. "You old bald donkey, you dared to try to control me. Luckily, my mind was clouded only by wine." With that, she hurled the wine jar aside and wiped her mouth, declaring, "Now it is my turn to be the yellow bird. I know this blood rain forest far better than you." Upon reflecting on her identity as a formidable demon lord, She felt a profound indignation as she recalled being toyed with by two little imps and subsequently humiliated by this monk of darkness. Her eyes brimmed with an intensity that seemed ready to ignite. "There you are," she muttered, as the monk of darkness, Jinwu, shrouded in a veil of black mist, gazed at the silhouette of a colossal ape dashing forth in the distance, a smirk dancing upon his lips. Amidst, one is a fleshly being of the martial saint realm, and the other an exceedingly rare pure body from the Buddhist sect, accompanied by a vast reservoir of transformative power. Should I succeed in crafting them into blood puppets, not only will my injuries heal, but I may even ascend to greater heights. As he traversed the blood mist, Jinwu murmured to himself, recalling the shattered fortune pearl he had crushed upon his escape from the great prison, which now proved its worth. His dark arts, known as the spider demon technique, enabled him to ensnare blood puppets, meticulously extracting their powers as if peeling silk from a cocoon for his own use. It was through this very technique that he had risen from a mere acolyte of Huiyun Temple to the esteemed position of abbot in just a few centuries. With a swish, the sound of breaking air signaled Jinwu's approach, bringing him closer to Xu Taiping and his companions. Although he had entered the blood mist later than Xu Taiping, his superior knowledge of the blood rain forest allowed him to catch up in mere moments. Observing the tactics employed by the duo against the mountain demon, he noted that despite their modest cultivation, they possessed a plethora of skills. To prevent any unforeseen complications, he decided to use his spider demon eye to ensnare them first. As he drew within 100 paces of Xu Taiping and his group, Jinwu reaffirmed his resolve. Unlike other demonic beings, humanoid demons, particularly those who had succumbed to darkness from the Buddhist path, possessed intricate thoughts and, even in the face of overwhelming strength, proceeded with utmost caution. The longevity of his existence could be attributed solely to his prudence. Gazing at his unsuspecting prey, who remained blissfully unaware of their impending doom, Jinwu settled upon the black lotus platform, palms joined in prayer, and murmured softly with a smile. Previously, during his time in Sengmu Valley, he had not lacked opportunities to strike, but deemed them too precarious and had instead opted for stealth. The fate of the mountain demon had only confirmed his suspicions. It is nearly time. They are about to burst forth from the blood mist. This is their moment of greatest vulnerability. The mist will obscure their presence, and once my spider demon eye manifests, they shall be rendered utterly helpless. Just as Xu Taiping and his companions were on the verge of escaping the blood rain forest, Jinwu suddenly formed an intricate hand seal. In an instant, a verdant glow flickered in his peculiar eyes, and a multitude of spider-like eyes began to materialize within the black mist, dense and numerous, likely numbering in the hundreds. This was indeed the manifestation of Jinwu's spider demon eye. Chapter 83. The Spider Demon Eye, Cursed by the Corpse Incense Spell Boom. At the very moment the spider demon eye revealed itself, the black lotus platform supporting Jinwu surged forward, propelled by the dark mist and the multitude of spider eyes within it, crashing towards Xu Taiping and his companions like a tsunami. In the blink of an eye, they were enveloped by the ominous mist, caught under the watchful gaze of countless spider eyes. However, in the next moment, an event occurred that left the magic monk, Jinwu, utterly astonished. The group of individuals under the gaze of his spider demon eye did not halt their advance, despite being ensnared in spirit. Instead, they continued to rush forward at an astonishing speed. Has my spider demon eye failed? Jinwu pondered with a hint of skepticism. Boom. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Xu Taiping and the others had already burst forth from the dense miasma of his demonic aura, appearing on the verge of escaping the blood mist. The sole ability of the spider demon eye was to capture the hearts and minds of others. Beyond that, it inflicted no tangible harm. I must intervene personally to halt that gigantic ape. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the magic monk Jinwu knew he could wait no longer, and his lotus platform soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, he had positioned himself directly in front of Pinyin, his spider demon eyes glowing green, enveloping Pinyin in waves of demonic energy. The spider demon eyes that had previously emerged from the black mist were merely a projection. This was their true form. Jinwu could not fathom that he would be unable to subdue a mere ape demon with his own hands. However, when his gaze pierced through the blood mist and clearly beheld the face of the ape demon, his expression froze. It was not that the monk's spider demon eye had failed. Rather, they had not even opened their eyes. In that instant, Jinwu realized he had been outmaneuvered. It was too coincidental that he had just activated the spider demon eye when these individuals had closed their eyes. Yet, at the same moment of his realization, Xu Taiping, resting upon Pingin's shoulder, sensed Jinwu's presence. Before the magic monk could take further action, Xu Taiping shouted, "All beings are equal." Although the power of Kasyapa's ancient Buddha, which embodies the principle of equality among all beings, had diminished outside the realm of the Thousand Buddha Kingdom, it was still effective enough to momentarily suppress the opponent's cultivation. Boom. However, what Xu Taiping had not anticipated was that the power of equality among beings would exert a far greater suppression on the magic monk than on an ordinary cultivator. While it did not lower Jinwu's realm directly, it certainly diminished the fluctuations of his aura by at least 30%. You possess the legacy of the ancient Buddha? Upon sensing the suppression of his own aura, Jinwu's eyes widened in horror, and he prepared to summon his frenzied golden body. However, compared to Xu Taiping, who had been preparing for this moment, Jinwu's manifestation of the frenzied golden body came too late. With a resounding clang of a blade, a brilliant scar of light suddenly appeared before Jinwu. Simultaneously, a spectral image of a golden body, performing the demon-subduing gesture, materialized behind Xu Taiping. At this moment, the magic monk Jinwu was thoroughly unsettled. The power of the ancient Buddha's legacy, the extreme aura of the blade intent, and the manifestation of the demon-subduing golden body were all elements that countered him. As Xu Taiping's strike was executed almost simultaneously with Jinwu's emergence, compounded by the suppression of his own aura, evasion was no longer an option. Thus, he decisively summoned his frenzied law manifestation. Boom! With a thunderous explosion of energy, a colossal figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding dual axes and cloaked in obsidian, suddenly appeared beneath Xu Taiping's blade, attempting to intercept the incoming strike. Swish! Amidst the piercing sound that cleaved the air, a blade of energy surged forth from the frenzied visage of the monk Jinwu. Simultaneously, the formidable seal of the ancient Buddha, a manifestation of divine power, struck heavily upon Jinwu's form. With a thunderous crash, the frenzied golden body of the demon monk disintegrated in an instant. Subsequently, a frail old monk plummeted onto the dark lotus platform with a dull thud. However, Xu Taiping, having kept his eyes tightly shut, was oblivious to this spectacle. It was only upon sensing the disappearance of Jinwu's aura that he swiftly affixed a cloud talisman upon Pinyin, exclaiming, "Run." Upon hearing this, Pinyin harnessed the bloodline power of the mountain-moving ape, his body soaring an additional 3 meters, before he vanished like a fleeting shadow into the crimson mist with a resounding crash. Thinking of escaping? It shall not be so simple. Observing Xu Taiping's fleeing figure, Jinwu, seated upon the black lotus, suddenly clasped his palms together and recited a complex Buddhist incantation in a booming voice. He then pointed decisively in the direction of Xu Taiping and the others, proclaiming, "Corpse fragrance spell." No sooner had the words left his lips than a beam of black light shot directly towards Xu Taiping and his companions. Those who fall under the corpse fragrance spell shall emit an alluring scent, rendering you irresistible delicacies in the eyes of the ferocious beasts of the blood rain forest. Jinwu cackled maliciously. Following this proclamation, he was seized by a fit of violent coughing. Severely injured from his prior encounters in the capital, compounded by the recent blade and sealing strike from Xu Taiping, he was left with mere remnants of his self-preservation power. The effects of the corpse fragrance spell would persist for no less than 7 days. During this time, even if you do not perish, you shall be thwarted by the beasts of the blood rain forest. As he spoke, Jinwu raised his hand and seized a disciple from the Ghost Axe sect. Drawing him closer, in an instant, the disciple's flesh withered away, transforming into a mere desiccated corpse. Therein lay ample time for the old monk to recuperate. After draining the life essence from the Ghost Axe disciple, Jinwu emitted a cold snort. His gaze filled with ferocity as he fixed it upon the direction where Xu Taiping and the others had fled. In the blood rain forest, Xu Taiping, aware of the ominous implications of the corpse fragrance spell cast upon them, exchanged words with the monk Xianji. This spell is exceedingly vile. It will summon alluring scents within you that attract both beasts and fiends. They're already upon us, Xu Taiping remarked. Observing the emergence of a dozen green-eyed demon wolves from the thicket ahead, he exhaled softly, tightening his grip on the water-severing blade once more. At this juncture, we have no choice but to carve our path through. Chapter 84, West Wind Valley, a new application of the livestock prosperity spell 6 days later. In the blood rain forest, West Wind Valley. With a resounding crash, the colossal green-eyed wolf king, resembling a giant elephant, fell to the ground, signaling the near extinction of the wolf pack that had relentlessly pursued Xu Taiping and his companions. Fortunately, Foaming Mountain lay on the periphery of the blood rain forest. Had they ventured into the heart of it, they would have faced not merely the Wolf King, but beasts of a demon lord caliber. Xu Taiping, having maintained his awakened state and battled the wolf pack for 6 days and nights, gasped for breath, muttering under his breath. Though this region is merely the periphery of the blood rain forest, and aside from the Wolf King, the other demon wolves are of the demon lord caliber. The issue lies in the sheer number of these azure-eyed wolves, which amounts to no less than 17 or 1,800. Moreover, it is not just their numbers. These azure-eyed wolves, from the Wolf King to the leading wolves and down to the ordinary demon wolves, exhibit a clear division of labor and never engage in solitary combat, functioning as a formidable wolf demon army. Thus, even with the physique of the python, Xu Taiping found his journey arduous. Of course, had it not been for Ping and Baiyu's presence, he would have likely succumbed by now. After capturing the azure-eyed Wolf King in his gourd, Xu Taiping took out a pill, pouring a replenishing elixir into his palm, swallowing it whole, followed by a sip of dragon gall liquor to alleviate his mental fatigue. Although this relentless state of exhaustion could facilitate his ascent to the realm of the awakened python, enabling further enhancement of his physique, the immediate priority was survival. Thus, he needed to ensure ample vitality and true essence. Furthermore, achieving the pinnacle of the awakened python state did not strictly prohibit the use of elixirs to mitigate fatigue. After all, even with the elixir, he could not entirely dispel his weariness. He decided to leave it to fate. Xu Taiping sheathed his blade and approached Ping and the others. "How fare you over there? Have the 2 leading wolves been dealt with?" he inquired as he walked. "Big brother, they have been vanquished, thanks to the little monk," Ping replied, turning to Xu Taiping, standing at a height of over 10 feet. Clad in armor made from the quills of a porcupine, Ping appeared remarkably formidable from a distance. "Thanks to the little monk?" Xu Taiping questioned, a hint of curiosity igniting within him. Having observed the little monk's capabilities over the past few days, he was well aware that while he was adept at handling strange and malevolent creatures, he would be ill-equipped to confront the azure-eyed wolves, let alone the Wolf King or even a mere ordinary demon wolf. Contemplating this, Xu Taiping leapt gracefully onto Ping and shoulder. "Look, big brother." The little monk recited a spell, and the wolves ceased their pursuit, turning upon themselves instead. Ping gestured towards a few demon wolves engaged in a fierce skirmish ahead. Xu Taiping glanced at the wolves, their hindquarters intertwined and howling in chaos, and could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Master Xianji, pray tell me that this is not yet another effect of the 6 livestock prosperity spell." Xu brother, indeed it is the 6 livestock prosperity spell," Master Xianji responded with palpable enthusiasm. "Initially, I, too, believed, like you, that these demon beasts lacked intelligence and that employing the 6 livestock prosperity spell would only exacerbate their ferocity. However, I inadvertently cast a ram spell upon a leading wolf, and to my surprise, it ceased its pursuit, instead seeking out other female wolves. When the females proved insufficient, it even turned its attention to the male wolves. Thus, I applied the spell to another leading wolf, resulting in the current chaotic scene. Master Xianji, your talents are truly wasted in the role of a monk," Xu Taiping remarked, admiration filling his voice as he struggled to find further words. "You flatter me, Xu brother," Master Xianji humbly replied. The monk Xuanji smiled refreshingly. "By the way, brother Xu, the corpse fragrance spell can last no more than 7 days. By tomorrow morning, we shall no longer be pursued by those vile beasts. Therefore, I suggest we set up camp here for the night and continue our journey tomorrow." Suddenly, Xuanji introduced this idea to Xu Taiping. "Is that so?" "Indeed. It would be wise to rest here for the night and set forth at dawn," Xu Taiping replied, his face alight with surprise. For the past few days, they had been relentlessly pursued by a pack of wolves, scarcely finding a moment to sit and drink water, let alone engage in conversation. His desire to halt for the night was not born of fatigue, but rather a wish to carve out some time to finish the earth fruit burning ritual before reaching Foaming Mountain. As he spoke, he produced a map, letting it hover before him and Xuanji. "Currently, we are situated in the West Wind Valley, on the outskirts of the Blood Rain Forest, having traversed half the distance to Foaming Mountain. If the corpse fragrance spell can indeed be lifted tomorrow, at our pace, We should arrive within 2 days. Amipa. Upon reaching Foaming Mountain, we will enter the territory of the Shiliang Kingdom, which lies merely a few hundred miles from General Zhang Tian's stronghold at the Jinhai Tower. The demon monks of Huiyun Temple, as well as the metamorphic beasts of the Blood Rain Forest, would undoubtedly refrain from crossing into our lands. Xuanji said with a nod and a smile. General Zhang Tian's reputation is indeed formidable? Xu Taiping expressed his surprise. Although he had heard the name of the martial god Zhang Tianzi on multiple occasions, he had not anticipated that his mere name could instill such fear in the hearts of demons. Brother Xu, you may not be aware, but General Zhang Tianzi may not be the strongest martial god in terms of cultivation, yet he has slain more demons than any other. His battle intent is known as Demon Vanquisher, and it is only natural that the monsters fear him, Xuanji elucidated to Xu Taiping. Now I understand. Xu Taiping nodded in realization. Brother Xu, there is something I have meant to ask you but haven't had the chance until now. Please, feel free to inquire, Xuanji encouraged. Your string of prayer beads appears to be an ancient relic of the Buddha, possessing the power to suppress an opponent's cultivation. However, it seems that due to insufficient spiritual energy, its full potential has not been realized. Xuanji pointed to the string of equal sentient prayer beads adorning Xu Taiping's wrist.